Lu Shi awakened to the mortal diary system, where chopping wood and fetching water could enhance his strength. He yearned for a tranquil seclusion on Sui Peak until the day of the disciple selection ceremony arrived, and the sect leader decreed, if you do not accept disciples, your mountain will be merged. Reluctantly, he cast his gaze to the back of the crowd, where a pseudo-spiritual root girl was abandoned by all. You will do. You seem the most manageable, he thought. What he believed to be a mere inconspicuous girl was, unbeknownst to him, a peerless Empress reborn. In the Tianyuan realm, the northern region, Yunxia Prefecture, and Luoxia sect, towering peaks and cascading waterfalls adorned the landscape. Today, Luoxia sect was particularly lively, with vibrant rainbows frequently streaking across the sky, as cultivators gathered to witness or partake in the grand event. On the ground, numerous eager youths yearned for a chance at immortality. Under the guidance of sect stewards, they surged towards the expansive square of Sui Peak, where the disciple selection ceremony was about to commence. In stark contrast to the bustling Sui Peak, the outskirts of the sect were serene. A mountain named Sui Peak exuded an extraordinary tranquility. Though the spiritual energy here was abundant, human presence was rare. Atop the peak, in a modest courtyard, Lu Shi pushed open the door, and the morning sunlight bathed his chiseled features. Though dressed plainly, his extraordinary handsomeness could not be concealed. His gaze was gentle, and his demeanor reserved. At first glance, he appeared no different from the hermits dwelling within the mountains. Notification: yesterday's cultivation settlement is complete. Chopped 3 loads of wood, fetched 5 vats of water, strolled 10 miles along the mountain path, maintaining a tranquil mindset, in accordance with mortal principles. Gained a foundational cultivation reward of 10 years. Triggered opportunity, additional reward of 30 years of cultivation. Total cultivation increase, 40 years. An unparalleled, gentle spiritual energy flowed into his limbs and bones. Deep within his dantian, a law avatar, imbued with profound principles, trembled slightly, becoming more substantial. The surrounding spiritual energy subtly fluctuated, then was perfectly contained within him, not leaking a single trace. Late stage of the Dharma aspect. It flows naturally. Lu Shi smiled faintly, satisfied with his progress. System. A translucent light screen appeared, visible only to him. Host. Lu Shi qualification. Mortal bone bloodline. Mortal cultivation. Late stage of Dharma aspect. 5th major realm. Technique. Return to mortal sword heart method secret skills. Gentle breeze sweeping willow sword. Cultivating clouds and distributing rain technique. 29 years. Lu Shi exhaled softly, a hint of weariness crossing his gaze. He was not of this realm, having traversed here 29 years prior. As a child with the mind of an adult, he was regarded as precocious. At the age of 10, he was brought to Luoxia sect. With an indomitable spirit and diligence far surpassing his peers, he gradually cultivated until, 5 years ago, he unexpectedly became an elder of Sui Peak, despite its dwindling talent. At that time, his cultivation was among the highest within the peak. Shortly after he assumed the elder position, the mortal diary system began to awaken. The system did not demand he slay demons or seize opportunities, but encouraged him to chop wood, fetch water, stroll, and farm. The closer he lived to a mortal's life, the richer the rewards he received. Thus, the newly appointed elder of Sui Peak appeared increasingly unambitious in the eyes of others. For 5 years, he rarely ventured beyond the peak, living a hermit-like existence filled with labor, reading, and sword practice. To outsiders, Elder Lu's qualifications seemed unremarkable, and his demeanor was so low profile that he appeared nearly invisible. Under his management, Sui Peak became even more desolate. Yet, Lu Shi understood that beneath this seemingly mundane routine, his cultivation was surging at an alarming pace. Alas, it is a pity my mentors are no longer here. Otherwise, I would truly prefer not to be the elder of Sui Peak. He sighed gently, recalling the passing of his mentors in recent years. It was their departure that had led him to step up. At that moment, a beam of sword light descended from the sky. A young disciple, clad in the standard attire of Luoxia sect, revealed himself. He respectfully saluted Lu Shi. Disciple greets Elder Lu. What is it? Lu Shi asked calmly. Reporting to Elder, the sect leader has issued an order. The disciple selection ceremony is about to commence. All elders are requested to proceed to Sui Peak Square to select disciples. The disciple hesitated for a moment but continued. The sect leader specifically instructed. Elder Lu must consider the inheritance of Sui Peak. The implication was clear. Sui Peak must accept at least one disciple this time. Otherwise, according to sect rules, a mountain with such sparse population risked being merged. Lu Shi naturally understood the unspoken words. He nodded. Thank you for the message. I am aware. Then the disciple will take his leave, the messenger disciple replied, completing his task, and soared away like a shooting star. Lu Shi turned back to his room, took a seemingly ordinary long sword, and strapped it to his waist. Then, unhurriedly, he began his descent down the winding path towards Cuifeng Peak. The messenger disciple, who had already flown far, glanced back and shook his head. Elder Lu is far too unconcerned with worldly affairs. In such circumstances, he doesn't even ride the light of flight. By the time he arrives, I fear all the good seedlings will have been chosen. Lu Shi, however, paid no heed, moving leisurely as if enjoying a spring outing. The distant sounds of celestial music wafted from Cuifeng Peak, while radiant lights whizzed overhead. Only he walked with ease, meandering through the shaded mountain path. When Lu Shi finally stepped onto the pristine white jade square of Cuifeng Peak, the ceremony was on the brink of beginning. The square buzzed with excitement. Thousands of eager youths awaited their chance at immortality. On the high platform, the elders of each peak and the chief seat had already taken their places. Lu Shi's arrival did not cause much stir. He walked directly toward a relatively secluded position on the high platform, the seat designated for Sui Peak. His appearance caught the eye of the sect leader, Luo Tianming, who momentarily showed surprise. After years apart, the youngest peak master of the sect seemed even more strikingly handsome and ethereal. His gentle and serene demeanor stood out amidst the surrounding elders, like a clear stream in a murky world, drawing attention. Luo Tianming silently lamented, "Elder Lu's appearance and bearing are indeed rare in this world. What a pity." He thought of Lu Shi's mortal bone qualification and shook his head in regret, then nodded slightly in acknowledgement to Lu Shi. Lu Shi returned the gesture with calm grace and took his seat. At that moment, the bells tolled 9 times, and ethereal music filled the air. Sect leader Luo Tianming rose, his voice resonating across the square. Silence. The square quieted down. Luo Tianming surveyed the countless eager yet anxious faces below and declared, "Today marks the quadrennial disciple selection ceremony of our Luoxia sect. You have traversed great distances and passed the preliminary screening. You are now half a step into the realm of immortality. However, the path to immortality is long and arduous. Qualification, temperament, and fate are all vital. Next, the heads of each peak and elders will select disciples based on your innate qualities." The rules were simple and direct. The strongest would select first. This was the customary practice for all sect ceremonies, where powerful peaks prioritized the selection of the most gifted individuals. Meanwhile, lesser branches like Sui Peak often ended up with the leftovers chosen by others. Chapter 2. Empress Jang Li. As Lu Shi listened to the rules, his heart remained utterly undisturbed, even bordering on indifference. Taking on disciples? What a bother, he mused inwardly. The task of mentoring students would drain his energy and distract him from his humble pursuits of chopping wood and drawing water, seeking enlightenment in the mundane. With no task from the system to recruit disciples, why complicate matters unnecessarily? Lu Shi resolved to merely glance at the candidates later, selecting one who appeared docile, untroublesome, and preferably of mediocre talent. As long as he could manage to fulfill the sect leader's expectations regarding the preservation of their lineage, he cared little for the potential to elevate the status of Sui Peak. Commenced the recruitment. With Luo Tianming's command, the atmosphere atop the platform became subtly charged. According to custom, the strongest among them, the head of Cuifeng Peak, was the first to choose. A middle-aged man, bearing a long sword and exuding formidable presence. Scanned the crowd below. Soon, his gaze fell upon a boy endowed with earth-grade roots. The boy, ecstatic, stepped forward amidst the envious glances of those around him. Following this, the heads of Luyun Peak, Cuifeng Peak, and Yuhing Peak sequentially selected their favored disciples. The promising candidates in the square dwindled one by one, and the tension began to mount. Throughout this, Lu Shi remained in a meditative state, seemingly disinterested in the commotion below. It was only when he sensed that it was nearly time for his own lowly peak to make an appearance that he lazily opened his eyes, his gaze wandering casually to the rear of the crowd. There, he beheld a figure, an enchanting young girl standing at the very edge of the throng, almost overlooked. Clad in a faded, coarse linen dress, her extraordinary beauty could not be concealed. Her eyebrows resembled distant mountains, her eyes mirrored autumn waters. Her skin surpassed snow in its purity, and her features were crafted as if by the most divine artist. However, starkly contrasting her breathtaking appearance was the deliberate aloofness exhibited by the girls surrounding her. What stirred Lu Shi's curiosity even more was the expression in her eyes. It was not the typical excitement, anxiety, or fear one might expect from a youth. Rather, it emanated an aura of tranquility. Intrigued, Lu Shi found himself drawn to her. Just then, an elder, with whom he shared a decent rapport, noticed the direction of Lu Shi's gaze and softly advised, "Junior brother Lu, are you looking at that girl at the back? Alas, her name is Jang Li, and her beauty is indeed captivating. Unfortunately, her assessed talent is merely that of a false spiritual root, mixed and impure, making her cultivation arduous. The few who came with her, possessing slightly better qualifications, have already been chosen, leaving only her. You, from Sui Peak, are scant in numbers and must be pragmatic. Do not let appearances mislead you in your pursuit of lineage. This elder, with good intentions, feared that Lu Shi, in his youth, might be swayed by superficial allure, selecting a mere ornament to bring back. Such a choice would not only be of no benefit to their peak, but could also become a source of ridicule. False spiritual root, hard cultivation. Upon hearing this, instead of feeling disheartened, Lu Shi's lips curled into a faint smile. An exquisite beauty, yet of average aptitude, overlooked by others. This only intensified his interest. How intriguing. She appeared so serene, not at all the type to stir up trouble. What he needed was not a prodigious talent requiring extensive nurturing, potentially attracting complications, but rather a quiet disciple who could reside peacefully at Sui Peak without disrupting his training. This Jang Li was the epitome of his requirements. At the moment when Lu Shi noticed Jang Li atop the high platform, Jang Li, at the end of the crowd, was engulfed by emotions that starkly contrasted with her exquisite and tranquil exterior. A bunch of fools, blind to what lies before them, she mused, lowering her eyelids while her fingers curled slightly beneath her coarse linen dress, a cold smile forming within her heart. She, Jang Li, or rather her former self, was a supreme entity, ruling over a vast world and standing at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, revered by countless beings as the Empress of Liyue. It was only due to her failure in breaching the ethereal imperial realm that she suffered the backlash of the great Tao, nearly obliterating her soul, leaving but a wisp of her residual spirit to escape into reincarnation and be reborn in this realm. However, it seemed that the process of rebirth had encountered an anomaly. It was not until mere days before this grand ceremony of the falling sunset sect that she barely awakened the memories of her past life. Her once unparalleled cultivation had long since dissipated, leaving behind only fragmented experiences and a soul essence far surpassing that of ordinary beings. During the prior entrance examination, to avoid revealing any abnormalities, she had to perform according to the mediocre qualifications of this body. Naturally, she barely met the standards of a pseudo-spiritual root, managing to qualify for participation in the ceremony. When I reigned supreme across the cosmos, this falling sunset sect, which may not even produce a true immortal, is unworthy even to carry my shoes, she thought with pride. Now, confined like a dragon in shallow waters, she was compelled to compete for so-called celestial opportunities among these insignificant mortals. It was a true humiliation. Yet, reality was harsh. In her reborn state, she lacked resources and protectors. The qualifications of this body were appallingly inadequate, unless she devised a means to acquire cultivation resources and retrace her path to power. It would not be long before her lingering soul would be utterly extinguished along with the aging of this physical form. Though the falling sunset sect was small, it remained the largest sect within a radius of 10,000 miles, capable of providing the most fundamental cultivation environment and resources. For her, this place was merely a temporary stepping stone and a source of resources. Once I regain some strength, I shall leave this insignificant land and seek opportunities to return to the pinnacle, she vowed silently. Yet, as she watched the youths around her being chosen by the various peaks, this former empress found herself left behind, ignored and unattended. The stark contrast was difficult to bear. Cuifeng Peak. They revel in selecting those with earthly roots, but in my eyes, they are no different from mere dirt. Lynn Peak. Their vision is so superficial, only choosing those with overt spiritual energy, unaware that true brilliance sustains longevity. And that old crone from Cuifeng Peak, daring to scrutinize me with such critical eyes? If it were not for my current plight, the more anxious she became, the more acute her embarrassment felt, despite telling herself to endure. The sensation of being belittled rendered her emotions difficult to control, having lost all her cultivation upon rebirth. It seemed her state of mind was also influenced by this youthful body, making her less composed than in her previous life. This resemblance to an adult being reborn as a child, with thoughts and emotions inevitably tinged with a trace of childishness, only served to heighten her frustration. Am I truly to be ignored today, sent back down the mountain without a single inquiry? As soon as this thought arose, it intensified her anxiety. If she could not even step into this most basic threshold, how could she hope to return to the pinnacle? Amidst her tumultuous emotions, Jang Li keenly sensed a gaze fixated upon her. Instinctively, she looked up and met the eyes of a young elder seated in a corner of the high platform. The elder possessed strikingly handsome features and an aura of tranquility that set him apart from the surrounding cultivators. Soon after, she overheard a whisper from an elder nearby. Though it was faint, her extraordinary spiritual perception allowed her to catch phrases like false spiritual root and missed inheritance. Instantly, an indescribable sense of indignation surged to her head. Chapter 3. Within the mountain peaks, false spiritual root? How dare you, mere mortals with a limited perspective, judge me? Though she endeavored to restrain herself, a hint of displeasure flickered in her autumn-like eyes. On the high platform, the gaze of the sect leader, Luo Tianming, swept across the nearly depleted ranks of disciples. It finally landed on Lu Shi in the corner. Elder Lu Shi, the voice of the sect leader resonated in Lu Shi's ears, according to the sect's regulations. Each peak must strive for its inheritance. This grand ceremony cannot see Sui Peak return empty-handed, even if the aptitude is ordinary. A disciple must be chosen to uphold the lineage. Otherwise, even I cannot contravene the sect's ancestral edicts and must address the matter of Sui Peak. These words served as both a reminder and a final ultimatum. The meaning was clear. Lu Shi, you must select someone today, otherwise the agenda for merging Sui Peak will be brought forth. Lu Shi sighed inwardly, realizing that trouble was inevitable. He had initially hoped to linger a while longer in search of a more inconspicuous choice, but with the sect leader's call, he could no longer feign ignorance. His gaze returned to the end of the crowd. This time, it distinctly settled upon the girl named Jang Li. Jang Li, slightly bowing her head due to her earlier indignation, suddenly sensed that gentle gaze locking onto her once more. This time, it felt even more direct. Could it be? Her heart skipped a beat, a mixture of astonishment and a faint glimmer of hope blossoming within her. Could he truly choose me? However, as soon as this thought emerged, reason swiftly quelled it. Impossible. What I have displayed is merely a false spiritual root, the weakest among all the candidates. As an elder, despite being in a lesser peak, how could he forsake the opportunity to select someone with better aptitude for someone as evidently inept as I? Then, a more rational explanation dawned upon her. It must be because of my appearance. A hint of cold disdain flashed across Jang Li's exquisite visage. It seems that within the Laoxia sect, there are only those of mundane tastes. This elder, seemingly of ethereal demeanor, turns out to be someone who covets beauty. How dare he lay eyes upon me? With this thought, the flicker of joy that had arisen within her at the possibility of being chosen dissipated, replaced by a tinge of offended anger. Yet, she was acutely aware of her current predicament. Beneath the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Should he truly choose me, I shall feign compliance for the time being. Although the Falling Sunset sect is modest, it remains a sanctuary, offering essential resources for my covert cultivation and restoration. Jang Li swiftly regained her composure, the wisdom of her past life as an empress coming to the fore. Let us observe his intentions, taking each step as it comes. If he harbors ulterior motives, a fleeting glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. Even in my fallen state, I possess means to ensure he pays the price. As Jang Li's inner turmoil raged, Lu Shi had already made his decision. This girl named Jang Li, lacking in talent and seemingly quiet, appeared rather out of place due to her inferior aptitude, perfectly aligning with his criteria for a disciple who would not stir trouble. As for beauty, in his eyes, all fairest maidens were but skeletons, far less substantial than the toil of chopping wood or fetching water. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Shi slowly rose. He descended from the high platform, traversing the path that the crowd parted for him, heading toward the girl standing at the very edge of the gathering. All eyes, including those of the sect leader Luo Tianming and the other elders, were fixated upon him, eager to witness the choice of this unconventional elder from the Sui Peak. Lu Shi came to a halt before Jang Li. The girl lifted her gaze, striving to maintain an outward calm. Yet the brightness of her eyes betrayed a flicker of her inner tension. Lu Shi seemed oblivious to her complex emotions, his demeanor serene as he inquired. You are Jang Li. Would you join my Sui Peak? At his words, the square fell into momentary silence, quickly followed by an uproar of disbelief. Has he truly chosen the girl with a false spiritual root? Indeed, Sui Peak has fallen so low as to accept what others discard. Alas, Elder Lu is still too young, misled by beauty. Such a fine visage wasted at Sui Peak. Her path to immortality shall be fraught with difficulties. On the high platform, the elder who had previously advised Lu Shi shook his head in resignation. Sect leader Luo Tianming furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately refrained from further comment. The rules dictated that at least one disciple must be accepted. Lu Shi had fulfilled his duty. As for whom he chose, the sect's regulations did not impose restrictions, leaving him little room for intervention. Jang Li listened to the surrounding discussions, her teeth gently biting her lip. The remarks were harsh, yet her primary concern lay with the demeanor of the young elder before her. His gaze was too tranquil, devoid of any lewdness, instead imbued with an inexplicable air of detachment, as though he had seen through the follies of the world. What does he truly mean? Jang Li pondered, her confusion deepening. Lu Shi remained unfazed by her hesitation or the reactions around them, simply watching her in silence, awaiting her response. Taking a deep breath to quell her turbulent thoughts, Jang Li recognized this as an opportunity, a chance to step into the realm of immortals. She needed this starting point. Slightly bending her knee, she performed a respectful bow. Her voice cool and resolute as she replied, "Disciple Jang Li is willing." The disciple acceptance ceremony concluded without a hitch. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Shi bowed slightly to the sect leader, Luo Tianming, and spoke, "Senior brother, Sui Peak has accepted a single disciple, Jang Li, in accordance with the sect's regulations." Luo Tianming regarded the young girl below, whose beauty was unparalleled, yet whose talents were rather modest. He then glanced at Lu Shi, who exuded a gentle demeanor but possessed only mediocre cultivation. He silently lamented that they seemed well matched. However, he concealed his thoughts and merely nodded, saying, "If that is the case, it shall be settled. Junior brother Lu, please teach her well, and do not squander our lineage." "I shall remember, senior brother," Lu Shi replied, his tone remaining unperturbed. As for whether other peaks had yet to select, or if there were any unrefined gems overlooked, it was no longer his concern. He led his newly accepted disciple, Jang Li, through the throng once more, departing from the bustling square. Unlike before, Lu Shi did not employ any evasion techniques, instead guiding Jang Li along the tranquil mountain path at a leisurely pace. Jang Li silently followed behind, her mind racing with thoughts. She cautiously sensed the presence of her new master using the remnants of her spiritual energy. His aura was indeed subdued, yet it seemed excessively so. With her discerning eye, she found it difficult to gauge his depth, perceiving him as a still pond, calm on the surface. Had he cultivated a specialized technique to conceal his energy? Chapter 4. Tea time. Just as she was lost in contemplation, Lu Shi, walking ahead, spoke gently. "Lear." His voice was soft. "Now that you have joined Sui Peak, there are a few matters I must explain to you." "Master, please go on." Jang Li immediately composed herself, adopting a posture of attentive listening. "Our Sui Peak is not populous and lacks elaborate formalities. We value tranquility and freedom." Lu Shi's gaze swept over the verdant trees lining the path. "In my daily life, I merely chop wood and fetch water. Occasionally, I fish by the pond in the back mountain. My comprehension of the path to cultivation is rather modest, and I fear I cannot provide you with much guidance." He paused, as if recalling something, and added, "Ah, indeed, while Sui Peak appears serene, it is not uncommon to experience fluctuations in spiritual energy in the wilderness or to hear unusual sounds at night. These phenomena are merely caused by mountain spirits or the movement of earth veins. There is no need for alarm. Just focus on your cultivation." Jang Li felt a stir within her, but maintained a respectful demeanor, lowering her head slightly as she replied, "Yes, master, I understand." Upon finishing her response, her heart brimmed with secret delight. Indeed, he is an unambitious and mediocre individual. Chopping wood and fishing? How splendid. This is perfect. He will not interfere with me, allowing me to secretly cultivate my past life's secret techniques and swiftly regain my strength. Sui Peak, being so secluded, is an excellent hiding spot. What I need are the sect's resources and this temporary sanctuary. My master's ineptitude conveniently facilitates my plans. Jang Li even suspected that the so-called fluctuations in spiritual energy and strange sounds were merely excuses conjured by her lowly master, who could not comprehend the phenomena of the mountains. The journey continued in silence. After roughly half an hour, the two finally arrived at the modest courtyard located atop Sui Peak. The courtyard was tidy and well kept, with verdant patches of vegetable beds and neatly stacked firewood in the corner beside a large water vat and a wooden tub. The ambience exuded an aura of mundane existence, starkly contrasting with the ethereal realms of celestial abodes. Upon arrival, Lu Shi pushed open the courtyard door and, turning slightly to Jang Li, remarked, "You will reside in the eastern chamber from now on. I shall provide your daily necessities shortly." As he spoke, he made his way toward the main house, casually adding, "After our journey, you must be weary. Come inside where my master has prepared a cup of tea to refresh you." Tea preparation? A sudden tension gripped Jang Li's heart. A solitary man and woman, confined within the same chamber? And tea to be brewed? The unsavory tactics she had witnessed in her past life surged to the forefront of her mind, prompting her to heighten her vigilance. Could it be that his earlier nonchalance was merely a facade? Now, back on his territory, would he reveal his true nature? Internally, she began to channel a faint thread of her spiritual energy, concentrating it at her fingertips. This was her sole remaining contingency. Although the cost was substantial, should he dare to impose himself, she would not remain passive. "Indeed, thank you, master." Jang Li maintained an impassive facade, exuding an air of icy propriety. She kept a measured distance from Lu Shi, her gaze lowered, following him into the sparsely furnished main room, which contained only a table, a couch, a few cushions, and a bookshelf. She inhaled the faint scent of ink mingled with the fresh aroma of foliage. Please, take a seat. Lucy gestured towards a cushion. Very well, she replied, still maintaining her composed demeanor. Sitting down upon the cushion, she kept her eyes averted, yet her peripheral vision remained keenly attuned to Lucy's every movement. Lucy approached a corner of the room, retrieving a somewhat aged earthen pot, its surface adorned with subtle cracks. From a clay jar, he pinched a small handful of tea leaves, which appeared coarse and dull, devoid of any spiritual essence, clearly the most inferior wild tea. Jang Li could not suppress a cold laugh within. Is it possible that he could not even procure decent spiritual tea to welcome a new disciple? Is he genuinely impoverished, or does he deem my abilities worthy only of such meager offerings? Her incredulity deepened as Lucy then carried the pot outside, filling it with water from a large tank using a wooden bucket. Though the water was clear, it lacked any spiritual fluctuations, merely ordinary mountain spring water. Finally, he squatted before a rudimentary earthen stove, using a fire stick to methodically ignite the dry twigs within. He cannot even be bothered to employ basic spells such as the cleansing technique or fire invocation. Or has he forgotten such fundamental incantations? Jang Li pondered if perhaps she was overly anxious and had overestimated him. As the water began to boil, the bubbling sound resonated distinctly in the courtyard. Lucy returned indoors, and just as the spout of the pot was about to align with the teacup, Jang Li's seemingly indifferent gaze suddenly sharpened. Though Lucy's movements appeared casual, the rise and fall of his arm inexplicably harmonized with a rhythm of ineffable natural grace. It did not resemble the act of pouring water. Rather, it was akin to a gentle breeze caressing treetops, or a stream flowing over smooth stones. Every subtle shift was seamlessly fluid, devoid of any hint of mundane existence. The water cascaded from the pot spout, not tumbling down like a rushing torrent, but tracing a perfect arc in the air. Even more astonishing was the fact that the rising steam did not disperse into the surroundings. Instead, just above the rim of the cup, a nebulous cloud coalesced, swirling and refusing to dissipate. Within the undulating mists, the faint silhouette of yin and yang fish in pursuit of one another emerged, brimming with the essence of Tao. Jang Li's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks. An indescribable aura of Tao permeated the air, hinting at a slight loosening of her cultivation's bottleneck. The Tao was naturally manifesting. A single thought birthed an anomaly? Jang Li cast a glance at Lucy's serene profile. Could he possibly be a hidden master of unparalleled prowess? Impossible. I had just meticulously examined him. His aura was ordinary, indistinguishable from that of a commoner. At that moment, Lucy had finished pouring the water, gently setting down the ceramic pot. The instant the vessel touched the table, the enigmatic sensation surrounding him vanished without a trace. The ethereal phenomenon dissipated, and the steam returned to its normal state. He transformed back into that unassuming young man whose aura was so restrained. This sudden shift nearly caused Jang Li to gasp aloud. But the sound was caught in her throat. She abruptly came to her senses. Indeed, it must be so. Jang Li's heart was illuminated with clarity. Having been reborn, my spiritual perception far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. I can discern the truth within the mundane. It was not he who invoked the Tao's essence, but rather the entire process of boiling water, lifting the pot, and pouring, which harmonized with the natural order of the universe. By sheer chance, I captured the most authentic rhythm of the world, and my heart resonated with it, giving rise to the anomaly. The great way is profoundly simple. Returning to the essence. I never anticipated that I would glean a fragment of heavenly truth from the most ordinary mountain spring and the smoke of daily life. This is my supreme opportunity. Lucy slid a steaming cup of tea toward Jang Li. His tone was calm. This is a humble tea from the mountains, meant to quench your thirst. Do give it a taste. Jang Li accepted the teacup with both hands, gazing down at the ordinary tea leaves swirling within. She took a small sip. The tea bore no spiritual energy, only the crispness and slight bitterness of mountain spring water. Yet this only solidified her conviction that her earlier realization stemmed from her own spiritual insight, rather than any mystical quality of the tea. Chapter 5. Master prepares a meal. Thank you, Master. Jang Li's voice bore a newfound solemnity. Lucy remained unaware of the tumult within his disciple's heart, perceiving only that he had fulfilled the basic duties of hospitality. Noticing Jang Li seemed somewhat distracted, he said, "You must be weary from your journey. Please, retire to your quarters for rest. This Sui Peak is not extensive. Feel free to explore and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Provided you steer clear of the forbidden area on the back mountain. I will provide you with daily necessities shortly." "Yes, Master." Jang Li stood, bowed, and exited the main house. The east wing was equally modest, yet clean and tidy. Jang Li set down her inconsequential belongings and stood by the window, gazing at the tranquil mountain forest outside. inhaling deeply. At last, she had settled, albeit temporarily. I have finally arrived. Jang Li mused. The immediate priority is to seek opportunities to obtain cultivation resources and covertly re-establish the Liu's sacred text. After a brief respite, Jang Li resolved to explore the summit area. She strolled around the courtyard, her gaze sweeping over every blade of grass and tree. At first glance, everything appeared ordinary. Stones lay scattered, and trees grew in their natural state. However, as she continued to observe, her brow gradually furrowed. She paused, scrutinizing the arrangement of several pieces of blue stone and the position of a gnarled ancient pine nearby. This seemingly random layout subtly resonated with the intricate patterns of the 8 trigrams and bore a resemblance to the celestial movements of the stars. She endeavored to channel her spiritual energy for a more profound perception, yet the ethereal vibrations of the formation eluded her senses. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Jang Li strolled to the back of the courtyard, where a small plot of cultivated medicinal herbs lay. However, it appeared to be filled with nothing but ordinary plants. At the edge of the herb garden, a large yellow dog lazily basked in the sun, appearing utterly unremarkable. Jang Li initially paid it no mind, and was about to pass by when the dog suddenly lifted its eyelids and cast a glance in her direction. It was that fleeting glance that froze Jang Li in her tracks. The expression in its eyes was one of indescribable vastness. Although it was but a moment, the dog soon closed its eyes again, returning to its slumber. Yet, Jang Li was certain she had not misperceived. This dog, she thought, is far from ordinary. What secrets does Sui Peak conceal? She dared not linger and pretended to be nonchalant as she swiftly exited the rear courtyard. Inside the main house, Lu had just tidied the tea set when he was greeted by the long-awaited chime of the system notification in his mind. This was not the usual time for the daily settlement. Notification: the host has completed the hidden interactive task, care of the mentor. Task details: with a humble heart, brew ordinary tea for the newly initiated disciples and convey warmth. Behavioral assessment: natural and sincere, in accordance with the true essence of returning to simplicity. Reward granted: 40 years of cultivation. Note: such special tasks based on interpersonal interaction have a concealed triggering mechanism, with rewards dispensed immediately, unaffected by the daily settlement constraints. A surge of pure and gentle spiritual energy flowed into Lu Shi's body, solidifying his recently stabilized cultivation at the late stage of the Dharma aspect. Lu Shi was momentarily taken aback, then a wave of incredulity washed over him. System, why didn't you inform me of such hidden tasks earlier? I thought rewards were only for daily labor. Notification: the host did not inquire about related functions. Lu Shi's lips twitched slightly. All right, my mistake. Now tell me, what other hidden rules or task types am I unaware of? Reveal everything at once. Searching. Search complete. All currently unlocked functions and rules have been disclosed to the host. No other hidden entries exist. Lu Shi felt a nagging suspicion that this system was somewhat deceptive. Yet he was powerless against it. However, this unexpected reward invigorated his thoughts. He glanced out the window to see Jang Li returning from the direction of the herb garden. Her figure graceful. Who would have thought that taking on a disciple would come with such benefits? Lu Shi stroked his chin. Merely brewing a cup of tea equates to the reward of several days spent laboring in chopping wood and drawing water. This reward is excessively generous. Initially, he had taken on a disciple merely to comply with sect regulations and seek tranquility. Yet now, Jang Li's value in his eyes had surged to a new level. This girl might not just be an inconspicuous nominal disciple. Perhaps she could become an ally on his path of cultivation? It seems I cannot afford to be too lax with this disciple in the future, Lu Shi mused inwardly. Occasional acts of kindness may yield unexpected rewards. However, one must exercise caution in their execution. If they become too forced, they contradict the essence of simplicity and may produce the opposite effect. The following day, as dawn broke, Jang Li awoke, as was her custom from her previous life as an empress. She sat cross-legged on her bed, attempting to channel her basic energy cultivation technique. Yet, the inferior constitution of her current body rendered her efforts futile. The absorption of spiritual energy was painfully slow, and progress felt nearly imperceptible. With a soft sigh, she concluded her practice and opened the door to her room. The air on Cuifeng in the early morning was fresh and invigorating. Her gaze instinctively turned toward the main house, where the door remained tightly shut, silent and still. Is it truly possible that they have yet to rise? Jang Li furrowed her brows slightly, her opinion of her rather lackadaisical master diminishing further. A practitioner should cherish the morning light and gather the auspicious energy that flows from the east. Such languor is no wonder for their stagnant progress. She shook her head, increasingly convinced that Lu Shi embodied the very essence of complacency. As time passed without a hint of movement from the main house, Jang Li strolled through the courtyard. observing the flourishing vegetable patches. She also glanced at the neatly stacked firewood in the corner, her emotions a tangled mix. Her master was indeed adept at managing mundane affairs. Yet a sense of frustration arose within her. Humph! Jang Li scoffed internally. Since you have entered my sight, you are temporarily my master in this life. Such despondency is utterly unbecoming. My people cannot afford to wallow in complacency. With a slight flick of her fingers, she attempted to cast a rudimentary awakening spell, intending to rouse Lu Shi through the door. However, as soon as her spiritual power touched the door, it vanished without a trace, and the spell failed to materialize. Jang Li was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the truth. It must be that my current cultivation level is too low to perform even such a trivial spell. She attributed this shortcoming to her own lack of strength, giving it little further thought. After about half an hour, the door to the main house creaked open. Lu Shi emerged, draped in an outer robe, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Upon seeing Jang Li in the courtyard, he appeared somewhat surprised, then smiled warmly, saying, "Lur, you have risen quite early." With that, he went about his business at the well to fetch water and wash up. Once refreshed, Lu Shi stretched lazily, a contented expression gracing his features. Contrary to Jang Li's expectations, he did not begin to meditate. Instead, he headed straight for the kitchen. Just as Jang Li thought he might hastily prepare a simple meal, delightful sounds soon emanated from the kitchen, awakening her appetite. In no time, an enticing aroma wafted throughout the courtyard. The rich fragrance of rice porridge, the refreshing scent of side dishes, and the delightful aroma of an unknown pastry mingled together, stirring even the Empress, who had long since grown indifferent to culinary pleasures, to swallow subtly. When she beheld the breakfast Lu Shi presented, she was momentarily taken aback. The porridge was perfectly cooked, the grains blossoming, and the consistency was just right. The side dishes were vibrant in color, meticulously cut. And there were even 2 plates of pastries that looked irresistibly soft and delectable. Has he perhaps invested too much in life skills? Jang Li pondered as she observed Lu Shi skillfully arranging the tableware and inviting her to dine, her emotions in disarray. It seemed her master led a rather comfortable and joyful life. Chapter 6. The Method of Origin. During the meal, the atmosphere was tranquil. Unable to contain her curiosity, Jang Li eventually set down her chopsticks and asked, "Master, do you not engage in morning cultivation?" Lu Shi, leisurely sipping his porridge, glanced at Jang Li upon hearing her question, his gaze warm and serene. He served her a portion of side dishes and replied nonchalantly, "Cultivation?" Lu Shi chuckled softly, a smile imbued with an inexplicable sense of relief that Jang Li could not decipher. "My dear Lier, each person has their aspirations. One cannot force their will upon another. I find great contentment in this simple existence, chopping wood, fetching water, preparing meals, and enjoying the mountain scenery." However, Jang Li interpreted these words in an entirely different light. He has truly given up, she thought, her heart jolting. Is it due to his mortal lineage, the arduous path of cultivation, and the multitude of setbacks and disdain he has faced, that he has succumbed to despair? Is this why he has chosen a lifestyle that appears disengaged from the world, yet is, in truth, a means of evading reality? His notion of simplicity is merely self-consolation born from helplessness. Gazing at Lu Shi's handsome profile, which seemed to possess an understanding of worldly matters, Jang Li suddenly felt that perhaps her master was not truly mundane. Rather, he had been dulled by reality, channeling all his talents into a life of ordinariness. A surge of sympathy, regret, and an inexplicable sense of responsibility welled up within her. Indeed, he has only me as his disciple. If even I look down upon him, how lonely must he be on this cooling peak? She glanced at the fragrant porridge in her bowl and then at Lu Shi's calm visage. An overwhelming desire to protect him and a resolute determination to rekindle his hope surged within her. "Master, do not fear," Jang Li silently vowed, her eyes growing resolute. "You have provided me a place to stand and nourished me. In this life, I shall protect you as the Empress. Even if you are beset by poor resources and lackluster talent, I will ensure you experience the joys of cultivation once more. I will not allow you to sink into despair." In that moment, Jang Li's future plans took on a new and significant purpose: to encourage her despondent master. Unbeknownst to Lu Shi, his earnest pursuit of a mundane existence had inadvertently inspired his newly accepted disciple to conjure a grand narrative of a fallen genius, a heart grown cold in seclusion, awaiting redemption. This had successfully ignited the fierce protective instincts of this former empress. As he watched Jang Li suddenly brimming with determination and bright-eyed enthusiasm, he felt somewhat perplexed, yet recognized that his disciple's spirited demeanor was a positive development. He served her another bowl of porridge and gently said, "Eat well, you need to grow." Jang Li nodded emphatically yes. "Thank you, master." After finishing breakfast, as Lu Shi prepared to rise and clear the table, The system notification chimed once more in his mind. Notification: the host has completed the daily interaction, caring for the elder's culinary labors. Behavioral evaluation: personally crafting a spiritual dish. Note: though the ingredients may be humble, the intent is pure, nurturing the disciples, subtly aligning with the principle of life being nurtured within the mundane. Reward distribution: cultivation of 20 years. Another gentle surge of spiritual energy flowed into the dantian. Although it was not as bountiful as yesterday's teacher's care task, it equated to 2 days of diligent labor. Lu Shi felt a stir in his heart, casting a gentler gaze upon Jang Li. This disciple truly is a blessing. Even a simple meal garners rewards. It appears that the essence of care resides in these daily moments. After tidying up, Lu Shi retrieved an ancient jade slip from the bookshelf within the room and handed it to Jang Li. Li. This is the foundational method of qi guidance from our falling sunset sect, known as the qi induction technique. Lu Shi spoke with a calm demeanor. As you embark upon your journey into the immortal path, you shall begin with this most fundamental practice. Remember, the path of cultivation rests upon a solid foundation. Do not aspire too high too soon. Yes, Master, Jang Li replied, accepting the jade slip with both hands, her consciousness delving into its contents. Indeed, it was the most rudimentary method of qi induction. In the eyes of this Empress, it appeared rather rudimentary. Yet she understood the necessity of adhering to the conventional paths of this realm at her current stage. Just as Jang Li prepared to comprehend it independently, the system prompt echoed in Lu Shi's mind once more, triggering guidance task, transmission of teachings. Task content: guide your direct disciple Jang Li to successfully complete the first cycle of the qi induction technique. Task reward: 30 years of cultivation. Slight increase in master-disciple bond. Lu Shi smiled inwardly, acknowledging the system's growing adeptness. He then sat upon the cushion beside Jang Li, adopting a natural demeanor as he said, "In the early stages of cultivation, deviations are easily formed. As your teacher, I am here. You may attempt to guide the qi, and should you encounter any obstructions, feel free to inquire." Jang Li, while perceiving the simplicity of the qi induction technique, realized that executing it with her current physical constitution would likely prove quite challenging. Having her master nearby to safeguard her was indeed reassuring. She focused her mind and attempted to draw upon the thin spiritual energy surrounding her. As expected, the energy entered her body but encountered stagnation, struggling to progress through several delicate meridians. Furrowing her brow, Jang Li was about to forcefully push through. "Do not be hasty." Lu Shi's gentle voice resonated at the right moment. "Anchor your qi in the dantian, concentrate on the spirit platform, and cultivate it gently for a moment." Following his guidance, Jang Li felt the spiritual energy become somewhat more compliant. When passing through the central palace point, your intention must be light, like a gentle breeze. Lu Shi appeared to offer casual pointers. Jang Li's heart stirred, adjusting her approach, and indeed, the spiritual energy smoothly flowed through. At each critical juncture, Lu Shi effortlessly highlighted the essential points, providing the most appropriate guidance at pivotal moments. Jang Li felt the pathway to execution become remarkably clear. Such insight could not be possessed by an ordinary person. Jang Li's conviction deepened. He truly is extraordinary, though seemingly of ordinary aptitude. His understanding of cultivation theory is strikingly precise and remarkably apt. He must have diligently researched in the past, but, due to limitations in aptitude, was unable to practice personally, thus concealing a wealth of knowledge within. A surge of admiration and regret welled up in Jang Li's heart. Under the guidance of Lu Shi, Jang Li astonishingly managed to manipulate the faint breath of energy, laboriously yet successfully completing her first cycle of the Zhoutian. Although the effect was negligible, it was nonetheless a triumph. Task completed, guided the disciple to complete the initial Zhoutian cycle. Reward of 30 years of cultivation has been granted. Lu Shi felt the surge of spiritual energy within him as he observed the fine beads of sweat on Jang Li's brow and the flicker of joy that followed her successful execution of the Zhoutian. He nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, achieving success on the first attempt reflected a commendable temperament. With diligent practice in the future, she would surely improve. The joy of success somewhat alleviated the shadow cast by her mediocre aptitude. Yet, Jang Li felt the almost imperceptible increase in her spiritual energy. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, she inquired, "Master, did you also face troubles due to your inferior spiritual root and lackluster aptitude in your early days?" Lu Shi regarded her with a sidelong glance, but refrained from providing a direct answer. Rising, he pondered for a moment before turning to retreat into the kitchen. Jang Li watched his departing figure with a hint of confusion. Chapter 7. Chopping wood. Before long, Lu Shi emerged, bearing a ceramic bowl filled with a subtly fragrant broth. Its deep hue appearing rather unremarkable. While spiritual roots and innate qualities are indeed significant, they are not absolute. Lu Shi set the bowl down on the low table before Jang Li, his tone remaining unvarnished. The path of cultivation is long and fraught with challenges. Sometimes, what appears swift is actually slow, and what is slow may be fast. The foundation of one's constitution is equally vital. He gestured toward the bowl of soup. This is a concoction made from ordinary herbs gathered from the back mountain, simmered with mountain chicken. You have just drawn energy into your body, and your constitution is currently weak. Drinking this will help replenish your essence. Jang Li gazed at the seemingly mundane medicinal dish, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. Is he attempting to comfort me in his own way? Perhaps he understands my struggles better due to his own lackluster aptitude, and thus expresses his concern through this humble offering? There appears to be no discernible spiritual energy in this soup. It is merely an ordinary medicinal broth. Yet the sentiment behind it. With a heart moved by gratitude, she lifted the bowl and took a small sip. The liquid was warm, the heat radiating through the ceramic into her palms. As the broth entered her mouth, it carried the unique bitterness of wild herbs mingled with a rich essence of chicken. The flavor was unremarkable, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. However, the moment the liquid slid down her throat, an unexpected transformation occurred. A gentle yet profoundly pure medicinal force began to unfold within her, effortlessly integrating into her limbs and bones without requiring her conscious effort to guide it. What astonished her further was that, despite its potency, this energy flowed with unparalleled smoothness, devoid of any domineering or jarring sensation. It quietly nourished her slightly depleted foundation from her initial energy draw, even subtly purging the minutest impurities deep within her physical form. This is no ordinary medicinal dish. Jang Li's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Such refined medicinal energy, capable of finding its own path, directly honing the essence of my body. Devoid of any side effects, no ordinary alchemist could achieve such delicate control even with true fire. A name of an almost lost ancient technique flickered through her mind. To transform medicinal power through mundane culinary skills. Harmonizing yin and yang. Could this possibly be the legendary method of food refinement that briefly graced the ancient times? Rumors suggest that this technique demands an exceptionally high level of mental acuity, skill, and comprehension of the laws of nature from its practitioner. A feat only achievable by a master of the alchemical arts. Who, then, is my esteemed master? She abruptly lifted her gaze to Lu Shi. Her beautiful eyes filled with incredulous astonishment. Just as she was about to inquire, Lu Shi appeared to regard the matter as trivial. Upon seeing her finish, he naturally took the empty bowl from her, casually interrupting her words. Yes, it is beneficial for your foundational training. With that, he turned and approached a corner of the courtyard, retrieving a hatchet from a pile of clutter, which he handed to Jang Li. Lear, he continued in his gentle tone. 3 miles east of the back mountain, there lies a forest of ironwood. Go and chop down 10 pieces of ironwood, each as thick as a bowl, and return before dusk. What? Jang Li was utterly stunned, her red lips parted in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Chopwood. She, the reincarnation of the Moon Empress, had just begun to cultivate her energy and consumed the extraordinary medicinal meal prepared by her master. Shouldn't she be receiving profound teachings in the art of cultivation or be granted spiritual stones and pills to aid her training? How had she suddenly been reduced to chopping wood? A wave of indignation surged within her. In her past life, she had traversed the universe. How could she endure such treatment now? Even in her reincarnation, when brought low, she retained her dignity. What does my master mean by this? A flicker of anger crossed Jang Li's exquisite face. Even if it is to temper my character, there should be limits. Asking a novice like me to chop ironwood? That wood is as tough as fine iron. Even a robust mortal might struggle for a day to sever a single piece. Is he intentionally humiliating me? Or does he believe that my false spiritual root is only fit for such menial tasks? The pride of the Empress nearly compelled her to refuse outright. Yet, seeing Lu Shi's encouraging gaze, she clenched her silver teeth. Very well, I shall see what your intentions are. If chopping wood is what you desire, so be it. Can it truly pose a challenge to me? A surge of defiance welled up within her as she seized the hatchet with determination, coldly stating, "Disciple obeys." With that, she turned resolutely towards the back mountain, her silhouette radiating a sense of determination. Lu Shi observed Jang Li's departing figure, nodding slightly. Indeed, having such spirit is commendable. In the ironwood forest of the back mountain, Jang Li swung the hatchet, repeatedly striking the hard wood, the sounds of her labor echoing as sparks flew. Her fragile body, though bolstered by the medicinal potency, relied heavily on her physical strength, as her spiritual energy was scant. Before long, her arms grew sore and numb. Her palms tingled from the impact, beads of sweat dampened her forehead, and her clothes were dusted with wood shavings. How infuriating. To have me, the Empress, engage in such crude labor. My master must think little of me. Just wait until I regain my strength. Humph. Once my cultivation is restored, I shall. Her frustrated thoughts gradually succumbed to sheer exhaustion. Clenching her teeth, she persevered with a stubborn resolve, driven by an innate desire not to be underestimated by Lu Shi. Enduring from midday until the sun dipped low in the west. When the 10th thick ironwood finally succumbed to her last ounce of strength, Jang Li felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. Yet, just as the fatigue reached its peak, she was suddenly aware of the sparse spiritual energy permeating the surroundings. It seemed to be drawn to her aching muscles and bones, flowing towards her as if by some unseen force. Her previously sluggish body, after such extreme exertion, felt as though a certain shackle had been released. The efficiency of absorbing and refining the spiritual energy surged exponentially, far surpassing her earlier attempts at stillness and energy gathering. A tingling sensation spread through her limbs, swiftly alleviating her fatigue. What is this? Jang Li realized instantly, her beautiful eyes widening. I understand now. Chopping ironwood is immensely taxing, but it is precisely refining my physical foundation, shattering the shackles of this mortal form. After such extreme fatigue, my body is like a parched sponge. It is the optimal moment to absorb spiritual energy and merge with medicinal potency, to refine my tendons and bones. What appears to be menial labor is, in truth, a return to simplicity, solidifying my physical foundation. My master, seemingly assigning tasks at random, has imbued each step with profound meaning. From medicinal meals to chopping wood for physical training, everything is interconnected. He has long perceived my physical frailty as an obstacle to my cultivation, guiding me with this seemingly clumsy, yet fundamentally direct method. The previous feelings of indignation, grievance, and doubt transformed into overwhelming shame in that moment. She had misinterpreted her master's benevolent intentions and regarded this supreme tempering as a form of hardship. Chapter 8. Soaking in the bath. Just as Jang Li's emotions surged, a gentle voice floated towards her from not far away. Lu Shi had arrived in the backyard, standing in front of a small hut emanating steam, beckoning to her. Beside him was a wooden tub brimming with hot water, shrouded in mist. Lear, have you finished chopping wood? You've worked hard. Lu Shi observed her disheveled, yet spirited demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips, his tone laced with approval. The medicinal bath is ready, at the perfect temperature. Come and soak to relieve your fatigue. Soak in the bath? Jang Li gazed at the steaming tub of clear water, then at Lu Shi's calm and gentle smile. Having just undergone extreme physical training, with blood surging and pores wide open, soaking in the medicinal bath now will greatly soothe my meridians and solidify the effects of my training. Jang Li struggled to rise, dragging her weary body toward the small hut, her mind resolute with a single thought. Every action of my master must hold profound significance. I need only to comply. Jang Li, with her fatigued yet subtly warming body, followed Lu Shi into the hut. Inside, the air was thick with steam, imbued with a faint aroma of herbs. In the center of the room stood a half-height wooden tub. The water within simmered gently, with a few green leaves and a couple of brown dried fruits floating atop the surface. Master, Jang Li said, gazing at the overly simplistic medicinal bath, hesitating momentarily. After experiencing the ironwood training and that extraordinary medicinal meal, she no longer dared to underestimate anything that appeared ordinary. Lu Shi spoke naturally. Today, as you attempt energy gathering for the first time and expend great effort chopping wood, your meridians have begun to open, and your blood is surging. It is essential to consolidate your foundation and nourish your essence. This medicinal bath will help you soothe your tendons, stabilize your breath, and may assist you in stepping into the qi condensation stage. The qi condensation stage? Jang Li's heart stirred. If she could swiftly enter the condensation phase, the foundation for her cultivation of the techniques from her past life would be laid. It appears that her master is indeed meticulous, paving the way for her practice. Grateful, Jang Li sincerely expressed her thanks, then awaited Lu Shi's departure. However, Lu Shi did not leave. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves and tested the water temperature, seemingly intending to do something further. A sudden jolt surged through Jang Li's heart, accompanied by an ominous premonition. She instinctively took a half step back, her voice laced with tension. Master, are you not going out? Lu Shi paused, lifted his gaze to Jang Li, his expression remaining gentle and serene as he explained. This medicinal bath requires specific timing and a flow of breath. When the medicinal properties are unleashed, there may be fluctuations. I shall guard you here, ensuring your safety. This is my responsibility, so you need not worry. Responsibility? Jang Li's delicate face flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and disbelief washing over her. Although she believed her master's intentions might hold deeper significance, The impropriety of being alone in a room, especially during a medicinal bath, was undeniable. No, Jang Li blurted out, "Master, how can this be permissible? I can manage on my own." Her eyes brimmed with indignation. Even if her master meant well, such an approach was utterly unacceptable for someone who had once been an empress. Seeing Jang Li's startled demeanor, Lu Shi was momentarily taken aback before realization struck him. He had overlooked the cultural decorum of this realm and the modesty of young women. His intention had merely been to perfectly trigger the system task, yet he had neglected this fundamental principle of propriety. He glanced at the system log. Notification: Disciple Jang Li has completed her daily practice, chopping wood, behavior evaluation, diligent and persevering, meeting the foundation honing criteria. The host indirectly guided her. Earning associated cultivation rewards, 5 years. Notification: The act of caring for the disciple, preparing the medicinal bath, has been completed, but due to the disciple's resistance, the core interaction was not achieved. Task: Master's care for medicinal bath body refinement. Interrupted, rewards cannot be issued. Lu Shi sighed inwardly upon seeing the interruption noted in the log. The effectiveness of the mortal log system extended far beyond his own efforts. Those beings recognized by him, as long as they engaged in mundane tasks, could also receive minimal rewards. However, such rewards would manifest in an inspiration-like manner. This was why Jang Li had felt an increased efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy while chopping wood just moments ago. Now, had he successfully completed the guardianship of this medicinal bath, Lu Shi would have rightfully earned a significant reward for his care. Regrettably, he had acted thoughtlessly and abruptly. Complying with the situation, Lu Shi immediately ceased all movements, his demeanor returning to its usual tranquility. The medicinal bath is prepared. You may soak at your convenience. When the time arrives, the medicinal properties will naturally activate. Should you feel unwell, call for me loudly. I shall be just outside. With that, he said no more, turning to exit the small room and gently closing the door behind him. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Jang Li's taut nerves finally relaxed. Her cheeks remained flushed, and her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Had her reaction been overly dramatic? What if the master is genuinely acting out of a protective heart? Outside, Lu Shi stood in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the last traces of twilight in the sky, shaking his head in resignation. The rules of the system are immutable, while human emotions are alive. Although it is a pity to forfeit the generous task rewards, forcing the issue would be counterproductive. Thus, it is best to proceed gradually. This disciple possesses a heavy heart and a strong sense of caution. There is no need to rush, he mused to himself. After all, the days ahead are long, and there will be further opportunities for rewards stemming from care and concern. Inside the room, Jang Li shed her garments and stepped into the pleasantly warm medicinal bath. The moment the hot water enveloped her weary body, the few emerald leaves and dried fruits dissolved, releasing a gentle force that flowed through every aching muscle. She sighed contentedly, closing her eyes, finally believing that the master's arrangements were indeed laden with profound significance. A twinge of guilt began to sprout within her heart. The medicinal properties, mild yet persistent, nourished Jang Li's meridians and physique, soothing the fatigue and hidden injuries brought on by her labor. Moreover, they stirred the thin spiritual energy surrounding her, hastening its convergence into her being. Jang Li focused her mind, silently performing the Yuan guiding technique. She guided this force to circulate within her meridians. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a certain barrier was quietly breached. A gentle tremor coursed through her body, and at her dantian, a breath of energy emerged, now several times denser than before. This energy began to circulate autonomously within her, no longer requiring her deliberate guidance to maintain its integrity. She had reached the qi condensation stage. Success. Jang Li opened her beautiful eyes, unable to conceal her astonishment. Though it was merely a minuscule step on the path of cultivation, it held immense significance for her. This signified her liberation from the constraints of mere mortality, marking the first step towards reclaiming her former glory. Rising from the wooden tub, she dried herself and donned fresh garments. As her gaze inadvertently swept across a blurred copper mirror within the room, she found herself momentarily entranced. The girl reflected in the mirror had skin that glowed with a lustrous radiance, as if enveloped in a faint halo. Her already exquisite features were further enlivened by this sheen. The youthful innocence in her eyes was replaced by an emerging aura of cool elegance. She resembled a beautiful jade, cleansed by a spiritual spring, now refreshed and resplendent. This transformation was not solely the result of her breakthrough in cultivation, but also the effects of the medicinal dish and this therapeutic bath, which had initially improved the foundation of her body. Chapter 9. Inner demons. Joy surged within Jang Li's heart. The qi condensation stage. She could finally begin her cultivation of the first chapter of the Liu sacred text. This supreme technique, which had supported her path in her past life, was incomparable to the Yuan guiding technique of the falling sunset sect, even at its introductory level. More importantly, the Liu's sacred text contained a secret method capable of subtly purifying and nurturing her spiritual roots even during the qi condensation stage. Although the process is slow, it is indeed a path to defy fate and alter her destiny. This instilled her with genuine hope of breaking free from the shackles of her false spiritual roots. In her excitement, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Should she disclose this technique to her master? This notion lingered for but a moment before Jang Li resolutely dismissed it. Firstly, she found herself utterly incapable of elucidating the origins of the Liu's sacred text. How could an ordinary girl from a remote borderland possess such arcane and profound martial arts? Should this knowledge be divulged, it would undoubtedly summon catastrophic consequences, threatening both her and her master. Furthermore, and of greater significance, the Liu's sacred text is a feminine practice of utmost yielding and softness. Its energy cultivation path and core principles are entirely unsuitable for male practitioners. To forcefully engage in its practice would only result in a chaotic disruption of one's meridians, bringing harm rather than benefit. Her master, being male, would find no utility in this technique. He had genuinely dedicated himself to laying a solid foundation for her, expending considerable effort. Thus, she could not impose upon him any troubles or false hopes. In her heart, Jang Li resolved to keep this matter of the technique concealed for the time being. Yet, this did not imply a lack of sentiment within her. On the contrary, she felt a profound sense of care emanating from her seemingly indifferent master, Lu Shi, whose seemingly casual guidance today was, in fact, meticulously calculated. A strong sense of responsibility surged within her. Her master, possessing ordinary talents, appeared to have dulled his ambitions and settled into complacency. However, he had sincerely invested in her. His sole disciple, Jang Li, recalled the miraculous medicinal dish he had prepared, the seemingly ordinary yet remarkably effective herbal bath, and the silhouette of him standing guard outside her door. He had provided her with a solid footing and paved the path for her initial cultivation. The lost aspirations of her master would be replenished by her. The future journey towards immortality would be safeguarded by her, the Empress, Jang Li. This thought resonated with unprecedented determination. Since her master had grown accustomed to the simplicity of Sui Peak, she would allow him to continue living his tranquil life. The tempests of the outside world, the competition for resources, the rise and fall of teachings, she would bear these burdens alone in the future. She needed only to grow swiftly in secret, and when her strength was sufficient, she would clear all obstacles for her master, allowing him to eternally chop wood, fetch water, brew tea, and admire the mountains in peace. Jang Li pushed open the door of her small abode and stepped outside. The moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the courtyard. Lu Shi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and upon hearing the sound, he turned to face her. Observing Jang Li, who glowed radiantly after her bath and whose aura had noticeably solidified, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Lu Shi's eyes. He nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed, a foundation has been laid. Thank you, Master, for your support. Jang Li bowed deeply, this time with a sincerity that surpassed all previous occasions. Lu Shi accepted her gesture with ease, recognizing her commendable character and considering her a worthy protege. He gently advised, cultivation is not accomplished in a day. It is late now. Return and rest well to solidify your foundation. Yes, Master, Jang Li replied. She gazed at Lu Shi's serene and handsome profile under the moonlight, silently reassuring him, Master, simply enjoy your tranquil life. Soon, you shall realize that what you have taken in is not a useless burden, but rather your greatest support in this life. From that day forth, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Life atop Sui Peak was serene and slow. Jang Li immersed herself completely in her cultivation. By day, she continued to fulfill the daily tasks assigned by Lu Shi, such as sweeping the courtyard, tending to the medicinal fields, and occasionally felling ironwood trees. Yet with each labor, she regarded it as a forging of her physical form, a cultivation of her breath. The night remained her unwavering time for meditation. She fervently immersed herself in the foundational chapters of the Liu's sacred canon. The limitations of her pseudo-spiritual root remained a significant burden, with the absorption of spiritual energy occurring at an agonizingly slow pace. However, with the profound techniques of the Liu's sacred canon and the seemingly casual, yet inherently harmonious nurturing from Lu Shi, her progress was astonishingly swifter than that of a typical pseudo-spiritual root practitioner. After a month of relentless cultivation, she had utterly solidified her initial stage of qi condensation and brushed against the thin veil leading to the mid-stage. Today, as the skies darkened and the mountain rain threatened to descend, Jang Li sat cross-legged on the mat in her chamber, her spirit delving deep within. After a night of accumulation, she sensed the energy in her dantian swelling and surging, reaching a critical threshold. Holding her breath and focusing her mind, she guided the energy to launch an assault on the invisible barrier. Once, twice, the barrier remained firm. Yet, she could feel the cracks beginning to spread across its surface. Just as she concentrated all her spirit to prepare for the decisive strike, an unexpected change occurred. It did not stem from external disturbances, but emerged from the depths of her very soul. A fragment of sealed memory belonging to the Liyue Empress shattered its confinement without warning. Like a flood breaching a dam, it surged into her consciousness. What unfolded was a battlefield of corpses and blood, the heavens shattered, and stars falling. Clad in a blood-soaked imperial robe and wielding a broken imperial sword, she faced an endless onslaught of grotesque, otherworldly demons. Once loyal subordinates exploded one after another beside her, their dying wails and curses echoing. The most lethal blow came from a god-slaying dagger that pierced her chest. No, Jang Li let out a silent scream within. This was not merely a simple recollection. It contained the unyielding resentment and hatred from her previous life's demise, alongside the anguish of betrayal and the terrifying backlash of the Great Tao. These negative emotions instantaneously morphed into the most grotesque of inner demons. Boom. In the external world, Jang Li's delicate form trembled violently, her complexion turning as pale as parchment. Beads of sweat cascaded from her forehead. A frigid, violent, and destructive black energy seeped from within her, wrapping around her like a living entity, enveloping her entirely. The black mist churned, faintly forming various distorted and tormented demonic shadows, issuing silent howls. The temperature in the room plummeted abruptly, with frost forming on the surfaces of objects. The inner demon calamity. The backlash of her previous life's Tao marks. This was the terrifying crisis that could easily arise when forcibly merging past memories with the present body, especially when one's cultivation was insufficient. If she could not break free in time, the consequences could range from severe damage to her consciousness and the obliteration of her cultivation to the complete scattering of her soul, or worse, being devoured by the inner demon, transforming into a being that knew only slaughter. In the main room, Lu Shi, who had been sitting in quiet contemplation, suddenly opened his eyes. Although he had not intentionally probed, the ominous energy surge erupting from Jang Li's chamber was instantly perceived by him. Lu Shi furrowed his brow, and with a swift motion, he appeared at the threshold of Jang Li's chamber. Chapter 10, A Disciple's Visit. Through the door, he sensed the chaotic and violent energy surging within. Had she succumbed to madness? The thought flickered through his mind. This girl harbors significant secrets. Lu Shi's gaze sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, his formidable consciousness surged forth, penetrating the veil of Jang Li's mind, which was now choked by the dark tendrils of inner demons. At that moment, Jang Li's mental realm was in turmoil. The once expanding space of thought was engulfed by an endless abyss of darkness and crimson. Countless demonic shadows flitted about, reenacting the tragic endings of her past life. Jang Li's essence was cornered, its brilliance dimming. The last vestige of clarity she clung to was on the verge of being devoured. To hold on to one's true self amidst the phantoms of the past is mere illusion. A serene and gentle voice resonated within Jang Li's crumbling consciousness. Immediately, Jang Li's blurred vision caught sight of a figure. An ineffable presence of grandeur and radiance materialized within her mind. He did not employ any elaborate techniques, but simply pointed his finger like a sword, gently slicing through the illusory demons. Under that stroke, the strange black energy coiling around Jang Li dissipated like snow under the sun, emitting a piercing wail as it rapidly melted away. The howling demonic figures, the blood-soaked battleground, the sting of betrayal, all manifestations of her inner demons crumbled to dust in that instant. Forceful, yet leaving her soul unscathed. Jang Li felt the immense weight that had threatened to crush her consciousness vanish in an instant. A warmth and ease enveloped her disintegrating spirit. The crisis subsided in a heartbeat. Within the room, the oppressive black energy surrounding Jang Li evaporated entirely. The temperature returned to normal, though her complexion remained pale. Her breathing steadied, plunging her into a deep state of self-repair and slumber. Lu Shi's consciousness retreated quietly, standing pensively at the door. The backlash of inner demons seemed to reveal that my disciple is far more intriguing than I had anticipated. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Nonetheless, her resilience of character reveals her potential. He refrained from probing into Jang Li's secrets. Everyone has their own fate to follow. For him, ensuring the safety of his sole disciple was the most pressing concern. This intervention has drained some of my mental energy. Consider it an extra act of care, perhaps? I wonder if the system will award me for this. Lu Shi mused as he turned and sauntered back to his quarters. Jang Li's consciousness gradually surfaced from the boundless darkness, akin to a drowning person finally breaking through the surface. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. The anticipated anguish of her soul and the collapse of her cultivation did not manifest. Instead, she was enveloped in an indescribable sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Even the flow of spiritual energy felt remarkably smooth. I'm not dead. The inner demons have vanished. She immediately turned her awareness inward, astonished to find no trace of the inner demons left. Her cultivation had stabilized at the mid-stage of chi condensation. This is exceedingly unusual. The terrifying backlash of the heart demon was sufficient to shatter her meager cultivation into smithereens. How could it simply dissipate, allowing her to turn misfortune into fortune? Instantly alert, she scanned her surroundings. Everything in the room appeared normal, the items neatly arranged. Who was it? Who had saved her? Jang Li suppressed the astonishment surging within her. She adjusted her slightly disheveled garments and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Lu Shi sat leisurely on a stone bench, brewing a pot of fresh tea. Wisps of steam rose gently, his demeanor calm and unchanging. Upon seeing Jang Li emerge, he glanced up and casually remarked, "Awake? You look a bit pale. Did you not sleep well?" Doubts swirled within Jang Li's mind. Approaching Lu Shi, she offered a respectful bow and cautiously inquired, "Master, during my cultivation, did I exhibit any unusual disturbances?" She fixed her gaze intently upon his eyes, seeking any hint of inconsistency. Lu Shi lifted the teapot and poured himself a cup, blowing gently on the steam before finally meeting Jang Li's gaze. "Ah, the heart demon," he said nonchalantly, clenching the hem of her garment instinctively. Jang Li's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lu Shi. Did he truly know it was the heart demon? And he spoke of it so casually? "Master, do you know what just transpired?" Her voice trembled, barely containing her anxiety. Lu Shi took a sip of tea, regarding her with mild curiosity, as if to convey that there was no cause for alarm. He then stated matter-of-factly, "Of course. It was merely a nightmare." A nightmare? Jang Li was utterly stunned, almost convinced she had misheard him. The cataclysmic backlash of the heart demon had been reduced to merely a bad dream in her master's words. Lu Shi set down his teacup and began his explanation. "Well, for those on the path of cultivation, particularly fledgling practitioners, the initial awakening of consciousness coupled with unstable vital energy can lead to occasional mental disturbances, resulting in visions of strange creatures. It is quite common." He waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a relaxed tone to reassure her. "It's nothing serious. You merely frightened yourself. Given the fluctuations in your aura, it was likely just a particularly vivid nightmare. Now that you are awake, remember to maintain your focus and avoid letting your imagination run wild." Jang Li stared blankly at Lu Shi, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his tranquil expression and feeling the undeniable stability of her own cultivation, she suddenly sensed that the Emerald Peak was shrouded in mystery, and her seemingly ordinary master was even more enigmatic. Taking a deep breath to calm her tumultuous emotions, she softly replied, "I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Master." The following day dawned clear and bright. After a night of profound meditation, Jang Li had thoroughly solidified her mid-stage chi condensation realm. With the heart demon eradicated, her consciousness felt as if it had refined further. She was in the courtyard, practicing the techniques from the Li Yu sacred scripture, appearing to simply stretch her limbs while secretly honing her physical form. Just then, a series of somewhat jarring sounds of slicing air approached, shattering the tranquility of the Emerald Peak. 3 figures, skillfully yet unsteadily wielding the art of light evasion, landed upon the open ground outside the courtyard. The newcomers were 3 young disciples, resplendently attired, selected as the newly initiated students during the recent disciple recruitment ceremony. Their faces bore a mix of arrogance and curiosity as they surveyed the somewhat austere peak-top courtyard. "Ah, so this is Cuifeng Peak. The spiritual energy is commendable. Yet the simplicity of this place is quite striking," remarked a stout disciple from Cuifeng Peak, his tone laced with undisguised disdain. "Master Lu possesses a tranquil disposition and eschews opulence, which aligns harmoniously with the essence of this locale," interjected another tall and lean disciple from Luyun Peak. However, his gaze brazenly fixated on Jang Li within the courtyard, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes, quickly overshadowed by a stronger sense of superiority. "So, this must be junior sister Jiang? Indeed, as the rumors suggest, her beauty is remarkable." The final disciple, hailing from Qixia Peak, wore a rather haughty expression. He directed his attention towards Lu Shi, who had emerged from the main house, offering a respectful bow. "Junior of Chaoyang Peak, Zhao Meng, Luyun Peak, Sun Qing, Qixia Peak. Zhou Yi pays his respects to Master Lu. We have come to greet you upon hearing of your recent acquisition of a talented disciple." Lu Shi's demeanor remained composed as he nodded gently. "Ah, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Chapter 11. Jang Li's martial combat. Noticing Lu Shi's presence, the stout disciple Zhao Meng restrained his impudence, yet still aimed his remarks at Jang Li. With a sly grin, he raised his voice slightly. Junior sister Jiang, I have heard you possess a pseudo-spiritual root? Such a waste for someone of your beauty. If you had chosen to join us at Cuifeng Peak, despite your inferior aptitude, perhaps the senior brothers would have taken the time to guide you. Why endure a place like Sui Peak, where even decent cultivation resources are scarce? Zhao Jr., do not speak recklessly. The lean disciple's Sun Qing feigned a warning. Yet, he swiftly shifted his words towards Jiang Li. However, junior sister Jiang, Master Lu is known for his modesty, and his teaching methods are likely quite unique. Perhaps he places greater emphasis on foundational training? He gestured meaningfully toward the broom and bucket in the courtyard. The haughty disciple Zhou Yi also chimed in, his words remaining sharp, yet directed solely at Jiang Li. Junior sister Jiang, the sect's resources are limited and typically prioritize disciples with potential. Sui Peak has few inhabitants, and Master Lu is accustomed to solitude. Given your pseudo-spiritual root, your progress in cultivation here may be hindered, possibly tarnishing Sui Peak's reputation. Though this statement tempered their disrespect towards Lu Shi, the disdain and provocation aimed at Jiang Li remained glaringly evident. A frost enveloped Jiang Li's delicate countenance, and her jade-like hand clenched quietly. What was her stature? In her past life, she had been worshipped by countless beings. How could she endure such humiliation from these insignificant insects? Especially for them to be so audacious in front of her master. A chilling intent to kill began to burgeon within her heart. Yet, before Jiang Li could unleash her wrath, and despite the provocation, Lu Shi displayed no sign of anger. He merely raised a hand gently, signaling Jiang Li to remain calm. His gaze swept over the three youths, still warm and serene, as if he were observing a few unruly children. Are you done? Lu Shi inquired, his tone placid. The trio was momentarily taken aback by his overly tranquil response. Lu Shi then turned his attention back to Jiang Li, his voice gentle. Their disciple is present. Jiang Li immediately composed herself and responded respectfully. The elder disciple, Lu Shi, subtly gestured towards the three uninvited guests. With an air of indifference, he remarked, having traveled from afar, they seem quite eager. You should accompany them in a friendly spar, merely to stretch your limbs. Do not let the bonds of our sect go unhonored. Upon hearing this, not only were the three disciples taken aback, but Jiang Li herself was momentarily stunned. Was her master truly asking her to engage? It seemed Lu Shi suddenly recalled something, and he casually added, since they have come together, let them all face you at once. This will save us from the tediousness of addressing them individually and prevent any perceived lack of hospitality from Sui Peak. Let them come together. These four words resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the courtyard. Zhao Meng, Sun Qing, and Zhou Yi's faces flushed instantly, their astonishment giving way to indignation. Though they were newly appointed disciples, their selection by various peaks had instilled in them a sense of pride. Never had they been so openly belittled, especially by a master uncle they deemed mediocre. To have one of his so-called inferior disciples challenge them 3-1 was an utter humiliation. Lu Shixiang, Zhao Meng, known for his fiery temper, could no longer contain himself. Yet, in that moment, Jiang Li grasped her master's intent. This was not a matter of pride and rivalry. Her master was establishing her authority and restoring the dignity of Sui Peak. A surge of combat spirit welled up within her. Disciple obeys. Jiang Li stepped forward. Her previously restrained aura suddenly sharpened. She calmly surveyed the three senior brothers. Please. Arrogance. Zhou Yi, with his haughty demeanor, was the first to lose his composure after such an affront. He pointed his fingers like a sword, his meager spiritual energy stirring. He executed the introductory sword technique of Cuifeng Peak, flowing cloud thrust. A somewhat dispersed sword energy lunged directly at Jiang Li's shoulder. In his view, dealing with a mere pseudo-spiritual root required but a single move. Simultaneously, Zhao Meng bellowed, his corpulent form surprisingly agile. His fist whistled through the air, deploying the mountain breaker fist of Cuifeng Peak. This powerful strike aimed squarely at Jiang Li's back. Sun Qing's eyes flickered as he stealthily circled to the side, preparing to unleash a low-tier fire crow talisman for a surprise attack. Though the trio lacked coordinated teamwork, their simultaneous assault was fierce, disrupting the tranquility of the courtyard with a surge of spiritual energy. Above on the platform, several faint divine senses seemed to ripple subtly, observing this sudden clash. Confronted by the three assailants, a glimmer of indifference, reminiscent of the Liu Empress, flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. To her, the trio's onslaught was riddled with flaws. As slow as a tortoise, rather than retreat, she advanced, her form as ethereal as willows in the wind, gracefully spinning. She first met Zhou Yi's flowing cloud thrust. Instead of taking it head-on, she timed her response with precision, extending two jade-like fingers in a seemingly casual flick. With a gentle pull, a resonant hum echoed. Zhou Yi felt as though his sword energy had collided with an incredibly supple vortex. The trajectory of his sword energy instantly shifted, not only failing to harm Jang Li, but instead veering towards Zhao Meng, who was charging in. Zhao Meng let out a startled cry, hastily retracting his fist to defend himself, appearing utterly flustered. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Li's footwork remained unbroken. She had already closed the distance to Sun Qing, who was attempting to activate a talisman. Sun Qing was momentarily blinded, feeling a sudden numbness in his wrist. It was as though an iron clamp had gripped him, and the Fire Crow talisman that was once at his fingertips had changed hands. Without even glancing at it, Jiang Li deftly hurled the talisman towards Zhou Yi. Just as Zhou Yi had dispelled his sword energy, still reeling from the shock, the talisman ignited in the wind, transforming into a small fire crow. Though its power was modest, it startled Zhou Yi into a frantic defense with his sword. A section of his robe's cuff was singed, leaving him disheveled and disoriented. At that moment, Zhao Meng had just recovered from his previous misjudgment and roared as he charged once more. This time, Jiang Li chose not to evade. She tilted her head slightly, discerning the trajectory of his punch. With a similar strike, she unleashed a fist that appeared light and lacking in force. Yet it arrived with astonishing swiftness. It landed precisely on Zhao Meng's ample chest. With a dull thud, Zhao Meng's forward momentum abruptly ceased. His massive frame swayed twice before he collapsed onto the ground. Disbelief etched across his face as he felt a supple force penetrate him. This made his blood surge, rendering him temporarily powerless. From start to finish, it transpired within a mere breath. In the courtyard, only Sun Qing remained, clutching his wrist in pain. Zhou Yi was frantically patting out the sparks on his sleeve. Zhao Meng lay sprawled on the ground, groaning. Jiang Li stood gracefully in place, her attire billowing, her breath steady. She had not even resorted to any substantial spells, effortlessly defeating 3 opponents of the same rank purely through her agility, keen vision, and exquisite control over her strength. Silence. An oppressive silence. The arrogance and disdain that once adorned the faces of Zhao Meng and his companions had vanished without a trace, replaced by shock, fear, and profound incredulity. They could not comprehend how a mere pseudo-spiritual root could possess such formidable strength. Jiang Li cast a calm glance at them, her expression unperturbed. She then silently turned and returned to stand behind Lu Shi, her hands at her sides. Throughout the encounter, Lu Shi had not altered his posture, leisurely lifting the cool tea from the stone table to sip. Only then did he raise his gaze towards the disheveled trio, his tone remaining tranquil. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Talent is not the sole determinant. One must guard against arrogance and impatience. A solid foundation is the true way. His eyes swept over the flaws exposed by their techniques, casually remarking, flowing cloud stab. If one's intent is scattered, the energy dissipates. Mountain-breaking fist. If one's strength is excessive, the spirit is diminished. Reflect on this when you return. His words were akin to a mentor's gentle guidance to their juniors. Yet they rendered Zhao Meng and his companions flushed with embarrassment and utterly humiliated. Thank you, Master Lu, for your guidance. We shall take our leave. The trio dared not linger, hastily scrambling to their feet. Forgetting to straighten their appearances, they ignited their faltering escape light. Like frightened stray dogs, they fled from Sui Peak. Chapter 12. The arrival of the sect leader. The courtyard returned to tranquility. Lu Shi set down his teacup and glanced at Jiang Li beside him. Her aura was contained, yet her gaze shone brighter than ever. Lu Shi nodded slightly, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his eyes. Prompt. Disciple Jiang Li defeated the provocateur. Behavior evaluation. Upholding the master's dignity. Displaying the might of Sui Peak aligns with the principle of protection. The host indirectly guided. Receiving a related cultivation reward, 20 years. The bond between master and disciple slightly improved. Feeling the subtle increase of spiritual energy within, Lu Shi's lips curved into a faint, elusive smile. Indeed, this disciple is truly a harbinger of fortune. It appears that this mode of care can be expanded further. Shortly after the 3 disciples left in disarray, a few concealed thoughts quietly enveloped the small courtyard atop Sui Peak. They lingered momentarily on Jiang Li before retreating like the ebbing tide. Lu Shi was just pushing a freshly brewed cup of tea towards Jiang Li, his movements unwavering, as though he remained oblivious to the occurrences around him. Yet, Jiang Li sensed an imperceptible pressure sweep past her. She understood that the higher-ups of the sect had taken note of the earlier commotion. Indeed, moments later, a flicker of light danced across the horizon. The sect leader, Luo Tianming, along with several core figures from Cuifeng Peak, had silently arrived outside the courtyard. Their entrance was far more subdued than that of the previous 3 disciples. Master brother, esteemed seniors, Lu Shi rose, maintaining his serene demeanor. He performed a respectful bow. Luo Tianming's gaze swept across the courtyard, momentarily pausing on the somewhat disheveled ground and the now calm Jang Li. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes, which was swiftly replaced by his customary gentle smile. Junior brother Lu, did you sense some fluctuations of spiritual energy here? Has something occurred? Rest assured, master. It is nothing of great significance. Merely a few nephews came to pay a visit and spar with Lear. The youth are spirited. And the commotion was a bit more pronounced than usual, Lu Shi replied in an unperturbed tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. At this juncture, the head of Cuifeng Peak, a stern figure, cast a scrutinizing glance at Jang Li. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Rather than directly questioning Jang Li's cultivation, he turned to Lu Shi. Junior brother Lu, your disciple has only been in the sect for a little over a month, correct? Observing her aura, she appears remarkably steady, not resembling a novice. His words were subtly veiled, yet their implication was unmistakable. Achieving mid-stage qi condensation within a month is an extraordinary speed, bordering on the implausible. Another elder, his hair and beard white, stroked his beard in contemplation and remarked, indeed, her foundation appears solid, devoid of superficiality. Junior Lu, your guidance is commendable. Though his words resembled praise, a profound skepticism lurked within his gaze. Luo Tianming nodded slightly, taking up the conversation. He regarded Lu Shi with warmth. Junior brother Lu, Sui Peak's tranquility is challenging to maintain alone. Now that you have taken in a disciple, the prospect of passing on your legacy is promising, and I am genuinely happy for you. He then shifted his tone to one of earnest gravity. However, the path of cultivation must ultimately adhere to a progressive sequence. Especially during the foundational stage, it is of utmost importance, as it determines how far one can journey along the path ahead. Some routes may seem like shortcuts, yet they are fraught with significant risks. While he refrained from explicitly mentioning the pitfalls of resource accumulation or hasty advancements, the concern and caution woven into his words were abundantly clear. To them, Jang Li's rapid progress as a pseudo-spiritual route raised profound questions. The sole explanation lies in Lu Shi's fervent devotion to his disciple. He has recklessly poured the dwindling resources of Sui Peak into Jang Li without consideration of the cost. This method of exhausting one's means may create the illusion of genius in the short term, yet it is ultimately self-destructive. Luo Tianming inwardly sighed, lamenting Lu Shi's youthful impatience. He must have depleted the family wealth to cultivate this singular disciple, perhaps in an attempt to prove something or to preserve Sui Peak. While this affection for his apprentice is understandable, it is ultimately myopic. A pseudo-spiritual route remains just that. No amount of resources can alter fate. Instead, it may lead to his own downfall, as well as harm the girl. The head of Cuifeng Peak scoffed internally at the folly of expending such resources on a disciple of false spiritual roots, deeming it foolishness. It appears that Sui Peak's fortunes have truly run dry. Lu Shi, often appearing indifferent, is unexpectedly obsessed with this matter. Another elder shook his head in private. It is a pity that the girl possesses such remarkable beauty. Had her aptitude been better, Lu Shi's actions might have produced the opposite effect, potentially leading to a more disastrous outcome for her in the future. Listening to these words, filled with concern yet subtly pointed, Lu Shi discerned the knowing glances of those who believed they had seen through everything. He understood their misconceptions. He had intended to further explain that ordinary labor might strengthen one's foundation, but the words caught in his throat. He recognized that any explanation would be perceived as a mere facade before such deeply entrenched beliefs. His demeanor remained unruffled, neither confirming nor denying, simply bowing slightly with a calm tone. Thank you, master brother and esteemed seniors, for your guidance. I shall take note. Seeing Lu Shi's seemingly acquiescent response, Luo Tianming and the others were further convinced of their assumptions. Their admonitions had been sufficiently subtle. Continuing would only risk offending. Luo Tianming cast a lingering glance at Lu Shi, his expression a complex blend of regret, helplessness, and a hint of caution. As long as you are aware, that is sufficient, he concluded, choosing not to elaborate further. With a graceful flourish of his robe, he noted the multitude of sect affairs and declared, "We shall not intrude upon your solitary cultivation any longer." The group transformed into streaks of light, departing as suddenly as they had arrived. As if merely passing by to offer a moment of concern, the courtyard fell silent once more. Jang Li stood behind Lu Shi, having observed the silent exchange with clarity. She felt a sense of injustice for her master, who was guiding her in a manner so sophisticated that she could scarcely comprehend it. Yet it was misinterpreted as a superficial accumulation of resources. Lu Shi turned to see Jang Li's tightly pressed lips and the flicker of indignation in her eyes, prompting him to smile gently. He reached out and softly patted her shoulder, the gesture effortlessly natural. As the mountain breeze rustled by, he reassured her with a soothing voice that bore a comforting strength. Cultivation is a personal journey, akin to drinking water. One alone knows its warmth and chill. He lifted his gaze to the azure sky and the undulating mountains beyond, his expression serene. Come, Lear, the sun shines favorably. Let us not squander this perfect time for chopping wood. It seemed as though the recent visit from the sect leader and elders was merely a fleeting breeze, leaving no trace behind. His world remained solely encompassed by the ethereal clouds swirling around the verdant Sui Peak, alongside the mundane routine of chopping wood, fetching water, studying, and practicing swordplay. As Jang Li gazed at her master's tranquil profile, the tumult within her heart gradually settled, replaced by an inexplicable sense of stability and resolve. She nodded earnestly and replied, "Yes, master." The figures of the master and disciple once again melded into the path leading into the forest, as was their custom. Chapter 13. Jang Li's spiritual route upgrade. As time passed since that day of visitation, life atop Sui Peak grew increasingly serene. Under Lu Shi's guidance, Jang Li engaged in her practices day after day, consisting of mundane tasks such as chopping wood, fetching water, and herbal baths. Her cultivation steadily progressed under the dual influence of the Liu sacred classic and this unique regimen. The realm of qi condensation had long been solidified, and she was making steady strides towards the later stages. Yet, Jang Li sensed that her pseudo-spiritual route felt like an invisible shackle, significantly limiting the absorption efficiency of the Liu sacred classic. Although the classic possessed the effect of nourishing the spiritual root, the process was exasperatingly slow. One evening, as dusk descended, Jang Li sat cross-legged on her mat, routinely operating the first chapter of the Liu sacred classic. Suddenly, her spirit stirred as she felt the breath deep within her dantian become unusually vibrant. It resonated with the techniques of the classic at an unprecedented intensity. The spiritual root, having undergone subtle changes after a month of nourishment, seemed to reach a critical juncture. The accumulation of her enhanced aptitude had finally triggered a qualitative transformation. The following morning, Jang Li sought out Lu Shi, who was leisurely practicing a set of health-preserving exercises in the courtyard. With a serious demeanor, she spoke. Disciple feels that her cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and the spiritual root appears to be in flux. I humbly request Master's permission to enter seclusion for a period, in hopes of breaking through. Lu Shi ceased his movements, his breath calm as he regarded Jang Li and nodded. Indeed, your aura is steady, and your foundation is solid. It is time. Go ahead. The quiet chamber has been prepared for you, and no one shall disturb you. His tone was unassuming. Thank you, master. Jang Li bowed deeply and turned towards the simple seclusion chamber designated for her cultivation. The stone doors slowly closed, isolating her from the outside world. Jang Li focused her mind and fully activated the first chapter of the Liu sacred classic. As she pushed the technique to its limits, she carefully guided the energy that had accumulated over the past month. This energy was intended to nourish her spiritual root. As she launched an assault on the stubborn essence of her pseudo-spiritual root, at first, she felt only a slight tingling, akin to silkworms nibbling on leaves. However, as the nourishing force permeated and began to reshape the fundamental structure of her spiritual root, the pain escalated dramatically. In the quiet chamber, Jang Li let out an involuntary cry of anguish. This torment struck directly at the foundation of the practitioner, far more intense than mere physical suffering. Tenfold, 100-fold. Her body trembled violently, sweat instantly saturating her clothes, her complexion turning as pale as paper, her lips bitten to draw blood. The spiritual root was the credential bestowed upon practitioners by heaven and earth. To forcibly alter its essence is akin to defying the heavens. The process is fraught with peril, accompanied by pain insufferable to the human spirit. One must endure. This is the sole hope for liberation from shackles, she silently implores within. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. In the tranquil chamber, centered around Jang Li, the previously sparse and elusive spiritual energy began to undergo a transformation. It was as if drawn by an unseen force, surging wildly into her body at a speed exponentially greater than before. The chaotic, dimly colored pseudo-spiritual root within her underwent a baptism, purging all impurities. Although it had yet to reach the realm of a true spiritual root, a metamorphosis had undeniably occurred. It ascended from the lowest tier of a pseudo-spiritual root to a quality spiritual root. This represented a qualitative leap, signifying a substantial enhancement in her capacity to absorb and refine spiritual energy. At the moment of transformation, Jang Li felt an exhilarating lightness, as if she had shed the burden of a colossal mountain. Her pores opened instinctively, greedily devouring the converging spiritual energy. Her skin became more radiant and translucent, exuding a refreshing and ethereal aura from within. The most remarkable change was in her eyes. Once extraordinarily beautiful, they now sparkled with the clarity of a tranquil autumn pond. Deep and luminous, with a glimmer of divine light dancing within them, a stark contrast to their former state. As the surging spiritual energy in the chamber gradually calmed, Jang Li released a long, relieved breath and slowly opened her eyes. She had succeeded. Through the Liu's sacred canon, she had defied fate and transformed her physical aptitude. Pushing open the stone door of the chamber, gentle daylight cascaded in. Jang Li inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, feeling invigorated. A subtle shift in her consciousness allowed her to sense a serene aura emanating from the direction of the bamboo grove on the back mountain. It was the unique presence of her master, Lu Shi. A faint smile graced her lips as she made her way toward the bamboo forest. Navigating through the tranquil woodland path, she had not yet laid eyes on anyone when she first heard the sound of a zither. The melodious notes flowed like a crystal-clear stream, unhurried and untainted by the dust of the world. The music bore no passionate fervor or profound sorrow, only a tranquil ease, an indifference to worldly disputes. Jang Li slowed her pace, quietly approaching. In the depths of the bamboo grove, upon a slab of blue stone, sat Lu Shi, clad in simple garments, meditating with his legs crossed. An ancient wooden zither rested across his lap, slender fingers deftly caressing the strings. Morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting mottled shadows upon him, accentuating his extraordinary and otherworldly beauty. With his eyelids gently lowered, long, thick eyelashes cast a subtle shadow beneath his eyes, his expression focused and serene. He seemed to merge harmoniously with the zither, the bamboo grove, the gentle breeze, and the morning light, emanating an indescribable tranquility. For a moment, Jang Li was entranced. In her past life as an empress, she had encountered countless exceptional talents and divine beings, yet none possessed the unique charm of her master. His allure transcended mere appearance, resonating with an inner warmth and a serene detachment from the mundane. Like a profoundly evocative ink wash painting, it first captivates with its stunning allure, yet upon closer inspection, reveals boundless charm, drawing one into its depths. Jang Li's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, captivated by the serene beauty of her master as he played the guqin. She quickly composed herself, chastising her momentary lapse in decorum, and softly called out, "Master." The melodious notes of the guqin gradually dissipated. Lu Shi lifted his gaze, spotting Jang Li, who stood gracefully a short distance away. His eyes momentarily lingered on her before breaking into a gentle smile. "You've emerged from seclusion? It seems your efforts have borne fruit." "Indeed, thanks to your esteemed guidance, I have fortuitously made some progress," Jang Li replied, approaching and respectfully bowing. As she gazed into Lu Shi's clear, water-like eyes, she felt a faint warmth spread across her cheeks. Her foundation was solid, her aura stable, and her spiritual roots had also refined, commendable. Lu Shi nodded slightly, his gaze reflecting approval. It seemed her daily endeavors had not been in vain. By endeavors, he naturally referred to the mundane tasks of chopping wood and fetching water, all of which were masterfully taught by him. Jang Li sincerely remarked, "Were it not for your seemingly ordinary yet profoundly insightful guidance, I would not have succeeded so smoothly." Lu Shi smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, instead gesturing for her to take a seat on the stone bench nearby. In the tranquil bamboo grove, master and disciple relished the rare moments of serene solitude. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, creating a peaceful and beautiful atmosphere. Observing her master's calm profile, Jang Li recalled another purpose for her emergence from seclusion. After careful consideration, she spoke, "Master, during my retreat, I not only made slight advancements in my cultivation but also remembered a prior matter." "Oh, what matter?" Lu Shi inquired, his gaze warm and inquisitive. Jang Li retrieved a plain jade slip from her robes, presenting it with both hands. "On my journey to the falling sunset sect, I encountered an elder whose aura was as profound as the ocean. He, perhaps on a whim, gifted me this jade slip, claiming it contained a body refinement technique. However, I find myself lacking in talent, and being a woman, I feel it does not align with my attributes. I have yet to comprehend it." She paused, a hint of confusion gracing her features. "My knowledge is limited, and I do not know the grade of this technique, only that its text is obscure. It remains here, like a pearl gathering dust. After much consideration, I believe only you, Master, might discern its true value. I wish to offer this technique to you, in hopes it may benefit you." This was a carefully crafted statement Jang Li had long prepared. Upon awakening her memories from her past life, countless esoteric techniques flooded her mind. She selected one suitable for male practitioners and of sufficiently high grade. The reason for choosing the indestructible body of 10,000 calamities was its elevated rank and its rarity as a powerful body refinement method. If mastered, one's physical form would be nearly indestructible, an unparalleled treasure for any cultivator. Unable to explain its origin, she fabricated the story of receiving it from the elder. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that his disciple possessed such fortuitous encounters. He accepted the jade slip, not immediately probing its contents, but instead gently remarking, "Your intentions bring me great comfort. However, since it is a gift from a senior, you should ponder it deeply." "Master," Jang Li insisted, "I genuinely feel that I am not destined for this technique. Forcing it would be rather unbecoming. Moreover, your kindness towards me is immense, and I find myself at a loss to repay it. I can only offer this humble token as a gesture of my gratitude. Please, Master, do not decline." Seeing Jang Li's sincere demeanor, Lu Shi no longer resisted. He nodded, stating, "Since that is the case, I shall temporarily accept it and contemplate its essence on your behalf." He sent a strand of his consciousness into the jade slip. In the next moment, Lu Shi's usually tranquil mind was jolted. Alert! Unknown technique information flow detected. Conducting in-depth analysis. Analysis complete. Technique name: Indestructible Body of Eternal Calamities. Grade assessment: Low-grade divine. Technique description: An ancient supreme secret method of body cultivation, refining oneself through myriad calamities, achieving sanctity in the flesh, enduring countless tribulations without wear, eternally indestructible. Upon reaching mastery, one can shake the stars with bare hands, traversing the sea of suffering in the flesh. Training requirements are exceedingly stringent, demanding great will and fortuitous opportunities. Value assessment: Priceless. Current primary cultivation method returned to ordinary sword heart technique grade, low-grade earth. Luo Xia sect as foundational technique Luo Xia true interpretation grade, upper-grade earth. Divine grade. It is indeed a divine grade technique. Lu Shi's pupils involuntarily constricted. The grading of techniques is categorized into mortal, spiritual, earth, heaven, honored, divine, and emperor. In this northern frontier, earth-grade techniques are already treasures of the sect. Heaven-grade techniques exist only in legends. As for divine grade, that is an existence utterly beyond reach. What kind of person did his disciple encounter, claiming to have stumbled upon a senior? A mere casual gift is a divine grade technique. This opportunity is exceedingly extraordinary. Lu Shi swiftly reined in the tumult within his heart, maintaining a facade of calm. However, his gaze towards Jang Li grew noticeably deeper. He slowly stored the jade slip, speaking with a hint of solemnity. "Li, this gift is far too precious." Jang Li had been carefully observing Lu Shi's reaction. Noticing his effort to conceal his emotions, she caught the fleeting moment of his astonishment. In her heart, she was certain he recognized the rarity of this item. Yet, seeing he did not inquire further into the details, she felt a wave of relief. She feigned nonchalance and smiled. "You flatter me, Master. I do not understand these matters. I merely felt it would be a waste to keep it with me. I hope it serves you well." Lu Shi gazed deeply at Jang Li, refraining from further expressions of refusal or gratitude. Instead, he etched this bond into his heart. He nodded and spoke gently. "I understand your sentiment. This technique indeed possesses extraordinary merit, and I shall contemplate it thoroughly." He then shifted the conversation back to the mundane. "The weather is splendid today. Let us venture to the back mountain to gather some herbs. Later, we shall brew a pot of nourishing herbal soup." "Yes, Master," Jang Li replied with enthusiasm. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At the peak of Chui Wei, the morning light began to reveal itself. As usual, Lu Shi rose, first leisurely practicing a set of health-preserving martial arts in the courtyard. He then picked up the fire axe and hemp rope from the corner of the wall, and slowly made his way to the back mountain. Today's task was to gather firewood. He chose a dead ironwood tree, moving with unhurried grace. His posture while wielding the axe was simple and unpretentious, as if he were merely an ordinary man. The axe fell with a dull thud, releasing a resonant sound. Gradually, sweat soaked through his clothes. Yet, he remained focused, his breathing steady, wholly absorbed in this labor. For him, this was not a toil but a form of cultivation, a pathway to comprehend the essence of the mundane. As the sun rose higher, 3 bundles of firewood were neatly stacked in the corner of the courtyard. Lu Shi wiped the sweat from his brow, preparing to fetch water. Just then, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his mind. Notification: yesterday's cultivation settlement completed. 3 bundles of firewood chopped, walked 8 miles on mountain paths. State of mind clear, in accordance with mortal standards. Received foundational cultivation reward, 10 years. Unlike the usual direct enhancement of return to the mundane sword heart technique, this time the cultivation reward was specifically directed towards the practice of indestructible body of eternal tribulation. The system allowed Lu Shi to selectively channel the cultivation reward into exceptional martial arts techniques. After the infusion, Lu Shi felt that the 10 years of cultivation had transformed into a torrential surge of warmth, flooding into his physical being. The process lasted about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Lu Shi exhaled deeply, a hint of warmth lingering in his breath. He moved his limbs, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength throughout his body. Truly, it was a divine-level body-refining technique. Even at the initial stage, its effects were remarkable. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Shi's eyes. With a thought, he summoned the system interface visible only to himself. Host: Lu Shi. Talent: Mortal Bone. Bloodline: Mortal. Cultivation: Late-stage Dharma Realm. Technique: Indestructible Body of Eternal Tribulation. Beginner. Exceptional skills: Gentle Breeze caresses the willow sword. Cultivating Clouds and Dispelling Rain Technique. On the panel, Indestructible Body of Eternal Tribulation had become the primary cultivation technique, displayed as being at the beginner stage. Chapter 15. The Lynn family seeks assistance. Meanwhile, for 3 consecutive days, Jang Li had been observing in secret. She saw her master either leisurely chopping wood in the backyard or tending to the vegetable garden, watering and weeding. In the afternoons, he remained steadfast under a tree, brewing tea and meditating. The jade slip containing the indestructible body of eternal tribulation had never once been taken out for contemplation. This ancient technique was notoriously difficult to master, requiring the infusion of tribulation power to temper the body. The excruciating pain of bone scraping and heart gnawing was such that ordinary prodigies would need 3 to 5 years of arduous effort to even grasp the basics. Jang Li felt a surge of urgency in her heart. Yet, her master seemed unchanged over these 3 days, either chopping wood or preparing to do so. Had he perhaps not trained in that divine skill? Or was it so arduous that he had already given up? A wave of intense disappointment washed over her. No. A glimmer of determination flashed in Jang Li's beautiful eyes. My master has shown me great kindness. Having presented this opportunity, I cannot allow it to go to waste. Even if it displeases him slightly, I must seek clarity. Resolving this in her mind, Jang Li no longer hesitated. She straightened her dress and hurried towards the courtyard. In the corner of the yard, Lu Shi had just finished stacking the last pile of firewood. Master, Jang Li approached and bowed. Lear, what is the matter? Lu Shi turned around, a habitual gentle smile gracing his face. Jang Li took a deep breath, carefully choosing her words. With utmost caution, she inquired, Master, I hope you don't mind my audacity. I wonder how your recent contemplation of the immortal body of endless tribulations has progressed. If the technique proves too profound and you encounter any difficulties, I might be able to assist in our mutual exploration. She endeavored to ensure her tone conveyed concern rather than skepticism. Upon hearing her words, Lu Shi seemed to recall the matter. He casually replied, Oh, that body refinement technique? It's quite manageable. This nonchalant response caused Jang Li's heart to sink slightly. Had her master truly not regarded it with the seriousness it deserved? However, Lu Shi's subsequent words struck her like a thunderclap, rendering her momentarily speechless. He wiped his hands with a cloth and added, I have entered the initial stage. Entered the initial stage? Jang Li's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. 3 days? Entered the initial stage? How could this be possible? Even among the unparalleled prodigies she had encountered in her previous life, none could achieve such speed. She suppressed the tumult within her heart, her voice trembling as she asked, Master, are you saying that you have indeed entered the initial stage of the immortal body of endless tribulations? She fixed her gaze intently on Lu Shi's eyes, searching for any hint of jest. Seeing his disciple's incredulous expression, Lu Shi offered a wry smile, as if to convey that there was nothing remarkable about it. He refrained from elaborating further and simply exhaled softly, his gaze sharpening. In the next moment, there was no celestial light soaring into the heavens, nor any alarming phenomena of blood and energy. Yet, in that fleeting instant, Jang Li distinctly perceived a transformation. The skin on Lu Shi's exposed neck and wrists shimmered faintly, a golden luminescence flowing like water, only to vanish deeply thereafter. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura emanated from his being, fleeting yet palpable. This aura was ancient and vast, akin to a slumbering primordial beast quietly awakening. The air in the courtyard seemed to thicken abruptly. The ground imperceptibly sank, emitting a faint hum. Jang Li even felt a slight constriction in her own spiritual power. The blood surged like mercury, imbued with golden light. Tendons and bones resonated like thunder, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. This was indeed the ominous harbinger of having entered the initial stage of the immortal body of endless tribulations. Jang Li's heart screamed in astonishment. Moreover, the solidity, purity, and seamlessness of it all indicated not a hasty entry, but a firm foundation, having grasped the essence. How could this be? 3 days. Merely 3 days. The unsettling aura arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Lu Shi had reverted to his usual gentle demeanor, resembling the jade-like youth he always was. as though everything that had transpired moments ago had been but an illusion. He even glanced down at his feet with a hint of dissatisfaction, muttering to himself, Did the ground tremble just now? It seems the foundation of Sui Peak has aged. Perhaps it's time for repairs. Jang Li stood frozen, her lips slightly parted, yet unable to utter a single word. She gazed at her master's handsome visage, which now appeared infinitely profound and inscrutable. An absurd thought surged uncontrollably within her. Could it be that her master was truly just an ordinary mortal? Yet, I find myself grappling with the fundamental essence of true cultivation. Note: Disciple Jang Li experiences a profound cognitive shock, resulting in a significant increase in reverence towards the host. In accordance with the principles of discretion, an additional reward of 5 years in mental clarity is obtained. Sensing the growth of his cultivation due to the system's reward, Lu Shi's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He picked up the water bucket and yoke leaning against the wall. Come, Lear, the sun is high. It is time to fetch water. The tranquility of Sui Peak was abruptly disrupted by a golden communication talisman. This talisman exuded the unique aura of sect leader Luo Tianming. Hovering before Lu Shi, he reached out to take it, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he discerned the succinct message. Hasten to the sect's council chamber. Urgent matters require discussion. A sect summons? Jang Li also caught sight of the communication talisman and inquired softly. Indeed, Lu Shi nodded, his expression unchanged, indicating that an important matter had arisen. You should remain here and diligently cultivate. I shall return shortly. Yes, master, Jang Li replied respectfully. She watched as Lu Shi soared into the sky, heading towards the main peak, Cuifeng Peak. Inside the council chamber of Luoxia sect, the atmosphere was solemn. Sect leader Luo Tianming sat in the principal seat, flanked by the heads of various peaks and senior elders. By the time Lu Shi arrived, most seats were already occupied. He made his way to the designated seat for Sui Peak and sat down, drawing little attention. After all, in the eyes of many, Elder Lu was of average cultivation and possessed a rather unassuming demeanor. Such meetings were typically more for his observation. Once all were gathered, Master Luo Tianming cleared his throat and began. The purpose of gathering you all here is due to an urgent report we have just received. The Lynn family of Yunxia Prefecture, which is affiliated with our sect, is in turmoil. His tone was grave. Severe internal strife has erupted within the Lynn family. The faction led by the Grand Elder appears to be infiltrated and controlled by an external force, the Haisha Valley, inciting rebellion. They have seized control of the family's core areas and the crucial Huiyun stone mines. Loyal members of the Lin family have suffered heavy casualties. The clan leader, Lin Xiaodian, is gravely injured and trapped, and his daughter, Lin Shui, has risked her life to send out a distress signal. At these words, a murmur of hushed discussions erupted within the hall. Haisha Valley, how dare those scoundrels extend their reach into our Luoxia sect's territory? The Huiyun stone mines are vital sources for our sect's fire attribute artifacts and elixirs. We cannot afford any losses. Although the Lin family is not among the top-tier clans, they have been diligent in their service over the years. If we turn a blind eye to their plight, we will dampen the spirits of our affiliated families, who will be willing to serve our sect in the future. Chapter 16. Heads of various peaks. The head of Cuifeng Peak, a sharp-eyed man, was the first to clasp his fists and speak with a voice like thunder. Master brother, the audacity of the Haisha Valley thieves is intolerable. This matter concerns the dignity and resources of our sect. Cuifeng Peak is willing to dispatch elite disciples, with myself leading the charge, to quell the rebellion at the Lin family and eradicate the intruders. The head of Luyun Peak, a graceful matron, elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and added, "This situation requires prompt resolution. The disciples of Luyun Peak excel in agility and reconnaissance. We too can lend assistance in coordination with Cuifeng Peak's efforts." The head of Qixia Peak, a solemn elder, pondered and stated, "To suppress the rebellion, we must employ decisive measures. The sword techniques of Qixia Peak are sharp and can take the lead in this endeavor." Several prominent peaks voiced their support, and the hall was soon filled with calls to action. According to convention, this matter would typically be led by the most formidable master of Cuifeng Peak, with the assistance of other peaks. However, the sect leader, Luo Tianming, did not make an immediate decision. His gaze slowly swept across the assembly, ultimately landing unexpectedly on the young elder who had remained silent in the corner. Lu Shi, junior brother Lu Shi. Luo Tianming's voice drew everyone's attention to him. Lu Shi raised his head, his expression calm. Sect leader, senior brother. Luo Tianming regarded him with a gentle tone, yet there was an almost imperceptible hint of inquiry. In recent years, you have presided over Sui Peak, diligently pursuing your cultivation. I wonder how your progress has been. This question seemed somewhat abrupt. Who among those present did not know that Elder Lu, with his ordinary talent, had found it exceedingly difficult to reach the foundational stage. After several years, it was likely he had made little advancement. Why would the sect leader choose to inquire about this in such a setting? Suddenly, numerous gazes converged on Lu Shi, filled with curiosity, confusion, and a faint trace of disdain. Lu Shi understood in his heart that the sect leader might have perceived something from Jang Li's rapid progress. Maintaining his composure, he subtly circulated his internal spiritual energy, adjusting his aura to a reasonable level before calmly releasing it. A presence far more substantial than that of the foundational stage emanated from Lu Shi. The insight stage. The fourth great realm, the insight stage. When did junior brother Lu achieve a breakthrough? How could this be? Was he not of ordinary talent? In just a few years. A wave of suppressed gasps and whispers filled the hall. Transitioning from the foundational stage to the insight stage is no small threshold. Many cultivators struggle their entire lives to surpass it. Lu Shi, with his ordinary talent, had quietly stepped into this realm, leaving everyone astonished. This indicated that he had indeed acquired the foundational cultivation worthy of an elder's position. The previous criticisms regarding his insufficient cultivation were instantly rendered moot in this moment. A glint of realization flashed in Luo Tianming's eyes, quickly transforming into relief and admiration. He clapped his hands and chuckled, his voice resonating throughout the grand hall. Excellent. 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 He repeated the word thrice, his gaze sweeping over the elders who displayed astonished expressions. Finally, it settled on Lu Shi, his tone imbued with both emotion and affirmation. The insight stage. Junior brother Lu Shi, you have indeed never disappointed the sect. The outside world claims your talent to be mediocre, content with obscurity. Yet, it appears that the perceptions of the world are profoundly misguided. Luo Tianming's voice rose a notch. This is far from ordinary. This is clearly an inner brilliance. When silent, one may not expect it. But when one reveals their true capability, it is astonishing. To steadily break into the insight stage, unnoticed. With ordinary talent, this mindset and resilience cannot be compared to that of an average genius. This statement served not only as a high praise for Lu Shi, but also as a subtle admonition to those within the hall who might harbor disdain. Furthermore, it signified to all that Lu Shi possessed sufficient strength to engage in the sect's core affairs. After the accolades, Luo Tianming shifted his tone, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Lu Shi. Junior brother Lu Shi, now that you have broken through and made significant progress, the matter concerning the Lynn family pertains to the interests and prestige of the sect. A steady individual is required to address it, to quell internal strife and ascertain the truths behind the infiltration of the Blackshaw Valley. Would you be willing to represent our sect and visit the Lynn family in Yunxia Prefecture? At that moment, all eyes converged once more upon Lu Shi. The several sect leaders who had previously expressed their eagerness to volunteer momentarily silenced their tongues, eager to observe how this elder of Sui Peak, who had just showcased remarkable prowess, would respond. Meeting the gazes of the gathered crowd, Lu Shi sighed inwardly. It seemed that this ordinary existence was destined to be disrupted. He rose, offering a slight bow to Luo Tianming, his tone remaining calm. I shall heed the master's decree. I, Lu, am willing to go. As Lu Shi returned to Sui Peak riding a beam of light, the sun had begun its gentle descent. Upon alighting from the clouds, he noticed Jang Li practicing a set of palm techniques beneath the old pine in the courtyard. Her movements were graceful, like a startled swan. The wind from her palms stirring the fallen leaves, exuding an air of effortless elegance. Everything atop the peak appeared as usual. Seeing her master return, Jang Li immediately ceased her practice and approached with utmost respect. Master, you have returned. She discreetly scrutinized Lu Shi's expression, relieved to find him unchanged. His aura serene and gentle. Yet, unable to restrain her curiosity, she softly inquired, the sect has summoned you unexpectedly. May I ask the reason? Lu Shi approached the stone table, poured himself a cup of cool tea, and took a sip, as if recalling something before casually remarking, oh, it is nothing of great consequence. There has been a bit of turmoil with the Lin family in Yunxia Prefecture. The sect leader has requested our Sui Peak to handle the matter. We? Jang Li keenly seized upon that word. Indeed, Lu Shi set down his teacup, rubbing his forehead in mild exasperation. The sect leader intends for us, master and disciple, to descend the mountain together for some training. He sighed softly, casting a wistful glance at the pile of chopped firewood in the corner of the courtyard. Alas, with this back and forth, the mountain path is long, and it will delay my chores of gathering firewood and fetching water for several days. Descend the mountain. Master, are you saying we must leave Luoxia sect and travel to Yunxia Prefecture? Jiang Li's mind buzzed with astonishment. Despite her efforts to maintain a facade of composure, her eyes sparkled with unmistakable joy. Descend the mountain. At last, we can leave. Since my reincarnation, I have been confined to this minuscule peak. Though I am sheltered by my master and can cultivate in peace, my days have been consumed with chopping wood and drawing water. This confined space is becoming stifling. A sect mission? A rebellion in the Lynn family? The Blackfiend Valley? Huh, what a fortuitous opportunity. This is the first step for me to re-enter the world and stir the winds and clouds. Those oblivious fools shall serve as perfect targets for me to hone my newly acquired skills. My master is of a tranquil disposition, averse to conflict. This descent is undoubtedly due to the pressure from the sect. However, that is of no consequence. With me present, such mundane matters need not trouble my master. If those malevolent spirits dare show even a hint of disrespect, I shall ensure they regret ever stepping into this world. My master need only sip tea leisurely and observe the unfolding events. Though her heart brimmed with ambition, Jang Li maintained an outward demeanor of respect. Her voice tinged with an unusual tone as she suppressed her excitement. Disciple obeys. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly, ensuring I do not disappoint my master or the sect. She hurriedly lowered her head, fearful that her master might discern the barely contained excitement in her brows and eyes. Lucy observed his disciple's spirited demeanor with a hint of perplexity, blinking in surprise. Chapter 17. Descent from the mountain midway. This girl, usually so composed. How is she so vivacious upon hearing of our descent? He remained oblivious to Jang Li's inner fervor, attributing it to youthful restlessness. An insatiable curiosity about the world beyond their secluded abode. There was little to prepare, so Lucy rose, his tone still languid. He gathered a few changes of clothing and took with him his master's sword. Pausing momentarily, as if recalling something of utmost importance, he added, those few sprigs of clear heart tea in the herb garden at the back mountain have begun to sprout anew. Remember to gather some. The mundane world below the mountain likely wouldn't offer such a refreshing flavor. Yes, I shall prepare at once. Jang Li responded eagerly and promptly. She turned towards her chamber. Her steps light and sprightly, her skirt billowing in the breeze. Watching the almost jubilant figure of his disciple, Lucy shook his head and smiled gently. At that moment, a timely notification from the system resonated in his mind. Notification. Disciple Jang Li is filled with anticipation for her training experience off the mountain, her spirit elevated. Aligning with the principles of broadening one's horizons. Reward for related mindset, 10 years. Feeling the tangible increase in his cultivation. A faint smile played at the corners of Lucy's mouth. It seems that occasionally bringing my disciple down the mountain may not be such a bad idea after all. Jang Li swiftly packed her belongings with unprecedented efficiency. Her travel essentials included a few simple garments, some common medicinal pills for healing and detoxification, and, with utmost care, she wrapped her master's seemingly unremarkable long sword in a soft silk cloth. Divine relics conceal their brilliance, indeed. She caressed the cool scabbard, filled with conviction. When the moment arises, this sword shall surely unleash its extraordinary brilliance in my grasp. Upon reaching the courtyard, she found her master, Lu Shi, leisurely finalizing his preparations. He first visited the herb garden, meticulously plucking the tender tips of the clear heart tea, infusing them with spiritual energy before placing them into a bamboo container. Then, he retrieved 2 still warm eggs from the chicken coop, carefully tucking them into his cloak. Lastly, he did not forget to fill the water barrel to the brim and tenderly watered the rows of vibrant vegetables. Master, when shall we depart? Jang Li inquired softly, suppressing her eagerness. After completing his tasks, Lucy cast a gentle glance at the tranquil little courtyard where he had lived for many years. Nodding to Jang Li, he replied, let us go. Leaving the gates of the Luoxia sect and stepping into the vast mountain forest, their journey officially commenced. That afternoon, as the two traversed a secluded valley, suddenly, a stout iron-clad wild boar, as formidable as a small hill, surged forth from the thicket. Its white tusks gleamed, and its crimson eyes locked onto the pair, emanating the fierce aura of a late-stage beast. Master, be careful. Jang Li's eyes sharpened as her internal spiritual energy began to circulate. She was ready to strike. However, she watched as Lu Shi, confronted by the charging beast, merely shifted his stance slightly, his steps graceful. At the moment the wild boar brushed past him, he extended his fingers like a sword, seemingly at random. A point was struck upon the hard carapace of the fierce iron-clad mountain boar. With a soft pop, the imposing creature was as though struck by lightning. Its massive form abruptly stiffened, its forward momentum abruptly halted. After a brief tremor, it collapsed, lifeless. Jang Li observed with clarity. Her master's fingertip had precisely targeted the core node of the beast's demonic power. The timing, the force, the perception, everything was executed with exquisite precision. She reflected on her past life, filled with extensive knowledge, yet to control such power with such effortless grace was indeed a rarity. Truly, my master's prowess is unfathomable. A sense of awe and astonishment filled her heart. As night descended, the master and disciple sought refuge on a wind-sheltered cliff. Lu Shi skillfully gathered dry twigs and kindled a fire. Using a small pot he carried, he boiled spring water, adding 2 eggs and some fragrant herbs. Soon, the simple medicinal egg drop soup exuded an enticing aroma. Jang Li cradled the warm soup handed to her by her master. Gazing into the flickering flames of the comforting fire, while faint sounds of distant wolf howls and insect chirps danced in the air, she felt an unprecedented tranquility. This experience of dining under the stars was starkly different from her past life as an empress residing in magnificent palaces. Yet it possessed its own profound warmth and grounding charm. Prompt, cooking and dining in the wild, experiencing the simplicity of life, aligns with the principles of mortals. Attainment reward, 5 years. Disciple Jang Li's mental state and insights have improved, and her bond with her master has slightly increased. As she felt her inner spiritual power surging quietly, she admired the serene, yet contemplative profile of her disciple illuminated by the firelight. Lu Shi mused that this descent from the mountain did not seem to hinder their cultivation after all. Approaching the borders of Yunxia Prefecture, the atmosphere gradually shifted. The spiritual energy in the air carried a faint hint of agitation. The roads were noticeably less traveled, with most passers-by appearing hurried and vigilant. The villages they passed were particularly quiet, with signs of desolation evident in the fields. On this day, the two took a rest in the last bustling town before entering Yunxia Prefecture. In a tea house, Lu Shi ordered a pot of coarse tea and casually engaged in conversation with the tea master. He inquired about this year's harvest and the recent weather. His tone warm and inviting, like a gentle spring breeze. Initially somewhat reserved, the tea master, noticing Lu Shi's distinguished yet unassuming demeanor, opened up. Lowering his voice, he said, "You must be an outsider, right? Alas, our region has been quite unsettled lately. There has been quite a ruckus over at Lynn family fort, and many lives have been lost. There are often formidable-looking cultivators coming and going. Us common folk dare not venture near." Jang Li listened intently, her experiences as an empress in her past life allowing her to quickly piece together the truth. The Black Fiend Valley had essentially seized control of the situation, while the remnants of the Lin family were struggling to resist, leaving the local populace in a state of anxiety. She couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, they are nothing but phantoms and specters, resorting to such underhanded tricks. She began to strategize on how to eliminate these obstacles with decisive measures. Eager to impress her master, after leaving the tea house, Jang Li couldn't resist asking, "Master, shall we head directly to Lin family fort?" "Of course," Lu Shi replied. Yunxia Prefecture, Lin family fort. Once a flourishing family stronghold, it now stands stained with blood. The protective aura surrounding the clan has dimmed, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. The surviving family members wear expressions of profound sorrow. Within the main hall, the atmosphere is even more somber. The clan leader, Lin Xiaodian, lies gravely injured and unconscious, barely clinging to life. His only daughter, Lin Shui, a strikingly beautiful yet visibly weary young woman, sits with reddened eyes, listening intently to the reports from the elders and the alchemist. The mistress has been struck by the soul corruption palm from the Black Demonic Valley. He forcibly activated a secret technique, shattering his heart channels and damaging his spirit. Were it not for a flicker of willpower sustaining him, he would have long since succumbed. "Alas, I am powerless. There is no way to reverse this," lamented Lin Yong, the family's finest alchemist, tears streaming down his face. Several elders remaining behind also displayed expressions of despair. Will the reinforcements from the falling sunset sect truly arrive? Lin Shui's voice was hoarse. The forces of the Black Demonic Valley had already seized control of the mines and could launch a full-scale assault at any moment. The Lin family stood on the brink of annihilation. "Do not fret. The falling sunset sect will surely dispatch formidable experts. Perhaps the head of Cuifeng Peak will personally come. They will undoubtedly eradicate the malevolent ones," a loyal old steward reassured, though the uncertainty in his tone was palpable to all. At that moment, a clan member burst into the hall, rolling and scrambling in his haste. His voice, tinged with excitement, quivered. "They've arrived. Young mistress, esteemed elders, the seniors from the falling sunset sect are here." "What?" The crowd in the hall sprang to their feet, their faces alight with ecstatic joy. "Quick, let us go out to greet them." Lin Shui, invigorated, hastily led several core elders toward the fortress gate. However, upon their arrival and catching sight of the newcomers, the elation and anticipation on everyone's faces instantly froze, morphing into profound disappointment. There were no ethereal, transcendent figures as they had envisioned, nor a grand assembly of elite disciples. Instead, only two individuals ambled leisurely along the path leading to the fortress gate. At the forefront was a remarkably handsome young man. His attire simple and his demeanor calm and serene, reminiscent of a scholar wandering the mountains. A common long sword hung at his waist. Following him was an enchanting young woman, her expression cool and her beauty extraordinary. Just two people? Furthermore, this senior seems far too youthful. Although his aura is tranquil, there is no trace of the fierce, imposing presence one would expect. Could this truly be the expert sent by the Falling Sunset sect to quell the turmoil? Has the sect merely sent someone to make an appearance? Or has the sect abandoned our Lynn family altogether? Whispers of doubt spread among the surviving members of the Lynn family, the atmosphere of despair thickening even further. Lin Shue's slender form trembled slightly, the light in her beautiful eyes dimming rapidly. Her heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Yet, as the daughter of the clan leader, she musters the strength to hold her composure. Taking a deep breath to suppress the bitterness within, she steps forward and offers a graceful bow. With a voice tinged with unmistakable disappointment and a glimmer of last hope, she speaks, "I am Lin Shue from the Lin clan of Yuxiao Prefecture, an affiliate of the Falling Sunset sect. I respectfully welcome the esteemed elder from the sect. May I inquire as to your esteemed name?" The young man halted, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated fortress gate and the sorrowful faces surrounding him. His gaze remained gentle, and his tone was unremarkable. Sui Peak, Lu Shi. Sui Peak? Most of the Lin family members wore expressions of confusion, clearly unaware that there existed such a sect within the Falling Sunset sect. Only the third elder, who possessed extensive knowledge and was in the late stage of foundation building, furrowed his brow. It seemed he recalled something, and a deeper disappointment flickered in his eyes. He remembered that there indeed was a mountain named Sui Peak in the Falling Sunset sect. It was said to be sparsely populated, and the peak master's cultivation was mediocre. Lin Shue felt her heart sink entirely. Nevertheless, she maintained her decorum. "So it is, Elder Lu. My father is gravely injured and on the brink of death. Due to the upheaval in the clan, I could not come to welcome you. I hope the elder will forgive my transgression. It is of no consequence." Lu Shi waved his hand, his gaze resting upon Lin Shue. "Take me to see the head of the Lin family. As the elder wishes, please follow me." Lin Shue had already lost hope and regarded this as merely a formality. Upon entering the inner chamber, she beheld Lin Xiaodian, who lay on the bed, his breath faint and dark energy entwined around him. Lin Shue could no longer contain her tears. Several elders and the alchemist Lin Yong followed in silently shaking their heads. Lu Shi approached the bedside, not employing the profound techniques everyone anticipated to assess the situation. Instead, he merely extended two fingers and gently placed them on Lin Xiaoyan's wrist. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand and nodded. "Indeed, there is some trouble." Alchemist Lin Yong could not restrain himself and spoke. "Elder Lu, the head has been afflicted by the unique soul-devouring palm of Haisha Valley. The palm's power is malevolent, having eroded his heart and spirit. It cannot be resolved by ordinary pills." The implication was clear. If he could not help, he should not force it. Lu Shi appeared oblivious to the undertone of his words. Instead, he retrieved a bamboo tube containing clear heart tea from his robe, along with a water pouch, and instructed Lin Shue, "Go find a clean pot and fetch 3 bowls of water. Place these tea leaves inside, brew it into a bowl, and administer it to him." At this declaration, the room fell silent. Tea leaves? Brewed in water? Everyone thought they had misheard. Lin Shue trembled in disbelief, looking at Lu Shi with an expression of absurdity. Within her gaze was a hint of indignation at feeling mocked. The elders' faces also bore frowns, believing that this elder from the upper sect was treating the matter frivolously. "Elder Lu, given my father's condition, how can you?" Lin Shue's voice quivered with tears and frustration. Even Jang Li, who had always held faith in Lu Shi, blinked in confusion, casting a puzzled glance at her master. Yet, Lu Shi remained composed, replying to Lin Shue with an unperturbed tone. "Go on." His demeanor was utterly calm. Lin Shue, gazing into his clear, tranquil eyes, inexplicably found herself compelled to accept the tea leaves. She replied softly, "Understood." She personally went to brew the medicine, her heart a desolate void. When she returned with the clear broth, only a few tea leaves floating atop, it emanated a faint fragrance. She could hardly bear to meet the disappointed and even furious gazes of the elders and alchemist Lin Yong. "Administer it," Lu Shi instructed. With gritted teeth and tears brimming, Lin Shue slowly fed the unconscious broth to her father. At first, there was no discernible change after the medicine was swallowed. However, just 3 breaths after the last drop was consumed, buzz. Lin Xiaodian's body on the bed suddenly trembled violently. A gentle yet formidable vitality suddenly erupted from within him. The layer of ashen darkness that enveloped his face seemed to have encountered its nemesis. The dark aura emitted a faint hissing sound, visibly dissolving and receding at an astonishing pace. The once feeble breath swiftly transformed into a robust and vigorous force. The fatal imprint upon his chest gradually faded and vanished. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xiaotian suddenly coughed several times, expelling a mouthful of foul, congealed blood. To everyone's astonishment, he slowly opened his eyes. Although his gaze remained somewhat bewildered, the spark of life had undeniably returned. Father, the patriarch, how can this be possible? Silence. After a deathly stillness, the inner chamber erupted in fervor. Lin Shui rushed to the bedside, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Several elders and Master Dan Lin Yong stood in stunned disbelief, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Master Dan Lin Yong even collapsed to his knees, repeatedly bowing towards Lu Shi with fervor. He stammered in excitement. A miracle indeed. A simple bowl of tea, and one returns from the brink of death. You are truly a divine being. I, an old fool, failed to recognize your greatness. All the members of the Lin family gazed at Lu Shi with an indescribable shock, their eyes reflecting awe and the euphoric relief of survival. This seemingly ordinary elder Lu was far from being of modest cultivation. He was manifestly an unparalleled master, returning to the essence of being, with unfathomable abilities. Lin Xiaotian, though weak, spoke clearly. May I inquire which esteemed friend has saved me? Such great kindness, the Lin family shall never forget. Father, it is Elder Lu from the Falling Sunset sect, Sui Peak. Lin Shui quickly supported her father, her voice brimming with excitement. Lin Xiaotian turned to Lu Shi, struggling to rise and bow in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Lu, for your life-saving grace. The Lin family has brought disgrace to the sect. Lu Shi casually raised a hand, a gentle force rendering Lin Xiaotian immobile. The patriarch has just recovered from severe injuries. There is no need for excessive courtesy. His tone remained calm as he directly addressed the matter at hand. We shall set aside formalities for later. How many from the Black Sha Valley have arrived? And what is the cultivation level of their leader? What is the current situation of the mine? A chill ran through Lin Xiaotian and the others at the mention of this elder Lu, who approached saving lives with such ease and inquired with piercing directness. Lin Xiaotian dared not delay, quickly collecting his thoughts and respectfully responding. To answer Elder Lu, approximately 30 individuals from the Black Sha Valley have arrived. Their leader, the Valley Master Bloodhand Tu Gang, is a formidable expert at the initial stage of Dao Foundation. Additionally, there are 2 elders at the peak of Foundation establishment. Most of their forces are currently stationed at the mine, with Tu Gang personally overseeing them. Meanwhile, Jang Li observed the scene, a smirk of pride gracing her lips. Humph. Now you recognize the prowess of my master? A group of fools, judging by appearances. Initial stage of Dao Foundation? Mere fledglings. Just right for my master to stretch his limbs. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lu Shi's mind. Hint, treated Lin Xiaotian. Resolve the power of the soul erosion palm. Action aligns with the ordinary virtue of saving lives. Reward, 30 years of cultivation. Hint, astonished the Lin family. Instilling awe, in accordance with the principles of humility. Received an additional reward of 10 years in mental state. Chapter 19 originally intending to experience the burgeoning power within as an ordinary elder, which seamlessly flowed into the cultivation of the immortal body of eternal destruction. Lu Shi maintained a composed demeanor, his heart unperturbed. It seems that traversing the world to aid others is more rewarding than merely chopping wood on the mountain. Just as Lin Xiaotian was reporting the mining situation to Lu Shi in detail, the hope within the hall, ignited by the patriarch's recovery, was abruptly shattered. Boom. The already precarious gates of the Lin family fortress, along with a section of the courtyard wall, exploded violently. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a maniacal and malevolent laughter echoed throughout the Lin household. Lin Xiaotian. You old ghost, you still cling to life, don't you? Perfect. Today, none of you shall escape. Before the words could fully resonate, a formidable aura of early foundational cultivation surged into the hall. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his visage twisted with malice, stormed in, flanked by over 20 disciples. His hands entwined with crimson malevolence. He was none other than Tu Gang. Behind him trailed 2 elders from the Black Malevolence Valley, both at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. The countenance of the Lin family members turned ashen. The flicker of hope that had just ignited was instantly engulfed by a greater terror. Tu Gang. Lin Xuejiao trembled, instinctively positioning herself before her father. Several Lin elders, sensing the impending doom, drew their weapons, yet their eyes were filled with despair. The combined might of an early foundational cultivator and 2 pinnacle foundational cultivators was more than enough to crush the remnants of the Lin family. Oh, there are outsiders? Tu Gang's bloodthirsty gaze swept across the room, landing on the uniquely poised Lu Shi and Jang Li. His gaze lingered momentarily on Jang Li's breathtaking visage, revealing a hint of lewdness. What a delightful surprise in this remote place. It seems fortune is on my side today. unbridled. A glint of coldness flashed in Jang Li's eyes, her murderous intent surging forth. How dare he gaze at her in such a manner and speak so brazenly? This man had chosen the path to his demise. Leer, Lu, she softly called, his voice calm and soothing, imbued with an extraordinary power of reassurance that instantly steadied Jang Li. However, her gaze towards Tu Gang had transformed, as if she were looking at a corpse. Taking a step forward, Lu Shi shielded everyone behind him, his gaze steady as he confronted Tu Gang. Black Malevolence Valley, Tu Gang? Tu Gang paused slightly at Lu Shi's calmness, then sneered. Indeed, it's your grandfather too. You boy, with such delicate skin and tender flesh. You don't resemble a Lynn family member. State your name. My grandfather does not slay nameless specters. Lu Shi, from the Falling Sunset sect, Sui Peak. Lu Shi's tone remained unwavering, devoid of any tremor. The Falling Sunset sect? Tu Gang and the two elders behind him exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. However, after sensing Lu Shi's aura more closely, Tu Gang's apprehension eased. He scoffed. I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out, you're merely a pretty boy from the Falling Sunset sect come to court death. Is this all they sent to deal with the Lin family? Late-stage foundational cultivation? The Lin family members initially sighed in relief, realizing that Elder Lu was indeed at a higher level than Tu Gang by 2 minor realms. Yet, their hearts soon tightened once more. The opposing side boasts 2 elders at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, giving them a numerical advantage. The outcome remains uncertain. Elder Lu, be cautious. Their numbers are overwhelming. Lin Xiaodian strained to remind him. No need for concern, Lu Shi replied with a faint smile, turning to Tu Gang. Will you depart on your own, or shall I escort you? Arrogant. Tu Gang, incensed, bellowed. Let us strike together. We shall eliminate this brat first. Leading the charge, he unleashed a surge of sanguine malevolence from his palms, transforming into 2 massive blood-red handprints that sliced through the air towards Lu Shi. Simultaneously, the 2 elders at the pinnacle of foundation establishment also made their move. A venomous gust of palm wind and a razor-sharp blade aura assailed Lu Shi from the flanks. In the face of this combined assault, Lu Shi appeared to sigh. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he shifted his stance slightly, his form gliding like a gentle breeze through willows, narrowly evading the 2 flanking attacks. At the same time, his right hand, fingers poised like a blade, seemingly nonchalantly pointed forward. This gesture, silent yet swift, precisely struck at the weakest core of Tu Gang's sanguine handprint. With a resounding thud, the formidable blood handprint disintegrated in an instant. Tu Gang felt an intensely concentrated force surge upwards, causing him to stifle a groan and stagger backward. His face a mask of horror. Your blood palm technique has too many flaws, Lu Shi remarked, retracting his fingers and standing with hands clasped behind his back. The arena fell silent. The members of the Lin family were both astonished and elated. Elder Lu was indeed formidable, having repelled Tu Gang, who was in the early stages of foundation establishment, with a single strike. Jang Li couldn't help but smirk, thinking, Master has yet to unsheath his sword. This fellow is truly fortunate. Tu Gang, filled with both shock and fury, was about to rally his men for a full-scale assault when suddenly, a sinister voice echoed from all directions. Late-stage foundation establishment? Such a solid foundation, yet I underestimated you. Before the words had fully resonated, a pressure far mightier than Tu Gang's abruptly descended, akin to an invisible mountain pressing down on every heart. Even the air seemed to thicken. A vague shadow appeared atop the crumbling courtyard wall, cloaked in a voluminous black robe, with only a pair of gleaming, eerie eyes visible. The aura emanating from him unmistakably signified the early stage of enlightenment. Old Shadow, Tu Gang, and the members of the Black Fiend Valley regarded him as their savior, hurriedly bowing in reverence, their faces alight with elation. Meanwhile, the flicker of hope that had just ignited among the Lin family was instantaneously extinguished. An expert in the realm of enlightenment, Lin Xiaoyan's face turned ashen, and Lin Xuejiao swayed precariously. Several elders closed their eyes in despair. The gap between enlightenment and foundation establishment was an absolute chasm, devoid of any chance. Even if Elder Lu were exceptionally powerful, he was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. I initially thought it would require some effort, but it seems the Falling Sunset sect has sent only you. Old Shadow remarked, his deep gaze locking onto Lu Shi, laced with a hint of mockery. Late-stage foundation establishment, decent among the younger generation. Alas, your journey ends here today. Blame your ill fortune for crossing paths with me. Yet, at the epicenter of this overwhelming pressure, Lu Shi remained unfazed, maintaining an air of tranquility, even taking the time to adjust his slightly wrinkled sleeve. Then he raised his head, gazing toward the shadowy elder on the wall, and let out a gentle sigh. His tone laced with a hint of helplessness. I intended to interact with you as an ordinary elder, conducting myself discreetly. Yet, what I have received in return are troubles and misunderstandings. He paused, and under the increasingly perplexed gaze of the shadowy elder, he continued in that calm demeanor, "Forget it. There's no need to feign any longer." At the instant his words fell, a terrifying aura, indescribable in its intensity, erupted from Lu Shi, creating a cataclysmic explosion. The previously clear sky was instantly shrouded in tumultuous clouds. The spiritual energy of the world within the Lin family fortress surged wildly toward Lu Shi, forming a visible vortex of spiritual essence. The pressure emanating from the shadowy elder, who was at the early stage of enlightenment, was rendered inconsequential before this overwhelming force. Akin to a firefly before the full moon, failing to stir even a ripple before being utterly crushed. Chapter 20. Another one joins Lu. She remained poised, his garments billowing gracefully. Yet at this moment, in the eyes of all, he was no longer the gentle and serene elder. Instead, he had transformed into a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, an unfathomable and unparalleled powerhouse. The waves of spiritual energy radiating from him were unmistakably at the late stage of enlightenment. Late stage of enlightenment. The mockery and composure on the shadowy elder's face vanished without a trace, replaced by boundless fear and disbelief. He pointed at Lu Shi, his voice distorted with incredulity. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even the sect leader of the Falling Sunset sect, Luo Tianming, is merely at the late stage of enlightenment. Who are you? So young yet so powerful." Not only the shadowy elder, but also the likes of Tu Gang and others behind him had already collapsed in terror. They trembled uncontrollably, unable to lift their heads. The members of the Lin family were utterly petrified. Lin Xiaoyan's mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Lin Shue's beautiful eyes were round with shock, her small hands tightly covering her mouth. Those elders of the Lin family, who had previously harbored doubts, were now utterly terrified. Their souls seemingly departed. How could they ever question the existence of a transcendent being at the late stage of enlightenment? Jang Li gazed at her master's proud silhouette, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Truly, Master S abilities are as profound as the ocean. Lu Shi paid no heed to the shadowy elder's astonishment. He gently raised his hand, fingers poised like a sword, and casually gestured in the direction of the elder. A finely honed, pale golden sword aura silently sliced through the air. The shadowy elder's pupils constricted, sensing an imminent threat. He let out a frenzied roar, summoning several protective talismans, unleashing all his cultivation to resist. Yet, all was in vain. With a swift sound, all his defenses were instantly torn asunder. A sharp gasp escaped him as the sword aura swept by, striking him as if he had been dealt a grievous blow. His black robes were shredded, blood gushing forth, and he was hurled backward, crashing heavily into the distant ruins. His breath faltered, clearly gravely injured and on the brink of death. In a single move, merely one move, the shadowy elder at the early stage of enlightenment was utterly defeated. Within the Lin family fortress's plaza, the members of the Black Sha Valley trembled in sheer terror. Tu Gang and the Sui Peak Foundation establishment elders he had brought were now as pale as ghosts. At this moment, Lu Shi's gaze calmly shifted toward them. "Spare us, esteemed one. Please spare us." Tu Gang finally reached his breaking point, tears streaming down his face as he prostrated himself repeatedly, akin to pounding garlic. "I am a lowly wretch, blind to the consequences, and have offended the heavens. I am willing to submit. I shall offer all the treasures of Black Shag Valley. I plead for the mercy of my esteemed predecessor. Spare my wretched life." Lu Shi's gaze remained indifferent, devoid of any emotion. He held no interest in engaging with these bloodstained, nefarious cultivators who harbored ill intentions towards his disciple. With a mere raise of his hand, he pointed and struck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several razor-sharp sword energies pierced through the air, targeting the vital energy centers of Tu Gang and the Sui Peak Foundation establishment elders. "Ah!" A piercing scream briefly echoed, only to be abruptly silenced. The trio's cultivation was obliterated, their meridians shattered, and they collapsed, rendered utterly incapacitated. The remaining disciples of Black Shag Valley were paralyzed with fear, crying out as they scattered in all directions. Lu Shi, however, could not be bothered to pursue such insignificant minions personally. He turned to the still-shocked Lin Xiaoyan and instructed, "The rest is in your hands, Lin family. Investigate the situation of the mine and eradicate the remnants." Only then did Lin Xiaoyan snap back to reality, trembling with excitement. He fell to his knees with a thud. His voice choked with emotion. "I shall faithfully abide by the elder's decree. The Lin family is eternally grateful for your great kindness." Behind him, all members of the Lin family knelt in unison, their eyes filled with reverence as they gazed upon Lu Shi. Lu Shi nodded slightly, the terrifying pressure of his late-stage comprehension receding like a tide. In an instant, he reverted to his gentle and serene demeanor, seemingly harmless. He turned to the starry-eyed Jang Li and said calmly, "Lear, the matter here is settled. Let us proceed inside. After all this commotion, I find myself rather parched." "Yes, master," Jang Li replied cheerfully, hurrying to keep pace with him. Inside the Lin family banquet hall, the ambience was lively, illuminated by bright lights and filled with the clinking of cups. The surviving Lin family members radiated genuine gratitude and joy in the aftermath of their ordeal. Toasts were made round after round, and the atmosphere was vibrant. However, Lu Shi, seated at the main table, felt somewhat out of place amidst the revelry. He sipped lightly, maintaining a gentle demeanor, yet exuding an air of detachment. Tip: enjoying the local specialty, smoked spirit hooves, offers a decent taste, aligning with the principles of experiencing the mundane. Cultivation, 1 year. Tip: drinking the third-grade spirit wine, Yunxia brew, induces a mild inebriation, in accordance with the principles of refining the heart in the mortal realm. Mental state, 1 year. Listening to the periodic notifications echoing in his mind, Lu Shi found some merit in the banquet. Though the clamor could never compare to the tranquility of the breezes and moonlight atop Sui Peak. Beside him, Jang Li sat elegantly, delicately tasting the dishes while her gaze occasionally swept across the entire hall, particularly lingering on the clan leader Lin Xiaodian and his daughter Lin Shui. A cold smile curled on her lips. Beneath this feast lies a web of schemes. The Lin clan leader seems unable to contain himself any longer. Sure enough, after several rounds of drinks, Lin Xiaodian exchanged glances with his daughter Lin Shui. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shui approached Lu Shi's table, holding a cup of wine, and bowed gracefully. Her pretty face flushed with a mix of wine and nervousness, her eyes resolute. "Elder Lu, your life-saving grace and your eradication of evil. The Lin family has no means to repay you. This humble girl offers you a toast." Lu Shi nodded slightly, raised his cup in acknowledgement, and drained it in one gulp, his movements fluid and unhurried, not sparing Lin Shui a second glance. Lin Shui returned to her father's side, and Lin Xiaodian finally rose, walking to the center of the hall, where he performed a deep bow to Lu Shi. The atmosphere immediately fell into silence. "Elder Lu," Lin Xiaodian spoke with a tone heavy with sincerity, "the Lin family has suffered great losses from this calamity, and we have come to understand the reality that only the strong command respect in this world. I have a humble request, and I hope the elder will grant it." Jang Li, with a knowing smile, observed the unfolding scene with a sense of anticipation. Lu Shi set his cup down, his tone calm. "Please, speak, Master Lin. Though my daughter Lin Shui's talents may be modest, her disposition is commendable, and she is diligent in her endeavors," Lin Xiaodian implored earnestly, lowering himself considerably. "I do not dare to hope that she could become a disciple of the elder and receive true teachings. I only beseech the elder's compassion to allow her to return with you to the Falling Sunset sect, granting her a humble place to reside on Sui Peak. Even if she were to serve as a maid, able to occasionally listen to the elder's words of wisdom, it would be an immense fortune for her and for our Lin family." Upon his words, all members of the Lin family gazed at Lu Shi with hopeful anticipation, while Lin Shui nervously twisted the hem of her garment. "Humph, just as I expected." Jang Li scoffed inwardly, a wave of inexplicable displeasure washing over her. To speak of serving as a maid is clearly a ploy to ingratiate themselves. Just look at the way Lin Shui gazes at the master. Her sharp gaze swept over Lin Shui's face, which bore a blend of admiration and beauty. "The master is noble and untainted, far removed from the mundane entanglements of your worldly families. Sui Peak is a serene sanctuary. How can we allow outsiders to disturb its tranquility? Yet, should the master agree?" Jang Li's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of cunning and sharpness flickering within them. "As the senior sister, I will ensure that this new sister is well cared for, teaching her what true cultivation entails." At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Lu Shi's mind. Notification: received a request from an affiliated family to accept a disciple. Accepting will stabilize regional influence and reinforce sect authority, aligning with foundational principles of the sect. Anticipate daily rewards in cultivation. Lu Shi understood the implications. Indeed, entangling oneself with such matters could lead to complications. However, daily rewards? He glanced at Lin Shui, whose expression was tense yet pure. Very well, the herb fields on the peak could benefit from a meticulous caretaker. It seemed Li was also somewhat weary of the chores, so an additional helper would be welcome. Chapter 21. Harmony between master and disciple. Under the nervous gazes of those present, Lu Shi gently rotated the teacup in his hands. He raised his eyes, briefly meeting Jang Li's face, which was already bracing for rejection. Then he looked at the father-daughter duo of Lin Xiaodian and Lin Shui, who were on the brink of suffocation from anxiety, and finally spoke with calm indifference. "Yes, just a single word." and the relief washed over Lin Xiaodian and Lin Shui as if they had been granted a great reprieve, their joy evident on their faces. Thank you for your immense kindness, Elder. Lin Xiaodian was about to bow deeply in gratitude when Lu Shi gently restrained him with a wave of soft energy. Lin Shui will certainly adhere to her duties and will not cause any trouble for the elder. Lin Shui's voice trembled with excitement. Meanwhile, Jang Li, though having anticipated this outcome, could not help but let out a soft huff upon hearing the master truly agree. Though her voice was barely audible, the others present, being cultivators, certainly caught the sound. Lin Shui immediately cast a fearful glance toward Jang Li. Lu Shi cast a fleeting glance at his disciple, only to see Jang Li immediately don a demeanor of obedience and gentleness. She even took the initiative to offer Lin Shui a friendly smile, saying, Miss Lin, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Since my master has consented, we shall be fellow disciples from now on. Yet, there was something in that smile that sent a chill down Lin Shui's spine. Note, disciple Jang Li exhibits a slight possessive sentiment towards her master, and her emotional fluctuations align with the deepening bond criteria. She receives an additional mindset reward, 3 years. Lu Shi pondered, is there something amiss with this system's assessment? The following morning, as dawn broke, Lu Shi, accompanied by Jang Li and a hastily packed Lin Shui, bid farewell to the grateful members of the Lin family. Lu Shi maintained an air of leisure, as though he had merely stepped out for a stroll rather than completing a sect mission. Jang Li walked beside him, her demeanor returning to its usual coolness. Yet, occasionally, her gaze would linger on the cautious Lin Shui trailing behind, imbued with a certain depth of meaning. Lin Shui felt both exhilarated and apprehensive, glancing back at the receding Lin family fortress 3 steps for every stride she took to catch up with the two ahead. The silhouettes of the trio gradually faded into the misty mountain path leading towards the falling sunset sect. At the summit of Cuifeng Peak, the morning fog had yet to fully dissipate. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows. In the courtyard, Jang Li wielded a hatchet, addressing a segment of dead wood. Her actions appeared steady, each strike landing precisely along the grain. With a soft crack, the wood split apart, the surface as smooth as a mirror. However, had there been a perceptive observer present, they would have discerned that the thoughts of this former empress were far removed from the kindling. Her ears quivered slightly as she reined in her spiritual energy, honing her senses to their utmost, entirely focused on the simple dwelling behind her. Master had just summoned Lin Shui inside, and it had been a good incense stick's worth of time. Private conversation, Jiang Li's wrist tightened, and another segment of wood was swiftly cleaved. What merit does a mere mid-stage qi condensation girl possess to warrant such solemn instruction from my master? Could it be that he intends to personally guide her cultivation methods? At this thought, her grip on the hatchet unconsciously tightened. With a dull thud, the flagstones beneath her trembled slightly. Inside, the furnishings were modest. 1 table, 2 chairs, and a pot of clear tea. Lin Shui stood somewhat apprehensively at the lower end, her hands nervously clasped before her. Stealing a glance, she beheld the young elder seated in the main position. Morning light streamed through the window, outlining his flawless profile. His aura was warm and inviting, captivating the heart. Do not be anxious. Please, take a seat. Lu Shi gestured towards the chair opposite him, his tone calm. Yes, elder. Lin Shui replied, settling into the chair, careful to occupy only half of it. Lu Shi poured her a cup of tea from the pot, the swirling steam carrying a delicate fragrance. What level of cultivation have you attained thus far? He inquired casually. Lin Shui hurriedly accepted the teacup with both hands, flustered yet somewhat embarrassed as she responded. In reply to the elder, my aptitude is rather lacking. I am merely at the mid-stage of qi condensation. Oh, your foundation appears to be relatively stable. Lu Shi nodded slightly, without a hint of condescension. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must proceed step by step. There is no need for haste. His tone was gentle, allowing Lin Shui's taut heartstrings to relax slightly. Lu Shi shifted his gaze, seemingly unconsciously, to the rhythmic sound of chopping wood outside. There was a subtle depth in his voice. Once you enter Cuifeng Peak, there are a few matters you must remember. Lin Shui immediately straightened her back, focusing intently. Firstly, the mundane tasks on the peak, such as chopping wood, fetching water, and tending to the medicinal fields, are all part of your cultivation and should not be neglected. I understand, master. Lin Shui replied earnestly. Secondly, Lu Shi paused, gently caressing the warm rim of his teacup with his fingertips. Your senior sister Jang Li possesses a rather cool demeanor. However, in matters of cultivation, her insights sometimes surpass even my own. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui abruptly looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulous astonishment. Senior sister Jiang? The one who appears younger than me and is said to possess only a false spiritual root? Master holds her in such high regard. Even Master feels inadequate in comparison? The sound of chopping wood outside momentarily paused, as if time itself had taken a breath. Jang Li's grip on the axe tightened, her knuckles paling. A surge of indescribable warmth rushed to Lin Shue's heart. He actually thinks so highly of me, followed by an exhilarating sense of trust. Master knows everything. He is aware of my abilities. Lu Shi appeared oblivious to any unusual reactions and continued in his unassuming tone. In your future cultivation, should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek her guidance. Remember to remain humble. Do not let her age, which is similar to yours, or the external rumors regarding her qualifications lead you to underestimate her. He looked at Lin Shui, his gaze gentle yet imbued with an understanding of the human heart. Here on Sui Peak, you need only heed her guidance. The whispers from the outside world are mere fleeting clouds. Do you understand? Lin Shui's heart raced like a drum. She was no fool. She instantly grasped the weight and depth of Elder Lu's words. This was a clear indication that Jang Li's status on Sui Peak was unparalleled. Even the elders held her in profound esteem. The rumors regarding her false spiritual root were utterly baseless. I understand. I will diligently adhere to the elders' teachings. Lin Shui rose, bowing deeply, her tone exceedingly solemn. She would never dare to show the slightest disrespect towards senior sister Jiang. From now on, she would certainly follow her lead. Outside, the rhythmic chopping resumed, even more lively than before. Jang Li's lips could not suppress a slight upward curve. The remnants of her earlier grievances had long since dissipated, replaced by a sense of superiority, as if she had seen through it all. With Master's endorsement, she felt a reluctant sense of responsibility to guide Lin Shui. You know your place. In high spirits, she struck down with her axe, deftly splitting the last piece of firewood. Chapter 22. The sect leader's request. Once the conversation concluded, Lu Shi dismissed Lin Shui. As she stepped outside, her gaze towards the cool young woman stacking firewood in the courtyard had completely transformed. That look now brimmed with reverence and a hint of cautious admiration. She approached with delicate steps, her voice soft as she inquired, Sister Jiang, is there anything I can assist you with? Jang Li paused her actions, wiping her hands with a cloth. Her gaze, indifferent yet piercing, swept over Lin Shui's exquisite yet anxious visage. She replied with an air of nonchalance. As if it were a matter of course, please stack the firewood over there according to thickness and length in the corner of the eastern wall. Be mindful of the orientation. It should face the wind and sun to facilitate drying. Her demeanor remained cool, yet the previous invisible barrier had dissipated, replaced by an air of casual familiarity that only she possessed. Yes, sister, Lin Shui exclaimed, feeling as if she had received a royal command. She hurried off, dedicating herself to the task with exceptional diligence. Standing by the window, Lu Shi observed the scene in the courtyard, one exuding confidence, the other industrious and obedient. A subtle smile curved at the corners of his lips. Tip: successfully mediating disciple relationships maintains harmony within the sect, adhering to the principles of proper household management. Gained mental state reward, 5 years. As he felt the growth of his inner cultivation, Lu Shi contentedly picked up the water bucket and shoulder pole leaning against the wall. It's time to water the newly cultivated spiritual vegetables in the backyard. Life at Sui Peak seemed to blossom with vitality, enhanced by the presence of an additional person. In the small courtyard of Sui Peak, Lu Shi had just finished watering the spiritual vegetables. Jang Li was instructing Lin Shui on stacking firewood when a serene beam of light descended, revealing the figure of the sect leader, Luo Tianming. His face bore a warm smile as he greeted, Junior Brother Lu, how have you been lately? Apologies for not welcoming the esteemed presence of the sect leader, Lu Shi replied, setting down the ladle, his tone as ever, unassuming. All is well. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Luo Tianming's gaze wandered across the courtyard, landing on Jang Li and Lin Shui. Notably, he seemed taken aback by Lin Shui's respectful and obedient demeanor. He chuckled. It appears that this Sui Peak is increasingly vibrant. Is this the Lin family girl? Indeed. Her eyes are clear. She is a fine prospect. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Tianming shifted the conversation, his expression turning expectant. Junior Brother Lu, I have come today with a matter of importance. I have heard of the events in Yunxia Prefecture. You have displayed cultivation at the late stage of enlightenment? He fixed his gaze on Lu Shi, the revelation too astonishing for him not to verify personally. Although Jang Li appeared to be teaching Lin Shui, her ears had already perked up. Here it comes. The sect leader has indeed come for this matter. Lu Shi, however, showed no signs of panic at having his secret unveiled. Given the circumstances at the time, there was little reason to conceal it. Alas, I still couldn't keep it under wraps. However, it's for the best. Showcasing some strength should afford me a period of tranquility, right? With that, he casually released a hint of his aura, resonating with power. Boom. Though it was merely a wisp. The pressure of the late stage of enlightenment caused the spiritual energy throughout Sui Peak to momentarily halt. Luo Tianming's smile froze, his entire being rigid for a full 3 breaths. The late stage of enlightenment. It truly is the late stage of enlightenment. His voice quivered with disbelief, swiftly transforming into uncontainable joy as he seized Lu Shi's arm. Excellent. Truly excellent. Heaven bless our Luoxia sect. Junior brother Lu, you have truly bestowed a tremendous surprise upon me and our sect. The manifestation of our ancestors is upon us. Our falling sunset sect has produced such a young adept at the late stage of enlightenment. What does this signify? It signifies that our sect's power shall undergo a monumental leap. It heralds a prosperous future for the coming centuries. My decision to champion your ascension to the position at the Emerald Peak was indeed sagacious. He paced with excitement, his face alight with smiles that seemed to unfold the very wrinkles of age. Once he finally calmed himself, a hint of bashfulness crept onto Luo Tianming's face. Junior brother, I have come today to discuss another matter. Please, speak, senior brother. The sect's grand competition will take place in 3 months. As he spoke, Luo Tianming observed Lu Shi's expression. According to the rules, each peak must send forth at least 1 disciple to participate. He did not finish his thought, but the meaning was abundantly clear. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi slightly furrowed his brow, a barely perceptible change that did not escape the keen eyes of Master Luo. A pang of worry struck Luo Tianming's heart, fearing that his precious junior brother might find the task troublesome and decline outright. He hurriedly added, "Rest assured, junior brother, there is no expectation of ranking. It is merely a formality to fulfill the sect's regulations. It would also be beneficial for the disciples to broaden their horizons." At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lu Shi's mind. Notification triggered the sect's routine event, the grand competition. Sending out disciples to participate aligns with the integration principles of the sect. Based on the final performance of the disciple, cultivation rewards may be granted. Declining to participate may lead to diminished evaluations within the sect and strained relationships. Upon hearing of the rewards, a flicker of interest ignited in Lu Shi's eyes. He glanced at Jang Li, who was attentively listening nearby, and began to formulate a plan. Very well. Since there are rewards, let Li participate. Given her capabilities, it should not be too difficult for her to manage. It will also serve to stretch her limbs, preventing her from languishing atop the peak. I understand, Lu Shi replied in an even tone. When the time comes, I shall have Jang Li represent Emerald Peak in the competition. Jang Li? Luo Tianming's gaze shifted toward the seemingly aloof young woman, recalling her pseudo-spiritual root aptitude. He hesitated to speak further. Junior brother Lu, regarding Jiang Shi and I, he began, but his words were cut short as Jiang Li turned to face Lu Shi. Bowing respectfully, I shall obey, and I will not disappoint my esteemed master. The sect's grand competition? Ha! A heavenly opportunity. I have been lamenting my cultivation prowess with no outlet to display it, and now, everyone in the sect shall bear witness. The true strength of our Emerald Peak lineage. Those so-called geniuses are but mere chickens and dogs before me. My master has faith in my participation. I shall undoubtedly secure the top position and bring honor to my master. Observing Lu Shi's seemingly indifferent demeanor and Zhang Li's unwavering confidence, Luo Tianming, though still harboring doubts, opted to say nothing further. He took it as Lu Shi's intention to allow his disciple to gain experience and smiled, saying, "In that case, I eagerly anticipate Jiang Shi and I's performance." Having concluded the important matters, Luo Tianming began to curiously survey the small courtyard. Junior brother, you truly lead an elegant life. These spiritual vegetables are thriving splendidly. Lu Shi effortlessly plucked a tender cucumber and handed it to Luo Tianming, saying, "Senior brother, do give it a try. It's nourished by mountain spring water and has not been treated with any chemicals." Luo Tianming accepted it, took a bite, and was pleasantly surprised by its crisp sweetness, which even seemed to carry a hint of spiritual essence. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wonderful. I didn't expect my junior brother to have such profound insights into cultivation." With a slight smile gracing his lips, Lu Shi thought to himself that entertaining the sect master appeared to yield its own rewards. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Luo Tianming departed contentedly, reminding Lu Shi once more to diligently pursue his cultivation, as the resources of the sect would be inclined towards Sui Peak. Once the sect master was gone, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Lu Shi looked at Zhang Li, who was eagerly rubbing her hands together with a glint of excitement in her eyes, and he shook his head helplessly. With only 3 months remaining, he could not afford to neglect his daily duties. The firewood for today was still unchopped. Zhang Li, filled with enthusiasm, replied, "Yes, master. I shall attend to it at once." Chapter 23. Pinnacle of the Law Manifestation Realm in the Deep Autumn. The nights atop Sui Peak had begun to carry a slight chill. Lu Shi had just filled the water tank with mountain spring water for tomorrow's tea brewing. He was sitting on a stone bench beneath an ancient pine tree, taking a moment to rest. The night sky sparkled like a wash, and the moonlight poured down upon him, draping him in a veil of silver. He was not cultivating, but simply savoring the serenity that followed his labor. His mind was at ease, seemingly merging with the mountains, the moon, and the autumn breeze. Suddenly, he felt a stirring within, deep in his dantian. The long-dormant law manifestation trembled gently without warning. Like spring ice melting into water, it flowed naturally. The subtle stagnation and imperfections from his past cultivation quietly dissipated at that moment. The gentle spiritual force within his limbs began to circulate on its own, flowing incessantly. Ultimately, all rivers converged into the sea, merging entirely into the law manifestation. The radiance of the manifestation was tempered to its utmost, while its form grew increasingly solid. A profound sense of completeness welled up within him. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, affirming Lu Shi's own perception. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and a fleeting warmth shone within them. He gently flexed his fingers, feeling the formidable power coursing through him. A barely perceptible smile graced Lu Shi's lips. It had unfolded more swiftly than he had anticipated. With a thought, a translucent light screen that only he could perceive appeared before him. Host, Lu Shi. Talent, mortal bone. Bloodline, mortal. Cultivation, pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. Technique, indestructible body of eternal tribulation, proficient. Ultimate skills, sword of the gentle breeze. Technique of cloud cultivation and rain distribution. The indestructible body of eternal tribulation at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm had reached proficiency. Lu Shi scanned the interface and understood clearly. He felt no urgency toward the seemingly distant realm of higher dimensions. He maintained his leisurely demeanor. For cultivation to him was akin to the daily tasks of fetching water and chopping wood. Each step taken would eventually lead him to his destination. He gazed up at the moon, mentally calculating the passing days. The sect's grand competition seemed to be approaching swiftly. That girl, Lynn, had indeed grown considerably quieter over the past 2 months. One could only wonder how well she was preparing. With this thought, he shook his head with a wry smile. Suppressing the ripples of his recent breakthrough, his mind drifted back to the mundane affairs atop the peak. For him, while the elevation of his cultivation was certainly gratifying, the pressing matter at hand was fertilizing the newly planted cold smoke grass come morning. In the crisp autumn air of the back mountains of Sui Peak, the scent of earth and spiritual herbs wafted beside the medicinal fields. Lynn held her breath, concentrating fiercely, and with a sharp command, her palms flew, conjuring shadows of her hands. This was the lower-grade spiritual technique, the flowing cloud palm, which she had diligently practiced for a long time. The gusts of palm energy roared, seemingly abundant, yet always revealed a hint of stagnation at the point of exhaustion. Stop! A cool voice pierced the air. Jang Li, clad in plain garments, stood upon the ridge, her gaze gliding over Lynn like autumn waters, lacking in spirit despite its resemblance. Jang Li approached with measured steps, her tone unaffected. In the 7th form of the flowing cloud palm, the cloud surge, why do you insist on pursuing a torrent of palm strength? Lynn halted her movements, beads of sweat forming on her brow, and respectfully replied, Senior sister, the texts state that this form should resemble a surging sea of clouds, with momentum as its priority. The texts are lifeless, people are vibrant, Jang Li interjected. She extended her delicate finger, lightly pointing towards Lynn Shui's chest. When your spiritual energy passes through the Yunmen point, withdraw 3 parts of your strength, redirect it to the Zhongfu, and then unleash. Lynn Shui followed her instructions, adjusting her spiritual energy. The once tumultuous palm strength transformed abruptly into a smooth and flowing force, brimming with latent power. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to Jang Li. This subtly intricate adjustment had not even been mentioned by the outer sect steward who taught the technique. How could senior sister perceive it so clearly and modify it effortlessly? Watch closely. Jang Li said no more, bending to pick up a withered branch at her feet. In the next moment, her wrist flicked, and the branch shot forward like a sword. A barely audible sound echoed. A crescent moon-like arc of pale light erupted from the tip of the branch, slicing through a sturdy blue stone 3 paces away. The arc flashed and vanished. The stone trembled slightly, and then the upper half slid down a smooth, mirror-like slope, crashing to the ground with a thud. The fracture was so smooth it could reflect a figure. Lynn Shui gasped in shock, staring at the branch in Jang Li's hand, which had turned to powder. Her mind went blank. Controlling objects with one's energy, condensing it into a solid form. This was a threshold that could only be tenuously approached in the late stages of energy condensation. Hadn't senior sister just broken through to the mid-stage of energy condensation a month ago? Jang Li discarded the powder from her hand, turning back to Lynn Shui, who was still in a daze. Your flowing cloud palm has too many flaws. Now, use your most proficient technique to attack me. Lynn Shui stiffened, realizing that her senior sister intended to personally guide her. Not daring to be negligent, she took a deep breath and unleashed the modified cloud surge with all her might. The gust of her palm energy was indeed sharper than before. Facing the incoming strike, Jang Li stood her ground, not flinching nor evading. Just as the palm wind was about to reach her, she seemingly casually extended her index finger, striking lightly at the acupoint on Lin Shui's wrist. An uncanny yet supple force seeped in. The flow of spiritual energy in Lin Shui's entire arm suddenly reversed, causing an unbearable sensation of numbness and discomfort. She let out a muffled groan and staggered backward, her technique effortlessly dismantled. The flickering blossom finger, a mid-tier spiritual technique, emphasizes the art of subtlety rather than brute force. Jang Li withdrew her hand and stood still, beginning to impart the incantation. Spiritual energy like silk, entwine and pierce, shatter the veins and sever the flow. Lin Shui focused intently, her astonishment growing with each word. The incantation of the flickering blossom finger was intricate and profound, its methods astutely devised and seasoned. It far surpassed the ordinary spiritual techniques circulating in the market, its power likely approaching the pinnacle of excellence. What other secrets does her senior sister conceal? Master instructed me to heed my senior sister's guidance. Could it be that he already knew? Under Jang Li's tutelage, Lin Shui practiced the initial form of the flickering blossom finger repeatedly. Though merely in its rudimentary stage, it already possessed a hint of grace. The gentle breeze generated by her fingertips could even stir the grass several feet away. With diligent practice, mastering it within a month would suffice to confront most mid-stage qi condensation opponents at the sect's grand competition. Jang Li maintained her calm demeanor. Do not tarnish the reputation of Sui Peak. Yes, senior sister. Lin Shui vowed to exert herself. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she deeply bowed. At this moment, she held Jang Li in utmost admiration and reverence. Watching Lin Shui depart with a blend of gratitude and respect, a subtle smile curved at the corner of Jang Li's lips. When the competition arrives, I shall ensure they understand how laughable fireflies are in the presence of true moonlight. She slowly raised her hand. A flicker of sharp energy akin to moonlight glimmering briefly at her fingertips. It was the nascent brilliance of her former life's unparalleled technique, the moonslaying blade. The fish has already entered the net. We shall await the day of the competition to raise our rods. Chapter 24. The Thousand Illusions Mirror Palace. Time flowed like water, tranquil and unhurried. On this particular morning, after completing her early lessons, Jang Li was preparing to tend to the medicinal fields when she noticed her master, Lu Shi, standing in the courtyard, seemingly waiting for her. Lear, come with me down the mountain today. Lu Shi's tone was calm, devoid of any turbulence. Jang Li was momentarily taken aback. Since her initiation into Sui Peak, her master had rarely ventured outside. Today, he had taken the initiative to descend. Curiosity welled within her. Yet she refrained from inquiring further, simply responding respectfully, "Yes, master." The master and disciple walked side by side down the winding mountain path. As Lu Shi's figure appeared on the main pathway of the sect, it instantly stirred a great commotion. Look, is that Elder Lu from Sui Peak? My goodness. It truly is Elder Lu. He has actually come down. I've been in the sect for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen Elder Lu in person. Who is that senior sister behind him? All disciples who beheld them, regardless of gender, involuntarily halted, their gazes firmly captivated. Lu Shi remained in his simple attire. Yet his astonishing handsomeness and ethereal demeanor shone even more brilliantly in the sunlight. Beside him, Jang Li donned a plain robe, exuding an aura of icy elegance. Her beauty unparalleled. As they walked together, an extraordinary sense of harmony enveloped them, akin to celestial beings emerging from a scroll of art. Who is that senior sister? She is so beautiful. I have never seen her before. When did our sect acquire such a fairy? To walk alongside Elder Lu is undoubtedly extraordinary. The murmurs of astonishment and speculation spread among the disciples. The appearance of Jang Li, with her stunning beauty, instantly became the new focal point, even temporarily eclipsing the curiosity surrounding Lu Shi's presence. However, it wasn't long before an informed disciple revealed the truth, particularly those who had entered the sect alongside Jang Li. Her name is Jang Li, chosen by Elder Lu during the last disciple selection ceremony to join at Sui Peak. Jang Li? Is she not the one with the so-called pseudo-spiritual roots? An informed disciple whispered. Pseudo-spiritual roots? Are you jesting? Someone nearby immediately countered. With such grace and beauty, you dare to claim she possesses pseudo-spiritual roots? Absolutely true. The spiritual tablet indicated indeed it was pseudo-spiritual roots, mixed and impure. Thus, she was overlooked until Elder Lu finally brought her to Sui Peak. How could this be? What kind of person is Elder Lu to accept a disciple with pseudo-spiritual roots? And look at her demeanor. Doubts, exclamations, and discussions intertwined, placing Jang Li squarely at the center of public opinion. She vividly felt the myriad of gazes directed at her: curiosity, exploration, envy, jealousy, and a deeper confusion. Jang Li furrowed her brow slightly. Yet, sensing the calm and composed aura of her master beside her, her displeasure swiftly dissipated. One cannot discuss ice with summer insects. She steadfastly maintained her position, trailing half a step behind Lu Shi. Lu Shi seemed oblivious to the surrounding commotion. His steps were leisurely, and he occasionally turned his head to gently introduce. Lear, over there is the sect's transmission pavilion, which houses various cultivation texts. You may refer to them with your disciple token should you need in the future. The distant floating peak is where the artifact refining hall is located. Many of the sect's standard magical tools and disciples' flying swords originate from there. To the left, shrouded in mist, is Dan Ding Peak, the source of the sect's medicinal supplies. His voice, though not loud, was clear in Jang Li's ears. Observing Lu Shi's patient explanations, the onlookers began to form new conjectures regarding Jang Li's standing at Sui Peak. As they walked, Jang Li's attention was drawn to a peculiar cluster of structures in the distance. They were not ordinary palatial edifices, but rather a grand complex composed of countless immense, mirror-like crystals. The reflective surfaces shimmered with celestial light, exuding a kaleidoscopic brilliance, while simultaneously imparting an aura of depth, mystery, and an undercurrent of danger. Above the palace, powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy and ripples in space could be faintly perceived. Master, what is that? Jang Li couldn't help but inquire. From that palace, she sensed a wave akin to the laws of a domain. Lu Shi followed her gaze, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his eyes, before he explained with a hint of elevation in his tone, as if addressing not only Jang Li but the curious disciples surrounding them. That is the Qianhuan Mirror Palace. This palace was not constructed in recent times by our sect, but rather left behind by an extraordinarily gifted ancestor of our Luanxia sect thousands of years ago. That ancestor had already reached the domain realm. Domain realm? Jang Li was astonished within. This realm transcends the comprehension of the Dharma and the path to enlightenment, representing the sixth grand state. Lu Shi nodded in acknowledgement. The interior of the Mirror Palace is not a tangible hall, but rather a composition of countless reflective illusions that mirror the human heart. Each mirror embodies an independent illusory space, intricate and profound. Within, it does not test raw power or cultivation. Instead, it is designed to refine the practitioner's mindset, will, wisdom, and understanding of the elusive Tao. It is said that successfully navigating through a certain number of levels greatly aids in breaking through the barriers of realms. Even the elders of the sect frequently enter to temper their mental fortitude. At this point, Lu Shi paused, turning to gaze at Jang Li. A faint, elusive smile graced his face. And this mirror palace of 1,000 illusions is the destination to which I wish to escort you today. Lu Shi led Jang Li to the entrance of the mirror palace, where the curious gazes of numerous disciples rested upon them. The entrance was not a conventional door, but a vast shimmering water mirror, standing approximately 3 zhang tall, its surface rippling and reflecting distorted silhouettes. It emanated an air of profound mystery. Seated beside the mirror on a slab of azure stone was an elderly man clad in a blue robe. His hair and beard white as snow. His features were rugged, and he exuded a heavy, contemplative aura, unmistakably a Tao-seeking elder. Upon noticing Lu Shi, the elder opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his countenance. He rose and clasped his hands in greeting. Elder Lu? What a rare visitor. His gaze then shifted to Jang Li, initially registering a fleeting admiration for her extraordinary beauty, before instinctively scanning her aura. Upon sensing her cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage, a barely perceptible frown creased his brow. With a tone tinged with goodwill, he cautioned, Elder Lu, is this your newly accepted disciple? The Mirror Palace is fraught with peril, focusing on the mind and spirit. Even disciples at the foundation establishment must remain vigilant to have any hope of passing the initial trials. Would it not be prudent for your apprentice to solidify her cultivation further? Faint murmurs of suppressed laughter and whispers circulated among the onlookers. See, even Elder Xianjian, who guards the mirror, cannot bear to watch. If a disciple with a false spiritual root enters, they might be frightened out of their wits by the first trial. Lu Shi maintained his composure, merely nodding slightly at Elder Xuanjian's concern. I appreciate your care, Elder Xianjian. My apprentice, Jang Li, has come today solely to witness the experience. He turned to Jang Li, his tone calm and unruffled, simply stating, follow your heart. To outsiders, this might seem a laissez-faire attitude, even bordering on irresponsibility. However, Jang Li, with clarity of mind, bowed gracefully to Lu Shi. I understand, master. Her gaze then shifted towards the glimmering entrance of the mirror palace. With a serene expression, she took a step forward, her figure melding seamlessly into the rippling surface, vanishing from sight. Chapter 25. Jang Li breaks through upon her entry. A slightly smaller auxiliary water mirror beside the entrance lit up, revealing dozens of luminous points representing the trials within the palace. Adjacent to it was an ancient jade disc that displayed the challenger's progress and approximate time taken in real time. Elder Xianjian shook his head and resumed his seated position on the azure stone, showing little concern. Most disciples expend considerable time navigating the early trials to hone their mental fortitude. Yet, scarcely had he closed his eyes for 3 breaths when buzz, on the jade disc, the light representing the first challenge suddenly blazed forth. The time displayed, 1 breath. What? Elder Xuanjian's eyes widened in shock. 1 breath? Such speed. Could it be that the illusion was shattered as soon as it was formed? Even with an indomitable will, a reaction process must exist, mustn't it? Among the onlooking disciples, a murmur of astonishment arose. What is happening? Is the jade disc malfunctioning? 1 breath? Is this a jest? Within the mirror palace, Jang Li found herself ensnared in a hellish illusion of raging flames. Beneath her feet lay rolling magma, while anguished wails of malevolent spirits filled the air. Yet, her gaze remained indifferent, akin to observing a poorly performed shadow play. Heartfire illusion? Pathetically shallow. When I commanded the heavenly fire of Liyue, such tricks were unworthy of a warming stove. With merely a glance, the Emperor's divine will, imbued with unparalleled soul power, subtly emanated. In an instant, the entire fiery abyss seemed to be cast into an absolute zero realm. It froze, shattered, and dissolved into nothingness. The first challenge, cleared. Next was the second challenge, a pressure illusion laden with countless blades. The terrifying weight that could make an ordinary chi condensation disciple's bones creak fell upon Jang Li. Yet not even the hem of her garment stirred. Pressure? Even a divine sovereign descending must bow before me. Such a gentle breeze dares to claim to be pressure? Unfazed, she continued as if on a leisurely stroll. The second challenge, shattered. On the jade disc, the second light ignited, time taken, another breath. Outside the mirror palace, a tumultuous wave surged. The second challenge, illuminated. Again, in an instant, some disciples screamed in exhilaration. Elder Xianjian had risen, his gaze fixed intently on the jade disc. No longer serene, his expression betrayed disbelief. Impossible. This could not be achieved at the chi condensation stage. Unless her mental realm far exceeded this. The third challenge presented a labyrinth of intricate and evolving formations. Jang Li merely cast a glance and discerned the core of all the transformations. Formation? A trivial path. Flaws abound, utterly vulnerable. She could not be bothered to follow the correct route. With a gesture akin to a sword, she casually sliced at a seemingly arbitrary point in the void. With a tearing sound, the entire maze illusion unfurled like a ripped canvas, revealing the entrance to the next challenge. The third challenge, shattered. Outside the mirror palace, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The third challenge. Good heavens, such speed. Can she not feel the influence of the illusion? What manner of being is Jang Li? News spread like wildfire to the various peaks of the Luoxia sect. An increasing number of disciples, even some stewards and elders, were drawn in. They transformed into streaks of light, landing around the mirror palace square. The crowd swelled, gasps of amazement rising in waves. The fifth challenge. She surpassed Brother Wang's record from last year. The seventh challenge. This was already the level of inner sect elites. The 10th challenge. My heavens, she has reached the 10th challenge. She has broken the record for the fastest passage through the first 10 challenges in history. Elder Xianjian was no longer composed. His hands trembled slightly. He retrieved an ancient jade slip, his divine sense sweeping across it frantically. The records indicated that only the ancestral master Yunshi, a millennium ago, had displayed such prowess during the early stages of Foundation establishment. Yet she was merely at the chi condensation stage, and a pseudo-spiritual root at that. He suddenly raised his head. His gaze filled with astonishment as he looked towards Lu Shi. Lu Shi stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression as tranquil as an ancient well. In that moment, Elder Xianjian finally understood why Lu Shi had said to follow one's heart. This was not indulgence. It was a serene composure that had already discerned everything. Within the mirror palace, Jang Li had traversed countless challenges. Her speed not only remained unimpeded but became even more adept. She gradually became familiar with the operational laws of this mirror realm and even began to actively absorb and refine some pure illusionary energy to nourish herself. This mirror palace is indeed mysterious, containing a hint of the elusive laws of illusion. Unfortunately, the arranger's cultivation level is too low to unleash its full potential. As she stepped into an ultimate illusion that contained the stars of the cosmos, the entire thousand illusion mirror palace suddenly emitted an unprecedented and intense humming sound. All the mirror surfaces radiated brilliant light, their flow accelerating tenfold. Outside the mirror palace, the world lost its color. What was happening? What was wrong with the mirror palace? Such an extraordinary phenomenon had never been witnessed before. Elder Xuanjian's face turned pale, his voice trembling with fear and excitement. She had triggered the core inheritance trial of the mirror palace. That was the ultimate challenge left by the founding ancestor in search of a successor. For thousands of years, no disciple had ever managed to activate it. Everyone's hearts raced, silence enveloping the arena, so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. All eyes were fixed intensely upon the water mirror and jade by that displayed the progress. Lu Shi's brows twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly, unnoticed by anyone. Oh, she can actually invoke the trial left by the ancestor? This girl, Lynn, has certainly given me a pleasant surprise. They did not have to wait long. Approximately a stick of incense later, all the brilliance and humming of the thousand illusion mirror palace reached their zenith before suddenly retracting. The enormous water mirror at the entrance erupted with unprecedented dazzling light, illuminating the entire square as if it were daylight. In the astonished gaze of everyone, Jang Li emerged gracefully from the center of the radiant glow. Clad in simple attire, she remained untainted by dust. Her exquisite features were calm and undisturbed. However, the observant would notice that her gaze seemed even deeper than before. Jang Li scanned the dense, silent crowd outside, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, as if displeased by the noise. She then walked directly towards Lu Shi, the only one who remained composed, and slightly bowed, her cool voice resonating. Master, I have come out. In that instant, the entire square erupted into a frenzy. She emerged. She succeeded. She passed the ultimate trial, the ancestor's inheritance. Could it be that she received the ancestor's legacy? Pseudo-spiritual root? Whoever says she possesses a pseudo-spiritual root will have me to contend with. Elder Xuanjian darted forward, his face flushed with excitement. He gazed at Jang Li with trembling voice. Child, did you see the ancestor inside? Jang Li glanced at him, her expression indifferent, offering no reply, merely returning to stand beside Lu Shi. Lu Shi nodded slightly to the overjoyed Elder Xuanjian, his tone remaining tranquil. Elder Xuanjian, my young disciple has been fortunate. It seems she has gained something. I shall not disturb your quiet cultivation today. Having spoken, he did not await Elder Xuanjian's further inquiries. Instead, he addressed Jang Li, saying, Lynn, let us return to the peak. Yes, master, Jang Li replied. Obediently following behind Lu Shi, the master and apprentice departed under the astonished gazes of many, gracefully retreating from the hall of the thousand illusions, traversing the mountain path towards the serene Sui Peak. Chapter 26. The primordial sword technique of slashing the Tao in the days that followed. The news of Jang Li's venture into the Hall of the Thousand Illusions, allegedly invoking the founder's legacy, stirred up tremendous waves within the Luoxia sect. Have you heard? Jang Li from Sui Peak ventured into the Hall of the Thousand Illusions and shattered a millennium-old record. Not only that, she triggered the ultimate trial left by the founder. She may have obtained the founder's legacy. Is that true? Isn't she a pseudo-spiritual root? How could that be possible? Absolutely true. I was present at the time. Elder Xuanjian stated it himself. My goodness, a pseudo-spiritual root receiving the founder's legacy? What does that imply? Did the founder misjudge her? Perhaps there was an issue with the spiritual assessment stone? How could someone like Jiang Shiji, with such grace, possibly be a pseudo-spiritual root? I doubt it. Perhaps she encountered an extraordinary opportunity within the Mirror Palace, soaring to new heights. How fortunate she is. Why isn't it me? Such discussions, speculations, astonishments, and doubts spread throughout the corners of the sect. The name Jang Li transformed from that of an almost forgotten pseudo-spiritual root vase to the most sought-after topic within the sect. Consequently, discussions regarding Elder Lu Shi's true capabilities resurfaced. After all, to have such a disciple, one could hardly assume the master to be unremarkable. This wave of public opinion naturally reached the ears of the sect's higher-ups. Within the Grand Hall of Cuifeng Peak, the sect leader, Luo Tianming, listened to the reports from the steward below. He lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, his expression inscrutable. Sect leader, the rumors concerning Jang Li and Sui Peak are spreading widely among the disciples. Should we impose restrictions? Inquired an elder. Luo Tianming contemplated for a moment before responding slowly. Convey my decree. Disciples of the sect shall prioritize their cultivation. They must not speak ill of their elders or disparage their fellow sect members. Regarding Elder Lu and his disciple Jang Li, no one shall make baseless conjectures or spread rumors. Those who violate this shall be dealt with according to sect regulations. With this command, the elders of each peak understood the implications. The sect leader was clearly asserting the need to maintain the tranquility of Elder Lu and Sui Peak. After all, Elder Lu, now at the late stage of enlightenment, stood on par with the sect leader's realm. He was undoubtedly a top-tier force within the sect. A true pillar. His disciples' fortunes, regardless of their nature, were internal matters of Sui Peak. How could others interfere with such backing? Even if Jang Li were indeed a pseudo-spiritual root, her standing within the sect had irrevocably changed. Thus, the overt discussions swiftly subsided. Yet, the covert interest and curiosity only intensified. At the summit of Sui Peak, the small courtyard remained tranquil, seemingly untouched by the tumult below. A few days later, one evening, as the sunset painted the sky in splendid hues, Jang Li attended to Elder Lu after a simple dinner, tidying up the dishes and utensils. She did not immediately retreat to her usual practices or tend to the medicinal fields, but rather stood hesitantly in the courtyard, an unusual sight. Lu sat beneath the old pine tree, perusing an antiquated herbal compendium in the waning light of day. Noticing his disciple's unusual demeanor, he did not lift his gaze but gently inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Jang Li bit her lip and approached Lu side. She spoke softly, "Master. A few days ago, while at the Hall of Illusions, it seems I stirred some commotion." Lu turned a page, his tone as calm as ever. "I am aware." He set the book aside and looked at Jang Li, his gaze warm and profound, as if capable of perceiving the subtle ripples within her heart. "The encounter at the hall is your destined path. Take the time to understand it." He paused before continuing. "As for the murmurs from the outside world, they are but fleeting whispers. Our lineage at Sui Peak seeks only clarity within ourselves. We need not concern ourselves with the judgments of others." His words bore no inquiries. Only tranquility. This demeanor washed over Jang Li like a clear spring, soothing her subtle discomfort. Master truly knows all. His composure suggests he anticipated this. Jang Li's heart felt enlightened. "Disciple understands," she replied respectfully, her eyes regaining their customary clarity and resolve. "I shall not disappoint Master's expectations and will devote myself to my cultivation." "Very well." Lu resumed his reading, directing his gaze back to the pages. "Do remember to gather the seedlings of the frost star grass from the eastern ridge tomorrow morning." "Yes." Disciple takes her leave. Jang Li bowed and turned towards her small dwelling, her steps light and brisk. Days passed, and as the night grew cool as water, the moonlight blanketed the courtyard. Lu concluded his daily labor, meticulously organizing his tools. Just as he prepared to retire for the night, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Notification: yesterday's cultivation settlement completed. Chopped 4 loads of firewood, carried 6 vats of water, walked 15 miles along the mountain path, and achieved a serene state of mind. Complies with mortal standards. Received a foundational cultivation reward of 12 years. Triggered a great opportunity, granting an additional cultivation reward of 50 years. Total cultivation increase, 62 years. Ding. Detected that the host has long adhered to the path of the ordinary. In the minutiae lies the true essence. Triggering a hidden reward. Acquired a supreme grade divine skill, initial sword of path severance. A surge of gentle spiritual energy coursed through his limbs, nourishing his spiritual form and meridians, leading to a steady enhancement of his cultivation. However, what intrigued Lu even more was the torrent of information that followed. Countless profound insights into the sword path and techniques flooded into his consciousness, a primordial sword intent that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth indelibly imprinted within. Initial sword of path severance, supreme grade divine skill. Lu contemplated the intricacies of the sword technique information, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before transforming into understanding. The system's reward of martial arts scriptures was not a new occurrence. Over the years, through daily settlements, he had gradually received several techniques, such as the already perfected cloud cultivation and rain distribution technique and gentle breeze caressing willow sword. These had been early gifts from the system, albeit their highest ranks were merely superior spirit grade or inferior mysterious grade. The direct reward of a divine grade swordsmanship is indeed an unprecedented occurrence. Furthermore, it is an exceptionally aggressive martial art. It appears that a culmination has been reached, Lu mused. While the system encourages the ordinary, it does not dismiss the powerful. The Taichu sword of path severing embodies an essence of severing that resonates profoundly with him, seemingly tailored for the next phase of his journey. Moreover, this sword technique emphasizes intention over form, subtly aligning with his preference for a straightforward, decisive style. Satisfied, Lu nodded slightly. With a determined thought, he resolved to prioritize his understanding of this technique during his forthcoming cultivation sessions. Mastering its fundamentals would come first. The enhancement of his offensive capabilities does not conflict with his pursuit of tranquility and simplicity. Rather, it equips him better to handle potential disturbances. ensuring that no one intrudes upon his tasks of gathering firewood and fetching water. Thus, in the days that followed, Lushi maintained his usual rhythm of life. While chopping wood, he envisioned the foundational principles of the sword technique. As he fetched water, he contemplated the weight of immense strength made effortless. Strolling along the mountain paths, his mind immersed itself in the vast ocean of swordsmanship. The daily accumulation of cultivation was devoted to comprehending the Taichu sort of path severing. Chapter 27. The calm before the storm. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the Wanxiao sect underwent a subtle transformation, driven by the impending sect competition. The leisurely strolls once commonplace were replaced by hurried movements. The number of disciples engaged in sparring at the training grounds surged, and a palpable tension of cultivation hung in the air. Disciples from various peaks exerted themselves in preparation for the forthcoming assessments and rankings, eager to distinguish themselves and secure greater resources. However, amidst this fervent scene, Jang Li from Sui Peak appeared distinctly out of place. Since the incident at the Mirage Palace, she had not only refrained from open cultivation, but had also unusually reduced her outings. Aside from fulfilling the daily tasks assigned by Lu Shi, she spent most of her time confined within her small abode, with doors and windows shut tight, her presence subdued. This retreat-like behavior naturally drew the attention of her fellow disciples. Have you heard? That Jiang senior from Sui Peak has hardly emerged since the incident at the palace. Could it be that she suffered hidden injuries there? Or perhaps she has received a legacy that requires time to digest? I doubt it. She might just be aware of her own shallow foundation and is trying to sharpen her skills at the last moment. Even if she were to have a fortuitous encounter, her pseudo-spiritual route remains a significant limitation. The sect competition is a genuine test. Relying solely on luck will not suffice. True, she likely fears revealing her inadequacies in the competition, wanting to avoid embarrassing Elder Lu, thus opting to hide away. Amidst the discussions, the prevailing sentiment remained that Jang Li possessed mediocre talent, with the stigma of her pseudo-spiritual route deeply ingrained. Even with a stroke of fortune, it would be difficult for her to bridge the fundamental gap in a short time. Her retreat was predominantly interpreted as a withdrawal under pressure or a desperate move. Unbeknownst to them, within that tranquil little room, a former Empress was gathering her strength. She is quietly growing in ways far beyond ordinary imagination. At the summit of Sui Peak, tranquility still reigns. Lu Shi senses the subtle shifts in the atmosphere of the sect. He glances once more at Jiang Li's serene little room, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips. He continues to tend to his flowers and plants with focused attention. The impending storm looms, yet life on Sui Peak proceeds as usual. The nights here possess a tranquility that surpasses that of other places. Moonlight flows like water, illuminating the modest courtyard, causing the newly sprouted spiritual plants in the medicinal field to glimmer faintly. Lu Shi has long since retired for the evening, leaving only two figures in the courtyard. One inside, one outside, both engaged in a silent struggle with their own paths. Within, Jang Li sits cross-legged on her mat, her eyes gently closed. The spiritual energy around her is harmoniously integrated into her limbs and bones with an almost perfect control. The barrier of reaching the pinnacle of qi condensation feels as trivial as an ant-hole compared to the vastness of an unyielding mountain. Jang Li gazes inward at the nearly saturated vortex in her dantian. Her heart is devoid of joy or sorrow, marked only by a faint sense of scrutiny. Although the spiritual energy in this realm is thin and sparse, it is nevertheless pure and barely sufficient for her needs. Transitioning from the late stage to the pinnacle of qi condensation is not a challenge for her. It is as natural as overflowing water. Having once been the Empress of Liyue, her understanding of the essence of power has long surpassed the confines of realms. Finally, as a thought stirs within her, a faint, crisp sound emanates from her body. The air around her momentarily warps before returning to calm. She slowly opens her eyes, and deep within her pupils, a fleeting shadow of the moon seems to flicker and vanish, leaving behind an abyss deeper than the night sky. Pinnacle of qi condensation achieved. Notification: direct disciple Jiang Li has broken through to the pinnacle of qi condensation. Foundation solid. The rhythm of the Tao arises spontaneously. Triggered the hidden achievement of a Master's exceptional disciple. The host receives a cultivation reward, 10 years. In the adjacent room, Lu Shi, who has just settled down, stirs slightly. He then turns over and continues to sleep peacefully, a faint smile gracing his lips. Having completed her breakthrough, Jiang Li instinctively extends her consciousness outward. The scene in the courtyard comes into her view. She observes Lynn, who is still practicing the Hua Tui finger technique under the moonlight. Her hair, damp with sweat, clings to her smooth forehead. Her breathing is labored, indicating a significant drain of spiritual energy. Compared to several days ago, her movements have become considerably more adept. The wind from her fingers now stirs the air, producing a faint hissing sound. However, to Jang Li's discerning eyes, numerous flaws remain. Her aptitude is lacking. After so long of practicing this rudimentary technique, she has only grasped about 50 to 60% of its form. Jang Li habitually judges her, but upon seeing Lin Shui's unwavering determination, a subtle ripple disturbs her usually calm heart. She excels in spirit and is willing to put in hard work. With a quiet huff, she concedes, well, considering her desire to bring honor to Sui Peak. At that moment, Lin Shui seems to falter from exhaustion. A moment of instability in her fingertips' spiritual energy causes the Hua Tui technique to unravel abruptly. As the backlash surged through her meridians, she let out a muffled groan, her complexion instantly turning pale. Her body swayed precariously, threatening to topple backward. At that moment, a subtle yet exquisite breath of coolness, seemingly from nowhere, gently infused into the Ling Tai acupoint on her back. This breath, akin to a spring breeze nurturing the earth, swiftly soothed the tumultuous spiritual energy within her, tenderly guiding the erratic flow of her energy. Lin Shui, astonished, turned her head and caught sight of a sliver of light emerging from Jang Li's door, revealing her calm and unwavering gaze. The energy must flow through the Shaoyin meridian. Intention should guide the fingers, not brute force. Jang Li's voice resonated, try again. Before her words faded, the door quietly closed. Lin Shui stood frozen in place, feeling the rapidly dispersing coolness within her body, reflecting on Jang Li's insightful guidance. Her heart brimmed with surprise and gratitude. Not only did senior sister Jang lend her assistance, but she also offered invaluable advice. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Shui bowed deeply to the door. She dared not delay and immediately focused her mind, following Jang Li's instructions to circulate her spiritual energy anew. This time, she abandoned the pursuit of fierce power in her fingers, choosing instead to attentively experience the gentle finesse of the technique. As her finger techniques unfolded, she indeed felt a reduction in stiffness and an emergence of fluidity and ease, though she still had a way to go before mastering the skill. The direction was now clear. Lin Shui's spirit soared, her dedication to practice intensifying. Inside the room, Jang Li peered through the window, observing the figure immersed once again in cultivation. A barely perceptible smile graced her lips. At least she hasn't become completely foolish. With that, she withdrew her gaze to solidify her own recent breakthroughs. Under the moonlight atop Sui Peak, one pondered in stillness while the other cultivated in motion. The gentle radiance cast elongated shadows of their figures, resembling a serene yet vibrant painting. The mountain breeze carried the faint echoes of other disciples training from distant peaks. The atmosphere of the sect's grand competition grew increasingly palpable, a captivating stillness preceding the storm. Chapter 28. The appearance of Jang Li. Days passed, and the day of the grand competition finally arrived. The vast square of Cuifeng Peak buzzed with excitement, banners fluttering in the breeze. Disciples from various peaks donned their distinctive garments, gathering in this vibrant scene. Countless gazes, filled with expectation and trepidation, were fixed upon the towering arena at the center. Amidst the cacophony, the crowd spontaneously parted, creating a pathway. A youth clad in plain attire, with an unremarkable visage, walked forth silently. Most strikingly, he was accompanied by a humanoid puppet tightly wrapped in bandages. The puppet loomed large, voiceless yet exuding an icy aura through the gaps in its bindings. The faint malevolent energy emanating from it caused nearby disciples to feel a shiver of apprehension. Look, it's senior brother Qianji. He's back, they exclaimed. That new puppet seems incredibly formidable, even stronger than the one from years ago. Rumor had it that he had ventured to the far west this time. This puppet appears to possess an extraordinary origin. Alas, in the presence of brother Qianji, his adversaries likely find it difficult even to approach him. Amidst the whispers around him, Qianji seemed oblivious to the discussions. He made his way directly to the area where the disciples of Cuifeng Peak had gathered, seeking a quiet corner to stand in solitude. Before long, a commotion arose from the other side. A woman clad in a flowing light green gown, exuding a gentle demeanor, approached with measured steps. She carried an invigorating fragrance of herbs that was utterly refreshing. However, when a disciple inadvertently brushed against her sleeve, they were startled to see a phantom of verdant vines. Glistening with dew, the vines were covered in fine, sharp thorns, vanishing in an instant, emanating an aura of danger. It was Sister Baichao. She has returned. The fragrance she carried was pleasant, yet it was said that the spiritual plants she cultivated were all highly toxic. Rumor had it she discovered the legendary bone-eating demon vine seed in the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Who could possibly rival her now? This competition promises to be riveting. With brother Qianji's puppet and sister Baichao as monstrous plants, both formidable contenders. Sister Baichao wore a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement to familiar disciples. Yet, as her gaze swept across the arena, a glimmer of determination shone in her eyes. At that moment, powerful rays of light descended from the high platform, revealing the figures of the sect leader, Luo Tianming, and the heads of various peaks. Dressed in the formal attire befitting his position, Luo Tianming exuded an air of authority. His eyes scanned the gathered disciples below, revealing a smile of uncontainable pride. Subsequently, he strolled to stand beside Lu Shi, appearing casual, yet with intention. Junior brother Lu. Luo Tianming communicated telepathically, his expression a mixture of pride and familiarity. What do you think of our sect's promising talents? Lu Shi nodded slightly, his gaze gliding over the eager disciples below. He replied with calmness, their foundations are solid, each with their unique destinies. The future is promising. Luo Tianming's smile broadened at his words, and he lowered his voice. To be honest, junior brother, I have recently made some progress in my cultivation. He subtly released a hint of his aura, which, although quickly withdrawn, was unmistakably potent. At the peak of enlightenment, Lu Shi's eyes widened slightly in surprise, and he clasped his hands in salute. Congratulations, sect leader brother. The path ahead looks bright. Luo Tianming, satisfied, stroked his beard, his eyes glinting with ambition. The sect has languished for too long, but with your support, I have fortuitously made a breakthrough. This is the perfect opportunity for the rise of our Luoxia sect. Give me 5 years, junior brother. I will consolidate resources and cultivate elite talents. I shall ensure that the name of Luoxia sect ranks among the top 10 in the northern region of Yunxia Prefecture. Lu Shi's advanced state of enlightenment and his own concealed strength instilled him with great confidence. He retained his tranquil demeanor, merely nodding in agreement. As for sect affairs, sect leader brother may oversee them. I shall do my utmost. His reaction was anticipated by Luo Tianming, for this junior brother had always preferred to avoid mundane matters. Nevertheless, as long as he remained at Sui Peak, his presence alone served as one of the strongest assurances for the sect. Luo Tianming patted Lu Shi on the shoulder. Choosing not to elaborate further, he turned and returned to his seat of authority. On the high platform, the heads of various peaks had already taken their positions. Amidst a spirited exchange of laughter and wit, the atmosphere appeared harmonious, yet concealed an underlying competition. At the helm of Cuifeng Peak stood the formidable middle-aged Taoist, Liangzi, brandishing a long sword. His voice resonated like thunder as he spoke first, casting a sweeping gaze over his disciples below, particularly towards Qianji, his eyes gleaming with unreserved admiration. Our disciples from Cuifeng Peak exhibit notable vigor in this competition, especially that child Qianji, who has returned from his journeys with remarkable growth in both temperament and strength. It seems he has indeed put in considerable effort. Although this statement seemed humble, it was, in fact, a veiled boast about the talents emerging from his sect. Yin Yun, the captivating matriarch of Luyun Peak, chuckled lightly upon hearing this. With a graceful sweep of her hand to adjust her hair, she replied, Indeed, brother Liang, your disciples are undoubtedly gifted. However, we at Luyun Peak also possess several commendable talents, displaying agility and finesse in their movements within confined spaces. Perhaps they shall surprise our esteemed seniors on the arena. The austere Xuanji, the elder from Qixia Peak, interjected with a serious tone, in the path of cultivation. The foundation is paramount. Only with a sharp sword technique can one sever the illusions. Our disciples from Qixia Peak do not pursue flamboyance. They seek to shatter myriad laws with a single sword. Mo Yuan, the refined scholar of Yuheng Peak, smiled calmly, affirming, Brother Xuanji speaks truly. Nevertheless, formations and talismans are also profound paths. While our disciples may not excel in close combat, employing formations to ensnare foes and talismans to achieve victory constitutes a form of strength. Qingmu, the jovial elder of Danding Peak, his face flushed and slightly rotund, interjected cheerfully. All right, my dear brothers and sisters. The purpose of this grand competition is to engage in mutual exchange and to evaluate our cultivation progress. There is no need to quarrel over momentary superiority. I see that all disciples from various peaks are exceptional, and it is indeed a fortunate matter that our sect has a promising future. The esteemed leaders exchanged words, expressing expectations for their disciples while subtly competing. The sect leader, Luo Tianming, observed with a smile, refraining from interjecting, clearly pleased to witness this spirited momentum among the peaks. At that moment, a noticeable commotion arose at the entrance of the square. The crowd parted like a tide, revealing Jang Li, who approached gracefully, clad in a simple, unadorned dress. Her natural beauty was undeniable. The morning sun cast a gentle glow upon her, enveloping her in a soft halo. Her ethereal demeanor seemed to resonate with the tranquility of a celestial maiden, starkly contrasting the surrounding clamor. Her presence instantly captured the attention of the entire assembly. It's Sister Jiang. She has arrived. Gasps of awe echoed through the crowd. Goodness, she appears even more enchanting up close. Her aura is simply exquisite. Who dared to label her a mere ornamental vessel? Step forward, and I guarantee you will not escape unscathed. Can she truly be a mere vase? Exclamations of admiration and astonishment reverberated throughout the gathering. Many young disciples, both male and female, gazed at her with expressions of awe and even infatuation. Jang Li's unique blend of coolness and beauty seemed to possess an extraordinary charm, swiftly garnering her a legion of admirers captivated by her appearance. Behind her, half a step away, followed Lynn, who appeared somewhat anxious yet endeavored to maintain her composure. Together, they formed a striking tableau of elegance and grace. One a paragon of beauty, the other a vision of delicate charm, creating a magnificent vista. Their presence momentarily eclipsed the discussions brought forth by Qianji and Bai Chao. Upon the high platform, the attention of the esteemed elders was drawn toward them in unison. Liangzi raised an eyebrow, expressing astonishment. Is this young woman indeed Jang Li, the newly accepted disciple of Sui Peak? Her demeanor is indeed extraordinary. His consciousness instinctively swept over her, and his expression shifted subtly. Peak of Qi condensation? How long has it been since her induction? Yun, with her enchanting eyes sparkling with intrigue, remarked softly. To have cultivated a pseudo-spiritual route to the peak of Qi condensation in such a short span is remarkable. Is it a testament to Brother Lu's teaching prowess? Or does this girl possess some grand fortune? Xuanji's countenance remained grave, yet a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Her foundation is solid, and her aura subdued. It does not appear to be a forced elevation. This is far beyond what an ordinary pseudo-spiritual route can attain. She is indeed exceptional. Mo Yuan stroked his beard thoughtfully. It seems her journey to the Thousand Illusions Mirror Palace has been fruitful. Perhaps the spirit measuring tablet truly harbors discrepancies. Or she possesses some hidden constitution unknown to us. Qingmu expressed his astonishment. Incredible, truly incredible. A pseudo-spiritual route achieving such progress is nothing short of defying fate. Brother Lu, you have indeed discovered a treasure in Sui Peak. His words were laced with admiration, yet he cast a probing glance toward the ever-composed Lu Shi. A moment of contemplation enveloped the elders, as the prospect of such a gifted individual languishing in Lu Shi's complacent Sui Peak seemed a tragic waste. Particularly, Liangzi and Yun's eyes sparkled with the thought that should this young woman choose to join their peak, they would wholeheartedly nurture her potential. Liangzi, being the most straightforward, could not suppress his desire to inquire. Brother Lu, your disciple, cough. At that moment, the sect leader, Luo Tianming, conveniently cleared his throat, interrupting Liangzi's line of questioning. He surveyed the gathered elders. Dear brothers and sisters, the selection of disciples hinges on fate and affinity. Since Jang Li has already pledged herself to Sui Peak, she is now Brother Lu's direct disciple. It is against our sect's principles to disregard such bonds. With the grand competition approaching, let us focus on the performance of our disciples. His pronouncement effectively quashed any notions of enticing her away, though Liangzi and the others felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. They recognized the validity of the sect leader's words, particularly considering Lu Shi's advanced comprehension of the Tao. They suppressed their thoughts and redirected their attention to the arena. Lu Shi remained silent throughout, as if the discussions around him were of no consequence. He simply observed Jang Li, who approached the stage with unruffled grace. A flicker of barely perceptible satisfaction crossing his gaze. Indeed, she knows just when to arrive, sparing us unnecessary formalities and attention. This disciple, in certain aspects, is increasingly to my liking. However, she must not hesitate in times of crisis. Unperturbed by the commotion around her or the varied gazes cast from the high platform, Jang Li, accompanied by Lynn, strode directly toward the somewhat desolate waiting area designated for Sui Peak's disciples, standing quietly in anticipation of the competition's commencement. The chime of 9 bells reverberated across the expanse. Sect leader Luo Tianming made his way to the edge of the high platform, his voice resonating throughout the square. Silence. The bustling square fell into an instant hush, with all eyes fixated upon the sect leader. Today marks the quadrennial inter-sect competition of the Falling Sunset sect. Luo Tianming's gaze swept across the thousands of youthful faces below. He proclaimed in a clear voice, "This event aims to assess your 4 years of cultivation achievements, to hone your skills, and to temper your resolve." After a brief pause, he continued to announce the rules. This competition has garnered the participation of 341 disciples, employing a single elimination format with opponents determined by lot. 8 arenas will be established, operating simultaneously. Victors will advance, while the defeated will be eliminated. Ultimately, the top 50 will be determined, with rewards bestowed upon them. The top 10 will additionally earn the privilege of 3 days of training in the Spirit Nourishing Pool, as well as the opportunity to select one spiritual level technique or corresponding spiritual artifact. Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Nourishing Pool and spiritual level techniques, an uncontrollable wave of gasps erupted from the audience. The fervent breaths echoed. As for the vast majority of disciples, these were temptations too alluring to resist. Luo Tanming raised his hand slightly to quell the commotion, his tone turning solemn. However, remember, this is a contest among peers. It must remain within reasonable bounds. Intentional maiming or fatal harm will incur severe penalties. Now, let the competition commence. Arena stewards, take your positions, and disciples, ascend the stage according to your drawn numbers. As his words resounded, protective barriers illuminated around the 8 arenas. Stewards responsible for judging and maintaining order swiftly descended onto the platforms. Disciples had already gathered to draw lots. Selecting their numbers. From the elevated platform, an elder responsible for the proceedings timely elaborated. Among the 341 participants, approximately 67 are at the foundation establishment stage, constituting about 20%. Among them, 3 are in the late stages of foundation establishment: Qianji from Morning Sun Peak, Bai Chao from Flowing Cloud Peak, and Zhao Gang from Qixia Peak. The remainder are primarily in the early to mid-foundation establishment stages, while the rest are at the Qi condensation stage. This introduction elicited nods from several prominent figures and instilled considerable pressure among many Qi condensation disciples below. The challenge of breaking into the top 50 amidst such formidable competition was evident. The drawing of lots proceeded swiftly, with disciples ascending to their respective arenas based on their numbers. In an instant, various spiritual lights shimmered, and the sounds of shouts, spell clashes, and metallic clangs reverberated, intensifying the atmosphere. Jang Li calmly glanced at her drawn lot. Number 3 of the C category indicated her appearance in the 3rd match of the C arena. She tucked away the lot and cast a composed gaze towards the arena, observing the duels of the preceding disciples with an unwavering expression. Soon, the first 2 matches concluded, and it was her turn in the C category. The steward announced loudly, C arena, match 3, Jang Li of Cuifeng Peak versus Cuifeng of Flowing Cloud Peak. As the announcement echoed, a multitude of gazes gravitated towards the C arena. Jang Li, the junior sister from Cuifeng Peak, was stepping into the fray. Her opponent, Cuifeng, was a seasoned inner sect disciple, having reached the pinnacle of Qi condensation for many years. A captivating spectacle was surely in store. Chapter 30. Consecutive victories under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Cuifeng was the first to calmly leap onto the arena. He appeared to be in his early 20s. With an unremarkable visage, yet his gaze exuded steadiness. Bearing a long sword upon his back, he exuded an air of profound mastery. Almost simultaneously, Jang Li ascended the stage with measured grace, her presence commanding immediate attention. Clad in garments as pure as freshly fallen snow, her beauty was unparalleled, and her ethereal demeanor created a palpable distance from the surrounding clamor. In the seating area of Luyun Peak, a poised middle-aged cultivator conveyed a thought transmission. He was Cuifeng's master, possessing a cultivation level at the initial stage of the foundation establishment. He cautioned, Feng though this woman possesses a false spiritual root, her depths remain unknown. Exercise caution and do not underestimate her. Cuifeng nodded subtly towards his master, responding with composure, disciple understands and will give it my all. His gaze turned towards Jang Li as he clasped his fists in greeting. I am Cuifeng of Luyun Peak. I seek guidance from junior sister Jiang. Jang Li merely inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement, offering no further words. The competition begins. The steward declared decisively. Cuifeng let out a low shout, his figure gliding closer. The long sword was drawn, its brilliance manifesting as a streak of light aimed directly at Jang Li's core. Clang! A resonant sound of the sword echoed. To the spectators, it seemed as though a moonlit shimmer had passed before their eyes. Unbeknownst to them, Jang Li had unsheathed her sword by a third. A condensed and unparalleled sword aura struck first, landing upon the spine of Cuifeng's sword. Clink! A sharp sound rang out, and Cuifeng felt a sudden surge of piercing energy. His entire arm trembled, and his offensive momentum was instantly shattered. Alarmed, he realized how astonishingly swift the sword was. The force was exceedingly cunning. Without a moment's delay, he swiftly altered his technique. The long sword danced in layers, transforming into a formidable defensive stance, the Luyun layered peaks. However, with a gentle flick of her wrist, Jang Li's long sword was fully unsheathed, its blade shimmering with a faint spiritual glow. She slipped through the sword veil, executing a straightforward thrust. Yet this strike was executed with a speed that exceeded the reflexive limits of a disciple at the Qi refinement stage. The sword tip targeted a fleeting vulnerability within the defensive formation. Chen Feng's pupils constricted sharply. He perceived the sword light and discerned its trajectory. His internal spiritual energy surging wildly. He attempted to adjust his stance to block, but his body could not match the speed of his thoughts. Whoosh! The sword tip halted a mere 3 inches from his throat. The fierce sword energy pierced his skin painfully, and the intent of the sword rendered his blood nearly frozen. The meticulously crafted Luyun sword veil he had established was rendered utterly ineffective before this one strike. An oppressive silence enveloped the arena. Swift, fierce, precise. In just 2 strokes, one shattering offense, the other dismantling defense, victory was achieved with effortless grace, a crushing triumph. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Feng's forehead. He could sense that had his opponent not held back, that last strike would have been fatal. He gazed at Jang Li, who stood poised with her sword sheathed and her breath steady, his expression awash with astonishment. Taking a deep breath to quell the turmoil within, he returned his sword to its sheath and bowed deeply to Jang Li. Your swordsmanship is transcendent, junior sister Jiang. I concede wholeheartedly. With a flip of her wrist, Jang Li returned her long sword to its sheath and nodded slightly at Chen Feng, her voice cool and composed. Thank you for your kindness. She then turned gracefully and descended from the stage. Jang Li of Sui Peak wins, the steward announced loudly. This proclamation shattered the silence, igniting an even greater uproar. Did you see that? Those 2 strikes were astonishingly swift. Brother Chen's Luyun layered peaks didn't withstand even a single move. Upon the elevated platform, the expressions of several esteemed leaders turned grave. Yet, Lu Shi remained unruffled, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Following Jang Li's stirring of fervent discussion among the audience, the competition persisted. Perhaps fortune favored her, as in the subsequent 2 rounds, Jang Li faced opponents who were at the pinnacle of qi condensation. These disciples possessed formidable strength and solid foundations, yet they did not surpass Chen Feng in essence. To the spectators, these 2 matches appeared utterly predictable. In the first bout, as her opponents summoned their magical artifact, Jang Li's sword tip had already pierced their wrist, causing the artifact to slip from their grasp. In the second round, when her opponent attempted to engage in a skirmish, Jang Li seemingly nonchalantly stepped forward, her form slicing through the center. Without even drawing her sword, she merely touched the hilt to the opponent's chest, sending them tumbling off the stage with a resounding force, clean and decisive, without a ripple of disturbance. Sui Peak's Jang Li emerged victorious. Jang Li triumphed once again. The announcer's voice rose higher with each declaration, laced with unmistakable astonishment. After 3 rounds, Jang Li had assertively advanced to the top 48. Throughout the ordeal, her breath remained steady, her demeanor composed. Her plain attire bore not a single wrinkle. The audience, having transitioned from initial shock to a state of almost numb awe, murmured amongst themselves. What level of cultivation does she possess? How can a pinnacle qi condensation practitioner exhibit such prowess? Could it be that the legacy of the 1,000 Illusions Mirror Palace is indeed so extraordinary? It seems we have all misjudged this Jiang Jr. She is a true dark horse. The prior discussions regarding her supposed inferior spiritual root and reliance on luck had now dissipated into thin air. Jang Li had earned respect through her undeniable strength. On the platform, the gazes of the esteemed leaders grew increasingly solemn. Lai Yangzi stroked his beard thoughtfully, murmuring, "This young woman has mastered the timing and control of her power to an extraordinary degree, far beyond what a qi condensation disciple can achieve." Yun Yun, the real person, with her enchanting eyes, softly remarked, "What is even more commendable is her temperament. Despite her consecutive victories, there is not a trace of arrogance. She remains chillingly calm." Xuanji, the real person, nodded in rare agreement, stating, "She is a promising talent. Junior brother Lu, your guidance is commendable." He sincerely regarded Lu Shi. In response to the accolades, Lu Shi merely inclined his head slightly, maintaining his characteristic demeanor of serene detachment. "My little disciple is willful, occasionally achieving something. Yet she does not merit such praise from esteemed seniors." The more humble he appeared, the more the others found Sui Peak to be unfathomable. However, the true test was about to unfold. As the 4th round of draws commenced, a wave of murmurs erupted from the audience when the officiant announced the matchups. On the Bing stage, the next contest would see Sui Peak's Jang Li face off against Cuifeng Peak's Zhao Kuei. Zhao Kuei, the infamous scorpion Zhao Kuei? Alas, Jiang Jr. has exhausted her luck. Why must she contend with him? Zhao Kuei had established his foundation 3 years prior. Though his progress was slow, his methods were notorious. This fellow resorts to talismans, hidden weapons, and poison, employing every conceivable trick, and is exceedingly treacherous. Despite Jiang Jr.'s exquisite swordsmanship, facing such an unpredictable opponent would surely pose a challenge. Amidst the discussions, a tall, slender young man with a somewhat unhealthy pallor ascended the stage. It was Zhao Kuei. A cold smirk graced his lips. Seated at Cuifeng Peak, the esteemed leader Mo Yuan subtly furrowed his brow, but chose to remain silent. Zhao Kuei, though of ordinary talent, manages to establish himself among the Foundation establishment disciples through various external means. This can be considered a skill in its own right, albeit one that does not garner much admiration. As he takes the stage, he greets Jang Li with a smile that does not reach his eyes. Junior sister Jiang, your consecutive victories have brought you much acclaim. I, on the other hand, possess only rudimentary skills. Should I inadvertently offend you during our match, I hope you will forgive me. His words, seemingly polite, are underscored by a gaze as venomous as a serpent's, sweeping over Jang Li. Jang Li remains her usual composed self, merely casting a fleeting glance at him without responding. Chapter 31. Should one seize victory in one fell swoop? With the official's command, the competition commences. A flash of determination lights up Zhao Kuei's eyes, yet he refrains from a direct assault, opting instead to retreat swiftly. At the same time, he raises his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several talismans shoot forth, not aimed at Jang Li, but targeting the ground and air surrounding her. With a series of explosions, a haze of faint violet mist envelopes the arena, releasing a sweet, yet acrid scent. It's the Su Ling powder. It can slow down the flow of spiritual energy, gasps a knowledgeable disciple. Concurrently, a mechanism hidden within Zhao Kuei's sleeve clicks into action. Several fine needles, coated with a paralyzing concoction, blend seamlessly into the mist, aimed at Zhang Li's leg joints. Such a vicious opening move, combining toxic mist with concealed weapons, sends a wave of tension through the audience. On the high platform, several elders display their displeasure. This behavior is decidedly unbecoming of a disciple. However, amidst the onlookers' astonishment, Zhang Li, shrouded in mist, appears to barely twitch the corner of her mouth. As expected, despicable tactics. With a single step to her left, she executes a move so exquisite that it deftly avoids all the needle's trajectories. Simultaneously, she sweeps her sleeve, invoking a gentle force that causes the mist to swirl around her, creating an invisible barrier. The faint violet poison does not encroach upon her, but instead, it swirls around her, repelled by an unseen shield. What? She is unafraid of poison? Zhao Kuei's pupils constrict in shock. The Su Ling powder is effective even against Foundation establishment cultivators. How could it fail to affect someone at the chi condensation stage? Unwilling to accept defeat, he grits his teeth and retrieves a handful of explosive talismans, preparing to launch a forceful assault. But in that fleeting moment, when his attention is ensnared by the peculiar poison mist, Zhang Li makes her move. Her figure moves with such swiftness that it leaves only a faint afterimage. A simple yet unadorned palm strike emerges silently, yet it arrives before he can react, precisely landing on Zhao Kuei's hastily raised arm. Boom. A muffled sound reverberates. Zhao Kuei feels an overwhelming and ethereal force surge through him, instantly disrupting the flow of his spiritual energy. The explosive talismans he was preparing to activate falter, detonating within his grasp. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. A series of explosions erupt from his hands and talisman pouch. Zhao Kuei lets out a wretched scream. His clothing torn and face blackened. He is hurled backward, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena, unconscious. The scattered poison powders and concealed weapons lay strewn across the ground. A deathly silence enveloped the arena. Was it over? Had it truly concluded in such a manner? In what appeared to be a perilous situation, Zhang Li had merely taken a step, brushed her sleeve, and delivered a single clap. The toxic mist and hidden weapons that had troubled countless disciples seemed like child's play before her. The steward stood in stunned silence for several moments before announcing loudly, Jang Li of Sui Peak is victorious. After a brief stillness, a wave of uproar erupted. What did I just witness? Zhao Kuei was defeated by his own talisman? How did she accomplish such a feat? Why did the poison mist not approach her? Could it be that she was immune to all toxins? Not only the mist, but it seemed she had completely discerned Zhao Kuei's every move. This time, no one considered it mere luck. It was an absolute display of overwhelming strength. On the high platform, several esteemed elders exchanged glances. Master Mo Yuan paused, stroking his beard, murmuring, it appears she had already anticipated every step Zhao Kuei would take. Even the nodes of his spiritual energy. Master Liang inhaled deeply, exclaiming, this woman is formidable. She dealt with Zhao Kuei with far greater ease than she did with Qinfeng. Master Yunyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seems we have underestimated her. Junior brother Liu, Sui Peak has indeed acquired an extraordinary disciple. This time, even the sect leader, Luo Tianming, could not help but cast a sidelong glance. He looked towards the ever-composed Lu Shi, his heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. Junior brother Lu, your disciple may be far more remarkable than we had anticipated. Feeling the gaze of the crowd upon him, Lu Shi simply lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, as if the events unfolding below were no more than the ordinary ebb and flow of blossoms in his courtyard. Yet, a nearly imperceptible smile flickered in the depths of his eyes. Ah, she understands the art of concealing her strengths and leveraging her resources, saving me some trouble. This disciple was not taken on in vain. Meanwhile, Jang Li gracefully descended from the stage, returning to the area of Sui Peak. The bell marking the end of the first day of the grand competition echoed through the mountains. As the clamor faded, Luoxia sect gradually succumbed to the twilight. On her way back to Sui Peak, Jang Li maintained a composed pace. Yet, within the depths of her cool gaze, a subtle turbulence lingered. Having achieved 4 consecutive victories today, particularly in her effortless defeat of Zhao Kuei, she regarded it as entirely justified. In her past life as the Empress of Liu, transcending a significant realm to vanquish the so-called geniuses of this world was as effortless as breathing. Should I seize the championship outright next? This thought swirled in her mind. If it were up to her, the title of champion in this trivial intersect competition held no more significance than a child's plaything. It was hardly worthy of a deliberate pursuit by one who had once been an empress. Yet, the image of Lu Shi's perpetually calm visage surfaced in her thoughts. If she appeared too mediocre, would it not bring shame upon him as her master? After all, he was currently her pillar within the sect. Conversely, if she were to display astonishing prowess, it might attract unwarranted scrutiny, conflicting with her plan to discreetly regain her strength. Very well, I shall act according to the situation. If no one can compel me to unleash even 30% of my true power, then I shall simply secure a place as I see fit. If there truly exist those who lack insight, let them comprehend what it means to wield imperial authority. Just as she pondered this, she arrived at the summit's quaint courtyard, only to find that Lu Shi was not, as usual, seated beneath the tree engrossed in his reading or tending to the herbs. Instead, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, seemingly awaiting her arrival. Master, Jang Li reined in her thoughts and approached to pay her respects. Lu Shi turned, his gaze gentle as it rested upon her. He was well aware of the events surrounding today's competition. He had witnessed Jang Li's effortless victory. Yet he also keenly sensed her fleeting disdain when confronted with the despicable tactics employed by Zhao Kuei. Such a reaction was far from the mindset one would expect from an ordinary disciple at the qi condensation stage. Reflecting on her pseudo-spiritual roots and her astonishing rate of advancement, Lu Shi inwardly acknowledged his disciple's profound aspirations. It appeared that she harbored a significant obsession, a thirst for power that transcended the ordinary, possibly born from past setbacks. As her mentor, how could he not guide her when she exhibited such ambition? Lear, Lu Shi began, his voice as serene as ever but infused with an uncommon gravity. Having observed your competition today, I find your foundation commendable and your temperament relatively stable. However, the path of cultivation resembles navigating upstream. Since you possess a heart inclined toward the Tao, I cannot allow you to wander aimlessly in your exploration. Chapter 32. Bestowing the primordial slaying of the Tao. Jang Li was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Lu Shi's unexpected words. She had not anticipated that her usually hands-off master would suddenly express such sentiments. Lu Shi interpreted her astonishment as a reaction to his perceptive comments and continued. Are you concerned about the challenges that lie ahead, or do you feel your abilities are still lacking? He paused, his tone gentle yet resolute. Now that you have joined my Sui Peak, I shall assist you in unraveling your doubts. Tomorrow morning, in the clearing beside the training ground, I will observe your swordsmanship. A flurry of thoughts raced through Jang Li's mind. Is Master truly going to guide me personally? Her first reaction was one of incredulity. As an esteemed empress, did she require the instruction of a mere enlightenment stage cultivator? Yet, upon reflection, she recognized that Lu Shi was a man of depth and concealment. Though his cultivation level may not be high, the essence of the Tao he embodied in daily life was undeniably authentic. Perhaps he indeed possessed unique insights? Furthermore, since her master had extended the offer of guidance, to outright refuse would only invite suspicion. Yes, I understand, Master. Jang Li suppressed her complex emotions and responded respectfully. Thank you, Master. Lu Shi nodded slightly, offered no further words, and turned to return to his quarters. The following morning, as the dawn light began to break, Jang Li arrived as instructed at the secluded clearing beside the training ground. To her surprise, Lin Shui was also waiting nearby, though her demeanor appeared somewhat disheartened. It turned out that Lin Shui, despite her valiant efforts in yesterday's competition, had ultimately been eliminated due to a lack of strength. Senior sister. Lin Shui greeted Jang Li with a bow, her eyes reflecting envy. Upon hearing that their master would personally guide Jang Li, she had requested to observe, and Lu Shi had granted permission. Lu Shi was already there, clad in his simple blue robe, with a seemingly ordinary long sword at his waist. "You have arrived," he remarked, casting his gaze over Jang Li and Lynn. "Today, I shall not impart specific techniques, but pose a singular question. Why do you wield your sword?" Upon hearing this, Jang Li instinctively conjured an answer within her mind. To reclaim the imperial throne, to ascend to greatness once more, to seize control of my own destiny. Yet, this answer was not one to be spoken aloud. After a moment of contemplation, she opted for a more prudent response, to protect the path, to attain immortality. Lin Shui, on the other hand, candidly replied, "To honor my master's grace, to bring glory to my sect, to revitalize my family." Lu Shi remained noncommittal, his gaze fixed upon Jang Li. To protect the path and seek immortality may seem facile, yet where does the path truly lie? On the journey to immortality, inner demons abound. Thus, the sword you wield must first question your own heart. He stepped slowly to the center of the clearing and gazed at Jang Li. "Strike me with your sword, with all your might." Jang Li's eyes narrowed. Attack her master? Even though she was confident that her experiences in her past life far surpassed those of Lu Shi, the disparity in their apparent strength was monumental at this moment. What was the intention behind this? A test? Or was it that there was no need for restraint? Lu Shi seemed to peer into her thoughts, his tone unperturbed. "Let me see if your sword is true to your heart." With no further hesitation, Jang Li concluded that this was indeed her master's trial. She inhaled deeply, her gaze sharpening immediately as she channeled her peak spiritual energy into her sword. "Master, forgive my impudence." With that, she struck. She refrained from employing the exquisite sword techniques of her past life, instead executing the foundational swordplay of the Falling Sunset sect, the Flowing Cloud 13 styles. With swiftness and ferocity, the tip of her sword quivered, transforming into numerous cold stars that enveloped Lu Shi. In her perspective, this strike had already surpassed the standards of the condensing Qi realm, sufficient to warrant her master's serious attention. However, Lu Shi merely stood still. It was only when the blade was nearly upon him that he slightly sidestepped. His movement, though seemingly slow, was executed with such finesse that it rendered all of her sword shadows futile. He merely extended a finger, lightly brushing against the spine of her sword. Clang! An irresistible force surged through her, and Jang Li felt her wrist go numb, her long sword nearly slipping from her grasp as her offensive crumbled in an instant. She stumbled back 3 steps before regaining her balance, astonishment evident in her eyes. She questioned how this sword strike could possess any flaws, yet it was so effortlessly neutralized. Lu Shi retracted his finger, his demeanor still calm. "Your swordplay is commendable, yet it lacks sincerity. When the heart and sword are disconnected, how can one be true to oneself?" Jang Li's heart trembled. Disconnected from the heart and sword. She had indeed wielded the sword without genuine intent, perceiving it merely as a tool. Yet, such a subtle estrangement had been discerned by her master at a glance. "Observe closely." Lu Shi ceased further words. He gradually approached the center of the clearing, finally grasping the hilt of what appeared to be an ordinary long sword. In that moment, Jang Li held her breath, fully attentive. Even Lin Shui, who had been disheartened by elimination, widened her eyes in anticipation. Lu Shi's movements were deliberate and slow. His initial stance was remarkably unremarkable, as if he were casually lifting the sword and gently thrusting it forward into the empty space ahead. There was no radiant light, no sweeping sword aura. Even the sound of wind slicing through the air was nearly imperceptible. "What is this?" Initially, Jang Li was perplexed, even feeling a tinge of disappointment. This initial stance, in the eyes of an empress, was riddled with flaws and utterly crude. Could it be that her master's swordsmanship was limited to this? Yet, in the next instant, as her very soul instinctively touched upon the essence of where the sword tip pointed, boom! In the depths of Jang Li's consciousness, it was as if a chaotic thunderclap had erupted. Before the unremarkable tip of the sword, an indescribable essence was born. It bore a vastness and antiquity that transcended myriad pathways, emanating from the primordial origins, as if it had existed since the dawn of creation. A strand of fundamental sword intent was awakened. This sword intent encapsulated the very concept of severance, cutting through rules, severing causality, and even cleaving the great Tao itself. In the face of this profound essence, the unparalleled skills Jang Li had once prided herself on seemed diminutive. Her pursuit of ultimate sharpness and the quietude of moonlight now resembled a trickling stream attempting to rival the boundless ocean, akin to a firefly confronting the resplendent sun. Is this divine rank? No. Could it even be of the superior divine rank? Jang Li's soul trembled violently, her delicate form quivering uncontrollably. Had it not been for her formidable composure, she might have gasped aloud. In her cool, beautiful eyes, an unprecedented astonishment filled her gaze. How is this possible? Such supreme skills have long been lost even in the vast world of Liyue, which I dominate. It could incite a life-and-death struggle among imperial beings. How could he? Just as Jang Li's mind teetered on the brink of collapse, Lu Shi had sheathed his sword and stood firm. The terrifying sword intent that resembled the creation of heaven and earth receded. He remained there, in simple azure robes, exuding a tranquil aura. This sword technique was known as primordial severance. Lu Shi's voice pulled Jang Li back from her profound shock. I too am merely a novice, having grasped only a semblance of its form, and there are many areas where my application is still clumsy. For instance, if I could unify my posture as one does when splitting wood, the force could be purer by threefold. Splitting wood? Jang Li nearly doubted her ears. To compare such a supreme sword technique to splitting wood? Yet Lu Shi had already turned to her, his gaze gentle. This technique emphasizes intent over form. It seems to resonate somewhat with your unwillingness to be ordinary. Did you gain any insights from your observation? Gain any insights? Jang Li looked at Lu Shi's expression of casual expectation, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 33. A gap in the cycle, a superior divine rank. He so casually presents a supreme, divine rank skill, and claims to be merely a novice, and asks if I have gained any insights? I had previously thought him to be merely a somewhat exceptional cultivator of the Tao. How foolish. I truly have been like a frog in a well, blind to the vastness above, to casually wield divine rank techniques, and to possess an understanding of intent that far surpasses my peak comprehension. How could he be an ordinary cultivator? His cultivation is undoubtedly a facade. He is a terrifying existence beyond my imagination. This Sui Peak is not on the fringes of the sect. It is clearly a hidden dragon in the depths. Which ancient powerhouse has he reincarnated from? Or is he merely playing with the world? Countless thoughts flashed through Jang Li's mind. For the first time, a look of near stupor appeared on her exquisite face. She took a deep breath to steady her voice, ensuring it did not tremble. Disciple is dull, only sensing the myriad mysteries, finding it difficult to comprehend even a fraction. For the first time, she addressed Lu Shi with genuine reverence. Observing her profound shock, Lu Shi assumed her confidence had been shaken and gently reassured her. It is of no concern. The path of the sword requires gradual progression. Today, take note of this feeling, for in the future, you shall cultivate and deeply experience it. Remember, do not aspire to lofty heights recklessly. As Jang Li's lips twitched slightly, one could only imagine the thoughts of the revered deities from her past life, who would fight fiercely over a mere supreme tier technique upon hearing such words. Indeed, the disciple shall diligently abide by the teachings of the master. Jang Li bowed deeply, her respect and reverence surpassing any previous occasion. In her heart, she understood that being accepted as a disciple of this individual was perhaps the greatest fortune she had encountered in her reincarnation. Beside her, Lynn, though unable to grasp the intricacies of the sword technique, recognized the profound impact it had on her senior sister. Observing Jang Li's astonishment, her gaze towards Lu Shi brimmed with admiration. Lu Shi nodded, pleased with Jang Li's transformation, believing her to possess a strong thirst for knowledge and the potential for greatness. Very well, that is good to know. You may go, there is no need for labor today. Focus on your inner contemplation. The competition tomorrow requires a tranquil mind. He concluded nonchalantly, as if he had just performed a trivial task. He then turned to retrieve the axe leaning against the courtyard wall, pondering the swordplay's application of force, and headed toward the woodshed, murmuring to himself. It seems there is a resemblance to the weight shift when carrying water. As she watched her master depart, Jang Li remained rooted in place, unable to regain her composure. She touched her forehead, where no sweat resided, her mind echoing a singular thought. What manner of formidable master have I taken on? On the following day, at dawn, Lu Shi opened his door to the faint morning light, with mist still lingering in the mountains. Notification: the cultivation assessment from yesterday has concluded. Chopping 5 loads of firewood, carrying 7 vats of water, practicing the basic sword technique 100 times, achieving a clear mind. In accordance with the principle of returning to simplicity. Reward of 20 years of foundational cultivation acquired. Triggered, significant opportunity, enlightenment in sword path. With an additional reward of 80 years of cultivation. Total cultivation increase, 100 years. Detected a deepening comprehension of Taichu sword technique. Elevating mastery from novice to proficient. A faint smile graced Lu Shi's lips, surprised by the unexpected rewards from practicing the sword technique. The Taichu sword technique was indeed profound, revealing a remarkable synergy with daily labor. Just as he prepared to commence his usual morning tasks, he noticed Jang Li standing quietly in the courtyard, seemingly having waited for some time. Today, she donned a more streamlined practice outfit, her exquisite features lacking the usual coldness. Now imbued with a sense of seriousness and even a hint of nervousness. Master, Jang Li greeted Lu Shi, stepping forward to offer a respectful bow. More precise than ever before. Li are so early? Lu Shi remarked, slightly taken aback by his disciple's unusual enthusiasm. Disciple has been pondering the sword intent demonstrated by Master last night, Jang Li carefully articulated. She regarded Lu Shi's concealed strength as a secret shared solely between the two of them. Lu Shi realized, with clarity, that she had come to seek guidance on the sword techniques. It was evident that his demonstration had profoundly moved her. He smiled gently and asked, "What troubles you? Speak freely." Jang Li took a deep breath, striving to steady her voice. "Master, your disciple is rather dull. Yesterday, while observing the sword, I felt an overwhelming and boundless sword intent, as if it could sever all. Yet, I am utterly at a loss regarding how to channel my energy and integrate my spirit into it. I dare to inquire, does mastering this technique require any special prerequisites in terms of cultivation level? Such a divine technique is surely beyond the grasp of an enlightenment realm practitioner. My master must be at least in the domain realm, or perhaps even the law realm, or even the holy realm. Could it be the legendary transcended emperor realm?" She startled at her own last conjecture and hastily suppressed the thought. Lu Shi, upon hearing her, assumed she was merely concerned about her insufficient cultivation. He reassured her, saying, "Indeed. This technique emphasizes the comprehension of profound concepts and demands exceptional purity and control of spiritual energy. Given your current shallow cultivation, it is entirely normal that you cannot grasp it. There is no need to rush. Proceed step by step, starting with the understanding of the heart method. As your realm elevates, everything will naturally fall into place." He mused to himself that this disciple had a fierce competitive spirit and would require gradual guidance. Indeed, the requirements for cultivation are exceedingly high. My master must be concealing his true realm. Jang Li felt even more convinced in her heart, accompanied by an indescribable surge of excitement and a sense of security. To be under the tutelage of a being who is at least a holy realm powerhouse is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. It seems her master can protect her until she surpasses the holy realm. "Master, wait for me. Once I reach the quasi-emperor realm, I shall be the one to safeguard you." The disciple understood and vowed to diligently cultivate, not to disappoint her master's expectations. Jang Li bowed deeply once more, her tone imbued with unprecedented determination. Meanwhile, at the Dawn Mist Peak Square, the 5th round of the sect competition was about to commence. On the high platform, the heads of each peak had already taken their seats. The sect leader, Luo Tianming, sat at the center, while Lu Shi occupied his designated position at Sui Peak, observing the scene below with an expression of calm indifference. Following the fierce contests of the previous 4 rounds, the original 341 participating disciples had been whittled down to just 25. These 25 represented the most formidable combatants of the younger generation of the Falling Sunset sect. Aside from Jang Li, who was an anomaly, the rest were all disciples of the Foundation establishment stage. As the drawing commenced, the atmosphere became palpably tense. When the elder officiant called out Jang Li of Sui Peak, all eyes once again converged upon her. Jang Li stepped forward slowly and drew a slip from the lottery tube. The officiant elder took it and announced loudly, "You have drawn a slip, and hence you advance by default." Chapter 34. The Path of Kings and the Path of Deception advance by default. The square fell momentarily silent before erupting into a cacophony of discussion. Advance by default? Jang Li has progressed directly? My goodness. Her luck is extraordinary. From 35 to 13. She has drawn a bye? Does this mean she is now among the top 12? The only one at the chi condensation stage? How remarkable her fortune is. Yet, perhaps it is for the best. This spares her the humiliation of facing senior brother Qianji or senior sister Bai Chao in the next rounds. Indeed, reaching the top 12 is already a miracle. The remaining competitors are all fierce characters of the mid to late foundation establishment stage. How could she contend against them as a peak chi condensation practitioner? Fortune is indeed a facet of strength, at the very least. Sui Peak has basked in glory this time. The spectators below engaged in fervent discussions, most believing that Jang Li's stroke of luck had reached its zenith. To have advanced to the top 12 by virtue of a bye was already a serendipitous fortune. In the forthcoming battles, her chances of victory appeared bleak. On the elevated platform, the expressions of several prominent figures varied. Lai Yangzi laughed heartily. "Junior brother Lu, your disciple is truly fortunate." His tone bore a hint of jest, clearly indicating his skepticism regarding Jang Li's potential for further advancement. Real person Yun Yun shook his head slightly, though luck may favor her. The disparity in strength remains an undeniable reality. Regardless of whom she encounters next, it seems unlikely she will prevail. Real person Xuanji maintained a stoic demeanor. Achieving a place among the top 12 is already a commendable feat for one with a pseudo-spiritual route. To attain such success is worthy of pride. Both real person Mo Yuan and real person Qing Mu nodded in agreement, evidently endorsing this perspective. A disciple of the Qi condensation stage amidst a gathering of foundation establishment prodigies, her fate was all but sealed. The sect leader, Luo Tianming, glanced at Lu Shi, only to find this junior brother maintaining his usual demeanor of tranquility, seemingly unfazed by the discussions regarding his disciple. Inwardly, Luo Tianming sighed, appreciating Lu Shi's open-minded disposition. His disciple had come this far, and he must surely feel content. Lu Shi was indeed satisfied. Abai? Perfect. It spared him the need to exert himself and risk revealing more of his strength. It also alleviated the burden on his disciple. Quietly advancing to the next stage was quite pleasing. He even felt that this stroke of luck resonated well with Sui Peak's ethos of non-contention. Thus, to the majority, it appeared that Jang Li's journey in the sect competition was destined to conclude within the top 12. As the crowd speculated on Jang Li's fortunate streak, battles in other arenas swiftly commenced. The disciples who had reached this stage were far from weaklings, and the clashes quickly escalated to a fever pitch. Spiritual lights flashed, and energies surged, prompting continuous gasps from the audience. However, it was a prelude to an impending clash of titans that truly heightened the atmosphere. On the A platform, the next match featured the formidable Situ Lai of the Punishment Hall against Night Shadow. As the elder officiant's voice echoed, the square erupted in excitement. Situ Shixiang facing Night Shadow? Their encounter had come swiftly. Situ Shixiang's mountain-shattering fist was unparalleled in ferocity, while Night Shadow's movements were shrouded in mystery. An exhilarating spectacle awaited. This was a collision of righteous and cunning paths. Under the gazes of countless spectators, two figures leaped onto the A platform almost simultaneously. To the east, Situ Lai stood tall and imposing, his visage resolute. Dressed in the dark garb of a Punishment Hall disciple, his mere presence exuded the steadiness of a boulder. To the west, Night Shadow presented a stark contrast. Lean and unassuming in his gray attire, he wore a sardonic smile that hinted at mischief. Situ Shixiang, after you. Night Shadow grinned, his voice tinged with a raspy edge. Situ Lai's brow furrowed slightly, evidently disapproving of this demeanor. He clasped his fists and stated solemnly, Junior brother Night Shadow, I hope for a fair contest. Heh, rest assured, Shixiang, I understand the rules, Night Shadow replied, though his eyes sparkled with an enigmatic glint. As the referee's voice fell, the contest commenced. Situ Lai sprang into action, stepping forward with a straightforward right punch, devoid of any embellishment. The wind of the fist surged with a momentum akin to the shattering of mountains and stones. This was the initial stance of the Crushing Mountain fist, the Crushing Mountain stance. This punch, imbued with immense power and a forceful presence, enveloped the surroundings. Night Shadow's eyes gleamed with a flash of insight, and he would naturally not attempt to meet it head-on. With a swift motion, he transformed into several afterimages, gliding past the fierce winds of the punch. Simultaneously, two pitch-black daggers slipped from his sleeves, aimed at the vulnerable joints beneath Situ Lai's ribs and at his knees. The angles were exquisite, and the attack was exceptionally ruthless. Well done, Situ Lai exclaimed in a low voice, remaining composed. His left arm swept horizontally like an iron whip, deflecting the attack aimed at his ribs. At the same time, his right leg stomped fiercely on the ground, unleashing a shockwave. Not only did it divert the dagger aimed at his knee, it also momentarily halted Night Shadow's movement. Boom, boom, boom. Situ Lai seized the advantage, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. Each strike was powerful and forceful, the winds of his fists stirring the air. Night Shadow could only rely on his uncanny agility to evade and maneuver. Upon the arena, Situ Lai appeared like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, his assault relentless as a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Night Shadow floated like a specter, searching amidst the tumult for a chance to deliver a fatal blow. Above the platform, several esteemed observers nodded in approval. The radiant Yangzi praised, Situ's mastery of the Crushing Mountain fist has reached its essence, fierce and domineering. His foundation is solid, and his resolve unwavering, unperturbed by cunning tactics. He is indeed a promising talent. Real Master Yun Yun remarked, Night Shadow possesses exceptional agility, a rare talent in the realm of subterfuge. Regrettably, Situ Lai's defense is impenetrable, leaving him with no openings. Master Xuanji succinctly stated, one strength can conquer 10 techniques. Indeed, prolonged defense must yield to offense. Night Shadow executed a remarkably intricate feint, coaxing Situ Lai to slightly misbalance. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as his true form instantly appeared behind Situ Lai, the dagger aimed directly at his vital point. This transformation was as swift as lightning, cruel to the extreme. The hearts of the onlookers raced with trepidation. However, Situ Lai seemed to have anticipated this. His seemingly unbalanced body suddenly spun, pivoting on his left leg. His right leg swept backward like a steel whip. This was the brilliant counterattack, returning peak, breaking mountain. Inherent in the crushing mountain fist. Thud. The sweeping leg struck Night Shadow's wrist. A faint crack echoed as bones fractured. Ah! Night Shadow screamed in agony. The dagger flying from his grasp. He was sent tumbling off the arena, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling for a moment, he found himself unable to rise. Situ Lai stood poised, slightly out of breath, yet his gaze remained steadfast. He looked down at the struggling Night Shadow and spoke solemnly. Thank you for the lesson. Junior brother, though cunning paths may be intriguing, they are not the true way. Strength and discipline are the foundation. Night Shadow's face turned pale, his teeth clenched in silence. His eyes filled with resentment. On the arena, Situ Lai emerged victorious. This clash between the righteous path and the cunning path showcased an elevated level of skill, leaving all spectators exhilarated. On the high platform, Master Luo Tanming wore a smile, turning to the elder of the punishment hall beside him. Situ's tenacity and righteous fist techniques promise a bright future. The elder stroked his beard in approval, unable to conceal his pride. Yet, before the crowd could calm their excitement from this focal battle, the announcement of the next duel ignited an even greater uproar. Chapter 35, Moonslayer the Judge, seemingly intent on maintaining a seamless flow, immediately announced the next match in a booming voice. On the pink stage, we have the next duel between Jang Li of Sui Peak and Bai Chao of Luyin Peak. The sound reverberated through the square, and the previously bustling crowd fell into an immediate hush. All eyes turned in unison, focusing intently on the area occupied by the disciples of Sui Peak. Honing in on the ethereal figure clad in white, whose beauty was unparalleled, Jang Li. Jang Li, pitted against Bai Chao, the latter, who had fortuitously secured a place among the top 12 due to a stroke of luck, now faced an opponent of established renown, a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner, adept in the mysterious art of poisonous vines. The disparity in their strengths was staggering. Good heavens, Jang Li's fortune had seemingly run out, as she was now matched against Bai Chao. How could a peak chi condensation practitioner contend with someone at the late foundation establishment stage? Bai Chao's bone-eroding demon vine was notorious for troubling even those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. It appeared that Jang Li's journey might end here. Achieving the top 12 was commendable, though one must take pride in their honor, even in defeat. The question remained whether Bai Chao would show mercy, considering Jang Li's exquisite appearance. But what use is beauty? On the arena, strength reigned supreme. Everyone was eager to witness how this miraculous disciple of Sui Peak would respond. On the high platform, the expressions of the esteemed judges grew somber. Even those who had previously praised Jang Li, such as the fiery Yangzi and the revered Yun Yun, now shook their heads slightly, clearly lacking optimism for her chances. The head of Luyin Peak, Yun Yun, sighed softly. Turning to her companion, Lu Shi, she remarked. Junior brother Lu, it appears your disciple's fortune has reached its limit. Bai Chao is quite measured in her approach. She won't endanger Zhang's life. Her words conveyed an unmistakable conviction that Jang Li would undoubtedly be defeated. Lu Shi, upon hearing this, maintained his composed demeanor, his gaze fixed calmly on Jang Li, who was steadily ascending the stage. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Had her luck truly run out? Perhaps. Yet at times, raw strength itself is the greatest fortune. He found himself curious about how his deeply concealed disciple would fare against a late-stage foundation establishment opponent with such cunning tactics. He anticipated witnessing the insights gleaned from Taichu Zhandao, even if merely a hint of its essence. Amidst a sea of gazes rife with sympathy, regret, and even a tinge of schadenfreude, Jang Li stepped onto the stage. In stark contrast, Bai Chao appeared remarkably composed, with a gentle smile gracing her features. She addressed Jang Li softly, Junior Sister Jiang, your journey to this point is commendable. There is no need for pressure in this battle. Simply do your best. And I assure you, I will show restraint. In response to this gesture of kindness, Jang Li maintained her cool demeanor, offering merely a slight nod without further comment. The match begins. The elder officiant announced loudly. Bai Chao made the first move, intent on a swift resolution. With a flick of her jade-like hand, a vivid green vine surged forth from her sleeve, its phantom form shooting like an arrow. The vine elongated with the wind, rapidly thickening to the girth of a child's arm, enveloped in a faint purple, sweetly acrid mist. It resembled a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, lurching directly towards Jang Li. It was none other than her fearsome, bone-eroding demon vine. She initiated the confrontation with her demonic vine. It appears that Sister Bai Chao is eager to conclude the battle swiftly. Be cautious, Junior Sister Jiang, a disciple exclaimed from the audience, unable to contain their concern. The malevolent vine surged forward, poised to ensnare and devour Jang Li. However, In the face of this formidable strike from a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Jang Li exhibited neither fear nor trepidation in her eyes. Instead, a flicker of almost imperceptible boredom passed over her countenance. Bone-corroding demonic vine? A trivial trick from the lower realms. Master's Taichu's slashing path is an unparalleled divine art. Employing it here is akin to illuminating the dust of a gutter with the brilliance of the moon in the 9 heavens. Is she worthy? In the blink of an eye, Jang Li made her resolution. With a subtle shift of her mind, she summoned a fragment of a mark hidden deep within her consciousness. It was the celestial-level secret art moon slashing, which she wielded with authority when she was the Empress of Liyue. With a delicate lift of her hand, she merely positioned the sword sheath against the demonic vine and nudged it forward slightly. From the tip of the sheath flowed a pale, chilling light, as ethereal and cold as the moonlight in late autumn. This silvery luminescence glided through the air, silent and serene. However, the moment this seemingly gentle radiance made contact with the bone-corroding vine, the once ferocious entity was instantaneously stripped of all its malevolence and sentience. It emitted a faint, sorrowful whimper as the purple mist dissipated. The vine quickly withered, shriveling and collapsing softly to the ground, bereft of its spirit. Yet, the moonlight's momentum did not cease. In the horrified gaze of Sister Baichao, it struck with preternatural speed. The icy intent of the sword locked onto her brow. Swift, inexpressibly swift, accurate, perfectly precise to the utmost degree. Ruthless, a single strike to shatter the spell. All of Baichao's countermeasures, all her contingencies, became mere jest in the face of this singular moment. She stood frozen, a chill enveloping her entire being. The arena fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It took a full 3 breaths before the presiding elder awakened from his stupor. In a trembling voice, he proclaimed, "Jang Li of Sui Peak is victorious." The silence shattered, replaced by an uproar akin to roaring waves. What just transpired? Sister Baichao lost. 1 strike. Just 1 strike. I could barely comprehend it. What was that light? So beautiful yet so terrifying. The demonic vine was rendered useless upon contact. Upon the high platform, the seasoned leaders, renowned for their experience, were also visibly shaken. What? Liangzi abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on Jang Li, who stood with her sword sheathed below. Earth level? No. The profundity of this intent, the effortless application of these principles, could not possibly belong to the earth level. Could it be the embryonic form of a celestial-level sword technique? As the sword cultivator leader, he rendered his judgment. Jinren Yun-Yun's complexion paled, her delicate hand covering her red lips. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. To think 1 strike could perfectly counter Baicao's demonic vine? This sword technique is profoundly pure and elevated, yet carries an essence of utter annihilation. When did our Lawazong come into possession of such an extraordinary legacy? As the master of Cuifeng Peak, turmoil surged within her heart. Jinren Xuanqi's expression was unusually grave. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharp as a blade, and suddenly turned to Lu Shi. The principles contained within, the lofty intent. It has reached the realm of simplifying complexity. Junior brother Lu, your Sui Peak conceals such a transcendent inheritance? He elevated the level of this sword technique to the realm of principles. Even the usually unassuming Qingshan Jinren from Danding Peak could not help but exclaim in astonishment, incredible, truly remarkable. To wield such swordsmanship with a mere pseudo-spiritual root is nothing short of astonishing. Junior brother Lu, you have kept us in the dark for far too long. The sect leader, Luo Tianming, felt his heart tumultuous as his pupils constricted sharply. So that's it. The source of junior brother Lu's confidence lies here. Not only is his own cultivation unfathomable, but he also casually imparts to his disciples what appears to be a transcendent sword technique of celestial grade. Indeed, the moment for the rise of our Luanxia sect is truly upon us. In the next moment, all the esteemed elders collectively focused their fervent gazes upon Lu Shi. The ardor in their eyes was unmistakable. They unanimously acknowledged that this earth-shattering sword strike must have originated from Lu Shi's teachings. Chapter 36. Cultivating in serenity. At this moment, Lu Shi himself felt a hint of surprise. This sword technique exudes a sharp and exquisite aura, its essence hauntingly desolate and solitary. It stands in stark contrast to the unadorned and profound nature of my own Taichu Zhandao, which seeks to return to simplicity. It seems that this child, Li indeed possesses her own fortuitous encounters and secrets. However, given his penchant for simplicity and aversion to trouble, he naturally refrained from revealing anything. Thus, under the intense scrutiny of the esteemed elders, Lu Shi maintained a demeanor of nonchalance. He picked up the teacup beside him, gently stirring the floating tea leaves with the lid. Then, bringing it to his lips, he took a sip as if nothing were amiss. His composed posture, perceived as one of complete control, became the most powerful affirmation in the eyes of the elders who were lost in thought. Liangzi felt a surge of astonishment within. Indeed, junior brother Lu's calm demeanor clearly indicates he was aware of the outcome all along. Yunjinren, with her beautiful eyes glimmering, sighed inwardly. To impart such extraordinary knowledge yet remain unassuming, treating it as trivial. Junior brother Lu's realm is truly as deep as the ocean. The sect leader, Luo Tianming, was so moved that his fingers trembled slightly. Unfazed by honor or disgrace, he leisurely observes the blossoms in the courtyard as they bloom and wither. A true sage. This is the genuine demeanor of a master who has returned to simplicity. Having junior brother Lu in our Luanxiao sect is indeed a tremendous fortune. On the ground, Jang Li had gracefully exited the stage, oblivious to the still petrified Bai Chao and the ensuing discussions behind her. She was unaware of the storm her sword had stirred atop the platform. She only felt relieved to have resolved the immediate trouble and to enjoy a moment of tranquility. Meanwhile, seated on the high platform, Lu Shi gently blew on the steam rising from his teacup, his thoughts drifting to, this tea is brewed to perfection. As for the sword technique my disciple employed, the child is growing up and has her own little secrets, which is quite delightful. The grand sect competition, ignited by Jang Li's breathtaking sword strike, reached a climax. However, despite the fluctuations among the top disciples, the overall structure remained steadfast. Qianji, leveraging his formidable puppetry, advanced smoothly, while several veteran disciples in the late stage of foundation establishment triumphed over their opponents in succession. On the high platform, each esteemed elder harbored their own thoughts, occasionally glancing at the ever-composed Lu Shi. Just as another fierce duel was about to commence, Lu Shi slowly rose to his feet. Junior brother Lu, what are you doing? The sect leader, Luo Tianming, inquired, noticing his movement. In the midst of the grand competition, why did this unassuming junior brother suddenly choose to withdraw? Lu Shi offered a slight bow to Luo Tianming, his tone as tranquil as ever. Brother master, the medicinal herb garden in the mountains requires tending today. The firewood shed also needs replenishing. Observing the disciples in their sparring, each has gained something, which brings me great comfort. However, the daily duties must not be neglected. I shall take my leave. The mention of the herb garden and firewood shed momentarily stunned Luo Tianming. Yet, upon seeing Lu Shi's earnest and self-evident demeanor, he could not help but chuckle and shake his head, feeling a surge of emotion within. Ah, junior brother Lu, even amidst the momentous occasion of our sect, you remain preoccupied with such trivial matters. Very well, you may go, we shall oversee things here. He increasingly felt that this junior brother's realm was beyond his comprehension. Lu Shi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Under the gaze of various onlookers, he departed from the bustling square. Shortly thereafter, at the summit of Sui Peak, outside a modest courtyard, Jang Li had returned early. After effortlessly defeating her next opponent and securing a position among the top two in the competition, she felt no further reason to linger. The remaining ranking battles held no significance for her. Upon reaching the peak, she spotted Lu Shi standing with his hands clasped behind him at the cliff's edge, gazing into the distant mountains and billowing clouds. Master, Jang Li approached and saluted. Lu Shi turned to her, his gaze softening with a hint of warm approval. Your performance today was commendable. Jang Li's heart stirred, believing the praise was in reference to her use of the moon-slashing sword technique against Bai Chao. She contemplated how to clarify that it was not the Taichu slashing Dao imparted by her master. Yet, she heard Lu Shi continue. A practitioner must possess brilliance. To conceal one's edge excessively can sometimes be a burden. Since you possess the capability, there is no need for excessive modesty. Remember, here at the Luanxiao sect, and indeed throughout the northern region, should you encounter insurmountable troubles, I shall be here to assist you. His words were calm, yet imbued with a confidence that seemed to gaze down upon the world. The sky will not fall. Even if it were to collapse, I would bear the weight first. Jang Li's form quivered slightly as she gazed up at Lu Shi. In that moment, he appeared to her as if in harmony with the heavens and earth. The profound depths hidden beneath his unassuming exterior stirred her heart. She immediately bowed deeply. I understand, disciple. Thank you, master. Indeed, my master. Jang Li felt a surge of relief, banishing any lingering doubts. At that moment, Lin Shui rushed back with reddened eyes. Having just witnessed Jang Li's radiant display from the observation area, she was overwhelmed with a sense of loss, especially in contrast to her own earlier elimination. Master, senior sister Jiang. Lin Shui's voice trembled with emotion. Am I truly so useless? I wish to grow stronger and not hold back Sui Peak. I beseech you for guidance. How should I cultivate to become like my senior sister? Her eyes shone with eagerness. Lu Shi observed the emotionally charged Lin Shui. then glanced at the complex expression on Jang Li's face and gently shook his head. He did not directly impart any profound techniques, but instead pointed to a stone bench in the courtyard. Sit down and calm your mind. Once Lynn Shui managed to regain her composure, Lu Shi slowly spoke. The path of cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Your heart is restless, seeking quick results. This is a grave mistake. He astutely identified Lin Shui's current state. Do you understand why, despite your relentless cultivation, your progress remains sluggish? Lu Shi inquired. Before Lin Shui could respond, he continued. It is not due to a lack of talent, but rather an unrefined state of mind. The heart is like a restless monkey, and the will, akin to a galloping horse. How can one grasp the profound truths of the Tao amidst such turmoil? He gestured towards the ancient tree in the courtyard, beneath which lay the firewood he had chopped, alongside a water barrel. Starting tomorrow, you shall pause your absorption of spiritual energy. Each day, come here to chop 3 loads of firewood and fetch 5 barrels of water. You must chop with intention, feeling the grain of the wood, draw water with mindfulness, experiencing its ebb and flow. In your leisure, take leisurely strolls along the mountain paths, observe the clouds as they drift, and listen to the whispers of the pines and the songs of the birds. Lin Shui was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such counsel. Chopping wood and fetching water? What does this have to do with cultivation? Lu Shi, perceiving her confusion, replied nonchalantly, sharpening the axe does not delay the woodcutter's task. Your current state of mind is akin to a dull blade. Forcing your cultivation will yield diminished results. First, refine your mindset, rendering it as clear as a mirror and as sharp as a blade. When the time comes to cultivate again, success will naturally follow. He refrained from mentioning that those who dwelled closely within the realm of ordinary life often reaped the greatest rewards. Lin Shui, still skeptical, instinctively glanced at Jang Li. Jang Li immediately spoke up. Lin Shui, every word spoken by our master is a gem of wisdom. It embodies profound insights. Simply follow his guidance. There is no harm in it. She had personally experienced the remarkable effects of their master's unassuming teachings. Chapter 37. The final competition. Seeing Jiang Shiji so resolutely affirming this, Lin Shui, though still puzzled, thought of the inscrutable wisdom of her master and senior sister. Gritting her teeth, she nodded earnestly. Yes, I understand. It was my impatience that clouded my judgment. Thank you, master, for your guidance. From tomorrow onward, I shall diligently chop wood, fetch water, and practice tranquility. Cultivate my calm. It seemed she finally grasped the significance of relaxation and a tranquil mind as their master had mentioned. Lu Shi nodded slightly, casting a knowing glance at Jang Li, who responded with an understanding look. Lu Shi observed Lin Shui, who appeared enlightened and prepared to embrace a more relaxed approach to her cultivation. He then turned his gaze to Jang Li, who, harboring her own secrets, remained obedient and respectful before him. He felt quite satisfied. Yes, this is quite good. One strives for the ordinary, while the other is compelled to embrace tranquility. Sui Peak shall finally regain its former serenity. He turned, once more gazing at the distant sea of clouds and the mountains. The scenery today was particularly enchanting. The clamor and rankings of the sect competition had become mere fleeting shadows to him, overshadowed by the tangible presence of a fresh load of firewood in the courtyard. The following day, as dawn broke, Lu Shi opened his door, inhaling the crisp mountain air deeply. Notice, yesterday's cultivation summary is complete. Chopped 6 loads of firewood, fetched 8 barrels of water, walked 15 miles along the mountain path, and gleaned insights from observing disciple sparring. Mindset aligned with the Tao and nature. Awarded a foundational cultivation bonus of 10 years. Triggered the encounter with the resonance of the Tao, granting an additional cultivation reward of 20 years. Total cultivation increase, 30 years. Cultivation rewards have been automatically infused into the technique indestructible body of eternal tribulation. Ever since mastering the Taichu sword technique, Lu Shi had chosen to invest his cultivation into his techniques, for the realm of understanding is fundamental. Indeed, the cultivation of one's realm is the true path to longevity. Lu Shi nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite pleased with today's gains. He proceeded with his morning tasks as usual. As the time approached, Lu Shi ambled along the mountain path towards Cuifeng Peak. Upon stepping onto the high platform once more, he distinctly sensed a different intensity in the gazes directed at him. The scrutiny was not only more concentrated than the previous day, but also imbued with a myriad of emotions: reverence, inquiry, curiosity, and even a hint of fervor. The esteemed elders acknowledged his arrival with nods of recognition. Even the usually stoic Xuanqi Zhenren offered a slight bow. The sect leader, Luo Tianming, personally invited him to take a seat, saying, "Junior brother Lu has arrived. Please, take a seat. Today is the finals. Who do you think will prevail? Your disciple Lear or Qianji?" Shi settled into his seat with an air of tranquility, responding nonchalantly. In disciple sparring, each possesses their own fated techniques. They will do their utmost. The outcome is of little significance. To the ears of those present, his words bore a deeper meaning. Liangzi laughed heartily, remarking, "Junior brother Liu is indeed magnanimous. It seems you have full confidence in your disciple." Shi chose not to comment further, directing his gaze towards the thronging crowd below, where the square buzzed with excitement. Following the fierce competition of the previous day, the sect competition had finally reached its climactic showdown. The enormous central arena was already surrounded by layers of disciples, their numbers swelling like a torrent. The atmosphere was electric, faces alight with exhilaration and anticipation. The finals are about to commence. Jang Li from Sui Peak versus Qianji from Cuifeng Peak. The voice of the officiating elder resonated throughout the square, instantly elevating the excitement. It's here. The ultimate showdown. Jiang Junior sister's remarkable comeback against the enigmatic Qianji senior brother. This clash of titans. I bet on Qianji senior brother to win. His puppet is simply terrifying. I'm rooting for Jiang Junior sister. Her swordsmanship is nothing short of supernatural. If she, with her pseudo-spiritual root, can triumph over Qianji senior brother in the late foundation stage, it would be legendary. The uproar was nearly enough to shake the heavens. On the platform, the elders sat upright, their gazes sharp and intense. Even the sect leader, Luo Tianming, instinctively straightened his posture. In the interlude before the two protagonists took the stage, discussions about Jang Li resurfaced as the focal point. Could a practitioner with a pseudo-spiritual root truly achieve such feats? Defeating several in the late foundation stage, and potentially overcoming Qianji senior brother, who was at the pinnacle of the foundation stage. Her cultivation speed was astonishing. How long had it been since her initiation? Even with Elder Lu's dedicated guidance, this progress was remarkable. Had we all misjudged her potential? Could she actually be some rare hidden spirit or a sacred body? Perhaps she had acquired an extraordinary ancient legacy. Regardless, Jiang Junior sister's strength was undeniably genuine. After this grand competition, who would dare say that Sui Peak was on the decline? Elder Lu truly has an eye for talent. At first, we mocked him for choosing a mere flower vase. Hush, tread carefully. Elder Lu's cultivation is profound. We are not in a position to make rash judgments. Various speculations, exclamations, and expressions of admiration filled the air. Jang Li, with her undeniable prowess, had transformed everyone's initial impressions of her, from a mere pseudo-spiritual root flower vase to a prodigy. A metamorphosis that could only be described as dreamlike. Under the focus of countless gazes, two figures emerged slowly from either side of the arena. On the eastern side, Qianji remained silent, his countenance unremarkable. Yet behind him loomed a towering puppet, ensnared in bandages, exuding a palpable aura of menace that sent shivers down the spine. His gaze was tranquil, fixated on the opponent across from him. To the west, Jang Li donned a plain garment, her beauty transcendent and as serene as the moon. She moved with grace, though a fleeting glimmer of boredom flickered in the depths of her eyes. Qianji, puppet mastery? Merely a trifling matter. Let us conclude this swiftly. Upon returning, I can consult my master regarding the techniques of Taichu Zhandao. Such were her thoughts. The elder steward inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength to proclaim, "The finals commence." Before the final notes of his declaration had faded, Qianji sprang into action. He moved with such swiftness that it appeared as though he had not moved at all. The dark puppet transformed into a streak of black lightning, bearing down upon Jiang Li with immense force. Strangely, from the gaps in the bandages encircling the puppet, dozens of azure lights flickered to life, intertwining to form an indistinct protective array. This was clearly a defense mechanism against potent energy strikes, particularly those of sword intent. Indeed, he has researched countermeasures. A cold glimmer flashed in Jiang Li's eyes. Her adversary left her no opportunity for a composed counterattack, opting instead for sheer brute force. She darted away like willow fluff in the wind, narrowly evading the giant fist of the Xian Sha as it crashed to the ground beside her. With a tremendous roar, the hardened arena floor was left with a shocking deep crater. Missing its target, the Xian Sha extended its arms, unleashing a flurry of punches, palms, fingers, and claws, enveloping Jiang Li entirely. Meanwhile, Qianji stood at a distance, his fingers dancing as if playing an invisible harp, deftly controlling every movement of the puppet with strands of spiritual energy. His gaze was keen, searching for any flaw in Jiang Li's swordplay. On the platform above, Liangzi nodded slightly. Qianji's strategy was sound, preventing Jiang Li from showcasing her breathtaking sword techniques. Utilizing the puppet's might to suppress her was indeed a wise choice. However, Yun Yunjinren furrowed her brow slightly. Yet, such continuous operation of the puppet demanded immense spiritual energy and mental fortitude. should the assault fail to yield results. The consequences could be dire. Chapter 38. The way is nature itself. The audience below held their breath, all anxiously concerned for Jang Li. Under the relentless assault of Xiansha, she resembled a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves. Though perilous, she consistently evaded fatal blows at the last possible moment. I cannot rely solely on evasion. Jang Li's mind raced. I must probe the limits of his defenses. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, she retreated 3 paces, creating some distance. Then, with a graceful lift of her hand, her fingers formed a sword-like gesture, pointing into the air. Clang! A piercing light, as cold and clear as the moonlight in late autumn, streamed forth from her fingertips. Silent yet captivating, it instantly drew the gaze of all. It was her celestial skill Zhanyu, the very technique that had led her to triumph over Baichao the previous day. The moonlight, like a silken thread, gracefully swept toward the chest of the Xiansha puppet. Buzz! The azure shield surrounding the puppet vibrated violently, emitting a resonating hum. Where the moonlight met the shield, a blinding brilliance erupted. Ultimately, the moonlight successfully pierced through, leaving a deep sword mark of about an inch on the solid chest of Xiansha. The spiritual radiance dimmed momentarily. Xiansha's movements exhibited a fleeting pause. However, that was all. Unlike the previous day, where a single strike had incapacitated the opponent, this time it was insufficient. Qianji's complexion paled, evidently indicating that withstanding this blow through the protective barrier had drained him significantly. Yet, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, affirming his expectations. He let out a cold snort, and from his sleeve, a beam of bronze light emerged, transforming into an ancient small mirror, the Ding Yuan mirror. The mirror's light flickered, not as an attack, but rather illuminating the sword mark on the puppet's chest. The fierce sword intent left by the moonlight was gradually stabilized by the mirror's glow, slowly smoothing out. Indeed, it was an attack at the level of sword intent. Qianji's voice was hoarse, laced with a hint of pride. Unfortunately, my Ding Yuan mirror specializes in countering this. Your sword technique has been seen through by me. The audience erupted in astonishment. He has blocked it. Senior brother Qianji has truly thwarted Sister Zhang's inscrutable strike. What sort of treasure is that mirror? How can it stabilize sword intent? It's over. Sister Zhang's greatest reliance is rendered useless. On the high platform, the various seated elders also displayed expressions of astonishment. Master Mo Yuan stroked his beard and remarked, "The Ding Yuan mirror? So it is this treasure. Although merely a replica, it can stabilize the residual waves of rules." Qianji's preparation for this battle is indeed thorough. The situation took a sharp turn. Jang Li's most powerful killing move appears to have lost its efficacy. Seizing the advantage, Qianji showed no mercy, completely abandoning defense and channeling all his consciousness. The red light in the eyes of the Xiansha puppet surged, intensifying the frenzy of its attack. The winds from its fists and shadows of its legs formed a cage, trapping Jang Li tightly. Simultaneously, Qianji's true form began to roam. From his sleeve, poisoned flying needles shot forth, entwined threads, and various mechanisms and hidden weapons emerged one after another. The singular aim was to ensure that Jang Li had no chance to breathe, to prevent her from executing a second complete moon slash. A war of attrition? Jang Li scoffed coldly in her heart. Do you think you are worthy? She executed the flowing cloud 13 styles to perfection, dodging and evading in the confined space, fraught with peril. To outsiders, she appeared to be at her wit's end, and defeat seemed merely a matter of time. Yet, only she understood that under this extreme pressure, her soul perception had reached its zenith. The battle instinct of the Empress allowed her to keenly capture every detail. She discerned the flow of spiritual energy during Xiansha's attacks. She sensed the fluctuations of Qianji's consciousness while he controlled the puppet, especially the fleeting lapse in consciousness that would inevitably occur when the Ding Yuan mirror was in operation. That is the spot. A spark of insight flashed in Jang Li's mind. The vast concept of severing everything, as demonstrated by her master during the Taichu/Dao, re-emerged. Although she had yet to master it, and could not unleash its full power, perhaps she could borrow the essence of that intent to sever the rules. What she needed was not the strength of Taichu/Dao, but to create a moment of severance. With her intention set, Jang Li feigned a flaw, stumbling as if her spiritual energy had faltered. Her breath instantly became chaotic. The gigantic fist of the Xiansha puppet charged towards her heart, accompanied by a tearing shriek. This was a definitive strike. Qianji had indeed fallen for it. His eyes sparkled with intensity, channeling all his consciousness into this singular strike of the puppet, striving to achieve his goal in one decisive blow. In his estimation, Jang Li was at the end of her strength. At that critical moment of life and death, however, Jang Li's unsteady form suddenly transformed into a perfect pirouette. She paid no heed to the lethal giant fist now within reach. Instead, She concentrated all her mental energy, intertwining it with a fragment of the true essence of severance gleaned from her master's sword intent. This formed an invisible, sharp sword that transcended space, directly piercing the sea of consciousness of Qianji's true body. A rudimentary version of a mental shock. Qianji felt a searing pain in his head, as though pierced by needles. His vision darkened, and for a fleeting moment, his control over the puppet faltered. Now was the time. Jang Li pointed her sword once more, her internal spiritual energy surging wildly. The ethereal moonlight shone brightly again. Yet this time, her target was not the seemingly indestructible puppet itself, but rather the exceedingly fine threads of consciousness connecting Qianji to the Xiansha puppet, rendered briefly visible due to the mental stasis. Swoosh! The moonlight, like a blade, gently glided through, silent and unnoticed. The delicate threads that sustained the control snapped instantly. Boom! The colossal Xiansha puppet became rigid in an instant, the red light in its eyes extinguishing. It lost all power, collapsing into a heap of worthless scrap. The poised giant fist fell feebly, just an inch from Jang Li's chest. It struck the arena with a muffled thud. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Qianji clutched his throbbing forehead, staggering back 2 steps. He stared in disbelief at the puppet that had completely lost its connection to him, his face ashen. The elder attendant gaped, and after a moment, called out with a trembling voice, "The victor, from Sui Peak, is Jang Li." Cheers erupted, the silence shattered, and the roars soared to the heavens. Everyone was utterly stunned by this astonishing reversal. Jang Li gracefully descended from the stage, her exquisite visage still serene, as though she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Only her slightly hurried breaths betrayed the peril of that fleeting moment. In the end, I still resorted to using the moon-severing technique. She sighed inwardly, feeling little joy. Had it not been for this stratagem, I would have narrowly faced defeat. The supreme sword technique imparted by my master. I have yet to even touch its threshold. In her mind, the vast and profound sword intent that could cleave the heavens intertwined with the sharp elegance of the moon severing. An unprecedented yearning arose within her heart. She must truly comprehend the power of the Taichu severing path. On the platform, Lucy observed his returning disciple, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. She understands observation, adeptly leverages opportunities, and has a good grasp of timing. This disciple is indeed a promising talent. He lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it, his gaze drifting lazily towards the distant mountains. The clamor of the sect and the victories and defeats of disciples were, to him, of little consequence compared to the tranquility of chopping wood and fetching water in the mountains. The commanding voice of sect leader Luo Tianming, imbued with spiritual power, overshadowed all the noise in the square. In this sect competition, the champion is Jang Li from Sui Peak. Boom! After a brief silence, a wave of exuberance erupted. The resounding acclaim threatened to overturn the sea of clouds surrounding the morning glow peak. Countless gazes, infused with wonder, admiration, envy, and disbelief, converged upon the figure clad in plain white, moving like a wisp of smoke. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Jang Li's demeanor remained unperturbed and cool. Following the dictates of propriety, she offered a slight nod towards the high platform. Her gaze had long transcended the fervent crowd, settling instead upon the corner of the platform where a figure in a green robe was slowly rising. Lucy seemed utterly oblivious to the surrounding fervor. With poised grace, he smoothed the unwrinkled fabric of his robes before bowing respectfully to Luo Tanming, the leader seated above him, speaking with his customary calmness. "Thank you, senior brother, for presiding over the ceremony." In a heartbeat, Luo Tianming had appeared before Lu Shi, grasping his hands with fervor, his voice trembling with excitement as he communicated telepathically. "Junior brother Lu, wonderful, truly splendid. Heaven has favored our Luoxia sect. Your disciple, Li is indeed an unparalleled genius. The revitalization of our sect hinges upon this very moment." His gaze burned with intensity, and his words were imbued with utmost sincerity. "All rewards for my niece will be prepared personally by me and dispatched to Sui Peak shortly. This matter is crucial to our sect's future and must be handled with care." This declaration bore an unspoken plea, urging Lu Shi to nurture this young woman with great diligence. Lu Shi, fully aware of the underlying message, merely smiled faintly. "Senior brother, you need not worry. My little disciple is merely fortunate. It was nothing more than a child's game, not deserving of such solemnity. Child's play." Luo Tianming's eyes twitched slightly, a storm of shock surging within him. The pinnacle of foundational cultivation, a single strike to determine fate, was viewed as mere amusement by his junior brother? Indeed. This is a momentous occasion for the sect, and we must adhere to the traditions and rituals. Rest assured, junior brother, everything will be arranged by me. and I shall ensure that trivial matters do not disturb the tranquility of Sui Peak. Then I am most grateful to you, senior brother, Lu Shi replied, offering a slight nod of appreciation before ascending the winding mountain path. As he climbed higher, the voices of the crowd faded into the distance, until they vanished entirely, leaving only the sound of the mountain breeze and the melodic chirping of birds in the deep ravine. Upon reaching the small courtyard atop Sui Peak, the flowing clouds seemed almost within reach, and the distant mountains appeared like strokes of ink, enveloping the world in serene silence. Lu Shi paused beneath the old tree in the courtyard, turning to face the approaching Jang Li. The events of the day were concluded, and his tone remained neutral, devoid of any hint of elation. You need not dwell upon it. After a moment's pause, he regarded Jang Li's clear, cold eyes and added, Today, there is no need for labor. Take this time to rest and reflect. Yes, master. I understand, Jang Li replied with a deep bow. She regarded her master as she always did, then strolled towards the corner of the wall, picking up a humble firewood knife before heading towards the woodshed on the mountainside. It seemed she murmured softly to herself, The wrist strength utilized while wielding the sword yesterday bears some resemblance to the angled force used in chopping wood. There is much to ponder further. Jang Li stood rooted in place, watching her master's figure disappear along the bamboo-lined path. After a long while, she exhaled gently. She extended her hand, feeling the crisp spiritual energy of the mountains brush against her fingertips, the rustling of bamboo leaves in the breeze caressing her ears, accompanied by the distant sounds of wood being chopped. All the clamor faded away. At this moment, the unique tranquility of the mountain peak washed over and soothed all. Jang Li understood that true cultivation involves abandoning the superficiality and path dependence of past lives. To genuinely comprehend this supreme path from the beginning is what truly marks the commencement of her journey. She turned and walked towards her small abode. Meanwhile, atop Sui Peak, time continued to flow serenely, as if nothing had transpired. Only the natural laws of the Tao circulated quietly. Chapter 39. The small world. The bustling atmosphere of Cuifeng Peak gradually subsided with the conclusion of the grand competition. However, the discussions among the higher-ups of the Luoxia sect were just beginning. In the magnificent main hall of the sect leader, Luo Tianming, sat at the head of the table. Flanking him were the heads of various peaks and elders such as Lu Shi. The ambience, though not as boisterous as that of the square, was imbued with a weighty gravity. Luo Tianming, his face aglow with joy, could not conceal his elation. Dear fellow disciples, this sect's grand competition has concluded splendidly. Luoxia sect is indeed fortunate to be graced with such talent, especially the top 10 disciples, whose performances were commendable and whose futures are promising. Lai Yongzi clapped his hands and chuckled. What the sect leader says is absolutely true. Although Qianji did not emerge victorious, his mastery of puppet techniques and adaptability in battle showcased his remarkable prowess. Other disciples, such as Situ Lai and Bai Chao, have also demonstrated the solid foundation of our younger generation. While he felt a tinge of regret over Qianji's defeat, he remained satisfied with the overall outcome. Real Master Yun Yun slightly nodded and interjected. What is even more astonishing is the emergence of our disciple Jang Li. She, at the pinnacle of qi condensation, triumphed over formidable foes to ultimately claim victory. Her talent, character, and swordsmanship are truly unparalleled. Brother Lu's guidance has been instrumental. She cast a genuine approving glance towards Lu Shi. Real masters Xian Qi, Mo Yuan, and others echoed her sentiments, their words brimming with affirmation of the quality of this year's disciples, especially in admiration of Jang Li. As the discussions began to settle, Luo Tianming's expression grew serious. He raised his hand to draw attention. Esteemed colleagues, the emergence of such talented disciples is the cornerstone of our sect. However, jade must be polished to become a gem. True pillars must endure the trials of wind and rain. I have summoned you all today for a matter of great importance. His gaze swept across the assembly as he gradually revealed the main topic. I trust you have all heard the news. Recently, under the leadership of Baiyu sect, we, along with several allied sects, have jointly discovered a fragment of a nascent world. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several heads grew solemn. Luo Tianming continued to elucidate. This fragment is exceedingly small and highly unstable, a fragile space. Precisely because it is new and weak, it presents an excellent opportunity for lower-tier disciples to hone their skills. Through an agreement among the sects, we will organize a collaborative expedition for trials, wherein each sect will send forth outstanding disciples. This serves a dual purpose of training the disciples while also seeking resources within, essentially a competition among the disciples. The notion of collaboratively exploring a nascent, diminutive world piqued the interest of several heads. After deliberations, Luo Tianming disclosed the crucial detail. Our Luoxia sect has been allocated 10 slots. 10. The assembly quickly calculated in their minds. The top 10 from the competition coincidentally amounted to 10 individuals. Indeed, Luo Tianming continued. I propose that this trial be undertaken by the top 10 disciples from this grand competition. They represent the most formidable strength of the younger generation of our sect, poised to refine themselves in this new environment and elevate our sect's reputation. What do you all think? This proposal is reasonable and met with no objections. After all, the prowess of those within the top 10 is evident, and they are the most suitable candidates. The disciples have been chosen. However, the world of fragmented realms is indeed perilous. Luo Tianming's tone shifted to one of gravity. To ensure utmost safety, it is imperative that an elder-level figure leads the team and remains at the periphery, ready to intervene should the disciples encounter insurmountable crises. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, eyes began to wander instinctively. Leading a venture into the unknown carries immense responsibility and demands sufficient strength to address unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, Luo Tianming's gaze resolutely settled upon the elder in the corner clad in green robes. Junior brother Lu, he spoke gently. The role of lead elder is crucial for the safety of our 10 core disciples. It also pertains to the dignity of our Lianxia sect in the eyes of allies, such as the Baiwa sect. Your profound cultivation and calm demeanor make you the most prudent choice to lead. What are your thoughts, junior brother? Upon hearing this, Lai Yangzi, Yin Yun, and the others were momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the implication. Indeed, who could be more suitable than this unassuming junior brother Lu? His extraordinary strength would suffice to handle most contingencies. Moreover, Jang Li is his direct disciple, making his involvement both reasonable and obligatory. More significantly, this is the Master's clear expression of trust in Sui Peak. In an instant, no one spoke up to contest this position. Instead, they all turned their eyes towards Lu Shi, awaiting his response. Lu Shi sat calmly, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging, "It seems I cannot evade this. Leading the team? What a bother." Not only would it delay his usual tasks, but he would also have to oversee a group of energetic young disciples. He raised his gaze to meet Luo Tianming's earnest and trusting eyes, noticing the other elders' expressions that conveyed a sense of inevitability. Very well, Lu Shi thought, since evasion is not an option, I might as well accept. This way, he would fulfill the Master's request and protect that girl, ensuring she doesn't stir trouble or become a target for bullying. Furthermore, the newly formed fragments of the world might contain chaotic energies and primordial Dao rhythms that could unexpectedly benefit my comprehension of the Taichu, Zhandao and my daily cultivation. It would certainly be better than remaining on the peak indefinitely. With his mind made up, Lu Shi slowly rose under the watchful eyes of the assembly. He inclined his body slightly towards Luo Tianming and the other elders, saying, I am honored by your trust, esteemed brothers and sisters. I shall comply. Instantly, Luo Tianming exhaled in relief, his face illuminating with a radiant smile. Excellent. With junior brother Lu leading the way, we can rest easy. He clapped his hands in delight, declaring, we shall discuss the details later. We will gather at the mountain gate in 10 days to set off. With the meeting concluded, the assembly dispersed. Once the discussions in the grand hall were over, Lu Shi did not linger. He strolled back along the familiar bluestone path, returning to the tranquil Sui Peak. The courtyard at the peak was quiet and serene. In the distance, the sound of rhythmic chopping echoed from the back mountain. A subtle smile graced Lu Shi's lips as he strolled over. To his surprise, Jang Li was not quietly meditating indoors, but had rolled up her sleeves. She revealed a slender wrist, skillfully wielding a hatchet as she diligently chopped a piece of log. Although her movements lacked the effortless grace of Lu Shi's, they were executed with meticulous care. Meanwhile, Lynn Shui was beside her, laboriously hauling a water bucket, her small face flushed as she carefully poured water into a tub. Witnessing this scene, Lu Shi felt a sense of satisfaction. His disciple was indeed perceptive and had begun to grasp the profound essence hidden within the mundane. Upon hearing footsteps, Jang Li paused her work and turned to see Lu Shi. She promptly set down the hatchet and respectfully saluted, Master. Lin Shui quickly followed suit, placing her bucket down to bow as well. Lu Shi acknowledged with a slight nod, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard, which was already strewn with chopped firewood and a tub nearly brimming with water. Not bad. He approached a stone bench beneath an ancient tree and gestured for Jang Li to join him. Following his instruction, Jang Li stepped closer, standing quietly beside him, awaiting her master's command. Earlier, the sect leader had convened a meeting, and Lu Shi wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. In 10 days, our sect must dispatch disciples to explore a newly discovered fragment of the small world for trial cultivation. Jang Li's eyes flickered with interest, yet she refrained from interjecting. The trial was to be undertaken by the top 10 disciples from the recent competition. Lu Shi turned his gaze towards Jang Li, stating, as you are the leader, You naturally have a place among them. After a brief pause, he continued, the path of cultivation cannot be confined to solitary practice. One must traverse the vastness of the world, experiencing its trials and tribulations. This journey to the small world represents a valuable opportunity for you. Are you willing to embark on this adventure? Without a moment's hesitation, Jang Li bowed deeply and replied, disciple is willing to go, obedient to Master S arrangements. Fragment of a small world. A nascent entity, with nascent laws, shrouded in chaos. It is the ideal environment for nurturing innate medicinal herbs, rich in spiritual energy, and may even conceal unique trial locations. This opportunity far surpasses the mundane absorption of spiritual energy within the sect. Moreover, her mind raced. Such nascent worlds are often intersections of fortune. Perhaps there lies a chance to swiftly restore my strength. Seeing Jang Li's eager compliance, Lu Shi's eyes glimmered with approval. It was refreshing to find her unafraid of challenges, saving him from unnecessary elaboration. After a moment of contemplation, as if recalling something, he lifted his gaze toward the medicinal fields and softly called out, Xiao Huang. As Jang Li pondered this, she noticed the large yellow dog that had previously made her heart race, perk up its ears at the sound. Lazily, it opened its eyes, and in the next instant, it darted to Lu Shi's side, affectionately nudging his pant leg with its head. This sight caused Jang Li's pupils to constrict suddenly. Such speed. This is no ordinary spirit beast. The yellow dog was undoubtedly extraordinary. Lu Shi casually ruffled the dog's head and remarked to Jang Li, though this journey serves as a trial, the nascent world is fraught with uncertainties. You should take it with you. Jang Li was utterly taken aback, almost convinced that she had misheard. Take this dog along? Lu Shi seemed to perceive her thoughts, his tone remaining unperturbed. The creature, named Xiao Huang, had arrived at Sui Peak 5 years ago and had since made it its home. In its daily routine, it basked in the sun and patrolled the mountains, exhibiting a commendable demeanor. He casually added, oh, by the way, its current cultivation level is roughly equivalent to the late stage of Tao Foundation. With it by your side, you should be well protected from ordinary dangers. I can rest easier. Late stage of Tao Foundation. A wave of astonishment surged through Jang Li's heart. This seemingly ordinary mutt was, in fact, a formidable demon at the late stage of Tao Foundation. Moreover, judging by her master's tone, it had been residing on this peak for 5 years? How could master allow such a powerful entity to linger at his side? And so familiar? Meanwhile, Lu Shi's thoughts painted a different picture. That rascal Xiao Huang, who knows from which remote corner of the mountains it appeared 5 years ago, has been mooching off me. I can't seem to drive it away. It shows no signs of aggression and surprisingly possesses a certain intelligence. It helps to keep an eye on the medicinal fields and scares off smaller beasts, so I let it stay. Over the years, it has accompanied me, living an ordinary life. Unbeknownst to me, it has unexpectedly reached the late stage of Tao Foundation, which is a pleasant surprise. Having it accompany Lier serves 2 purposes. First, its strength is sufficient to handle most situations. Second, it has a keen sense of smell and high alertness, capable of avoiding dangers in advance. Third, well, it appears harmless and won't attract undue attention. This perfectly aligns with the discreet nature of Sui Peak. Master. Jang Li struggled to suppress the tumult of emotions within her. She gazed at the lethargic, yawning yellow dog and hesitated. Is this appropriate? Not at all. Lu Shi waved his hand dismissively. It often finds itself bored. Taking it out for a stroll would be beneficial. You need only treat it as a rather capable dog. No need to feel pressured. Xiao Huang seemed to understand Lu Shi's words, lifting its eyelids to glance at Jang Li before lazily lowering them again, wagging its tail as if to offer a greeting. Thank you, master. Jang Li spoke no further, bowing deeply. Go now, and prepare well. We depart in 10 days. With that, Lu Shi said no more. He rose and walked towards the woodshed, for the day's firewood had yet to be split. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. At the summit of Chaoxia Peak, the sect leader, Luo Tianming, stood solemnly with the other elders to bid farewell. A grand cloud vessel hovered in the air, shimmering under the morning sun. The 10 selected disciples had all boarded the vessel, each brimming with vigor and enthusiasm. Luo Tianming's gaze ultimately settled on the figure in the azure robe at the bow of the ship. Lu Shi stood there, hands clasped behind his back, his garments fluttering gently in the mountain breeze, his expression as calm as ever. Beside him was the seemingly ordinary yellow dog, Xiao Huang. Jang Li stood quietly at his side. Junior brother Lu, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Luo Tianming conveyed, his voice imbued with earnestness. Lu Shi turned, offering a slight nod to the assembly at the peak, a silent farewell. Then, with a subtle shift of his mind, the massive cloud vessel emitted a low, resonant hum, the formation's lights swirling as it began to ascend. It soon transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Watching the cloud vessel depart, Luo Tanming exhaled softly, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. With junior brother Lu present, this journey would undoubtedly be free of worries. The future of the Falling Sunset sect may indeed seize this opportunity to ascend with vigor. The interior of the cloud vessel is spacious and equipped with complete facilities. Initially, the disciples representing the sect on such a significant mission were filled with excitement. However, after several days of flight, with nothing but an endless sea of clouds outside, the initial thrill gradually subsided, leading to a somewhat somber atmosphere within the cabin. Among the disciples, the more cheerful Situ Lai, alongside the formidable Qian Ji and Bai Chao, who despite their defeat by Jang Li still held considerable strength, occasionally cast glances at Lu Shi, who sat alone by the window at the bow, quietly observing the surging clouds. This young elder from the Sui Peak now enjoys a reputation within the sect that shines brilliantly. Not only is he recognized as a powerful figure in the late stage of enlightenment, but he has also guided his disciple Jang Li to remarkable success in the grand competition. Finally, Situ Lai could no longer restrain himself. He approached Lu Shi and respectfully bowed, saying, "Elder Lu, I am Situ Lai, and I humbly intrude upon your time." Lu Shi withdrew his gaze from the window, his expression warm. "What is it?" The disciples, in awe of the elder's profound cultivation and restrained aura, felt a deep admiration. They wondered how they might cultivate to achieve such rapid progress as he had. Situ Lai articulated the collective curiosity of all the disciples. Others, including Qian Ji, who was in the corner tending to a puppet, Bai Chao, who was caring for spirit plants, and even Jang Li, who was meditating, listened intently. Lu Shi regarded this vibrant group of young individuals, their eyes brimming with a thirst for power. He gently shook his head and replied in a calm voice. "On the path of cultivation, haste can lead to stagnation. You are currently too impetuous, burdened by a heavy sense of gain and loss." He paused, observing the puzzled expressions on the disciples' faces before continuing. "Excessive exposure of brilliance can lead to breakage. Deep-seated obsessions may lead you astray. At times, taking a step back does not mean stagnation, but rather an opportunity to gather deeper strength. What constitutes power? It is not merely the quantity of spiritual energy or the height of one's realm. The cultivation of the mind, along with a subtle perception of all things, is also a form of strength. Solely pursuing breakthroughs and being overly eager can lead you astray. Chapter 41. The Illusion of Righteousness. Lu Shi's gaze swept across the crowd. If you find the road ahead unclear or encounter bottlenecks, it may be wise to set aside your burdens for a moment. Here on this cloud vessel, observe the clouds as they roll and unfold. Take a moment to sit quietly or engage in casual conversation with your companions. Do not remain perpetually tense. An ordinary life and mundane daily affairs can also lead to enlightenment. The disciples exchanged glances, rendered speechless. They had anticipated hearing profound secrets of cultivation or admonitions on diligent training, but instead, they were encouraged to relax, perhaps even to adopt a more laid-back approach. This was starkly different from the teachings they had always received about relentless effort, where stagnation equated to regression. Situ Lai opened his mouth to ask another question, but noticed that Lu Shi had already returned his gaze to the cloud sea, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. He could only retreat awkwardly. A peculiar silence enveloped the vessel. The disciples exchanged looks, each reflecting the confusion on the others' faces. After a while, Qianji quietly put away the tools he had been using to clean the puppet and moved to the window, mimicking Lu Shi's posture, gazing thoughtfully outside. Bai Chao also carefully set down his potted spirit plants. Finding a tranquil corner, he settled down, attempting to clear his mind. Situ Lai scratched his head and began to engage in low-key conversation with a nearby disciple. Although filled with skepticism, their absolute trust in Lu Shi's capabilities compelled them to consider this seemingly absurd suggestion. Jang Li observed all of this, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. Only she understood the terrifying power concealed within the seemingly ordinary demeanor of her master. Bowing her head, she continued to comprehend the Taichu/Dao sword technique. Days passed, and the speed of the cloud boat gradually slowed. Ahead, a swirling vortex entrance began to manifest in the void. "We have arrived," Lu Shi's calm voice echoed, rousing the disciples who had either been meditating, chatting, or questioning the past few days' idleness. They hurried to the window, gazing toward the fragmented world beyond, their hearts tightening with anticipation and excitement. Lu Shi rose, his gaze sweeping across the 10 youthful faces before him. This nascent realm was fraught with instability, its laws incomplete, and hidden dangers lurked within. Maintaining his composed demeanor, Lu Shi addressed them. "Upon your entry, you must heed 3 vital points. First, act within your means. While the opportunities may be enticing, your lives hold greater value. Do not be reckless in pursuit of glory, venturing into perilous territories. Second, assist one another. Once inside, you represent the Luoxia sect. Stand united to overcome challenges together. Third, remain true to your hearts. In this new world, illusions may arise, nurturing inner demons. Regardless of the bizarre sights or temptations you encounter, discern reality from illusion and maintain clarity of mind. His gaze finally settled on Jang Li, offering a slight nod. Understanding his intent, she stepped forward, her voice resonant and clear. Disciple will faithfully follow Master's guidance. The other 9 echoed in unison. We shall adhere to the Elder's teachings. The cloud boat gradually docked above a vast platform that had been temporarily established. Below, the air was alive with noise. A myriad of vibrant flying artifacts and spirit beast mounts filled half the sky, while a dense throng of people crowded the ground. Among them, many diverse and eclectic cultivators were confined to the fringes. The central area of the platform was divided among several formidable factions. Alongside Luoxia sect's cloud boat, Baiwest sect, the initiators of this endeavor, presented the most ostentatious display. A massive flying vessel, luminous as the moon, hovered gracefully. Its disciples donned moon-white robes, exuding an air of distinction. Several elders from Xinshin Pavilion, accompanied by over 10 core disciples, occupied another sector. Their serene smiles and refined mannerisms conveyed an air of scholarly elegance, replete with citations from classical texts, embodying the ideals of righteousness. The leading elder in a blue robe engaged in a cordial conversation with a female elder from Baiwest sect, and the atmosphere appeared harmonious. However, through Jang Li's extraordinary perceptive abilities, she sensed an underlying tension. A flicker of intensity danced in the depths of their seemingly placid gazes, hinting at a veil of artifice. The Jinggang sect, comprised of robust and vigorous body cultivators, stood silently in one corner. Other smaller sects also claimed their respective spaces. As Lu Shi led his 10 disciples down the cloud boat, they immediately drew numerous gazes. Although the Falling Sunset sect may not be regarded as a premier sect, it has recently begun to exhibit signs of ascendance. Particularly noteworthy is Elder Lu Shi, whose cultivation in the late stage of enlightenment has become widely known. Elder Lu Shi, it is an honor to meet you, greeted Elder Su Yu, a serene and composed woman from the White Moon sect, who approached first. Her cultivation level stands at the mid-stage of enlightenment. It is indeed splendid that your esteemed sect has arrived punctually. Elder Lu Shi offered a slight nod in acknowledgement, his demeanor remaining unperturbed. At that moment, a refined elder clad in a blue robe from the Xuanxin Pavilion approached with a smile. He bore an elegant countenance and sported 3 wisps of long beard, exuding an aura reminiscent of an immortal. This was the leading elder of the Xuanxin Pavilion on this occasion, known by the Tao named Qing Su. He was accompanied by several core disciples, one of whom was a strikingly handsome youth whose gaze carried an air of arrogance as it swept across the Falling Sunset sect's assembly. His eyes lingered momentarily on Jang Li and Bai Chao. Is this the esteemed Elder Lu Shi from the Falling Sunset sect? Truly, heroes emerge from the youth, remarked Qing Su with a warm smile. It is astonishing to hear that Elder Lu, at such a tender age, has already attained the late stage of enlightenment. Is this claim indeed true? His words, though seemingly complimentary, were laced with an undertone of probing, loud enough for the nearby elders to overhear. Instantly, the other elders from various sects turned their attention towards him. The late stage of enlightenment is indeed considered a pinnacle of strength in this northern region. Lu Shi's expression remained unchanged, embodying a calm and serene demeanor. He candidly acknowledged, "Good news, Taoist Qing Su. I have recently entered the late stage of enlightenment. But my cultivation remains shallow and hardly merits mention." His forthright admission evoked a flicker of surprise in Qing Su's eyes, which quickly transformed into a broader smile. "Elder Lu, you are too modest. To achieve such accomplishments at your age, the revival of the Falling Sunset sect is indeed on the horizon." Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Falling Sunset sect's disciples, Jang Li subtly furrowed her brows. Her keen gaze swept over the core disciples of the Xuanxin Pavilion, particularly focusing on the haughty youth and his 2 companions engaged in hushed conversation. Drawing upon her experiences as a former empress, she discerned an undercurrent of malice in their expressions, a fleeting glimpse of depravity. Brothers and sisters, Jang Li communicated telepathically to her companions nearby, her voice cool and vigilant. Exercise caution around the Xuanxin Pavilion's members, especially their leading disciple and the 2 beside him. Their intentions are impure. Qianji, who was polishing a puppet, paused momentarily, his expression impassive as he responded telepathically with a hint of coldness. Xuanxin Pavilion? Humph, a congregation of hypocritical pretenders. 3 years ago, during a secret realm exploration, one of our senior sisters fell victim to their schemes. She was nearly ambushed by them, robbed of her opportunity, and subsequently slandered. Had it not been for our sect master's timely arrival, These individuals excel in duplicity. Upon hearing this, C2 Li's expression darkened, and he clenched his fists in silence. Elder Qianji is correct. I have also heard our master caution us to be wary of the Xuanqing Pavilion. Jiang Shimi's warning is timely. Once we enter, let us strive to remain together and avoid straying alone. Chapter 42. Quietly trailing as the disciples of the falling sunset sect grew increasingly vigilant among themselves, whispers emerged from the disciples of the Xuanqing Pavilion. The proud young man, whom Jang Li had notably fixated upon, was none other than Luo Feng, the leading elder brother of the Xuanqing Pavilion. Beside him, a sharp-featured disciple murmured with a sly grin, Luo Feng, are you perhaps intrigued by those two young ladies from Falling Sunset Sect? TSK. Especially that one named Jang Li. Despite the rumors of her being a faux spiritual root, her beauty and demeanor are indeed exquisite. And the other, Bai Chao, is equally charming. It is said that Jiang Li, though of mediocre talent, was exceptionally accepted as a disciple by Elder Lu Shi. Surely, she must have employed some unseemly means. Once we enter the secret realm, with no one around, we could act on behalf of justice. Let us thoroughly interrogate them. If they are wise, they will relinquish their treasures from the secret realm. Perhaps we could be gracious enough to spare their lives as well. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Luo Feng's lips. His gaze swept again over Jiang Li's stunning profile and Bai Chao's demeanor. A fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. He replied coolly, desist from such baseless talk. The Xuanqing Pavilion is a prestigious and righteous sect. We would never engage in such sordid deeds. However, should they indeed be entangled with malevolent forces, as cultivators, it is our duty to uphold justice and uncover the truth. His words, though grandiloquent, concealed an unmistakable intent. Several disciples of the Xuanqing Pavilion exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. On the opposite side of the platform, the commotion among the loose cultivators interrupted the clandestine currents of tension. In a bid to secure the limited 5 slots for entry, the scattered cultivators had already commenced a brutal melee. The scene descended into chaos. Yet, under the indifferent gaze of the elders from various sects, order was swiftly restored. Elder Su Yu of the White Moon sect conferred briefly with several prominent elders before soaring into the air, her clear voice resonating across the expanse. The time has come. Disciples of all sects, present your tokens and prepare to enter the fragments of the world. Remember, the secret realm will only remain open for 1 week. Once the time elapses, regardless of your location, you will be expelled. Life and death are in the hands of fate. Act accordingly. As her words concluded, the chaotic vortex entrance suddenly expanded, emanating a compelling force. Go, Lu Shi said softly to the disciples behind him. 10 figures transformed into streaks of light, following the other sect's disciples into the entrance. Xiao Huang silently trailed at Jiang Li's side, merging into the radiant glow. Outside the secret realm, in the waiting area for the elders of various sects, most of the leading elders sat cross-legged in meditation. Their consciousnesses lingered faintly around the chaotic entrance, while a few gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves, their brows knitting with an almost imperceptible tension. The new fragments of the world held both opportunity and peril, and none could guarantee the safe return of their disciples. Yet, one individual stood in stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere. Elder Lu Shi of the Falling Sunset sect found a clean patch of blue stone at the edge of the platform to sit. He neither adjusted his breathing nor engaged in conversation, but instead retrieved a piece of intricately grained agarwood from his storage artifact, along with a set of sharp carving knives. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a glow upon his focused profile. His fingertips remained steady as the blade glided over the wood, delicate shavings cascading down. Gradually, an endearing silhouette of a puppy began to materialize. Not far away, a robust elder from the Golden Steel Gate cast a glance, his brows knitting slightly. He murmured to his companion, Elder Lu of the Falling Sunset sect possesses remarkable composure. With his disciples' fate uncertain, he still finds leisure to carve a puppet? Beside him, a more senior elder slowly shook his head, communicating telepathically, do not underestimate him. This man harbors a profound essence, as deep as an abyss. If he is not simply confident, then his state of mind has surely reached a transformative level. It was said that his disciple, Jang Li, had made a stunning impression in the recent competition. Perhaps he held complete faith in her abilities. Elder Su Yu of the White Moon sect had also briefly observed Lu Shi, his gaze lingering momentarily on the carving knife in his hand. A flicker of curiosity passed through his cold eyes. This individual always exuded an aura of otherworldly eccentricity. Unperturbed by the scrutiny around him, Lu Shi remained focused. To him, his disciples' trials were bound by their own destiny. As for that girl, Li, his fingers paused slightly, recalling the resolute yet serene gaze she had before her departure. and the seemingly lethargic golden retriever at her feet. A barely perceptible smile graced Lu Shi's lips. His disciple possessed her own fortune, he silently affirmed. With a deft twist of his blade, he began to carve the puppy's eyes, infusing them with life. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Jang Li experienced a slight dizziness and a sensation of spatial distortion before her feet landed on solid ground. She quickly channeled her spiritual energy to stabilize herself. Possessing a soul as formidable as that of an empress, she adapted to the spatial transition faster than others. Before her unfolded a bizarre and fantastical scene. The sky was a hazy shade of yellow, devoid of sun or moon, yet swirling with aurora-like ribbons of color. The ground exhibited an unnaturally twisted appearance, with jagged stones gleaming with a metallic luster. Oddly shaped plants emitted a faint glow. The air was saturated with an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. Yet it was also exceedingly turbulent, causing a prickling sensation in her lungs with each breath. In the distance, minute black fissures flickered in and out of existence, extremely unstable spatial rifts. Indeed, they were remnants of a nascent realm, with incomplete laws and lurking dangers. A chill ran through Jang Li, prompting her to immediately restrain her presence. She cautiously extended her awareness outward, attempting to sense her companions, only to find it futile. Clearly, this secret realm possessed properties that interfered with perception. At her feet, the little golden retriever had taken a seat, its eyelids drooping as it lazily swished its tail against the ground, seemingly indifferent to the peculiar environment. Jang Li felt a measure of reassurance. With this inscrutable canine elder by her side, her confidence was considerably bolstered. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to explore her surroundings in search of resources and to find a way to regroup with her fellow disciples, particularly Sister Bai Chao. The malicious gazes from the members of the Xuanxin Pavilion filled her with wariness. She selected a direction rich in spiritual energy and, with a graceful motion, glided away like a wisp of smoke. The golden retriever lazily rose, trailing her at a leisurely distance, effortlessly avoiding the spiritual thorns scattered across the ground. At this moment, a few miles behind Jang Li, 3 shadowy figures were stealthily following her. Brother Luo Feng, your tracking device is indeed effective. This little girl runs remarkably fast. A disciple with a sharp chin fixated on a compass-like artifact in his hand, where a light point was slowly moving. Another short and stout disciple licked his lips and leered. Hee hee, all alone, what a fortunate opportunity. Brother, once we capture her, the treasures shall be yours. Can we let the younger brothers have a taste as well? Luo Feng, holding a folding fan, wore a wicked smile that suggested he was determined to succeed. A waste with a false spiritual root, how could she possibly deserve such beauty? Moreover, her ability to arrive here at the peak of qi condensation surely indicates she has acquired some extraordinary inheritance. We shall extract the truth from her. As for the girl, once we've had our fun, we shall dispose of her cleanly. Do you think we would allow her to return to the Falling Sunset sect to report us? His words dripped with disdain, already seeing Jang Li as an easy prize. Chapter 43. Domain Realm. The 3 thought themselves to be pursuing without a flaw. Unaware that Jang Li, walking ahead, had paused momentarily, a barely audible whimper emerged from Xiao Huang's throat. Almost simultaneously, Jang Li's formidable spiritual sense caught a faint trace of being spied upon. They have come. Jang Li's gaze turned icy. Instead of quickening her pace, she deliberately slowed down, leading the trio towards a valley flanked by jagged rocks. This narrow terrain would hinder their combined attacks and facilitate her own maneuvers. Upon entering a slightly open area within the valley, Jang Li suddenly halted and turned around, her cold gaze piercing like a blade towards the valley's entrance. After following me for so long, are you not tired? Come out. The 3 were momentarily taken aback, realizing their presence had been revealed. However, upon seeing Jang Li alone, accompanied only by a stray dog, their courage surged. They revealed themselves, forming a triangular formation around her. Junior Sister Jiang, your spiritual awareness is quite keen, Luo Feng remarked. Snapping his fan shut, he feigned a cordial smile. However, being alone in such a perilous secret realm is rather lonely. Why not join us? We can keep each other safe. His gaze roamed over Jang Li's exquisite face and graceful figure, revealing his unmasked possessiveness. Jang Li's expression hardened, a sarcastic smile curling at the corners of her lips. Is this the kind of protection offered by the Xuanxin Pavilion? How disgraceful for a righteous sect. The sharp-chinned disciple shouted furiously. You wretched girl. Even as death approaches, you dare to be defiant. Be sensible and hand over your storage bag and sword techniques. If you please, our brother Luo Feng, perhaps we might spare your life. Oh, Jang Li's eyes turned icy, a murderous intent permeating the air. It seemed there was nothing more to discuss. She ceased her chatter, drawing her autumn water sword with a resounding clang. Her figure became ethereal as she unleashed the 13 styles of flowing clouds, the sword light dense like mist and clouds, actively targeting the sharp-chinned disciple as if to eliminate his support first. Attack! Luo Feng sneered, waving his fan. Several razor-sharp wind blades shot forth. The other two, wielding their artifacts, initiated the combined attack technique of the Xuanxin Pavilion. In an instant, the intertwining sword light, talismans, and wind blades formed a net, descending upon Jang Li. Their coordination was impeccable, and their offensive was fierce, clearly intent on a swift resolution. Jang Li, with her exquisite agility and swordsmanship, appeared to be in grave danger amidst the trio's siege. Her garments were slashed in several places, yet she consistently managed to evade fatal strikes at the most critical moments. Intentionally feigning weakness, she devoted much of her focus to scrutinizing the trio's techniques. Indeed, they were merely superficially impressive. After several exchanges, Jang Li had formed a judgment in her mind. The foundation of these three was tenuous, their true essence chaotic, far inferior to the solid foundation of the disciples from the falling sunset sect of the same rank. Seeing that their relentless assault yielded no results, Luo Feng's demeanor faltered. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he summoned a black banner. To force me to utilize the soul-devouring banner, you have earned your demise. The small banner unfurled in the wind, emanating waves of dark energy accompanied by the chilling sounds of wailing spirits, directly assaulting Jang Li's consciousness. Simultaneously, the short, stout disciple cackled maliciously as he hurled a set of poisoned flying needles, effectively sealing off Jang Li's escape route. In that instant, Jang Li's gaze sharpened dramatically. Her aura transformed abruptly. The autumn water sword in her hand emitted a clear, resonant cry as she executed a remarkably simple motion, a straightforward thrust forward. The primordial severance. An exquisite technique, unleashed a subtle, shadowy sword image that flowed from the tip of her sword. As the sword image passed, something extraordinary occurred. The howling black energy was cleaved, dissipating into nothingness. The dense poison needles lost their ethereal glow, clattering to the ground, reduced to mere mundane iron. Luo Feng and his companions sensed their connection to the spiritual energies of the world being forcibly severed. The surging spiritual power within them abruptly stagnated, and the brilliance of their combined techniques dulled. No, what manner of swordplay is this? Luo Feng shouted in terror. He felt his foundational essence trembling, cracking under pressure. Desperately, he urged his protective spiritual artifact, but as it came into contact with the shadowy sword image, it swiftly disintegrated. The other two disciples were even more unfortunate. Letting out a pained scream as they spewed blood, their foundations severely damaged, collapsing to the ground, their eyes filled with disbelief and despair. Jang Li's complexion paled slightly, yet her gaze remained icy and unwavering. As she shifted her sword's momentum, poised to end the lives of the three, the stout disciple unexpectedly drew in a deep breath. With a fierce motion, he unleashed a streak of dark energy aimed directly at Jang Li's back, a desperate act of mutual destruction. Meanwhile, the seemingly overlooked little Huang's eyes sparkled with intensity. In a flash, he moved swiftly, intercepting the dark energy with a bite, revealing it to be a Yin thunderbolt. With a slight clench of his jaws, he shattered the Yin thunderbolt, obliterating it without a trace. Simultaneously, Jang Li's sword light swept through, claiming the lives of Luo Feng and his companions without a moment's hesitation. The battle concluded abruptly, leaving the valley enveloped in silence. Jang Li leaned on her sword, breathing slightly heavier as she gazed at the three lifeless bodies on the ground, her emotions complex. It was not pity, but rather the realization of the terrifying power of the sword technique imparted by her master. She had not even truly mastered it yet. Not daring to delay, Jang Li swiftly searched the bodies for useful items, meticulously checking for any tracking marks. Subsequently, she released several strands of true fire, turning the bodies to ashes, and covered the scene with the essence of a medicinal pill. Having completed all of this, she turned her attention to little Huang. Little Huang spat out the remnants from his mouth, once again adopting a languid demeanor as he nudged against her pant leg. Thank you, Jang Li murmured softly. She was acutely aware that, without little Huang's support, the ominous Thunder Child might have posed significant trouble, even if it hadn't managed to severely injure her. Beyond the secret realm, upon the azure stone, Lu Shi held in his hands a small dog intricately carved from agarwood, now complete. It appeared vividly lifelike, with an endearing charm. He was meticulously polishing away the last remnants of roughness with his carving knife, when suddenly, his movements hesitated momentarily. Notification: yesterday's cultivation assessment is complete. Agarwood spirit wood carving completed, meeting the criteria for mortals. Received a foundational cultivation reward of 10 years. Triggered flow state, granting an additional 40 years of cultivation reward. Total cultivation increase, 50 years. Current cultivation level, peak of Dharma aspect stage. Detected that the host cultivation has reached the limit of the Dharma aspect stage, automatically breaking through to the early phase of the domain realm, the 6th major realm. Domain initially formed, ordinary realm. Effect. Within this domain, all laws return to silence. Spiritual power is prohibited. Only the essence of the mundane can persist. A gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed into Lu Shi's limbs and bones, as well as his dantian and consciousness sea. The Dharma aspect within the depths of his energy sea suddenly radiated boundless brilliance, then retracted, resonating with the surrounding space in a wondrous manner. The ambient spiritual aura of the world shimmered slightly, yet under his increasingly potent ability to contain it, no anomaly was revealed. The early phase of the domain realm unfolded seamlessly. Lu Shi's carving knife merely paused for a moment before resuming its delicate work. The attainment of the domain realm came swifter than he had anticipated, he mused calmly. Chapter 44. The Trial Grounds Within the Small World, guided by the Connection Talisman. Jang Li hastened her pace, finally reaching the edge of the distorted mountain range. The closer she approached, the more she sensed the rampant spiritual energy in this locale. The spatial instability was palpable, with black fissures appearing frequently. She glimpsed C2 Lai and several others engaged in a fierce struggle. Battling a horde of creatures formed from pure golden sharp energy. C2 Lai's garments were tattered, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating he had been holding on for some time. Junior Sister Jiang, he exclaimed, invigorated upon seeing her. Without a moment's hesitation, Jang Li unsheathed her autumn water sword. The blade's light cascaded like moonlight, swiftly vanquishing several golden sharp creatures, providing a timely rescue for C2 Lai and his companions. Thank you, Junior Sister Jiang, for your assistance. C2 Lai gasped for breath. This place is bizarre. These creatures are endless, and we can barely hold on. Jang Li nodded, her icy gaze sweeping the surroundings. Her spiritual consciousness detected something deep within the mountain range calling out to her, protecting C2 Lai and the others. She fought while retreating, intending to vacate this perilous area. However, as they withdrew to a stone forest in the heart of the mountains, an unexpected change occurred. Jang Li stepped upon an inconspicuous circular stone slab, and her spirit jolted violently. A restriction only perceivable by one of her past life's imperial stature had been triggered. Buzz. At the center of the stone forest, a hazy light gate began to slowly materialize. The gate, ancient and primordial, emanated a distant, ethereal aura. An invisible force of summons directly acted upon the depths of Jiang Li's soul. C2 Lai and the others remained entirely oblivious to any anomalies. Jiang Li felt an inexplicable distortion in the air ahead as she came to a halt. Sister Jiang, what is the matter? C2 Lai inquired, puzzled. Jiang Li remained silent, her entire focus captivated by the radiant portal before her. Senior brother C2, you must leave this place at once and seek a safe location to tend to your wounds. I must investigate here, Jang Li stated with unwavering resolve. Although C2 Lai did not fully comprehend the situation, his experience with Jiang Li's formidable abilities made him aware that there must be a significant reason for her demeanor. He nodded and cautioned, Sister, take care, before swiftly retreating with the other disciples. Once they had departed, Jiang Li took a deep breath and cast a glance at the little yellow creature by her side. It appeared intrigued by the surroundings, shedding its earlier lethargy. Jiang Li stepped toward the luminous portal. The moment she crossed its threshold, the sensation of temporal and spatial distortion intensified beyond her previous experiences. A feeling magnified 1,000-fold compared to her entry into the fragments of the world. It felt as though her very soul was being stripped away. The world spun in chaos, her senses fading into oblivion. When stability returned, she found herself within an expanse of pure white. This realm defied description. There were no directions. No passage of time, only an infinite void. The little yellow creature had not followed her through, severing all connections to the outside world. Then, a thought resonated deep within her consciousness, neither male nor female, devoid of emotional nuance, ancient and vast. Your soul bears the imprint of transcending this realm, but is also burdened by the heaviest shackles of mortality. Jiang Li's heart trembled. This consciousness could discern the essence of her reincarnation as an empress and the constraints of her current spiritual roots. She replied with her mind, what is this place? What trial awaits? This is the void of primordial origins, the core of world fragments, the birthplace of rules, the ethereal thought conveyed. The trial assesses your understanding of the Tao and your grasp of truth. Succeed, and you shall attain transformation. Fail, and your soul shall be eternally imprisoned here, consumed as sustenance for the rules. Before the words faded, the pure white space suddenly transformed. Before her, a magnificent scene unfolded. Celestial palaces loomed, radiating with myriad hues. She perched upon a sapphire throne high above the 9 heavens, draped in an imperial robe woven from stars. Below her, countless beings knelt in reverence, chanting her name. The Empress of Liyue, their voices echoing to the heavens. With every gesture, the laws of the universe followed, spoken words manifesting into reality. This was the power she had wielded in her past life, standing on the verge of becoming an emperor. A voice, rich with temptation, echoed in her heart. Return. Acknowledge your desire for this power. Why endure the humiliation of false spiritual roots in this realm, crawling like an ant? Reclaim your throne, and with a mere gesture, this world shall bow before you. The overwhelming sense of power threatened to engulf her reason. The familiarity and allure of commanding the universe and gazing down upon all beings were intoxicating. It seemed that with a mere thought, she could instantly break free from her constraints and regain that supreme authority. For a fleeting moment, Jang Li's gaze became clouded with temptation. Yet, she soon caught sight of her delicate hands, the hands of her present self, marked with the calluses of training. She recalled the dawn at the peak of Cuifeng, the rhythmic sound of chopping wood, and the simple yet profound words of her master, Lu Shi. In the realm of illusion, a subtle curve graced her lips. Do ephemeral bubbles truly possess the power to disrupt my resolve? The pinnacle of my past life has become merely the terminus of a bygone path. The journey of this lifetime unfolds into boundless possibilities. To indulge in the glories of the past is akin to an obsession with a mirage. The path of Jang Li shall be forged by my own hands, not retraced upon old trails. As her words resonated, she instinctively summoned the scant spiritual energy within her. Reversing the celestial flow, she feigned a dispersal of power. She resolved, with immense determination, to sever this illusory temptation. Crack! The crystal throne shattered, the celestial palace crumbled, and the phantoms of countless beings dissipated. The illusion fragmented like a fleeting dream, piece by piece. The pure white expanse re-emerged. Jang Li's complexion paled, yet her aura grew more refined, her gaze clear and resolute. Soon, the scene transformed once more. This time, she became a true mortal maiden. Situated in a war-torn border town ravaged by famine, emaciated refugees filled the landscape, their lamentations echoing, while plague spread mercilessly. She herself felt weak and famished. The seductive voice resonated again. Look, how pitiful these ants are. With a mere nod, you could regain a fraction of your past power. Even 1,000th of it would suffice to summon the winds and rain, alleviate their suffering, and be their divine savior. Why endure this needless pain alongside them? The allure of immense divine power seemed tantalizingly close. With but a thought, she could end all this suffering and once again bask in the reverence of the masses. This temptation was a more direct form of salvation than power itself. Jang Li observed the tangible suffering before her, yet she did not rush to choose. Silently, she rose, dragging her frail body, and moved in the manner of an ordinary person, a way she had nearly forgotten in her past life. She gathered medicinal herbs and identified edible plants, employing rudimentary methods to curb the spread of the plague. She organized the still-spirited refugees, fostering cooperation and mutual support. Throughout this process, she experienced the resilience of life and felt the faint warmth born from solidarity in dire circumstances. Suddenly, she comprehended why her master tirelessly chopped wood and fetched water day after day. It was not a toil to be endured, but a profound understanding found within the mundane. It was an insight into the essential laws of life and nature. It represented a different form of guardianship and cultivation. Power does not solely manifest in cataclysmic forms. Rooted in the minutiae and steadfast in the ordinary, it too constitutes the great path. To give a man a fish is not as noble as teaching him to fish. True salvation lies in bestowing upon them the hope and ability to survive, rather than offering fleeting miracles. As enlightenment blossomed in her heart, the illusion dissipated once again. Chapter 45. The bloodline of the Phoenix God. The final trial had arrived. Within the illusion, the falling sunset sect faced impending doom. Fierce adversaries encircled them, and the protective mountain formation teetered on the brink of collapse. Upon the high platform, Master Lu Shi was besieged by several cloaked figures. Although his swordsmanship was unparalleled, he appeared to be in grave peril, his robes stained with blood. Lynn, assist me. Master Lu Shi's urgent cry echoed in the illusion. Quickly, utilize your past life's divine abilities. Crush them with that tyrannical law. Otherwise, your master and your fellow disciples shall perish due to your hesitation in this moment. The vivid scene before Jang Li nearly overwhelmed her senses. Concern for her master almost compelled her to instinctively resort to forbidden techniques. Yet, just as her spiritual energy was about to surge, she perceived an anomaly. She glimpsed the tranquility residing deep within Lu Shi's gaze amidst the chaotic battlefield. a tranquility that starkly contrasted with the surrounding carnage. How could her master appear so disheveled? How could he be so desperately seeking help? In a flash of insight, she relinquished her intent to attack. The image of Lu Shi chopping firewood in his daily routine surfaced in her mind, embodying the essence of the Taichu sword technique. Within her, a faint trace of the Taichu sword intent coalesced into a dim, archaic, and exquisitely subtle sword shadow. Like a skilled butcher dissecting a cow, it precisely targeted the core of the power connection, striking at its most vulnerable point, severing the bond. With a soft hiss, the combined assault of several black-clad figures shattered instantaneously. Under the backlash of their own strength, their forms dissipated. The entire illusion of the sect's annihilation swiftly vanished, restoring tranquility to the pure white space. Jang Li, exhausted, knelt on one knee, drenched in sweat. This stroke of the sword had nearly drained her of all vitality. Yet her eyes shone brightly like stars. She had finally touched upon a fragment of the profound truth of the Taichu sword technique. It lay not in form, but in intention, not in force, but in principle. Goodness. The consciousness of the rules resonated once more, this time seemingly imbued with a subtle note of appreciation. A transcendent soul, a mundane body, yet possessing a heart of protection. Understanding the path of balance, she grasped the true meaning of Taichu. Your path of heart has passed the trial. The flowing lines of rules surrounding her became docile, akin to joyful fish, gently converging around Jang Li, exuding a sense of intimacy. Pseudo-spiritual root, shackles of the ear. This refers to the foundational roots. Today, I grant you a trace of the phoenix divine blood. Cleanse the mortal vessel and reconstruct your foundation. A stream of indescribable color flowed forth from the lines of rules, softly merging into Jang Li's brow. An intense wave of pain suddenly engulfed her entire being. The mundane blood within her began to evaporate. Her bones resonated with a hum. The process was excruciating. Yet Jang Li gritted her teeth, guiding herself with unwavering will. After an indeterminate period, the tide of pain receded. Jang Li slowly opened her eyes, sensing a revitalized vigor coursing through her body. She had acquired the bloodline of the phoenix, and though her cultivation realm had not ascended, her strength had undergone a monumental transformation. The bloodline had begun to merge, and her foundation was taking shape. Use this power wisely, and hold steadfast to your heart. The voice of the consciousness of the rules gradually faded, and the pure white space began to blur. Light and shadow danced. When Jang Li regained her senses, she found herself still standing on the stone slab. At her feet, Xiao Huang lifted his head, his damp nose nuzzling against her hand. Meanwhile, Si Lai and the others had just taken refuge behind a large stone to recuperate when they saw Jang Li's figure flicker and arrive before them. Junior sister Jiang, are you all right? Si Lai noticed that Jang Li's aura seemed even more profound and restrained. Although there were no signs of a realm enhancement, she emanated an aura of transformation, prompting him to ask with concern. I'm fine. Jang Li gently shook her head, her gaze sweeping over several individuals. Noticing their injuries had stabilized somewhat, she felt a sense of relief. Just as she was about to discuss the next course of action, a series of urgent sounds pierced the air from a distance, accompanied by a vague commotion. Two beams of light rushed forward in a hurried manner, revealing Qianji and Bai Chao. Qianji's puppet bore several new scars, and Bai Chao's complexion appeared rather pale. Senior brother Qianji, senior sister Bai Chao. What has transpired? Jang Li inquired coolly as she approached them. Xiao Huang lazily lifted her eyelids, casting a disinterested glance in their direction. Qianji's expression darkened as he cautiously surveyed their surroundings with his puppet. He then spoke in a grave tone. We encountered individuals from the Xuanqin Pavilion. He paused, his voice growing colder. No, it should be said, a pack of wolves in sheep's clothing. Bai Chao interjected, her tone laced with trepidation. We initially stumbled upon disciples from two minor sects and traveled together amicably. However, just half a day ago, after being ambushed by a group of peculiar beasts, the disciples from the Qingmu sect suddenly turned on us. Qianji let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with frost. They were not using the Qingmu sect's techniques at all, but rather the Xuanqin Pavilion Xuanqin Zhengqi Juan, their combined attack techniques. Had it not been for my puppet blocking a deadly strike, and by Chao's bone-eating demon Vine timely thwarting the enemy, we would surely have fallen victim to their treachery. Jang Li's gaze sharpened. A case of substitution? Exactly. Qianji gritted his teeth. In retrospect, the several minor sect teams we encountered earlier were likely replaced by the Xuanqin Pavilion. They must have slaughtered the elite disciples of those sects, then disguised themselves to infiltrate the secret realm. Consequently, the Xuanqin Pavilion appears to have only 10 slots publicly, while secretly they may have dozens. This not only allows them to plunder resources with impunity, but also enables them to ambush us, the genuine disciples of the major sects, under the guise of allies. Upon hearing this, C2 Lai and the others turned pale with fear. If this were true, the Xuanqin Pavilion's actions would be utterly nefarious. Meanwhile, in another region of the secret realm, several individuals clad in the garb of core disciples from the Xuanqin Pavilion gathered together, their expressions grim. Leading them was a sinister-looking youth, Zhao Gan, the second strongest disciple of the Xuanqin Pavilion, second only to Luo Feng. Senior brother Luo Feng's soul lamp has extinguished. One disciple reported with a tremor in his voice. And the soul lamps of junior brother Sun and junior brother Li have also gone dark, another added. Zhao Gan's gaze was icy enough to freeze water. How could this be? Senior brother Luo Feng has reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment and possesses the life-saving treasure. The soul-devouring banner, bestowed by Uncle Master Qing Su. Who could possibly kill him in the secret realm? Could it be a third-tier beast or the activation of some deadly forbidden mechanism? Senior brother Zhao, we have searched according to the last sensed location of the soul lamps. In that rocky valley, we discovered this. A disciple skilled in tracking handed over a charred fragment of cloth, faint traces of sword intent lingering on it. Zhao Gan took the cloth, examining it closely, his expression growing increasingly grim. This is clothing from the Luoxia sect. The sword intent belongs to that Jang Li. She is the only one among the Luoxia sect disciples who wields a sword. This judgment caused all the disciples of the Xianxin Pavilion present to gasp in disbelief. Chapter 46. The Chaos of the Small World. Jang Li? That pseudo-spiritual root? How could she possibly have killed senior brother Luo Feng? Instantly, a disciple voiced their skepticism. Indeed, senior brother Luo Feng is at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, while she is merely at the qi condensation stage. Even if her swordsmanship is peculiar, it is utterly impossible. Zhao Gan's eyes flickered. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly looked up. No, something is amiss. That Jang Li, with her inferior aptitude, managed to claim victory in the grand competition. Now, she has even surpassed boundaries to kill senior brother Luo Feng. She must possess a monumental secret. Perhaps she has obtained some extraordinary legacy, or she wields an immensely powerful treasure. The more he spoke, the more convinced he became. A sinister expression creeping onto his face. Indeed, it must be so. She undoubtedly relied on some special means, launching a sneak attack or utilizing the power of a treasure. That is how she managed to harm senior brother Luo Feng. Otherwise, with her pseudo-spiritual root, she wouldn't even be worthy of carrying senior brother Luo Feng's shoes. This explanation garnered nods of agreement from the other disciples. Chase after her, Zhao Gan decisively commanded. She has just endured a fierce battle. She must be greatly exhausted, possibly even severely injured. This is our opportunity to avenge senior brother Luo Feng and reclaim the opportunities that rightfully belong to us. Meanwhile, in the central region of the small world, a chilling voice rang out from the direction of the Baiwa sect. Xianxin Pavilion. How long will you hypocrites continue to masquerade? The crowd turned to see the senior sister of the Baiwa sect, Su Wan, holding a moon wheel artifact, her lips stained with blood. She glared furiously at a group of disciples clad in Qingmu sect attire not far away. Beside her, several Baiwa sect disciples formed a defensive formation, all bearing injuries. On the ground lay two corpses, their attire unmistakably that of Baiwa sect disciples. Senior sister Su, what has caused your anger? A burly body cultivator from the Jinggang sect inquired solemnly. At this moment, 2 or 3 dozen disciples had gathered in the valley, drawn in by the commotion. Su Wan pointed her sword at the Qingmu sect members, her voice resonating throughout the area. Fellow cultivators, do not be deceived by this band of thieves. They are not disciples of the Qingmu sect at all. They are impersonators from the Xianxin Pavilion. What? Xianxin Pavilion impersonating? How could this be possible? A wave of astonishment swept through the scene, leaving everyone in a state of uncertainty. Su Wan continued to expose the truth. Just moments ago, I and 2 junior brothers from the Luyun sword sect joined forces to combat the beast horde. Unexpectedly, they struck from behind. The 2 junior brothers from the Luyun sword sect perished on the spot. The techniques they employed were clearly the combined attack of the Xianxin Pavilion's Xianxin Jingqiju and the 7 stars locking technique. She raised a shattered jade pendant. This was knocked off the assailant. It bears the unique tracking mark of the Xianxin Pavilion. They have killed the true disciples of the Qingmu sect, replacing them with imposters. They infiltrated the secret realm to seize resources, all the while seeking to weaken our sect's power. With the truth laid bare, it instantly ignited the entire valley. Shameless. Xianxin Pavilion. How dare you engage in such demonic acts? My senior brother was also ambushed and killed by someone from the Liang sect. It must have been one of your imposters. The crowd erupted in anger, the surviving disciples from various sects enlightened and seething with rage. All drew their swords and unleashed their treasures, surrounding the 10 or so members of the Qingmu sect in a tight circle. When the members of the Falling Sunset sect arrived, they were met with a startling scene. Jang Li exchanged a glance with Qianji and Bai Chao, silently acknowledging the truth of the situation. The disciples of the Xianxin Pavilion, whose disguises had been unmasked, shed their panic to reveal their sinister intentions. The leading disciple tore off his human skin mask, unveiling the true visage of an elite from the inner sanctum of the Xianxin Pavilion. With a malevolent grin, he surveyed the entire assembly. Since concealment was futile, there was no longer a need for pretense. Initially intending to defeat them one by one to conserve energy, he now relished the opportunity presented by their collective recklessness. His voice turned sharp. Brothers and sisters, activate the 10,000 souls devouring formation. Leave none alive. Before his words had fully echoed, the several disciples of the Xianxin Pavilion simultaneously shattered black jade talismans. Instantly, tendrils of dark mist surged from beneath their feet, rapidly intertwining to form a malevolent array that enveloped the majority of the valley. Within the array, the black fog roiled, filled with the wails of tormented souls. Countless vengeful spirits emerged, ravenously consuming the spiritual energy and souls of the living. Devilish sorcery from the demonic sect? Quickly break the formation. The disciples of various sects, filled with both shock and fury, unleashed their techniques. Yet the array had been meticulously prepared and wielded tremendous power. In an instant, cries of agony erupted as the weaker cultivators were reduced to lifeless husks. The situation spiraled into chaos, igniting a fierce melee. The Baiwa sect, the Vajra sect, and the Falling Sunset sect were compelled to unite against the encircling Xianxin Pavilion disciples. The brilliance of spiritual artifacts illuminated the battlefield, spells roared, and sword energy surged. Amidst the turmoil, Jang Li stood resolute within the formation, her voice ringing out as she channeled the essence of the Taichu sword Dao. Her sword light flashed like lightning, deftly targeting the formation's nodes and the disciples of the Xianxin Pavilion. Xiao Huang darted along the fringes of the battlefield, his paws skillfully defusing crises. However, the Xianxin Pavilion had prepared extensively, and the allied sects began to falter. Just then, a chilling cry filled with murderous intent pierced the air. Jang Li, wretched woman, prepare to meet your demise. Zhao Gan, accompanied by 4 or 5 elite disciples from the Xianxin Pavilion, charged into the fray, brimming with lethal intent as they headed straight for Jang Li. Zhao Gan's eyes blazed crimson as he pointed his sword at her, demanding, "Did you kill my brother Luo Feng?" Jang Li deflected the vengeful spirit's assault with her sword, her demeanor icy and unflinching. She replied coolly, "In the secret realm, life and death are determined by fate. He sought his own ruin. What is there to question?" Her words implicitly confirmed that Luo Feng had perished at her hands. At the moment her words fell, Zhao Gan's expression shifted from profound sorrow to ecstatic joy. "It is indeed you, you vile woman. Today, you shall pay with blood for your sins, accompanying my brother Luo Feng to the grave." The murderous intent of the Xianxin Pavilion disciples behind him surged, their spiritual energy pouring forth without restraint. "Jiang Shimi!" Bai Chao cried out in alarm. She summoned the bone-corroding demon vine in an attempt to intervene, only to find herself ensnared by tendrils of dark mist. Qianji urged his battered puppet forward with all his might, yet was intercepted by other disciples from the Xianxin Pavilion, forming a barrier. C2 Lai's eyes widened in desperation as he sought to provide aid, but he too was ensnared by 2 foes. As Jiang Li appeared to be on the brink of despair, an indescribable aura suddenly erupted from within her. With a resounding cry that resonated within the hearts of all present, a clear and melodious phoenix call reverberated through the air. Jiang Li's eyes, resembling autumn waters, were instantly suffused with a resplendent golden brilliance. Her hair danced wildly in a tempest that was born of no wind. The air around him shimmered with the intensity of the scorching heat. A formidable pressure, imbued with the essence of rebirth, swept across the entire valley. "What?" Zhao Gan's sinister grin froze in place. He felt as if he were confronting an awakened ancient deity. That terrifying aura caused his very soul to tremble, and the flow of spiritual energy within him became abruptly stagnant. The disciples of the Xiankong Pavilion behind him were even more disheveled. Those with slightly weaker cultivation found their legs giving way, collapsing to the ground. What manner of aura is this? Su Wan of the Baiwa sect widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. The muscular giant from the King Kong sect tensed every fiber of his being, sensing an unprecedented threat. All those engaged in battle involuntarily halted their movements, gazing in horror at the source of that dreadful energy. Jiang Li. Chapter 47. The distinction of a small world. I had intended to conceal my prowess, yet you have forced my hand. Jiang Li's cold voice resonated, laced with a hint of chilling murderous intent. Xiankong Pavilion, your end is nigh. The sword in her hand emitted a clarion call. A luminous, Crystalline brilliance flowed along the blade, growing ever more radiant, illuminating the dim sky above the valley as if it were the light of day. It seemed as though all light was consumed by this single sword. Moon Cleaver. Jang Li raised her delicate hand, wielding her sword with a gentle slice forward. An arc of sword light, as cool as the moonlight from the heavens, glided through the air, as thin as a cicada's wing, silently traversing the space. Wherever the sword light passed, all things fell into silence. The protective spiritual artifacts that Zhao Gan and his companions desperately upheld shattered upon contact with the sword light. Their expressions were filled with terror. The dark spells they had conjured, along with their very existence, were silently erased by that moonlit sword light. After the sword light passed, Zhao Gan and the others were left utterly frozen. The spark in their eyes dimmed and vanished in an instant. Their bodies slowly slumped to the ground, life extinguished. Even the essence of their souls dissipating without a trace. Not only that, but the arc of sword light continued unabated, spreading forth. Those remaining disciples of Shinkong Pavilion, whether they were forming formations or engaged in combat, were met with the icy sword intent of the moonlight. Without exception, they trembled, then quietly fell to the ground, lifeless. With but a single stroke, the disciples of Shinkong Pavilion, who had previously been so arrogant, were utterly annihilated. The entire valley plunged into a profound silence. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. All present stared, wide-eyed, at the stunning figure standing at the center, sword in hand. Her overwhelming majesty and golden radiance gradually receded, her eyes returning to clarity. Coughing lightly, Zhang Li's complexion was slightly pale. Awakening the phoenix bloodline had exacted a certain toll on her. She swiftly retrieved a medicinal pill and consumed it, entering a state of recuperation. It was only at this moment that the onlookers seemed to awaken from their stupor. A gulp echoed, as someone struggled to swallow. They are all dead? A disciple from the King Kong sect gazed at the sea of corpses, his voice trembling. With a single sword strike. Only a disciple from the Cloud Flow Sword sect murmured in disbelief. Qianji retracted the damaged puppet, approaching Zhang Li with an expression of profound complexity. He spoke in a low voice, Sister Jiang. The enchanting beauty of Zhang's eyes sparkled with concern as she inquired, Sister Jiang, are you all right? Zhang Li slightly shook her head, her tone remaining calm. I am fine, it's just a bit exhausting. Her gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, taking in the terrified disciples from various sections. Ultimately, her eyes settled on Su Wan from the Baiwa sect and the towering figure from the King Kong sect. Let us continue to explore this small world. We must seize the moment. Su Wan and the giant from the King Kong sect exchanged a glance, both recognizing the mutual astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Previously, they may have regarded the Falling Sunset sect as an equal ally, but now, the terrifying power exhibited by Zhang Li elevated her and her sect status to a transcendent level. Su Wan took a deep breath and stepped forward, solemnly clasping her fists in respect. Thank you, Sister Jiang, for saving our lives. Had it not been for you, we would surely have fallen victim to treachery. From this point onward, Baiwa sect is willing to follow the Falling Sunset sect. By addressing her as sister, she had placed Zhang Li on a pedestal of greater esteem. The giant from the King Kong sect echoed in agreement. I feel the same. Sister Jiang, whatever you command, the King Kong sect shall follow without question. Other surviving disciples from different sects also expressed their allegiance, their tones imbued with utmost respect. Zhang Li nodded slightly, not refusing their offers. The surviving disciples reached a consensus, rallying around the few from the Falling Sunset sect. Under Zhang Li's leadership, this impromptu team commenced their exploration deeper into the small world. The following days unfolded with unexpectedly smooth progress. Though dangers persisted, such as second-tier demon beasts, natural illusion formations, and spatial rifts, with Zhang Li as their formidable core, all challenges seemed surmountable. Often, a single swing of her sword, radiating a cold light akin to the moon, could sever the defenses of the most powerful beasts. More frequently, she required no effort. A mere glance would suffice. The seemingly lazy large yellow dog at her side would yawn, exuding an almost imperceptible aura, compelling lurking poisonous insects and devious vines to retreat. Su Wan of the Baiwa sect and the giant Shi gang from the King Kong sect transitioned from shock to numbness, leaving only deep reverence. In private discussions, they unanimously agreed that this Sister Jiang from the Falling Sunset sect possessed extraordinary strength, likely rivaling that of certain elders within their own sections. The fruits of their explorations proved exceptionally rich, under Zhang Li's almost instinctual guidance. They consistently avoided feudal paths and accurately located the most concentrated energy-laden caves or herbal gardens. Rare millennium herbs, precious mineral essences, and the legacies of elder cultivators were continuously uncovered. During distribution, everyone tacitly prioritized the most valuable 30% for the Falling Sunset sect, especially for Jang Li. Without a hint of dissent. One day, after they collectively vanquished a demon python guarding the fiery red Qiang fruit, a peak second-tier beast, Jang Li was just about to grasp the fiery red fruit when the entire small world suddenly trembled violently, without warning. The sky was filled with colorful auroras swirling like boiling water. Waves of spatial ripples undulated through the air. The secret realm is about to close. Su Wan called out loudly, her expression grave. An irresistible force of repulsion descended from above, enveloping each individual. Relax your mind. Resist not. Jiang Li's cool voice resonated in everyone's ears. She too felt a tremendous spatial power wrapping around her, her vision beginning to blur. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the atmosphere on the platform grew increasingly tense. As the deadline approached, the hearts of the leading elders tightened with anxiety. The expression of the pure void master from the Xuanqin pavilion had grown so dark it seemed it could drip with water. Just moments ago, another soul jade representing an elite disciple of the inner sect had quietly shattered in his sleeve. Thus far, aside from the early confirmed death of Luo Feng, over 70% of the 10 core disciples from his Xuanqin pavilion had met a similar fate. The low pressure emanating from him instinctively caused nearby elders of smaller sects to distance themselves. The master's gaze frequently swept towards the direction of the falling sunset sect, particularly fixating on the ever-quiet Lu Shi, his eyes filled with icy disdain. Although it could not be definitively concluded that the disciples' demise was directly related to the falling sunset sect, an ominous premonition grew ever stronger. At that moment, the chaotic vortex entrance suddenly began to whirl with accelerated speed. Its size fluctuated violently, emitting exceedingly unstable spatial waves. They were about to emerge. The platform erupted into commotion. All the elders sprang to their feet, anxiously gazing towards the entrance. In that fleeting instant, Lu Shi, who had been focused intently on his carving tool, hesitated slightly. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze calmly directed toward the violently oscillating chaotic vortex. Unbeknownst to anyone, a subtle smile graced his lips. His fingertips gently caressed the completed eyes of the wooden dog he had sculpted, which sparkled with extraordinary vitality. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured softly, "Are they about to come out?" As his words faded, the chaotic entrance erupted in radiant light. Figures were expelled from the vortex with the intensity of boiling dumplings, thrust forth by the tumultuous spatial forces. Chapter 48. A sword to slay a man. The brilliance of the secret realm's entrance gradually diminished. Disciples from various sects were successively transported out. The platform was instantly filled with a cacophony of voices, a blend of joy from those who had succeeded and sorrow from those mourning lost comrades. Under Jiang Li's leadership, the disciples of the falling sunset sect appeared on the platform. Though each bore injuries, their spirits remained undaunted. Particularly, Jiang Li exuded an increasingly profound and restrained aura, drawing attention. Almost simultaneously, Su Wan, the eldest sister of the Baiwei sect, emerged with the surviving disciples. Upon spotting Jiang Li, she quickly approached with several core disciples, her face aflame with indignation. "Elder Lu, Sister Jiang." Su Wan first bowed to Lu Shi and Jiang Li, then turned towards all the elders present, her voice ringing clear yet laced with suppressed fury. "Esteemed seniors, please bear witness. We have uncovered the heinous crimes of the Xuanqin pavilion within the secret realm." Her words immediately captivated all attention. The pure void master furrowed his brows, an ominous premonition rising within him as he coldly retorted, "Su disciple, do not utter such nonsense." "Nonsense." Su Wan, unafraid, raised a piece of reflective jade slip. "In the realm of the Xuanqin pavilion, disciples such as Luo Feng and Zhao Gan have ruthlessly slain members of the Qingmu sect and the Liang sect among others. They have cunningly infiltrated the secret realm and set up the malevolent array known as the 10,000 Souls Devouring Spirit Formation, with the intention of capturing the elite members of our sects in one fell swoop. This matter has been corroborated by us, disciples of the Baiwei sect, Brother Shurgan of the King Kong sect, and various friends from the Luoxia sect. Were it not for Sister Zhang's valorous intervention, we would have long since met our demise." Indeed, the imposing figure of Shurgan from the King Kong sect stepped forward, his voice resonating like a great bell. "The scoundrels of Xuanqin Pavilion dared to launch a surprise attack on me, old Shur, only to be swiftly vanquished by Sister Jiang's sword. How satisfying." Qianji stepped forward, his expression impassive, adding, "It was Luo Feng of Xuanqin Pavilion who first pursued Sister Jiang with ill intentions, only to be slain in return. Zhao Gan and his companions met their fates beneath Sister Jiang's blade." Upon hearing this, the entire assembly erupted in uproar. The elders from various sects, who had previously only suspected that the fall of their disciples was connected to Xuanqin Pavilion, were now faced with confirmation. particularly upon learning of the forbidden array known as the 10,000 Souls Devouring Spirit Formation. Their expressions turned grave as they cast murderous glares at Xuanqing Pavilion. Master Qingshu appeared as if struck by lightning. His last vestige of hope shattered upon hearing that Luo Feng had been slain by Jang Li. Luo Feng was his most cherished disciple and the beacon of hope for the future of Xuanqing Pavilion. No, it cannot be. How could my wine die at the hands of this wretched being with a false spiritual root? Master Qingshu's eyes reddened in an instant, as his reason was entirely consumed by fury and the anguish of losing a student. The oppressive aura of someone at the mid-stage of enlightenment erupted forth. Jang Li, it is you. What schemes have you employed to bring harm upon my wind? I shall demand your life. He disregarded all else, transforming into a streak of light. His fingers claw-like, aimed directly at Jang Li's throat, clearly intending to deliver a fatal blow, indiscriminately tearing apart anyone who might intervene. Dare you, Qingshu, protect Sister Jiang. Elder Su Yu, along with Situ Lai and others, were filled with rage and anxiety, attempting to intervene. Yet, Qingshu, consumed by wrath, launched his attack at blinding speed. Exuding an overwhelming might, Jiang Li's gaze turned cold, the blood of the phoenix circulating within her. She prepared to fight to the death, just at that moment. As Qingshu, in a frenzy, transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Jiang Li, a soft sigh emerged, light, yet strangely overpowering, silencing all cries, roars, and the explosive sounds of spiritual energy. It resonated clearly in every ear. Accompanied by this sigh, a figure appeared, arriving after the others yet preceding them in presence. It was Lu Shi. He remained clad in his humble robes, his movements appearing slow and unhurried. One of his hands gripped a sword, an utterly ordinary long iron sword, the standard fare for outer disciples of the Luoxia sect upon entry. It was hardly even worthy of being called a spiritual weapon. The deadly claw of Master Qingshu, honed from a lifetime of cultivation, was mere inches away. This claw could cleave mountains and shatter stones. The fierce winds stirred the strands of hair on Lu Shi's forehead. Only then did Lu Shi raise his gaze to meet the oncoming Qingshu. His eyes were as tranquil as a deep, ancient well. The sanctity of the sect shall not be disturbed by chaos. Lu Shi spoke, his voice remaining gentle. Meanwhile, he held the mundane iron longsword, extending it forward with a delicate motion. There were no dazzling sword lights, no intimidating momentum, nor any intertwining phenomena of loss. It was merely an unremarkable strike, simple as a child's straightforward thrust when first learning the art of the sword. Yet, this seemingly slow and uncomplicated move seemed to harbor a profound truth. In that moment, time and space appeared to lose their significance. The assault of the clear void real person, before that mundane iron sword, melted away like snow under the sun. His robust protective spiritual energy dissipated silently. The murderous intent on his face froze instantaneously. He wished to change his tactics, to retreat, but found himself completely ensnared, unable to move even a finger. He could only watch helplessly as that unremarkable iron sword steadily advanced towards his brow. No, this cannot be. The pupils of the clear void real person constricted violently. A strange sound escaping from his throat. A soft, piercing noise. The tip of the iron sword accurately pressed against his brow, sinking 3/10 into flesh. A droplet of blood oozing forth. In that instant, all of the clear void real person's actions and breath came to an abrupt halt. Lu Shi's wrist trembled slightly, retracting the longsword. Only then did the mundane iron sword emit a mournful cry. Countless cracks appeared along its blade. With a sharp crack, it shattered into countless fragments, which clinked and scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, the clear void real person remained rigidly poised in his forward lunge, frozen in place. The astonishment on his face became a permanent fixture. The brilliance in his eyes quickly dimmed and vanished. A gentle breeze swept by. The clear void real person's body toppled backward like a stack of fallen blocks, crashing to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Life had departed. Until the clear void real person's body lay on the ground, the majority of those on the platform had yet to fully comprehend what had transpired. What had happened? It was too swift. From the moment clear void erupted into violence, to Lu Shi's sigh, his stride, the execution of the strike, the retraction of the sword, and finally, clear void's demise, the entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. As the crowd regained their senses, they beheld Lu Shi still calmly standing there. The platform was enveloped in a deathly silence. A pin drop could be heard. All eyes were wide with disbelief, fixed upon the figure beside the azure stone. Gazing at the body of the clear void real person from the Xuanqing Pavilion, Elder Su Yu's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The elder from the King Kong sect instinctively rubbed his bald head, his expression one of utter disbelief. The disciples from various sects were as if petrified, their minds blank. A revered elder of the Xuanxin Pavilion, at the mid-stage of enlightenment, had just perished, killed by this reputedly aloof elder Lu Shi of the Falling Sunset sect? With a mere mundane iron sword that was not even a spiritual weapon, he had effortlessly dispatched him. Moreover, throughout the encounter, the spiritual energy emanating from Lu Shi was evidently that of the late stage of enlightenment. This did not transcend the realm of their comprehension. Yet, despite sharing the same realm of enlightenment, how could such a disparity in minor distinctions be so vast? This is no longer mere domination. It is a chasm of dimensions. Jang Li stood behind Lu Shi, gazing at her master's back, which, though not particularly broad, appeared immensely formidable at this moment. A profound tremor swept through her icy eyes, unable to be contained. She was aware of her master's strength, but never anticipated it to reach such an unfathomable level. That seemingly ordinary strike contained an essence that left even her, once an empress in her past life, feeling disoriented. Lu Shi seemed entirely unaffected by the myriad gazes of shock, reverence, and fear directed at him. He raised his eyes, calmly surveying the remaining disciples of Xuanxin Pavilion. Those few disciples were already stunned into silence, their faces devoid of color. He glanced at the lifeless body of Qing Su on the ground and spoke with a hint of indifference. Xuanxin Pavilion brought this upon themselves. Qing Su's treachery against the younger generation merits his demise. This matter is concluded. Should there be further clamor, he paused, an invisible pressure causing the temperature to plummet. Lu, do not shy away from unleashing a massacre. Chapter 49. Return to the sect. The body of Qing Su lay quietly on the platform, extinguishing all tumult like a bucket of water. After a brief silence, the elder of the formidable Golden Vajra sect, a giant of a man, was the first to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath to quell the storm within, he respectfully clasped his fists towards Lu Shi. Elder Lu, no, Taoist friend Lu. We are all witnesses to today's events. Xuanxin Pavilion's actions have incited the wrath of both man and deity. Qing Su's ambush against the younger generation is not to be mourned. Upon our return to Golden Vajra sect, we shall promptly report this to our sect leader. We will join forces with other sects to deliberate on the handling of Xuanxin Pavilion. We of the White Moon sect shall do the same. Elder Suyu interjected, her tone resolute. Xuanxin Pavilion's actions have incurred the public's ire, and this is far from a private grudge. Rest assured, Taoist friend Lu, that right and wrong will be judged by the world. The other elders leading the affected sects echoed their sentiments, their words sincere and filled with awe. The sword strike delivered by Lu Shi had not only vanquished Qing Su, but had also obliterated their perceptions of power. In their eyes, this seemingly tranquil elder Lu of the Falling Sunset sect had become a figure that demanded reverence. His stance would, to a significant extent, dictate the severity of the reckoning to befall Xuanxin Pavilion. Lu Shi merely nodded slightly, offering no further remarks. He turned his gaze towards the disciples of Falling Sunset sect. Let us depart. The cloud vessel of the Falling Sunset sect ascended slowly, embarking on its journey home. In contrast to their arrival, when the vessels of various sects often flew in parallel with occasional exchanges, now, an invisible vacuum seemed to envelop the cloud vessel, maintaining a considerable distance from the other sects, who dared not approach too closely. On board the cloud vessel, the atmosphere among the disciples of Falling Sunset sect was notably delicate. Situ Lai, Qianji, Bai Chao, and several other disciples sat cross-legged on one side of the cabin, yet their gazes frequently drifted toward the bow of the ship. There, Lu Shi stood clad in a simple blue robe, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the drifting clouds, his figure as unassuming as a hermit in the mountains. Jang Li sat quietly not far behind him, her eyes gently closed, as if in meditation. Gulp. Situ Lai swallowed hard. He lowered his voice and asked Qianji beside him, Brother Qianji, do you feel that after emerging from the secret realm, our cultivation seems to have refined somewhat? Qianji's fingers, deftly maneuvering the puppet, trembled slightly. He silently nodded. It was not merely a refinement. He sensed that the long-stagnant pinnacle of his foundational cultivation was showing subtle signs of softening. Instinctively, he glanced at his puppet, marred with countless scars. Memories of being compelled to walk alongside Elder Lu on the cloud boat each day surfaced in his mind, filled with a sense of helplessness. There were even times when he was asked to assist in securing timber. Bai Chao also recalled Elder Lu's previous request for her to tend to the herbs aboard the cloud boat, where he spoke of the spirit inherent in all things and the profundity found in the mundane. Could it be that Elder Lu's seemingly unambitious and ordinary lifestyle contained profound truths beyond our comprehension? This thought lingered in the hearts of the group. They were eager to seek verification, to inquire of Elder Lu. Yet, upon meeting the serene silhouette of Lu Shi, all words were choked in their throats. That seemingly affable figure now emanated an aura of unapproachable authority. Ultimately, Bai Chao quietly moved beside Jang Li and whispered, "Junior sister Jiang, does Elder Lu possess any unique cultivation methods in his daily practice? Perhaps something like chopping wood or drawing water?" Jiang Li slowly opened her eyes, meeting the gazes of her seniors filled with awe, curiosity, and desire. A faint smile played on her lips. Lowering her voice, she replied with a hint of significance. "The path of our master lies in the embodiment of practice, returning to the ordinary. Perhaps only by personally experiencing those seemingly mundane days and nights on Sui Peak. Under his guidance, can one truly grasp its essence." Upon hearing this, bright sparks ignited in the eyes of Situ Lai, Qinji, Bai Chao, and the others. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the resolve within one another. Upon returning, they must seek guidance on Sui Peak, even if it is merely to assist in chopping wood or drawing water. As the silhouette of the Luoxia sect's mountain gate appeared on the horizon, the disciple Zhang Ming, stationed at the mountain, stifled a yawn. His watch was uneventful, with a calm breeze. However, just as he was yawning midway, an indescribable sense of oppression descended upon him. He jolted upright, following the sensation with his gaze. The sect's cloud boat was approaching slowly. Though its speed was unhurried, a figure clad in green stood at the bow. The cloud boat did not linger at the mountain gate square. With a slight motion, Lu Shi transformed into a streak of light, heading straight toward the main peak. The Chaoxia Peak, presumably to meet with the sect leader for important matters. Jiang Li and the others guided the cloud boat down to the square. Zhang Ming stared blankly in the direction where Lu Shi had vanished, rubbing his eyes. Was that Elder Lu from Sui Peak? Before he could finish his thought, he was overwhelmed by fellow disciples descending from the cloud boat. "Have you heard? Something big has happened." The Xuanxin Pavilion. A disciple from the Xuanxin Pavilion grabbed a familiar peer, excitement radiating from their voice. "It's Elder Lu. It's Elder Lu." Another disciple, flushed with excitement, danced about. The news spread with astonishing speed to every corner of the Luoxia sect. "What? The Xianqin Pavilion has slain our comrades within the secret realm? Moreover, they have impersonated other sects? Not only that, they have also set up a demonic formation intending to bring death to all." It was Sister Jiang Li. She turned the tide, cutting down numerous elites of the Xianqin Pavilion with a single stroke. Yet, that is not the most astonishing part. Do you know what happened in the end? The old dog Qingxiu, an elder at the mid-stage of enlightenment, attempted to ambush Sister Jiang. And then, what happened next? Elder Lu sighed, drew a simple iron sword used by disciples, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he struck. Truly, it was just one strike. The old dog Qingxiu fell dead, without even a chance to resist. Impossible. Elder Lu has only recently reached the late stage of enlightenment, hasn't he? Absolutely true. Sister Bai Chao witnessed it firsthand. Elders from the Jinggang sect and the Bai West sect can attest to this. My heavens, to slay an enlightened being with a single strike? What kind of power must that be? Has Elder Lu been concealing his true strength all along? As rumors spread, they became increasingly embellished and exaggerated. Yet, the core event profoundly shook the hearts of every disciple of the Falling Sunset sect. Lu Shi had slain the mid-stage Qingxiu Zhenren with a single stroke. The entire Falling Sunset sect found itself in turmoil due to their return, especially because of Lu Shi's earth-shattering blow. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Chaoxia Peak, Luo Tianming, after hearing Lu Shi's succinct account, dropped the teacup in his hand, shattering it upon the floor. He stood agape, staring at the composed Lu Shi before him, unable to utter a single coherent word for a long while. "Lu, did you just say you killed Qingxiu?" The aura of spiritual energy radiating from Lu Shi clearly indicated he was still at the late stage of enlightenment. How could one achieve such a feat? Especially an instantaneous kill, despite the minor difference in realms? Chapter 50, The Chaos of the Demonic Sect. Lu Shi replied. He casually picked a crimson spirit fruit from the platter. With a flick of his fingertip, the skin of the fruit evenly peeled away. He sought to kill Jang Li, and I had no choice but to intervene. This spirit fruit has a thin skin and is juicy, quite appealing. I shall bring it back for Lear to taste, as she has performed admirably of late. As for the Qingxiu matter, leave it to the sect master to handle. Do not delay my return to the peak to chop wood. At this moment, Jang Li interjected softly, her cool voice carrying a hint of protectiveness. The master acted to save his disciple. That Qingxiu Zhenren, in a frenzy, attempted to launch a surprise attack on me. Had it not been for the master's intervention, I would have met with misfortune. The image of the figure in a green robe that had shielded her flashed in her mind, stirring her heart. Luo Tianming took several deep breaths to quell the tumultuous waves within him. As the sect master, he possessed an exceptionally keen political instinct, and in an instant, he seized upon a tremendous opportunity amidst the shock. He began to pace back and forth, his face flushed with excitement, rubbing his hands together and exclaiming, "Excellent. Well done. That Qingxiu scoundrel deserved to die?" The Xianqin Pavilion, in its reckless defiance, dared to employ demonic formations to harm the elites of various sects, truly courting disaster. His eyes gleamed with intensity. Rest assured, brother, the evidence is undeniable. Baiwes sect and Jingang sect can all bear witness. I shall immediately contact the various sects and ensure that the Xianqin Pavilion pays a heavy price for this. His enthusiasm grew with each word. After this incident, the prestige of the Falling Sunset sect has been greatly shaken. With you, my junior brother, what do I have to fear for the prosperity of our sect? Within 5 years, no, perhaps within 3, the name of the Falling Sunset sect shall resound throughout the northern realm. Lu Shi has prepared the spirit fruit, elegantly placed upon a jade plate, and pushed it before Jang Li before rising. Matters concerning the sect can be coordinated by our esteemed senior brother, the sect leader. Should negotiations with other sects be necessary, I trust you will handle it with due diligence. If there is nothing else, I shall take my disciples back to the peak. Oh yes. You have worked hard, junior brother. Return to the peak and rest well. Luo Tianming hurriedly replied. At this moment, in his eyes, Lu Shi was no longer the modest junior brother who required his guidance, but rather the greatest asset of the Falling Sunset sect. Lu Shi nodded slightly and led Jang Li to turn and walk towards the hall's exit. His pace remained unhurried, just as it had been upon arrival. Luo Tunming gazed at Lu Shi's vanishing figure outside the hall, then glanced at the disheveled tea stains and the fallen chairs on the ground. He chuckled wryly and shook his head, murmuring softly to himself. It was both a question to others and a self-reflection. Could chopping wood and drawing water truly lead to such a realm? Have we, in our century of arduous cultivation and comprehension of the Tao, taken a wrong path? Outside the hall, the sky was perfectly illuminated. Lu Shi descended the steps, feeling the familiar mountain breeze blowing from the direction of the Emerald Peak. His thoughts had long since flown back to that modest little courtyard, and to the pile of unchopped oak wood in the corner. Meanwhile, the winds of change were beginning to stir across the Falling Sunset sect and the entire northern realm of Yunxia Prefecture, all due to his seemingly ordinary sword. 3 days had swiftly passed. The Falling Sunset sect remained immersed in shock. However, sect leader Luo Tianming had already received dozens of urgent communication talismans. He had originally planned to unite with the Baiwes sect, the Diamond sect, and other factions to discuss how to hold the Xianqin Pavilion accountable for its crimes and to divide its sphere of influence in order to bolster the Falling Sunset sect. Yet, all these plans were completely disrupted. A more severe piece of news suddenly emerged. The chaos of the demon sect had erupted. The truth rapidly swept through the upper echelons of Yunxia Prefecture in the northern realm. It turned out that the Xianqin Pavilion had secretly allied with the long-dormant forces of the demon sect, the Yuming sect. The conspiracy within this small world was merely a prelude to a greater storm. With the collusion of the Xianqin Pavilion and the tacit approval of certain sects, the forces of the demon sect launched attacks on dozens of small and medium sects within Yunxia Prefecture. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The number of powerful individuals dispatched by the demon sect far exceeded expectations, with even a formidable demon at the law manifestation stage overseeing operations. In the span of just a few days, 7 or 8 small sects' gates had been breached, their lineages severed, or they had fallen under the control of demonic powers, becoming vassals of the Yuming sect. The entire northern part of Yunxia Prefecture was engulfed in a bloody tempest, with fear gripping everyone's hearts. As the news spread, the northern realm was shaken. The Qingyun sword sect finally reacted. On this day, a piercing beam of sword light tore through the heavens, landing before the main hall of the Falling Sunset sect, transforming into a stern-looking messenger clad in blue, bearing an ancient sword on his back. The messenger did not bring reinforcements, but instead a jade slip imbued with swirling sword intent and an announcement. The resurgence of the demon sect brings calamity to the masses. The Qingyun sword sect is already aware of this. The messenger's voice carried a chilling authority. Indeed, the movements of the demons are enigmatic, and their main force remains unseen. Our sect must remain vigilant at the core. In orchestrating the overarching strategy, it is currently inadvisable to act impulsively. I implore you all to steadfastly uphold the sanctity of our sect, purging the demonic aberrations within our domain as we await the opportune moment. Should any manifestations of the demonic presence arise, this azure cloud order may be ignited. Elders from our sect shall arrive to vanquish the fiends. The proclamation carries an air of righteous severity. However, the phrases of caution and awaiting the right moment cast a slight pall over Luo Tianming's heart. The Azure Cloud Sword sect is evidently biding its time, reluctant to embroil itself in the turmoil among the lower-tier sections. The discourse within the sect has rapidly evolved. Rumors circulating among the disciples have bifurcated into 2 distinct narratives. One expresses vehement condemnation of the Xuanxin Pavilion's collusion with the demonic sect, exclaiming disbelief that the Xuanxin Pavilion is but a lapdog of the demonic forces. The demise of the old dog Qingxiu is deemed just. Such sentiments echo throughout. Yet, even more compelling is another revelation. According to disciples from smaller sects seeking refuge, the demonic sect and the remnants of the Xuanxin Pavilion are particularly fixated on the falling sunset sect, especially regarding Elder Lu Shi and Jang Li. Reports suggest that a demon elder has proclaimed intentions to raise the falling sunset sect and claim Elder Lu Shi's head as a trophy, viewing Jang Li as a variable that must be eradicated. Upon the emergence of this news, rather than inciting panic, it has significantly bolstered the morale of the disciples of the falling sunset sect. The demonic fiends dare to covet our falling sunset sect. With Elder Lu present, what is there to fear? Indeed, Elder Lu can slay those at the mid-path of enlightenment with a single strike. Even a law manifestation phase adversary would not be insurmountable. Sister Jiang, who has already demonstrated her prowess in the secret realm, will surely be even more formidable now. The demonic sect is courting its own demise, daring to set us as their target. The disciples engaged in fervent discussions, their faces reflecting less fear and more indignation. Under the external pressure, the falling sunset sect has coalesced into an unprecedented unity. Within the grand hall of the Morning Glow Peak, Luo Tanming has seen off the envoy from the Azure Cloud Sword sect, clutching the chilling Azure Cloud Order tightly, his brow furrowed. The atmosphere is heavy with tension. All elders above the foundational realm and the heads of various peaks have gathered. Sect leader Luo Tianming occupies the central seat, his expression solemn. The news is already known to all. He breaks the silence with a resolute voice. The Xuanxin Pavilion has allied with the Netherrealm sect, and chaos has ensued. Several small sects in the northern territories have already fallen. His gaze sweeps across the gathered assembly. More troublingly, he continues with a grave tone. Reliable intelligence indicates that the demonic sect and its minions have prioritized our falling sunset sect as a target, particularly focusing on junior brother Lu and his disciple Jang Li. A demon has brazenly declared intentions to obliterate our mountain gates. Such arrogance. Liangzi abruptly pounds the armrest of his chair, crimson sword energy flickering momentarily. Do they regard our falling sunset sect as a mere trifle to be toyed with? With junior brother Lu in our ranks, should those demonic wretches dare approach, they will find no path of return. Real Master Yun Yun, maintaining a level head, urges, Brother Liang, remain calm. The demonic sect wields considerable power, and with a law manifestation phase demon commanding them, they must not be underestimated. The Azure Cloud Sword sect's stance is ambiguous. They have merely provided a single plea for assistance. Distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. The pressing matter at hand is to devise practical countermeasures. Real Master Xuanji speaks solemnly. From this moment forth, the protective mountain array must be activated with full force. Regardless of the daily toll, it must be sustained. Each peak must organize its disciples for vigilant patrols, enhancing our defenses. Disciples who ventured outside are to be recalled. Master Mo Yuan added, strategic resources such as talismans, elixirs, and array discs must be hastily refined and stockpiled. The disciples of Danding Peak and Yuheng Peak shall need to exert extra effort. Master Qing Mu nodded. I have instructed the disciples of Danding Peak to work tirelessly day and night. However, if the demonic sect launches a large-scale assault, a prolonged defense will inevitably falter. The gazes of those present converged on Lu Shi, who sat quietly in the corner, his silence unbroken. Chapter 51. Jiang Li's foundation establishment. Lu Shi, sensing the collective attention, maintained his calm demeanor. Junior brother Lu, what is your stance? Luo Tianming could not help but inquire. Presently, Lu Shi represented the steadfast anchor of the sect, and his opinion was of paramount importance. Lu Shi raised his gaze and replied placidly, when the enemy approaches, we shall defend. When the flood arrives, we shall bury the soil. The sect's rules remain unchanged. Those who should cultivate will cultivate, and those who should labor will labor. Should the demonic sect come, we shall eradicate them. Though his words were simple, they remarkably eased the tense atmosphere in the room. Lai Yangzi and the others exchanged glances, ultimately transforming into expressions of wry laughter or soft sighs. This junior brother Lu truly defies comprehension. Luo Tianming inhaled deeply. Very well. We shall abide by junior brother Lu's counsel. Each peak shall execute the previously discussed plans immediately. In these trying times, we must unite and overcome the challenges together. The following morning, at the small courtyard atop Chui Wei Peak, Lu Shi opened his door to the faint light of dawn. Notice, yesterday's cultivation assessment is complete. Chopped 2 loads of firewood, pruned half an acre of medicinal garden, and fished in the mountain stream for an hour. State of mind is clear, conforming to the standards of mortals. Reward for foundational cultivation, 20 years. A surge of pure, gentle spiritual energy coursed through his limbs. At his level of cultivation, the accumulation of 20 years' worth of energy was indeed a gratifying advancement. Master, a voice, tinged with shyness yet unable to mask its joy, emerged. She turned to see Lynn Shui standing at the entrance, her youthful face flushed with excitement. What brings you here? She inquired gently. Lynn Shui hurried forward and respectfully bowed. Respected master, I humbly report that last night I broke through to the late stage of qi condensation. She struggled to maintain her composure, but the brilliance in her eyes betrayed her. She nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his gaze. Well done. Your foundation is solid and your progress steady. It seems that your daily tasks have not been in vain. Lynn Shui felt a surge of excitement at his words and nodded vigorously. Indeed, I will heed Master S teachings. While chopping firewood and fetching water, I felt the flow of spiritual energy had become much smoother. My understanding of the cultivation methods seems to have deepened as well. Master's words ring true. Ordinary life indeed holds the profound truths of cultivation. I must work even harder to assist Master in the future. Meanwhile, in a specially designated cave on the other side of Cuifeng Peak, Jang Li sat cross-legged in the center of a spirit-gathering array. Spiritual energy enveloped her, fluctuating rhythmically. She had reaped significant rewards in the small world, complemented by the accolades from the sect's grand competition, which had solidified her foundations. At this moment, she was preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Within the cave, the spiritual energy gradually subsided. Jang Li slowly opened her eyes. A fleeting flash of brilliant gold shimmering deep within before vanishing into nothingness. She gazed inwardly at the firmly established foundation within her dantian, her heart as tranquil as a still pond. In her previous life, such a meager realm was hardly worthy of even carrying the emperor's shoes, she mused with self-deprecation. Yet, a flicker of delight surged from the depths of her being, irresistible and profound. After all, this was the fruit of her relentless struggle, achieved through the vessel of her mortal body and pseudo-spiritual roots. At last, she could cultivate the second chapter of the Liu sacred scripture. This was the crux. The first chapter dealt with spiritual roots, while the second chapter promised a gradual purification of her bones, enhancing her innate constitution. Spiritual roots? Mortal bones? Humph. With the sacred scripture's secret methods, I shall refine myself day and night until the day comes. As this thought crossed her mind, even the heart of the Liu Empress couldn't help but lift her lips in a slight smile. The sensation of breaking through innate shackles step by step and carving a path of survival from absolute despair brought her a rare sense of accomplishment, one that even surpassed possessing a supreme divine body in her former life. She suppressed her emotions, tidied her appearance, and stepped lightly out of her cave dwelling, eager to report this trifling yet delightful news to her master. However, as she crossed the threshold, the scene before her froze her in place. Under the familiar old pine tree, her master, Shi, was as usual, leisurely chopping wood. But what caught her attention was the presence beside him, the senior brother Qianji, who should have been inside the cave pondering intricate components, was instead solemnly assisting her master in fetching water with his dexterous hands that typically controlled puppets. The imposing battle puppet stood quietly to one side. Even more absurd was Sister Bai Chao, usually a paragon of grace who merely tended to exquisite flowers, now rolled up her sleeves, crouched in the herb garden, and carefully uprooted weeds. Her focused expression suggested she was tending to something extraordinary rather than mere weeds. Meanwhile, her little junior sister, Lynn Shui, struggled to carry a bundle of firewood taller than herself, her face beaming with pride and glory at laboring alongside the esteemed Jang Li. Was I perhaps entrapped in a delusion while breaking through, conjuring phantoms of the heart? Wasn't senior brother Qianji's puppet meant for fetching water a bit of overkill? Aren't those hands meant for inscribing core formations? Sister Bai Chao, can you discern which herbs are spiritual and which are mere weeds? Please do not mistake the precious Qingxin three-leaf grass that Master painstakingly nurtured for wild grass. This scene was so surreal that even the well-traveled Liu Empress found herself momentarily at a loss. Junior sister Jiang, you have emerged from seclusion? Sister Bai Chao was the first to notice her, greeting her with a smile, though her hands continued their work. Strangely enough, tending to these ordinary herbs for Elder Liu brought an unexpected tranquility to her mind, seemingly enhancing her subtle control over spiritual energy. Look at this plantain. Its root system's growth pattern aligns with a certain natural path of emergence. Senior brother Qianji poured 2 buckets of water into the basin with steady hands, the surface barely rippling. He replied with an impassive expression, fetching water tests one's patience and the enduring mastery of strength. It unexpectedly sharpens the focus of the mind. He cast a glance at the waiting puppet beside him and added, Of course, splitting those ironwood and Qinggang wood is better suited for the splitting gold. Lin Xuan nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling as if she had found her voice. Yes, yes, senior sister. You've successfully broken through, congratulations. Master said. If one cannot tidy their own room, how can they govern the world? I believe my rapid progress to the later stages of qi condensation is due to my daily assistance to Master. My state of mind has become remarkably clear. Jang Li listened to these remarks, observing their earnest expressions, which were devoid of pretense. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. She instinctively directed her inquisitive gaze toward her master. At that moment, Lu Shi finished chopping the last piece of firewood and gently placed the axe atop the pile. He picked up a clean cloth nearby to wipe his hands, then calmly turned his gaze toward Jang Li. He nodded slightly. You have established your foundation? Quite good. Your base is solid, and success comes naturally. His placid demeanor quelled the flicker of pride that had arisen in Jang Li due to her breakthrough. Chapter 52. The attack of the Yuming sect. Then, Lu Shi's gaze swept over Qianji and Bai Chao. His tone remained as unvarnished as ever. The path of cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Too much sharpness leads to breakage. If the string is pulled too tight, it will inevitably snap. One must temper their impatience in the mundane. Only then can the sword's edge be sheathed, harboring brilliance over time. His few words resonated like the reverberations of a bell at dusk, striking the hearts of Qianji and Bai Chao. Both of them trembled slightly, especially Qianji, who had indeed been restless due to encountering a bottleneck in puppet crafting. Upon hearing these words, a look of enlightenment dawned in his eyes. Bai Chao's beautiful eyes sparkled, seemingly grasping a profound understanding. Jang Li raised her brow slightly, instantly comprehending. It appeared that after their return from the secret realm, these senior brothers and sisters had finally awakened. They understood the importance of seeking their master's guidance. A smile blossomed within her heart. As the one who first discovered the secrets of Sui Peak, she welcomed this development. After all, such fortune is far less enjoyable when hoarded alone. Jang Li quietly observed from the side, her heart clear. She looked once more at the seemingly ordinary scene atop the peak. Witnessing her fellow disciples gaining insights under their master's subtle influence, a sense of marvelous harmony arose. Her master, though seemingly indifferent, had everything well within control. He guided the crowd silently. Jang Li's gaze drifted toward the sea of clouds. Such days were tranquil, yet fulfilling. However, as the winds of change began to stir, this rare tranquility did not last long. The following morning, the thin mist had yet to fully dissipate. From the horizon came an overwhelming sense of oppression that sent shivers down the spine. A low rumble echoed. The protective alarm of the Luoxia sect rang out incessantly. In the distant sky, demonic clouds churned, emanating a malevolent aura. Dozens of menacing black flying vessels broke through the clouds. On the leading vessel, the head of the Xuanqin Pavilion, Xian Yuanjinren, wore a grim expression. Beside him stood several elders from the Yuming sect, exuding an air of menace. Among them, a young man clad in a dark red robe stood out, a descendant of the ancient demon bloodline, Qi Li. Qi Li's gaze was firmly fixed upon the direction of Sui Peak, his nostrils slightly flaring as a distorted expression crossed his face. He sensed an irresistible allure, the pure and noble essence of the phoenix. He licked his lips and transmitted a message to the elder of the demon sect beside him. That girl's bloodline is a tremendous boon. We must obtain it. The elder of the demon sect replied with a sinister tone. Young Master Qi Li, do not be so hasty. Let the show unfold scene by scene. First, allow the Xuanqin Pavilion's dog to bark a few times. Rest assured, after today, everything in the Luoxia sect will be ours. Meanwhile, within the Luoxia sect, the protective grand formation had been fully activated. A cascade of multicolored light transformed into a vast protective barrier, enveloping the entire sect. Sect Master Luo Tianming, along with the heads of various peaks and elders, ascended into the air, their expressions grave. In his hand, Luo Tianming tightly gripped a shattered Qingyun token. Though he had crushed the token, the arrival of reinforcements remained an uncertain prospect. Xin Yuan, how dare you collude with the demon sect and invite the wolf into the house? Luo Tianming's voice boomed like thunder as he denounced. Xin Yuan, the true man, sneered Luo Tianming. Do not feign righteousness here. Your Luoxia sect's Lu Shi killed my Qingshu Jr. His disciple, Jang Li, harmed our elite disciples. Today, the Xuanqin Pavilion seeks to reclaim justice. His words were cloaked in grandeur, yet dripped with venomous intent. Luo Tianming trembled with rage. Shameless old thief. Your Xuanqin Pavilion engages in demonic practices within the small world. The evidence is indisputable. How dare you turn the tables today? Behind him, Liangzi and Yun Yun, the true man, joined in the vehement denunciation. On the side of the demon sect, an elder from the Yuming sect spoke with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Sect Master Luo, why be so obstinate? Hand over the murderer and quell the strife. Would that not be splendid? Before his words could fully settle, he covertly transmitted to Qi Li, when they waver in spirit and the formation shows a crack, that will be our moment to strike with thunderous force. Qi Li suppressed his impulse and nodded, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Sui Peak. At that moment, amidst the tense standoff above the mountain gate, a different scene unfolded atop Sui Peak. Lu Shi stood beneath an ancient pine tree, gazing toward the clouds of demonic energy and the luminous barrier at the mountain gate, his face betraying no sign of turmoil. Lynn Shui, her small face pale, clutched her clothing tightly. Master, are there too many from the demon sect? Can the protective formation withstand them? Jang Li stood nearby, her plain attire billowing in the mountain breeze. She cast a glance at her anxious junior sister and replied nonchalantly, the formation is sufficient. It should hold for a short while without issue. Her gaze swept over the chaotic scene below, where the demons danced wildly, and a hint of barely perceptible mockery flickered in her eyes. Such a spectacle, in her past life, was merely a trivial matter. Her attention was drawn more toward the enigmatic young man, descendant of the ancient demonic bloodline. Zhang Li scoffed inwardly. He dares to perceive my bloodline as a potent elixir? Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Then, her gaze shifted back to her master, Lu Shi. Seeing him retain his calm demeanor, she felt a deeper sense of reassurance. Jiang Li understood well the unfathomable depth of her master's cultivation. Just as Luo Tianming and Xian Yuan engaged in their verbal duel across the air, the tension in the atmosphere thickened. In the ranks of the Netherworld sect, the figure clad in a dark red robe, known as Qi Li, displayed an unmistakable impatience upon his countenance. His crimson tongue flicked across his sharp fangs. His gaze fixated intently on the direction of Sui Peak. The ethereal presence of the Phoenix clan wafting from that direction stirred his very blood. Is the cacophony not yet at an end? Qi Li's voice resonated above the din of curses. This young master has no time for your theatrics. Beside him, a sinister elder from the demon sect chuckled ominously, brandishing his bone staff forward. Disciples of the Netherworld sect, heed the command. Flatten the falling sunset sect, leave no trace. At the utterance of this order, the demonic clouds surged with fervor. Hundreds of disciples clad in black surged towards the shimmering barrier of colors. They wielded various malevolent artifacts, unleashing streams of bloodlight and ghostly flames. These assaults crashed against the protective barrier. Disciples of each peak, hold your ground, repel the enemy. Resonated the voice of Luo Tianming like a resounding bell throughout the mountain gate. Although startled, the disciples of the falling sunset sect maintained their composure, unleashing a torrential downpour of flying swords under the guidance of their elders. Fireballs, wind blades, ice spikes, and other fundamental spells illuminated the sky, toppling numerous assailants from the demon sect. The clash of demonic spells against the barrier produced a series of muffled thuds. The protective shield rippled but remained steadfast. With the initial skirmish yielding success, many youthful disciples within the formation displayed expressions of exhilaration, perceiving the demon sect's onslaught as merely daunting but ultimately trivial. Humph, worthless fools. Qi Li scoffed, casting a glance at the Xian Yuan real master. Xian Yuan, understanding the cue, briefly revealed a fierce countenance. Disciples of the Xian Xian Pavilion, formed the Xian Yin slaughtering immortal formation to assist our comrades of the Netherworld sect. Instantly, dozens of elite disciples from the Xian Xian Pavilion soared into the fray, their forms shifting fluidly. They coalesced into a menacing sword array, dark gray sword chi intertwining to manifest a colossal shadow of a sinister sword. This sword shadow, accompanied by wails of anguish, lunged violently toward the same point on the mountain's protective barrier. Simultaneously, several enforcers of the Netherworld sect summoned stark, white bone banners, waving them to unleash streams of bloodlight toward the barrier, attempting to erode its spiritual essence. This assault was far more formidable than the previous chaotic skirmishes. The area where the barrier was struck flickered with vibrant colors, even concaving inward slightly. Steady yourselves. Brother Lai Yong, Sister Lu Yun, lend me your strength. Luo Tianming bellowed. Together with Lai Yongzi and Yun Yun real master, they infused immense spiritual power into the formation's core. The barrier stabilized once more, dispersing the shadow of the sinister sword. Nevertheless, the expressions of the leading figures grew increasingly grave. This was merely the beginning. Qian Ji manipulated his puppet, weaving through the edges of the formation. With mighty claws, he repelled the approaching disciples of the Xian Xian Pavilion. Meanwhile, Bai Chao scattered vast quantities of green powder, which ignited upon contact with demonic energy, forming a barrier of poisonous flames that temporarily hindered the advance of lower-tier disciples from the demon sect. The battle had entered a brutal phase of attrition. Beyond the barrier, the ground lay strewn with corpses, Spiritual light and demonic energy clashed incessantly, annihilating one another. Stubborn and unyielding, the elder of the Netherworld sect sighed, seemingly losing his patience. Beside him, another elder, who had been meditating with closed eyes, slowly opened them. This elder was shrouded in a dark robe, his eyes devoid of sclera, appearing as mere voids of darkness. He gradually lifted his gaunt hand, cradling a swirling black vortex within his palm. It was the world-breaking cone, an artifact specifically designed to dismantle barriers and formations. Go. The elder in the black robe flicked his finger. The world-breaking cone shot forth, targeting the very node that had been repeatedly assailed by the Xuanxin Pavilion's sword formation. Not good. It's a barrier-breaking artifact. Protect the formation core with all your might. Luo Tianming's pupils constricted sharply as he shouted vehemently. He, along with all the other leaders and elders, pushed their spiritual energy to its limits. The mountain-protecting light barrier blazed brilliantly, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. Boom. The world-breaking cone collided fiercely with the barrier. The barrier twisted violently. And at that node, a minuscule yet distinctly visible crack appeared. Crack. Hold it together. Luo Tianming instinctively glanced toward the direction of the Qingyun sword sect. Where's the reinforcements? Huh. A desperate struggle. Qi Li finally made his move. With a single step, he arrived before the barrier, mere inches from the crack. He greedily inhaled, as if he could scent the alluring bloodline fragrance emanating from Jang Li through the barrier. This tortoise shell is about to shatter. Qi Li spread his fingers wide, his nails transforming into long, sharp obsidian points, adorned with strange dark red patterns. He concentrated his physical strength into his fingertips and drew them across the crack. Rip, like a blade slicing through silk. The barrier, barely upheld by the combined efforts of the entire Luo Xia sect, instantaneously succumbed to Qi Li's strike, the crack widening dramatically. The entire kaleidoscopic barrier emitted a mournful wail, its brilliance flickering dangerously. In the next moment, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, the protective array of the Luo Xia sect collapsed violently. It disintegrated into a myriad of glowing particles from the point where Qi Li's finger had traced. The resplendent colors faded, and the menacing demonic clouds, along with the bloodthirsty practitioners of the demonic sect, faced no further obstruction. Kill. Leave no one alive. Xian Yuan, in a frenzy, was the first to charge in. The elders of the Yuming sect cackled ominously. The tide of demons surged forth like a flood released from a dam, crashing into the fray. The disciples of the Yuming sect at the forefront wore expressions of bloodthirsty exhilaration. However, just as they were about to engage in close combat, an indescribable sensation silently swept across the entire battlefield. Something is amiss. At the forefront, a Yuming sect disciple named He Yin, accustomed to swiftly maneuvering through the battlefield, attempted to infiltrate the enemy lines. Yet this time, he felt an unusual heaviness in his body. The once ethereal light of his escape techniques had turned murky and indistinct. Not only was he unable to glide through the air, but even a simple leap felt clumsy and strained. What is happening? My spiritual energy. He Yin was horrified to discover that the demonic energy within him, once surging and flowing freely, now felt as if it had been mixed with countless heavy grains of sand. Its operational speed plummeted, becoming stagnant and cumbersome. He attempted to unleash his signature technique, the Shadow Claw, but the claw's wind dissipated within mere feet, its power reduced to nearly nothing. The same confusion and terror spread among the disciples of the demonic sect. Why is the radiance of my magical artifact dimmed? I feel as if I am trudging through a quagmire. The ghost crow technique. Huh. Why can't my ghost crow take flight? Over on the side of the falling sunset sect, Wang Mang, a disciple of the blazing Sun Peak, had originally prepared to face the impending death blow. With his eyes tightly shut, he channeled all his spiritual energy into the long sword in his hand, ready to self-detonate to thwart the enemy. Yet, the anticipated impact never arrived. He opened his eyes in astonishment, only to see the previously menacing foe now stumbling awkwardly toward him, their face a mask of surprise and fury. What is this? Wang Mang instinctively thrust his sword forward. The strike was unremarkable, merely a fundamental sword technique. Under normal circumstances, the opponent would easily evade or counter it. However, at this moment, the demonic cultivator appeared to react as if 10 beats behind. With a soft thud, the longsword effortlessly pierced through their protective demonic armor. Have I slain the demonic cultivator? Wang Mang gazed at the fallen enemy, then at his own hand, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as if lost in a dream. On the higher battlefield, the sensations were even more pronounced. The Sunchild roared, his red sun sword transforming into a magnificent rainbow as it charged toward his old rival, the Xuanji True Man. Xian Yuan sneered, harnessing the power of the Xian Yin to meet the oncoming assault with a concentrated gray-white barrier of energy. In the past, Such a direct clash would have ended in a stalemate. Yet, at this moment, the Sunchild sensed that his opponent's barrier felt significantly more insubstantial. Boom. As the energies collided, Xian Yuan was unexpectedly jolted back, his blood surging, retreating several steps. His face was filled with disbelief. Your cultivation level. He felt the natural spiritual energy he summoned was muddled and difficult to manipulate, causing his barrier's power to wane. The Sunchild, too, was momentarily taken aback. But the opportunity was fleeting. Despite his confusion, he seized the moment, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes that left Xian Yuan flustered and disoriented. Meanwhile, Luo Tianming faced a gaunt elder from the Netherworld sect, who summoned a banner filled with countless vengeful spirits, their wails echoing like a banshee's cry. Just as Luo Tianming prepared to summon his protective artifact with full force, he noticed that the vengeful spirits were approaching at an absurdly sluggish pace. Moreover, their forms were dim, as if they could dissipate at any moment. A thought crossed Luo Tianming's mind, and he experimentally unleashed a pure yang palm strike. As the palm imprint passed, the vengeful spirits melted away like snow under the sun, disintegrating into nothingness. The gaunt elder was left dumbfounded, questioning if his artifact had been tampered with. At the pinnacle of enlightenment, when did you, Luo Tianming, achieve such a breakthrough? The elder screamed in horror, mistakenly believing that this was due to Luo Tianming's sudden surge in power. Luo Tianming himself was equally shaken. He understood that although he had reached the pinnacle of enlightenment, he could not possibly be this formidable. This bizarre phenomenon compelled his gaze to sweep across the battlefield. Ultimately, his attention settled upon the ever-tranquil Sui Peak. Is it you, junior brother Lu? The entire battlefield presented an exceedingly strange tableau. The disciples of the demonic sect seemed ensnared in an invisible quagmire. Their movements were sluggish, their spells faltered, and their artifacts dimmed. They possessed the cultivation, yet it seemed as though their extraordinary powers had been stripped away. Forced to engage in combat in the most clumsy and primitive manner, the disciples of the falling sunset sect remained unaffected by the domain's influence. In this ebb and flow of power, they fought with remarkable skill, even gaining the upper hand. What madness is this sorcery? In midair, an elder of the Netherworld sect, entangled with the master Yun Yun, spat blood and fury. His renowned poison techniques had nearly lost their efficacy, as he was deftly outmaneuvered by Master Yun's agile movements. Suspended in the air, Qi Li faced relatively less pressure. Yet the stifling sensation of being cut off from the forces of nature greatly vexed him. His crimson gaze fixated intently on the Emerald Peak. How dare they play tricks? The power of the ancient demon lineage surged forth, dark red patterns sprawling across his body. Forcing open an area, he temporarily resisted the domain's suppression, transforming into a streak of blood light. He disregarded the lesser cultivators and charged directly towards the direction where the essence of the phoenix's blood was most potent, towards Jang Li at Emerald Peak. Meanwhile, atop the Emerald Peak, Lu Shi had unknowingly taken a seat on a stone bench beneath an ancient pine, a simple tea set laid out before him. He lifted the bubbling spring water from a small stove and slowly poured it into the teapot. White steam rose, and the fragrance of tea filled the air. The sounds of battle and clashing weapons outside faded into mere background noise. Lynn, gripping the door frame anxiously, observed the bizarre battle unfolding below while glancing at her leisurely sipping master, her mind filled with questions. Jang Li stood silently nearby, feeling the intangible yet profound domain power that brought all things back to their essence. She glanced down at the beleaguered demonic cultivators, and a faint smile graced her lips. The master's domain has reached such a profound state. In silence, one can stabilize the universe. She tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, her gaze locking onto the blood-colored figure piercing through the domain's suppression. Qi Li had not engaged in the main battlefield slaughter. With each step, he walked through the void towards the Emerald Peak, his eyes fixed upon Jang Li as if beholding a rare treasure. Beautiful Phoenix, your bloodline shall belong to me. He licked his lips. With a flick of his finger, a streak of dark red demonic fire shot towards Jang Li. Sister, be careful, Lin Shui exclaimed, instinctively trying to shield Jang Li. Jang Li's expression turned cold as she pulled Lin Shui behind her. Aware of the terrifying nature of the demonic fire, she dared not confront it head-on, retreating gracefully like a willow catkin. At the same time, the sword intent of Tai Chu coalesced at her fingertips, slicing through the air. Sever. The chilling sword intent did not cleave the demonic fire, but rather severed the invisible connection of spiritual power between the fire and Qi Li. Hiss. The demonic fire momentarily stagnated, its potency greatly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Jang Li unleashed a water-blue talisman from her sleeve, transforming it into a cold wave that extinguished the demonic fire. Oh, a flicker of surprise flashed in Qi Li's eyes, quickly replaced by an even deeper interest. To perceive the source? How intriguing. It seems I cannot merely regard her as a furnace. No longer toying, he blurred, leaving a shadow in place. His true form had crossed dozens of feet, claws extended towards Jang Li's crown. The claw wind was fierce, rippling the very fabric of space. This strike exceeded what a foundational cultivator could withstand. Sister Jiang. In the midst of a fierce battle nearby, Qianji and Bai Chao were filled with rage upon witnessing the scene. Without regard for his own safety, Qianji commanded his puppet to charge at Chili, while Bai Chao unleashed the full potency of his poisonous vines to ensnare Chili's legs. Get lost. Mere ants, Chili declared, not even glancing at them, as an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged around him. With a thunderous roar, the puppet was sent crashing backwards, its parts scattering in disarray, while Bai Cao's poisonous vines snapped one by one. The imminent threat loomed large, and Jang Li could even sense the metallic tang of blood emanating from Chili's claws. Her pupils constricted as her phoenix blood instinctively surged with renewed vigor. The golden glimmer in her eyes reemerged, preparing her for a desperate struggle. In that critical moment, a soft sigh resonated, seemingly echoing from a distant realm, yet somehow reverberating within the hearts of all present. Time appeared to thicken, and Chili's claw, just 3 feet from Jang Li, abruptly halted in its tracks, not by his will, but by an unseen force. A vast and formless power, as immense as a sea of stars, confined him within an inch of his being. A figure clad in a blue robe had appeared before Jang Li, standing with his back to the crowd. Though his posture remained upright, he appeared as unassuming as a pine tree found in the mountains. It was Lu Shi. He slightly turned his head and gently addressed Jang Li behind him. Lier, please step back with Shui. Upon seeing this familiar silhouette, Jang Li felt her tense nerves relax instantly, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of security. Following his advice, she grasped the bewildered Lin Shui's hand and retreated a few steps. It was only at this moment that Lu Shi slowly turned to face Chili, whose expression had morphed into one of shock and disbelief. Lu Shi's gaze remained warm yet profound, as if capable of consuming all light. He raised his right hand, pointing his finger like a sword. In an utterly mundane gesture, he directed it toward the immobilized Chili and gently tapped. With a resounding silence, Lu Shi's finger descended. The cruel smile on Chili's face froze instantly, and the greed in his pupils dimmed like a candle extinguished by the wind. The heir of the Yomi sect, burdened with the bloodline of a great demon and driven by ambition, departed without leaving a single parting word, dissolving into a myriad of shimmering particles that scattered in the gentle breeze of Sui Peak. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, Xian Yuan, come meet your doom, shouted Lai Yangzi, his hair and beard standing on end. Seizing the moment when Xian Yuan Jinren faltered due to a disruption in his demonic energy, he unleashed the blazing might of the Qiyang sword, which consumed both the protective magical artifact and the being itself. On another front, Master Luo Tianming wielded his grand technique with grandeur. As he took advantage of his opponent's moment of distraction, a massive ancient seal descended, completely suppressing the frail elder of the Yomi sect. Qianji's puppet claws shattered the last of the demonic sect's attendants, while Bai Chao's bone-corroding vines drained several elite members of the Xiankong Pavilion to husks. The invading demonic tide, under the peculiar suppression of the Guifeng territory, crumbled like a house of cards, swiftly annihilated in a short span of time. The surviving disciples of the Luoxia sect gazed at the once mighty foes now lying as corpses upon the ground, a profound sense of pride swelling within their hearts. Have we won? The demonic sect has been defeated. We have held our ground. Cheers began to emerge sporadically, quickly coalescing into a resounding chorus. Many disciples, utterly spent, collapsed to the ground, embracing one another in tears. Even the high-ranking figures such as Luo Tianming and Lai Yangzi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting a sense of profound comfort. On Sui Peak, Lin Shui patted her chest, her small face flushed with excitement. Master is truly remarkable. The enemies have been driven away. Jang Li's brow also relaxed. She gazed at the figure in the green robe, standing with hands clasped behind his back, inwardly contemplating. It seems there is no need for this emperor to reveal more hidden cards. Chapter 55. This sword of mine. You cannot withstand. The entire Luoxia sect was immersed in the atmosphere of this hard-won victory. However, just as the jubilant cheers reached a crescendo, all sounds vanished from the world. The wind ceased, the clouds lingered, and even the sunlight seemed to freeze. An indescribable, unimaginable pressure descended upon them, akin to the collapse of the entire firmament. This pressure was exponentially more terrifying than that of Qi Li and all the demon cultivators combined, bearing down with crushing force. Above in the heavens, the void shattered like fragile glass. A colossal Dharma form emerged from the abyss of nothingness. This Dharma form towered over 100 feet, its visage and body adorned with countless different faces. There were weeping infants, grinning demons, sorrowful old women, and wrathful arhats. An array of expressions, a plethora of emotions, twisting, writhing, and wailing simultaneously. It exuded a bizarre and tainted aura capable of shattering the sanity of those who beheld it. It was the 100 Faces Demon Lord. The demonic energy surrounding the Dharma form surged like a torrent, and merely its existence caused the surrounding space to collapse and reform incessantly. Within the Luoxia sect, all cheers abruptly ceased. The surviving disciple smiles froze instantly, replaced by terror. Those of weaker cultivation directly fell unconscious, eyes rolling back. Even Luo Tianming, Lai Yangzi, and other Enlightenment realm experts were shaken to their cores at that moment. They looked up at the demon-like Dharma form, feeling an absolute power that was utterly beyond their comprehension. Only one thought remained in their minds: the realm of Dharma forms. A true Dharma form demon. It was over. The flickering flame of hope that had just ignited was extinguished, leaving behind a despair 100-fold deeper than before. The remaining cultivators of the Yuming sect and the Xuanxin pavilion clung to their last shred of hope, fervently kneeling on the ground, fervently beseeching, "We welcome the demon lord's arrival." At that moment, the myriad mouths of the 100 Faces Demon Lord opened and closed in unison, emitting a cacophony of overlapping, eerie, and joyous sounds that reverberated through the heavens. Splendid. Truly splendid. It clapped its enormous demonic hands, as if savoring a magnificent performance. What was initially thought to be a mundane extermination had unexpectedly revealed such a display of loyalty and martial spirit. Your despair, struggle, and unyielding spirit, along with the flicker of hope that I have just snuffed out, are indeed delectable. Ha ha. The maniacal laughter resonated like a demonic melody, assaulting the minds of every Luoxia sect cultivator. Luo Tianming's face turned ashen, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He turned his head with great difficulty, gazing towards the direction of Sui Peak, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Junior brother Lu, our sect is on the brink of annihilation at the hands of this formidable demonic manifestation. The entire Luoxia sect seemed like a lamb awaiting slaughter under the oppressive demonic might. Yet, at the zenith of this malevolent force, the summit of Sui Mountain remained shrouded in tranquility, isolating the chaos of the outside world. Lu Shi, unbeknownst to anyone, had already taken his stand atop the mountain. He slowly raised his gaze towards the sky, where the magnificent figure of the demonic sovereign obscured the sun and moon. Lu Shi gently advised his companion, Jang Li, "Pay close attention. My grasp of the Taichu slashing Dao is rather rudimentary, yet it may offer you a glimpse of its essence for your future studies." Jang Li, upon hearing this, momentarily froze, her exquisite visage reflecting surprise. She then turned to observe her master Escom profile, followed by a glance at the terrifying manifestation of the demonic sovereign above. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to express her feelings. Rudimentary? A glimpse? Master, what do you mean? However, Lu Shi paid no heed to her reaction. He stepped forward, his movement appearing slow yet akin to an instantaneous leap. And in the next moment, he had silently appeared above the Luoxia sect. He stood beneath the imposing figure of the demonic sovereign, dwarfed by its towering presence. His simple blue robe rendering him as inconsequential as a speck of dust amidst a raging tempest. Junior brother Lu, elder Lu, below, Luo Tianming, Lai Yangzi, and others witnessed the scene, fearing that Lu Shi was about to sacrifice himself in a desperate bid to secure a flicker of hope for their sect. Luo Tianming, struggling against the overwhelming demonic might, shouted in a voice laced with desperation, "No, junior brother Lu, come back. That is a manifestation of a demonic lord. We cannot contend with it. Let us deliberate further." Even Qianji and Bai Chao, who had just vanquished a formidable enemy, exhibited expressions of concern and reluctance, perceiving Elder Lu's actions as tantamount to courting death. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Yuming sect and Xuanxin pavilion, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted in uproarious laughter. Ha ha! Has Luoxia sect lost its mind, sending out such a pretty boy? Does he think that his looks will spare him from the demonic sovereign's wrath? I suppose he intends to amuse the sovereign into sparing the sect. Truly commendable loyalty. Ha ha! Demonic sovereign, crush this annoying insect. Upon hearing their jeers, Lu Shi slightly turned his head, casting a calming glance downward. He gently waved his hand, signaling that all was well. At that moment, the myriad faces of the demonic sovereign simultaneously turned towards Lu Shi, emanating a curious and brutal chorus. "Oh, a somewhat larger insect? Were you the one who dispatched my unworthy bloodline descendant?" The demonic sovereign found the situation amusing, even deliberately tempering a fraction of its malevolence to observe what this insect might conjure. It extended its colossal hand, formed from condensed demonic energy, slowly reaching out towards Lu Shi, the oppressive aura capable of shattering the minds of ordinary Tao-seeking cultivators. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Lu Shi stood unaffected, the corners of his blue robe remaining still. He lifted his gaze, his calm eyes gliding over the ever-changing myriad faces of the demonic sovereign. He calmly grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist. It was merely the blade he carried with him daily, and his grip was gentle. In this moment, there was no cataclysmic aura unleashed, nor was there a dazzling radiance from the sword. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Shi's unassuming voice resonated. "You cannot withstand this strike." His words reached the ears of every living being with crystalline clarity. In an instant, the laughter below erupted. "Ha! What did he say? One strike? Cannot withstand it? Draw your sword. Are you stunned? Lord Demon, he insults you. Crush him into pulp." Still defiant at death's door, even Luo Tianming shut his eyes in anguish, unable to bear the sight of Lu Shi being crushed by the demon's grasp. Lai Yangzi roared, yearning to charge forward, yet was paralyzed by the overwhelming demon's might. The mocking laughter of the myriad-faced demon lord intensified, as though they had heard the most ludicrous jest in existence. However, at that very moment, as Lu Shi's words hung in the air, the sword was drawn. It was neither swift nor adorned with resplendent light. It was simply a mundane slash. Yet beneath that singular stroke, the very heavens dimmed. An indescribable mark was birthed as the sword's edge swept through. This mark confronted the colossal demon claw and extended directly toward the immense visage of the demon lord behind it. Sound, expression, and movement froze in that instant. Crack! The myriad faces of the demon lord, once adorned with smiles, became statuesque, morphing into disbelief, confusion, and terror. Chapter 56. The matter at hand concludes. The demon lord wished to roar, yet found himself voiceless. He sought to struggle, yet sensed no existence. He endeavored to harness his demonic power, only to discover that his connection to the laws of the universe had been severed. He was obliterated, completely stripped away from the very concept of existence. Under the gaze of countless dazed eyes, the towering, formidable visage of the demon lord began to disintegrate from the point where the sword mark had traversed, fracturing into two halves. It subsequently faded into nothingness, dissipating into the void. Even his terrifying aura vanished entirely. The celestial phenomena gradually settled, sunlight cascaded once more, and the wind began to stir again. Yet, the entire Luoxiao sect was ensnared in a peculiar silence. All maintained their prior stances, mouths agape in mockery, eyes tightly shut in despair, expressions twisted in desperation. The few remnants of the Yuming sect, who had laughed the loudest moments ago, exhibited twitching muscles, as boundless terror surged from the depths of their eyes. Luo Tianming slowly opened his eyes, surveying the empty sky. He then glanced at Lu Shi, who stood suspended in midair, his azure robe still pristine as he sheathed his sword with deliberate grace. His mouth opened, yet not a single word escaped. Beside him, Lai Yangzi dropped the Qiyang sword to the ground, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Jang Li stood atop the peak, the mountain breeze tousling her hair. She gazed at the silhouette of the azure-robed figure in the sky, then glanced at Lin Shui, whose mouth was agape in astonishment. Only one thought echoed in her mind. The primordial slash annihilates existence. At this moment, Lu Shi returned the long sword to its sheath. He nodded slightly at Luo Tianming, saying, "The matters here are concluded. I shall return to the peak." With that, he turned and vanished into the mist surrounding Sui Peak. The entire Luoxiao sect fell into a profound silence. In the square, along the mountain path, and before the temple, all disciples, elders, and even the flora seemed to be frozen in place by an invisible force. Countless gazes, filled with reverence, fervor, incredulity, and tearful gratitude, converged upon the receding figure clad in azure. It was only when that silhouette completely disappeared into the swirling clouds of Sui Peak that the taut string of the heavens and earth suddenly relaxed. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, a cacophony of elation at having survived calamity, astonishment at Elder Lu's boundless might, and excitement at the preservation of their sect, all intertwining into a tumultuous chorus. This sound nearly threatened to overturn the dome of Chaoxiao Peak. Could Elder Lu be a celestial descended from the heavens? With just one sword stroke, the formidable demon of the Dharma aspect was vanquished. Our Luoxiao sect has a true immortal to safeguard us. In stark contrast to the fervent uproar at Chaoxiao Peak, the summit of Sui Peak remained enveloped in familiar tranquility. Lu Shi pushed open the gate. Noticing the pile of blue oak wood lying quietly in the corner, with an axe leaning beside it, he approached, picked up the axe, weighed it thoughtfully, and resumed his interrupted task of chopping wood. "Master." Lin Shui was the first to dash over, her small face flushed with excitement. She circled around Lu Shi, chattering animatedly. "You were incredible. That great demon was obliterated with just one blow." Everyone says you are a reincarnated immortal. Jang Li followed closely, though her demeanor was less overt than Lin Shui's. Yet, the brilliance in her cool eyes was astonishing. She stood beside Lu Shi, refraining from speaking immediately, simply observing her master as he swung the axe with fluidity and ease, just as he always did. Is this the essence of my master, returning to simplicity? Jiang Li's heart stirred. For him, eradicating the Dharma aspect and chopping wood are of no fundamental difference. Before long, cautious footsteps could be heard from outside the courtyard. Leading the way was the sect leader, Luo Tianming, followed by Liangzi, Yin Junren, and the heads of various peaks. They approached in unison, standing respectfully outside the courtyard, none daring to step forward, akin to disciples paying their respects to their teacher. Elder Lu, I offer my humble salutations. Luo Tianming said, his tone imbued with an unprecedented humility. We have come to express our profound gratitude for your efforts in saving the sect from impending doom. Lu Shi paused, neatly stacking the chopped wood before turning to face them. His demeanor remained calm and unruffled. Sect leader, you overstate the matter. It was merely my duty. His gaze swept over the faces of those present, still marked by shock and excitement. He casually picked up the teapot from the stone table and poured several cups of tea. Since you have all come, please enjoy a cup of simple tea to calm your nerves. Luo Tianming and the others were taken aback, hurrying forward to accept the ordinary ceramic cups as if they were treasures of great rarity. Liangzi even drank his cup of tea in one gulp. Elder Lu, Luo Tianming began, carefully choosing his words, his voice still somewhat strained. After this battle, how should our Luoxia sect conduct itself moving forward? Various factions are certainly at play. Lu Shi took a sip of tea, his gaze drifting towards the tender sprouts emerging from the vegetable patch. He casually remarked, matters of the sect are traditionally overseen by our esteemed master, as per custom. If there are no pressing issues, I intend to visit the back mountain to observe the growth of the bamboo shoots. Luo Tianming was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly slapped his thigh. A look of enlightenment spread across his face as he excitedly exclaimed, I understand now. What my junior brother means is that our sect, having endured such a calamity, is in a period of recuperation. Just as bamboo shoots must gather strength before breaking through the soil, we must remain grounded, neither arrogant nor impatient. Adhering to tradition means maintaining a tranquil heart, undisturbed by external influences. The realm of my junior brother is truly beyond my reach. The others, including Lai Yangzi, wore expressions of realization, their gazes towards Lu Shi filled with newfound reverence. Lu Shi, however, simply wished to check on the growth of the bamboo shoots. At that moment, Jiang Li stepped forward, respectfully bowing, her cool voice tinged with eagerness. Master, you previously mentioned that sword was rather crude. I, being dull-witted, failed to grasp its profound subtleties. And I am filled with trepidation. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianming and the others pricked up their ears, holding their breath. The astonishing sword of Elder Lu was merely crude? Lu Shi set down his teacup and regarded Jiang Li, speaking lightly. Just cut it. There is no need for embellishment. You are overthinking it, fixated on appearances. Instead, go to the stream and fill 10 buckets of water. Jiang Li's delicate frame trembled. Just cut it without adornments. Master is awakening me. The essence of the primordial sword path lies in the act of cutting, not in the superficiality of techniques. I was so focused on observing sword moves that I overlooked the core principle of severance. Fetching water is to temper my restless heart and obsessions, allowing me to return to the essence. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. Jiang Li bowed deeply. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, master. With that, she truly picked up a bucket, her steps resolute as she made her way down the mountain to the stream. Chapter 57. The sect masters visit Luo Tianming, and the others were left in stunned silence. Fetching water contained such profound truths of the sword path. The teachings of junior brother Lu were indeed inscrutable. After sitting in quiet contemplation and finishing their tea, Luo Tianming and the others noticed that Lu Shi had taken up a hoe, beginning to tend to the medicinal garden. Aware that it would be inappropriate to intrude further, they respectfully took their leave. Yet, as each departed, they couldn't help but glance back, casting a lingering look at the figure laboring peacefully in the fields. Their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was painted in resplendent shades of gold and crimson. All the grand undertones seemed to settle within the evening's smoke and aroma of food. It all culminated in yet another ordinary yet tranquil night atop Sui Peak. The following day, before dawn had fully dispelled the chill of night, a news of astounding magnitude radiated from the center of the Luoxia sect, sweeping across the entire northern region of Yunxia Prefecture like a tempest. Have you heard? Luoxia sect has produced a formidable powerhouse of the Dharma aspect realm. Just yesterday, The Yuming sect had launched a concerted assault in alliance with the Xuanqing Pavilion. The 100 Aspects Demon Lord himself had descended, a true demon of the Dharma aspect realm. And what was the outcome? What transpired? The result? It was none other than the mysterious elder Lu Shi of the Luoxia sect, who with a single sword strike, merely a single sword strike, had triumphed. The obliteration was so complete that not even a trace remained. A single sword strike severing the manifestation of the law? How could that be possible? Wasn't Lu Shi previously rumored to only be in the late stage of enlightenment? The late stage of enlightenment? That was merely a guise of modesty. It now appears that Elder Lu has long since entered the realm of manifestation, simply choosing not to flaunt it. The Falling Sunset sect is poised for ascension. The dynamics of the Northern Territory are destined to transform. Various sects, noble families, and gathering places of loose cultivators are abuzz with spreading, discussing, and verifying this news. Initially, disbelief prevailed. However, as more details trickled in from surviving spies of other forces present on that fateful day, and from confirmed intelligence shared by some allied factions of the Falling Sunset sect, the entire realm of cultivation in Yunxiao Prefecture was engulfed in profound upheaval. Lu Shi's image instantaneously transformed from that of a low-profile elder in the late stage of enlightenment to that of a concealed master of the sword in the realm of manifestation, capable of determining the fate of the world with a single strike. The impact of this metamorphosis is nothing short of revolutionary. The realm of manifestation has become a legendary existence in this Northern Territory, sufficient to establish a sect and command respect across the region. With Lu Shi at the helm, the Falling Sunset sect's status naturally rises correspondingly, almost simultaneously with the confirmation of this news. Countless communication flying swords and luminous message talismans surged towards the Falling Sunset sect from all directions. There were sincere greetings and congratulations from nearby sect leaders, overtures of allegiance from cultivation families, and even first-rate sects that had previously disregarded the Falling Sunset sect dispatched elder-level figures bearing substantial gifts to pay their respects. The gates of the Falling Sunset sect were suddenly bustling with activity, a throng of visitors akin to a grand festival. The momentum far exceeded that of previous generations of sect masters. Within the grand hall of the sect, Luo Tianming convened with the heads of various peaks. Though their faces betrayed excitement, a greater sense of clarity prevailed. Master Brother, Liangzi's voice resonated powerfully, albeit subdued. While our Falling Sunset sect basks in glory, fortune often conceals peril. The true person of Yun Yun nodded in agreement, stating, "What Master Brother Liang says is entirely correct. Our sect's sudden ascent may appear illustrious, but we stand precariously on the edge of a knife. Would the truly top-tier sects allow a force with a master of the realm of manifestation to easily seize their vested interests?" The true person of Xuanji remarked solemnly, "A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Countless eyes are undoubtedly watching us in the shadows at this moment." Luo Tianming took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, eventually solidifying with determination. "Fellow disciples, our views align closely. Junior brother Lu possesses a tranquil disposition, shunning worldly affairs, and seeks only peace. We must not disturb him in the slightest due to external clamor. Maintaining the status quo is the greatest support for him and the best protection for our sect." He paused before continuing. "Convey my decree as the sect master. From this day forth, disciples must exercise caution in their words and actions. They must not flaunt the sect's strength, particularly concerning Elder Lu. All sect matters shall temporarily adhere to established practices, projecting weakness externally, emphasizing losses, and claiming a hard-won victory. We shall close our doors to visitors and focus on recovery. Should any significant decisions arise, they must be deliberated collectively by the heads of each peak, and no one shall act unilaterally." "Understood." The heads of peaks responded in unison, fully aware that this was the most prudent strategy at present. As the Falling Sunset sect chose to maintain a low profile, a greater storm was brewing in the northern realm. The Qingyun Sword sect, Xiantian Temple, and Xiang Gate, three of the foremost sects in the north, wasted no time in launching a thunderous assault against the Netherworld sect upon confirming the demise of the 100 Aspects Demon Lord. With the loss of one of its two early-stage Dharma lords, the Netherworld sect suffered a significant blow, leading to a critical imbalance in its top-tier combat power. The three sects, seizing this providential opportunity under the guise of eradicating evil and preserving peace in the north, amassed their forces. Stripped of its strongest warriors, the Netherworld sect found itself powerless against the combined might of the three leading sections. Its stronghold was left in ruins, resources plundered, and disciples either perished or fled. This once mighty force of demonic arts, with a legacy spanning millennia, crumbled into fragments in just a matter of days. Outside the gates of the Falling Sunset sect, the clamor felt akin to distant ocean waves, filtered through the layers of clouds and silence of Sui Peak, leaving only a vague background noise. Luo Tianming strolled alone along the mountain path, treading upon the soil trodden daily by Lu Shi. On either side, branches pruned by Lu Shi's own hands lined the way. With each step he took, the tumult within him strangely began to settle. The anxiety born from the upheaval in the sect and Lu Shi's astonishing prowess gradually dissipated, replaced by a more complex array of emotions, reflection, relief, and a hint of shame. The courtyard gate was slightly ajar as Luo Tianming paused outside. Adjusting his impeccably clean sect leader's robe, he was about to speak when the gate creaked open from within. Lu Shi emerged, sleeves rolled up, his hands still bearing traces of moist earth. Upon seeing Luo Tianming standing at the threshold, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Shi's face, quickly transforming into a warm smile. "Senior brother, what brings you here today?" "I was just contemplating that the spring bamboo shoots on the back mountain should be at their tenderest right now. I was about to go and dig a few. If you have no pressing matters, would you care to join me for lunch here?" His tone was casual, his demeanor as usual. Luo Tianming felt a warmth in his heart, and the remnants of tension vanished in an instant. He laughed heartily and stepped into the courtyard. "Excellent. I've been craving those fresh bamboo shoots from Sui Peak. It seems fortune smiles upon me today." Inside the courtyard, the sunshine was just right. The medicinal garden lush and green, exuding an aura of tranquility and harmony. A set of coarse ceramic tea utensils was neatly arranged on a stone table, steam rising from the teapot in white wisps. As they settled down, Lu Shi expertly warmed the cups and brewed the tea, his movements fluid and graceful, perfectly in tune with the life of a recluse in the mountains. Chapter 58. The sect is my home. Lu Shi pushed a cup of clear tea towards Luo Tianming and lifted his own cup, gently blowing on the steam. Luo Tianming gazed at the swirling tea leaves in his cup, then lifted his eyes to meet the calm expression of his junior brother. 1,000 words lodged in his throat, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to begin. He took a sip of the tea, tasting its bittersweet essence. Reflective of his current mood, "Junior brother," he set down his cup, his voice low and earnest. "Thank you for yesterday." Lu Shi raised his gaze, his eyes clear. "What brings you to say such things, senior brother?" "The falling sunset sect is my home. When the demonic sect comes knocking, it is only natural for me to take action." The phrase "my home" made Luo Tianming's eyes slightly warm. He took a deep breath and shook his head, saying, "No, it is different. Had it not been for you, my junior brother, and the enduring legacy of the Luoxia sect, the efforts of our ancestors would have been destroyed in an instant yesterday. This kindness will never be forgotten by everyone in the sect." As he spoke, he produced a seemingly simple storage ring and gently placed it on the stone table. "Our sect has endured this calamity, and some of our reserves have been damaged. This is a token of goodwill from each peak. Knowing you prefer tranquility and eschewed extravagance, it contains mostly seeds, tea seedlings, and some medicinal herbs to strengthen Jang Li and Lynn, the two children. Although there are few people on Sui Peak and daily necessities are simple, certain essentials cannot be lacking." Lu Shi's gaze swept over the ring. He did not decline but merely nodded, saying, "I appreciate the effort you and the fellow disciples have put in. Jiang Li and Lin Shui do indeed need these, and I will express my gratitude on their behalf." Seeing him accept it, Luo Tianming breathed a sigh of relief, reflecting, "Time truly flies. I recall the days when our master passed away one after another, leaving the sect in a precarious state. We had to muster the courage to take charge, especially you, junior brother, at that time. You were only at the foundation establishment stage. We insisted on entrusting Sui Peak to you. Looking back now, it is indeed our fortune and the sect's fortune." His words were heartfelt. Perhaps there was a sense of helplessness back then, but now it was all gratitude. Lu Shi, upon hearing this, revealed a faint smile tinged with nostalgia. "You speak too highly of me, senior brother. Had it not been for your support and that of the other senior brothers and sisters back then, allowing a person of my mediocre talent to assume the position of elder and providing me with a place to call home, I might not have achieved what I have today. I have always remembered this kindness." He paused, glancing towards Jang Li and the others in the distance. Lu Shi continued, "Moreover, over the years, I have been rather lazy, focused solely on my own cultivation, neglecting the matter of succession, and I have not taken in a disciple for many years. The sect has never pressured me about this, and I am grateful for this leniency." Luo Tianming quickly waved his hand, saying, "What are you talking about, junior brother? Your approach to cultivation is unique, but it surely holds profound meaning. Look, Zhang Li has only been here a short while, yet she is already a foundation establishment cultivator, which shows how effectively you teach. Extraordinary individuals undertake extraordinary endeavors. It is a blessing for the sect to accommodate someone like you. How can we speak of leniency?" At this moment, Lu Shi picked up the teapot and refilled Luo Tianming's cup to 7/10 full. The sound of water flowing added to the serene ambience of the courtyard. He set down the teapot, raised his gaze to Luo Tianming, with eyes warm and sincere. Senior brother, I entered the sect at the age of 10, and the majority of my life has been spent on this peak. The Luoxia sect is home to me, is, and will always be. You are the sect master and my elder brother, overseeing major matters of the sect. Should there be a need, I will exert my utmost efforts. There is no question of reliance. It is merely about safeguarding our home. Safeguarding our home, Luo Tianming murmured, repeating these two words. The last remnants of distance caused by their difference in strength dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of stability. He lifted the cup filled to 7/10 and drank it all in one go, feeling a surge of vitality and a broadening of his heart. Excellent. What a fine sentiment of safeguarding the home. Luo Tianming set down his teacup and laughed heartily. With my junior brother's words, I can finally rest assured. After sitting for a moment longer and discussing some trivial arrangements regarding the sect with Lu Shi, he noticed that Lu Shi remained calm and patient, showing no inclination to delve deeper into the conversation. Understanding the subtlety of the moment, he gracefully rose to take his leave. Lu Shi accompanied him to the courtyard gate. As Luo Tianming descended from Sui Peak and glanced back, he saw the summit shrouded in mist, the small courtyard now concealed within. Only the gentle breeze carried the faint sound of firewood being chopped. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant air filled with the essence of grass and trees, feeling as though his steps had never been so light. At the peak, after bidding farewell to the sect leader, Lu Shi turned to retrieve the hoe leaning against the wall and walked towards the verdant medicinal herb garden. Sunlight cascaded down, elongating his figure clad in a blue robe, merging him with the mountains, the trees, and the serene courtyard. In a world of grandeur and turmoil, he found solace in the simple act of chopping wood and fetching water. This was his path, and it was the home he cherished. Not far from the bamboo fence, 3 young maidens gathered quietly. Sister, look, Lynn Shui whispered excitedly, her cheeks flushed. She tugged at Jang Li's sleeve. Master is tending to his flowers and plants again. He just defeated a formidable demon lord. How can he appear so nonchalant as if he has just returned from tilling the fields? Struggling to find a more fitting description, she felt the scene before her was imbued with an incredible tranquility. Bai Chao approached, carrying a hint of medicinal fragrance. She gazed at the figure and murmured, returning to simplicity, this exemplifies true mastery. My master has been in seclusion for a full 3 hours after returning to the peak, barely managing to quell the tumult of his blood and energy, as he was intimidated by the residual pressure from the demon lord. Her voice trembled with disbelief as she speculated. With just a gesture, he rendered the existence of the formidable demon lord meaningless, yet remained untainted. His aura as harmonious as ever. Such a realm must surely surpass the initial stage of the Dharma form. I surmise that Master Lu has at least reached the mid-stage of Dharma form, if not even the late stage. The mid-stage of Dharma form, Lin Shui gasped, covering her mouth with her small hand, her eyes wide with astonishment. For her, the realm of enlightenment was already remarkable, while the Dharma form was legendary. The mid and late stages seemed akin to deities residing in the clouds. Bai Chao turned to the ever-silent Jang Li, curiosity piqued. Junior sister Jiang, what do you think? You often listen to Master Lu's teachings. Your insights must be deeper than ours. To what realm has Master truly ascended? At her words, Jang Li withdrew her gaze from Lu Shi. Her exquisite beauty appeared even more breathtaking under the evening sunlight. A subtle, meaningful smile curved her lips as she gently shook her head, not directly answering. The mid-stage of Dharma form? The late stage? She chuckled inwardly, a hint of nuanced pride washing over her. Chapter 59. The Return of Qing Yun. Bai Chao, you are oversimplifying the matter. The realm of our master cannot be measured by mere stages of Dharma form. To effortlessly extinguish the very essence of existence touches upon the domain of the supreme principles. As she pondered this, a flicker of confusion crossed the depths of Jiang Li's eyes. This perplexity even leaves her, a former empress in her past life, feeling helpless. She lamented, I had anticipated that by retracing my path of cultivation and leveraging my prior experiences, I would surely inch closer to my master's shadow. Yet, it now appears that her master's depth is as unfathomable as the boundless starry abyss of eternity. A thought, tinged with slight frustration, yet brimming with a sense of safety, quietly emerged. When I return to the realm of the quasi-emperor, might I look up and find my master leisurely chopping wood ahead? Perhaps his realm still surpasses mine by just a fraction? This notion caused her to lose herself momentarily. Her gaze once again fell upon the figure in the azure robe by the medicinal garden. He was rolling up his sleeves, delicately brushing away the dust from the leaves with his fingers. The golden light of the setting sun sculpted the contours of his profile. The myriad herbs observed Jiang Li smiling in silence. interpreting her demeanor as a reluctance to speak ill of her mentor. They nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiry. The three remained momentarily speechless, quietly observing, each absorbed in their own thoughts. The small courtyard was tranquil, with only the gentle rustle of the wind passing through the medicinal garden. In the distance, faint sounds of the sect's reconstruction could be heard. Lu Shi seemed oblivious to the disciple's scrutiny. He adjusted the position of the moonshadow grass, satisfied as he straightened up, brushing off the soil from his hands. He picked up a nearby hoe and turned towards the firewood pile. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed since the shocking siege of the Falling Sunset sect in the northern region. Within the sect's gates, the scars of battle had been meticulously repaired. Under the leadership of the sect master, Luo Tianming, the disciples cultivated with even greater diligence. The affairs of the sect were also resuming in an orderly manner. Surprisingly, due to misfortune turning into fortune, the overall demeanor of the sect appeared even more refined. Thanks to the protective shield of Lu Shi's mundane domain, the losses suffered by the Falling Sunset sect were far less than what the outside world had imagined. Undoubtedly a stroke of luck amidst calamity. However, the sect's bittersweet victory was an anomaly. The entire northern region, particularly the areas that had been heavily targeted, lay in tatters. Several small to medium-sized sects were utterly obliterated. The cultivation families withered, their spiritual fields destroyed, and mineral veins exhausted. Countless rogue cultivators perished. In the aftermath of the demonic disaster, sorrow and displacement reigned, with many left homeless. The three major sects, Qingyun Sword Sect, Xiantian Temple, and Xiang Gate, divided the inheritance of the Yuming sect among themselves. Though they dispatched personnel to assist in exterminating the remaining demonic remnants and to pacify the locals, the ensuing power struggles over resources and territory had already commenced. The cultivation world in the northern region found itself in a tumultuous transition. As the old order crumbled and a new paradigm began to take shape, the Falling Sunset sect diligently adhered to Lu Shi's teachings of maintaining a tranquil heart. It strictly enforced a policy of closing its doors to visitors and cultivating in seclusion, opting to remain low-key rather than seizing the opportunity to expand. This approach, to some extent, helped avoid becoming a target of envy. Yet, it also rendered its true strength even more inscrutable to the outside world. The legendary figure of Lu Shi, who severed the law with a single sword, became a widely recounted tale throughout the cultivation circles of Yunxia Prefecture, his image growing increasingly enigmatic in the retellings. On Sui Peak, tranquility reigned, as always. In a secluded chamber specially designated for Jang Li, the young girl sat cross-legged, enveloped in a soft, ethereal glow. This luminescence resembled the pure light of the moon. Her brow furrowed slightly, and beads of fine sweat began to form at her temples. The first chapter of the Liu's sacred canon is being summoned to its utmost potential. Jang Li, utilizing the unparalleled mysteries of the Liu's sacred canon, draws upon a trace of the lunar star's power. Like the most meticulous of artisans, she carefully extracts the impurities from her spiritual roots. She is reshaping the veins of her spiritual essence. This process is both agonizing and slow, akin to unraveling silk or cutting flesh with a dull knife. Yet Jang Li's will is as unyielding as iron. She maintains a clear and tranquil mind, guiding the power to converge drop by drop. Time seems to stretch indefinitely until, as if reaching a critical threshold, a faint resonance resonates deep within her dantian, audible only to her. The affinity and absorption efficiency of her spiritual roots for the aura of the heavens and earth have increased several-fold. Her spiritual roots have ascended to the quality of a good product, a superior grade. Although it still falls short of the top-tier qualifications such as heavenly and extraordinary spiritual roots, the pathway to cultivation has significantly broadened from this superior grade. This is sufficient to support her rapid ascension to a higher realm. More importantly, this is merely the beginning. The subsequent chapters of the Liu's sacred canon will be unlocked as her realm advances. Jang Li slowly opens her eyes. A fleeting shimmer akin to moonlight glinting in her gaze before settling into tranquility. She introspects upon her transformed superior spiritual roots, and a genuine smile finally graces her lips. At last, I have taken the second step. She exhales softly. With these spiritual roots, supplemented by the sacred canon, returning to the foundation establishment realm is just around the corner. Once I reach that realm, I can begin to wield some techniques from my past life. The tranquility of Sui Peak is abruptly shattered by a hurried message delivered via a sword talisman. The talisman hovers precisely before the entrance of the Lucy courtyard, flickering with spiritual light, infused with the unique aura of the sect leader, Luo Tianming. Lu Shi, who is arranging freshly split oak wood, raises his hand upon hearing the sound, and the talisman falls into his palm. A sweep of his consciousness reveals a simple and direct message, The esteemed elder Qingxian from the Qingyun sword sect has unexpectedly arrived at the mountain gate, expressing a desire to visit the junior brother. The suddenness of this matter is enigmatic. The junior brother is requested to hasten to the Chaoxiao Hall for a discussion. Lu Shi's brow furrows slightly. Qingxian, a senior elder of the Qingyun sword sect, renowned for his profound understanding at the pinnacle of enlightenment. His reputation is illustrious in the northern territories. His presence at this moment speaks volumes about his intentions. After a moment's contemplation, he responds with a thought. Understood. I shall come. Without resorting to the art of teleportation, Lu Shi continues along the mountain path at a leisurely pace. Yet, despite his seemingly unhurried steps, he flickers through the forest, arriving at the mountainside in an instant, a testament to his mastery of spatial manipulation. When Lu Shi's figure appears at the side entrance of the Chaoxiao Hall, the heavy atmosphere within is almost palpable. Sect leader Luo Tianming sits in the main seat, flanked by the leaders of various peaks, all bearing solemn expressions. Junior brother Lu. Upon Lu Shi's arrival, Luo Tianming visibly relaxes, promptly gesturing for him to take a seat. Junior brother, it's good that you've come. Liangzi is the most impatient among us, he begins. The elder Qingxian from the Qingyun sword sect is unexpectedly blocking the entrance. He specifically requested to meet you. This is clearly a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. Yun Yun, exhibiting a more composed demeanor, adds. Elder Qingxian is a powerful elder from the Qingyun sword sect. His cultivation is profound, and his arrival at this moment is undoubtedly to investigate your capabilities. We must approach this matter with caution. The esteemed Master Xuanji spoke gravely. To decline outright may lead to a breach of decorum, granting others leverage. However, permitting them to easily encounter my junior brother may invite further imposition. Master Moyuan stroked his beard in contemplation. Perhaps it would be prudent for our elder sect leader to receive them first. Explaining that my junior brother is in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation and is thus unavailable for visitors, temporarily deflecting their request. Master Qingmu sighed. I fear the illustrious Master Qingxian will not relent easily. Chapter 60. The sword debate with Qingxian. The assembly buzzed with discussion, grappling with the core dilemma of maintaining the sect's dignity without appearing timid, while also safeguarding Lu Shi from premature external scrutiny. Additionally, they had to consider their relationship with the formidable Qingyun sword sect. Luo Tianming turned to the previously silent Lu Shi and inquired, Junior brother Lu, what is your inclination? If you are unwilling to meet, I shall find a way to tactfully sidestep the encounter. All eyes were fixed upon Lu Shi, for he was the anchor of the sect, and his stance was of utmost importance. Lu Shi's expression remained calm as his fingertips gently traced the rim of his teacup. He lifted his gaze, surveying the assembly with his usual serene demeanor. Elder brother sect leader, esteemed seniors, there is no need for undue concern. Since Master Qingxian has come to visit with courtesy, we ought to reciprocate with courtesy. Avoiding the meeting would only betray a lack of confidence. Liangzi interjected anxiously. But junior brother, if he seizes this opportunity to test us, Lu Shi raised a hand, interrupting him with composure. If he wishes to debate swords, then I shall engage him in such discourse. However, the venue for this exchange shall not be in the grand hall, but amidst the mountains and waters. At his words, the assembly was momentarily taken aback, their understanding elusive. Lu Shi continued, let us invite Master Qingxian to converse atop my Sui Peak. The summit features a quaint courtyard, where one may enjoy fine tea and observe the rolling sea of clouds and the whispering pines, a most fitting place for philosophical discourse. In an instant, Luo Tianming grasped Lu Shi's intent. Meeting at Sui Peak would grant them a distinct advantage. It was Lu Shi's sacred ground, where every blade of grass and every tree resonated with his profound insights. This would inherently place them in a position of control. More importantly, it conveyed a sense of calm assurance, allowing them to extend courtesy while deftly maintaining the meeting under their command. Brilliant. Luo Tianming clapped his hands in approval. Hosting the meeting at Sui Peak was indeed a strategy of stillness overcoming motion. It demonstrated the sincerity of their sect without losing composure. After a moment's reflection, Liangzi and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom of this plan. The previously tense atmosphere eased considerably. Thus, Luo Tianming rose, straightening his robes, and decided to personally welcome Master Qingxian, inviting him to ascend to Sui Peak. Moments later, accompanied by Luo Tianming, an elder ascended the stone steps of Sui Peak. It was none other than Master Qingxian. Though he appeared to tread with ease, his heart was far from tranquil. Upon entering the domain of Sui Peak, he felt an indescribable flow of profound essence. The spiritual energy here, while not particularly dense, exuded an extraordinary gentleness and tranquility. Each blade of grass and each tree seemed to embody a certain profound truth. What astonished him further was that even with his peak understanding, His divine perception here felt as though it had plunged into the depths of the ocean, unable to reach far beyond, suppressed by an unseen force. This place is indeed exceptional. Master Qingxian felt a shiver run through him, elevating his regard for the elder Lu Shi, whom he had yet to meet, even further. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld a modest courtyard with a wooden door slightly ajar. Within the yard, an ancient pine tree twisted elegantly, and beneath its branches sat a young man in a blue robe, his back turned toward them. He leisurely held a kettle, rinsing the teaware on the table. His movements were natural and fluid, seamlessly merging with the serene mountain scenery. Just as Luo Tianming was about to announce their arrival, Lu Shi happened to turn around. With a gentle smile gracing his face, he said, "Friend Qingxian, having traveled from afar, I regret not greeting you properly. Please forgive my oversight." Lu Shi performed a respectful bow, adding, "The dwelling is humble. We offer only a cup of plain tea. I hope you will not find it lacking." The gaze of Master Qingxian was piercing, instantly locking onto Lu Shi. In that moment, a tempest of astonishment welled up within him. Despite his cultivation and keen perception, he found it utterly impossible to discern the depths of the individual before him. The other's aura was restrained to the utmost degree, appearing at first glance no different from a common hermit of the mountains. Yet, the occasional depth that flickered within those gentle eyes stirred a sense of trepidation within him. "Dear friend, it is I who intrudes upon your tranquility." Master Qingxian quickly returned the courtesy, his demeanor unwittingly taking on a solemnity. He followed Lu Shi's lead and seated himself upon the stone bench. Lu Shi skillfully prepared the tea, presenting a cup of clear, emerald brew before Master Qingxian. "This is but a rustic tea from the mountains. I invite you to savor it." Master Qingxian lifted the teacup, inhaling the delicate aroma, feeling his spirit calm significantly. He took a sip and praised, "Excellent tea. Infused with spiritual essence, its aftertaste is rich and sublime. It is truly extraordinary." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Master Qingxian finally delved into the matter at hand. He gazed intently at Lu Shi, stating, "My dear friend Lu, I must confess that my visit is somewhat abrupt. Firstly, I come to congratulate your esteemed sect on vanquishing the 100 Manifestations Demon Lord, ridding the northern territory of this great menace. Secondly, I have heard of your remarkable swordsmanship, and I am filled with admiration. Having devoted my life to the way of the sword, may I inquire if you would entertain sharing some insights?" At this, Luo Tianming felt a lump rise in his throat. Lu Shi did not respond directly, but instead poured more tea from Master Qingxian. The water flowed into the cup, producing a crisp and melodious sound. After setting down the kettle, he finally met Qingxuan's gaze, his expression calm and unruffled. "You flatter me, my friend. That day, I merely acted out of desperation, striving to protect myself. It hardly qualifies as swordsmanship." Master Qingxian was not easily deterred. He pressed on, "You underestimate yourself. To vanquish a manifestation is no trivial feat. I perceive your aura is harmonious, having returned to simplicity. May I ask, where does your sword reside?" This question was sharp and incisive, probing directly into the essence of Lu Shi's swordsmanship. Lu Shi smiled gently, pointing toward a neatly stacked pile of oak wood in the corner. He then gestured to the axe leaning against the wall and finally indicated the mist-shrouded valley stream below the mountain. "Where does the sword reside?" Lu Shi replied in a tranquil tone, "It resides in the wood, in the axe's edge, and also in the flowing waters." He paused, looking at Master Qingxian, and slowly added, "When the heart holds the sword, all things may become a sword. When the heart is void of the sword, even the most divine weapon is but a piece of mundane iron. As for vanquishing foes, I remain unperturbed. I merely found that demon's clamor disturbed the serenity of this mountain and dispatched him with a casual stroke. Like splitting firewood that obstructs the path. Why cling to the form of the sword or the manifestation of the law?" The true man of Qingxian was utterly taken aback. He had anticipated various possibilities. Perhaps a profound discussion on sword techniques or a clash of sharp sword intents. Yet, he never imagined that he would receive such a response. This seemingly ordinary statement concealed an unparalleled truth. With the sword in one's heart, anything can become a sword. If it feels noisy, then simply cut it down. Akin to chopping wood. These words resonated within him like the evening drum and morning bell, exploding in his consciousness. The pinnacle of the sword path he had desperately pursued throughout his life. Could it truly be such a return to simplicity? To extinguish the manifestations of the law? In this person's eyes, was it truly no different from the daily act of chopping wood? He stared blankly at Lu Shi, observing the calm and undisturbed gaze of the other. He beheld the simplicity of this courtyard, imbued with an innate sense of Tao. The doubts in his heart appeared so laughable and insignificant. After a long while, the true man of Qingxian slowly rose and performed a deep bow to Lu Shi. "Listening to your words is worth more than 100 years of sword cultivation. I have been enlightened by your realm, my friend. I apologize for the disturbance today. I take my leave. His arrival had been sudden, and his departure equally swift. For he understood that further probing would be futile. The realm of the other far exceeded his comprehension. He needed to return immediately and relay all that he had seen and heard to his sect. Watching the true man of Qingxian transform into a streak of light and hastily depart, Luo Tianming was momentarily at a loss. He just left like that? Lu Shi picked up his teacup and took a sip of the now lukewarm tea, responding nonchalantly, "Indeed, he has left. Senior brother, do try this new bamboo shoot. It is indeed tender and flavorful." Luo Tianming gazed at Lu Shi, who had resumed his leisurely tea tasting. He opened his mouth, ultimately settling into a resigned smile. Half of the bamboo shoot slices remained on the stone table, and the soup in the pale green bowl had grown cool. Lu Shi picked up another piece and savored it, the sweetness of the mountain melding delightfully on his palate. His companion, Luo Tianming, however, found little satisfaction in his meal. Finally, he set down his chopsticks. "Junior brother, the bamboo shoots are exquisite, remarkably tender," Luo Tianming sighed, then shifted the subject. "But there is a matter at hand that is far more pressing than savoring delicacies. It concerns the fortunes of our sect for the coming decades." Lu Shi raised his eyes, his gaze gentle, encouraging him to continue. Luo Tianming retrieved a jade slip, suffused with spiritual energy, from the sleeves of the sect leader's robe. The slip, sealed with golden threads, was delicately placed upon the rough stone table. It emanated a faint, oppressive aura, evidently crafted by an extraordinary sect. The Kunlun Inquiry, a grand event held every 50 years, has traditionally been dominated by the Qingyun Sword Sect, Xintian Temple, and Xiang Gate, alongside several top-tier cultivation families. It is considered a matter of utmost importance for establishing the hierarchy in the Yuxiao state of the northern region. Luo Tianming's tone carried a hint of complexity. This time, they have jointly sent this invitation. They primarily invite you, junior brother, to Kun Mountain, to discuss the reordering of the Qingyun rankings. Lu Shi poured himself a cup of clear tea, the steam wafting upwards. Discussing the Qingyun rankings? He frowned slightly. "Let the sect leader go on my behalf. I have never held any interest in such contests for hollow fame." Luo Tianming had long anticipated this reaction. Leaning forward, he lowered his voice. "I understand your temperament is one of serenity, and you may fear being entangled in mundane affairs. However, this time, their invitation explicitly states they hope you will bring your disciple, Jang Li, along." Lear? Lu Shi's hand, which was poised to serve tea, paused slightly. His gaze instinctively drifted towards the distant courtyard. By the medicinal garden, Jang Li, clad in simple white attire, danced gracefully as she practiced her swordsmanship. The nascent essence of the Taichu slashing sword technique revealed itself, hinting at an ability to sever illusions. Yet, amidst the flowing movements of the blade, there lingered a subtle lack of depth, something only gained through encounters with true masters. Indeed, she is the niece of Jang Li. Luo Tianming keenly noticed the subtle change in Lu Shi's demeanor, recognizing a turning point, and seized the opportunity. "Junior brother, allow me to express this. This grand assembly, ostensibly a critique, is in truth a battleground for power dynamics among various factions. It pertains to the allocation of resources and the ebb and flow of fortunes for decades to come. Jang Li possesses extraordinary talent and a commendable disposition. Yet she ultimately lacks the experience of refining herself before the world's elite. Let her witness firsthand the true prowess of her contemporaries. Perhaps she may even engage in sparring. Regardless of the outcome, it will be an invaluable tempering for her character and vision. With you by her side to oversee, her safety is assured. This experience far surpasses solitary sword practice on Sui Peak." He paused, lowering his voice further, imbued with a deeper significance. "Moreover, since the incident with the 100 Aspects Demon Lord, countless eyes have been watching our Luoxia sect, fixated on your Sui Peak. Rather than allowing the outside world to speculate on Jiang Li's qualifications and opportunities, it would be wiser for her to shine in the esteemed arena of Kunlun and demonstrate her abilities. This will silence any doubts about her genius and prove to the northern peers that our Luoxia sect has worthy successors. Such a display is far more effective than 1,000 proclamations. This journey is beneficial both in terms of the sect's future and Jiang Li's path." Lu Shi fell into silence, no longer regarding the jade slip, instead gazing into the swirling leaves of tea in his cup, his expression contemplative. What surfaced in his mind were Jiang Li's clear, cold eyes. Confined to the confines of Sui Peak, her sword indeed struggled to reach the realm of purity. However, exposure to a broader world could help her transcend her limitations. This, in itself, was a deeper form of cultivation, aligning with the temporal wisdom of his own path of returning to the mundane. After a lengthy pause, he gently set down his teacup. A fledgling eagle must face the wind to soar high. Continuously sheltering her beneath my wings has undoubtedly constrained her growth. Very well. I shall heed the words of my elder brother and allow her to embark on this journey. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianming felt a weight lift from his heart, his face breaking into a relieved smile. This is splendid. With you accompanying her, our sect's expedition to Kunlun will undoubtedly be secure. However, as Luo Tianming's smile softened, he added with a note of caution, but junior brother, a measure of psychological preparation is also necessary. In the realm of Kunlun, where heroes converge, an assembly of prodigies from all corners is inevitable. It is not uncommon for those with lofty ambitions, seeking to carve their names into history, to emerge. With the enchanting presence of Jang Li accompanying you, along with your burgeoning reputation, you are destined to become the center of attention. It is likely that some unwise individuals may attempt to challenge her, either to gauge your depth or simply for the sake of notoriety. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi could not help but smile faintly, a subtle curve of his lips. He gazed at the drifting clouds in the sky, his tone calm, yet imbued with an unwavering confidence. It matters not. Should anyone perceive my disciple, Lu Shi, as a stepping stone to be trifled with, let them come and test their mettle. He shifted his gaze to Luo Tianming, a fleeting glimmer of profound starlight flickering in his eyes. This will also serve as a valuable experience for Lear, to understand that there are always greater mountains and more formidable individuals beyond her own. Her sword requires a true whetstone to sharpen its edge. Thus, the matter was settled. Luo Tianming, satisfied, exchanged a few more pleasantries regarding sect affairs before taking his leave. His footsteps light as he descended the mountain. He needed to promptly arrange for their impending journey. This would mark the first time in many years that the Luoxia sect would re-emerge onto the prestigious stage of the Northern Territories with such fanfare. Seated on a stone bench, Lu Shi leisurely finished his now cool tea. The mountain breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrant scent of the medicinal garden. The following day, as the first light of dawn broke, the peak of Tsui was shrouded in a gossamer morning mist. Lu Shi opened his door, the crisp morning air filling his lungs. As was his custom, he first examined the pile of firewood and the growth of the medicinal herbs in the corner of the courtyard before settling onto a stone bench. The system projected a semi-transparent interface. Host, Lu Shi. Talent, mortal bone. Bloodline, mortal. Cultivation, initial stage of domain realm. Technique, indestructible body of eternal calamity, mastered. Ultimate skills, primordial/sword technique, mastered. Return to mortality domain, gentle breeze, sweeping willows sword. Cultivating clouds and dispersing rain technique. Lu Shi's gaze lingered on the mastered designation next to both the indestructible body of eternal calamity and the primordial/sword technique. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. The system's classification of ultimate skills is as follows: entry, proficient, mastered, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Transitioning from proficiency to mastery represents a substantial qualitative leap. Primordial/sword technique, mastered. The true essence of the slash has been preliminarily comprehended. The consumption of true essence has drastically diminished, allowing for more instinctive execution. Indestructible body of eternal calamity, mastered. The physical form has undergone further transformation, harboring the essence of indestructibility. Not only has defensive capability surged, but it can also withstand certain erosions and annihilations at the level of fundamental laws. With vitality akin to a blazing furnace, recovery is astonishing, and severed limbs can be reattached. Adaptability to extreme environments has significantly increased. Both divine-level ultimate skills have ascended to the realm of mastery. Although Lu Shi's cultivation remains at the initial stage of the domain realm, his actual combat prowess has undergone a transformative change. Whereas previously, he had to tread carefully in battles against higher realms, he now possesses the confidence to confront and triumph over ordinary practitioners of the law, such as the terrifying power of divine-level ultimate skills. The ascension of each realm brings forth an exponential growth and strength. Lu Shi gently exhaled, and the luminous screen dissipated. Master, a cool voice resonated from behind. Jang Li had arrived in the courtyard unbeknownst to her. Today, she donned a simple yet elegant outfit suitable for travel, accentuating her tall figure and exquisite features. Lu Shi turned, nodding slightly. Are you ready? Yes, Jang Li replied, as her gaze swept over her master's serene countenance, which bore no difference from usual. An inexplicable sense of calm enveloped her heart. Lu Shi's eyes traversed the courtyard, landing on a small figure crouched by the herb garden. Lynn Shui held a jade hoe larger than her palm, softly murmuring to a moon-shadow grass, whose leaves shimmered like a rainbow. Little grass, grow quickly. Senior sister will be meeting the world. We cannot disgrace our home. Her expression was focused, a bit of mud dotting her nose, rendering her endearingly innocent. Schwer. A gentle voice emerged from behind. Lynn Shui jolted, spinning around to see her master and senior sister ready for departure. She hastily set down her jade hoe and bounded over like a startled rabbit. Her cheeks flushed. Master, senior sister, are you about to set off? She tilted her head back, her large eyes sparkling with unmasked anticipation, as if asking, what about me? Lu Shi nodded slightly, his tone as calm as ever. Indeed. The journey to Kunlun is long and extraordinary. Your cultivation is still shallow. Remain on the peak, focus on your practice, and take care of our home. Oh. The light in Lin Shui's eyes dimmed instantly. Her small lips unconsciously pouted, and her head drooped. She stared at her shoelaces, her voice muffled. Disciple understands. Beside her, Jang Li observed her little junior sister's reaction with keen interest. A trace of barely perceptible amusement flickered in her cool gaze. Her emotions laid bare are quite understandable. This Empress, who had endured countless tribulations, found a certain charm in such unpretentious innocence. Lu Shi seemed oblivious to his young disciple's despondency. He continued with his steady tone. The 3 rows of rainbow grass on the eastern side of the herb garden must be nourished with the cloud and rain technique at dawn. Remember, not too much. 3 drops of morning dew will suffice. Excess will harm its roots. As for the oak in the back courtyard, chop it according to my usual teachings. Focus on the fluidity and roundness of your movements, rather than merely rushing through. He detailed the mundane tasks, yet Lin Shui felt her shoulders sag even further, internally lamenting. Not being able to witness Kunlun is already disheartening. Now I must face these flowers and hardwood daily. She envisioned a monotonous existence stretching before her. At that moment, Lin Shui seemed to suddenly remember something. She shot her head up, a flicker of hope rekindling in her eyes. With a cautious plea, she asked, Master, will you and senior sister pass through Yunxia Prefecture on your way down the mountain? Lu Shi turned to her, his gaze still tranquil. Disciple merely wishes. Lin Shui fidgeted with her fingers, her voice growing softer, tinged with bashfulness. If it happens to be on your way, could I possibly return home just for a brief visit? Just once. I assure you. I will return swiftly and will not delay any important matters of master and senior sister. She earnestly promised, fearful of rejection. Lu Shi observed his little disciple's eager, pitiful, and endearing expression, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he consented. Traveling with Jang Li on foot was intended for training. To experience the myriad aspects of the mortal world. To take a longer route around Yunxia Prefecture posed no difference to him. It would only enrich this journey of returning to the mundane, perhaps yielding unforeseen insights. Very well, he replied nonchalantly. Really? Thank you, master. You are the best. Lin Shui could hardly contain her exuberance, her face instantly brightening with a radiant smile. She spun around in place. Then I shall quickly pack a few garments. I will not keep master and senior sister waiting. With that, she bounded back to her small abode like a cheerful little sparrow. Watching Lin Shui's suddenly vibrant figure disappear behind the door, Lu Shi stood with his hands clasped behind him. His gaze leisurely cast towards the vast expanse of land shrouded in clouds and mist below. His tone was calm, yet profound. Both entering and exiting the world are forms of cultivation. Moments later, Lin Shui emerged carrying a light satchel. Her steps brisk, and her face aglow with the joy of returning home. The trio of master and disciples wasted no time. They set forth towards the rising sun, treading upon the dew-kissed mountain path as they descended. On the trail of Sui Peak, Lin Shui resembled a fledgling bird taking its first flight from the nest. Her steps were buoyant, tinged with a hint of exhilaration for the unknown, unable to conceal her excitement for the journey home. She frequently pointed out wildflowers or birds flitting through the woods, chattering about amusing anecdotes related to the landscape in her memories. Senior sister, look. That purple flower is so beautiful. Lin Shui pointed at a cluster of wild orchids nestled among the rocks. Yes, that is the yugu lawn. Its roots can be used in medicine and have a calming effect. Jang Li accurately identified the flower and its purpose. Lin Shui's eyes widened in admiration. Senior sister, you are so amazing. You recognize everything. Jang Li's lips curled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Such humble herbs. Even the menial workers in my medicinal garden would know them. Yet, seeing the pure admiration in her little junior sister's eyes, she added, since you tend to the medicinal garden, you should also pay attention to identifying these wild plants. They possess their own remarkable uses. Yes, Shui will remember. Lin Shui nodded vigorously, feeling that although her senior sister appeared aloof, she was knowledgeable and willing to teach. Warming her heart, Lu Shi observed this scene with a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 63. A farewell on the ancient path thus. At a leisurely pace, several days later, the majestic silhouette of Yunxia Prefecture was faintly visible. As they neared home, Lin Shui gradually fell silent. Her small hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her garment, her gaze interweaving anticipation with a hint of trepidation. Jang Li glanced at her and suddenly spoke. It is natural to feel apprehensive upon nearing one's homeland. Remember, you are now a part of Sui Peak. There is no need to feel intimidated. Lin Shui was taken aback and looked up at her senior sister's serene profile. The anxiety in her heart truly dissipated to a great extent, and she nodded earnestly. Yes. Thank you, senior sister. When the three of them passed through the bustling crowd and stood before the grand entrance of the Lin family fortress, the scene unfolded just as she had anticipated. The gatekeeper disciple was momentarily taken aback before rushing inside to report. In but a fleeting moment, Lin Xiaodian, the patriarch of the Lin family, along with the core members of the clan, emerged in haste. They hurriedly greeted their esteemed guest. Elder Lu, please forgive our inadequate reception. Lin Xiaodian stepped forward quickly, bowing deeply to the ground. Behind him, the elders and clan members of the Lin family lowered their heads, too respectful to meet his gaze. The atmosphere was filled with reverence, tinged with a hint of trepidation. When their eyes met Lu Shi's serene countenance, a profound respect emanated from within them. This was a formidable cultivator capable of vanquishing demons of the Dharma realm. Yet, as their glances fell upon the rosy-cheeked Lin Shui behind Lu Shi, a flicker of affection appeared on their faces. Several elder women could not help but discreetly dab at the corners of their eyes. Lu Shi extended a hand in gentle reassurance. Patriarch Lin, you are too kind. We merely stopped by to return Shuer home for a visit. He gently nudged Lin Shui a step forward, stating, Shuer has missed her family, so I brought her back to see you. Yes, yes. It is wonderful that you have returned. Lin Xiaodian exclaimed repeatedly, now daring to scrutinize his daughter. Observing her rosy complexion and clear gaze, he noted that although her spiritual energy was not overwhelming, it was exceptionally pure and gentle. He sensed that she seemed slightly more composed than when she had left home. Filling his heart with immense joy, he quickly stepped aside, respectfully inviting Lu Shi and Jang Li into the stronghold. After they were seated, Lin Xiaodian expressed his gratitude. My daughter has been under your care at the peak, elder. Lu Shi waved his hand dismissively. Shuer is very capable and has been quite helpful. He accepted a cup of tea and naturally took a sip. As they conversed, Lin Shui could no longer contain herself and quietly shared tales of life on the mountain with her parents. She spoke of watering the rainbow grass and how she had witnessed her master chop wood with remarkable precision, as if measured by a ruler. When she mentioned her senior sister, Jang Li, her tone became even more animated. And then there's my senior sister. She is incredible. She knows so many spiritual herbs and even guides me in my cultivation. Although it feels a bit chilly during sword practice, she is very kind to me. Her youthful exuberance left Lin Xiaodian and the others both astonished and delighted. They were astonished to find the daily life of Elder Lu so unassuming, yet pleased to see that Lin Shui was evidently held in high regard, especially by the seemingly frigid Jang Li, who deigned to offer her guidance. It was truly a delightful surprise. Jang Li sat quietly, her expression unchanged, as if Lin Shui was speaking of someone else. However, upon hearing the words "she is very kind to me," her fingers, which were holding the teacup, paused momentarily. What a loquacious little girl. She reprimanded herself internally, yet felt no irritation. Lin Xiaodian, filled with excitement, seized the opportunity to reiterate his sentiments with utmost solemnity. Shuer's ability to accompany the elder and fairy Jiang is a fortune she has earned over several lifetimes. Our Lin family seeks nothing more than to serve the Sui Peak for generations to come. We shall obey the elder's guidance. As he spoke, his gaze was earnest, directed at Lu Shi. Lu Shi set down his teacup, his calm eyes sweeping over Lin Xiaodian, and replied nonchalantly, I will certainly look after the people of Sui Peak. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiaodian felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart, moved to the brink of tears. This statement carried more weight than any promise could convey. After a brief moment of repose, Lu Shi rose to take his leave, expressing his need to continue his journey. Lin Xiaodian, understanding the mannerisms of such a remarkable individual, refrained from insisting on his stay and promptly led his entire clan to bid farewell. Outside the fortress, by the ancient path, the setting sun elongated their shadows. Lin Shui's eyes were slightly reddened, and she fought back tears. First, she bowed deeply to Lu Shi, saying, Master, please take care on your journey. Then, she approached Jang Li, her eyes filled with reluctance. In a hushed tone, Lin Shui murmured, Sister, do take care. I will miss you dearly. Jang Li gazed at her little sister, whose eyes resembled those of a sorrowful rabbit. After a moment of silence, she extended her hand to gently brush away a speck of dust caught in Lin Shui's hair. The gesture was somewhat stiff, yet it was the gentlest action she could muster. Focus on your cultivation and take good care of home. Her voice remained cold, yet softened slightly. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to contact me. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui nearly let her tears fall, nodding vigorously. Yes, I will strive diligently. Sister, you need not worry. Jang Li sighed inwardly, acknowledging the bond they shared as master and disciple. Lu Shi observed the entire scene. He then turned, his azure robe fluttering as he walked alongside Jang Li, gradually disappearing down the ancient path. Lin Xiaotian and the clan remained in place, watching until the two figures vanished completely into the dimming twilight at the path's end before they turned to leave. On the ancient road, Jang Li glanced back at the direction of the Lin family fortress, which was now beyond sight. The ties of worldly affairs have reached a temporary conclusion. This journey to Kunlun shall be where the tempest of heroes converges. Instinctively, she looked at her master's imposing figure, reminiscent of a great mountain, inquiring at Kunlun. The gathering of the world's prodigies, a flicker of battle intent ignited in Jiang Li's icy gaze. It is time for you all to understand what the primordial sword of the Tao truly signifies. The ancient road meandered, linking the wilderness to the city. After several days of trekking, a substantial city silhouette emerged on the horizon. Banners fluttered atop the city walls, revealing the name of a certain state beyond the clouds. Though this city was not as grand as Yunjia State, it was bustling with activity, serving as a crucial hub en route to Kunlun. The master and disciple had no intention of lingering, and they followed the throng, entering the city gate of Jingguan City. They stepped onto the most resplendent street within the city, known as the Embroidered Long Street. Approaching noon, the street was alive with commotion. Autumn sunlight streamed through the high-hanging shop banners, casting dappled shadows. These shadows danced among the throngs of people, the shouts of vendors, the jingling bells of carriages, and the clinking of dishes from taverns melded into a fervent cacophony. Countless fragmented conversations merged into this vibrant atmosphere filled with the essence of life. Lu Shi, with his azure robe slightly billowing, walked through the bustling crowd, keenly observing the scenes around him, observing the myriad of life, comprehending the labor of the masses. A 5-year cultivation, a faint prompt flowed through his mind. To him, this bustling world was nothing short of a training ground. Jang Li trailed half a step behind, her unparalleled beauty radiating a sense of coldness. She furrowed her brow slightly. In her past life as the Empress of Liyue, ruling over endless divine realms, she had never found herself in such a chaotic and mundane place as this. Chapter 64. Drawing the sword to slice the moon, the myriad scents wafting through the air left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Yet her gaze was drawn to the figure in the azure robe ahead, observing her master at ease, even exuding a hint of appreciation as she strolled. The girl suppressed her momentary discomfort. This action by my master must hold profound significance. Engaging with the world to refine the heart, witnessing the myriad facets of ordinary life, is indeed a facet of cultivation. She pondered inwardly, attempting to rein in her spiritual awareness and rely solely on her 5 senses to experience her surroundings. Though the mundane street scenes seemed coarse, they possessed a unique authenticity. However, even a pearl clouded by dust cannot hide its brilliance. Jiang Li's beauty and grace were exceptional. Despite her efforts to remain inconspicuous, her ethereal presence continued to attract attention. Like a radiant moon in a dark night, she swiftly captured countless gazes, some filled with awe, others with infatuation, and a few tinged with jealousy. Whispers began to weave through the crowd around them. Look at that girl. Is she not akin to a celestial being descended to earth? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you not see the man beside her, who resembles a husband? Such figures. How could they possibly grace our Jingguan city? These discussions seemed to wash over Lu Shi, who remained oblivious. Jang Li too feigned ignorance as the two ambled toward the city gate at the other end of the long street. At that moment, a raucous uproar erupted from the other end of the street. A group of uniformly dressed, arrogant attendants brazenly shoved through the pedestrians, clearing a path. Approaching was a young man clad in a brocade robe, his complexion overly flushed from indulgence. He waved an ornate fan with an air of swagger. Accompanying him was a middle-aged man with a steady demeanor and piercing eyes, his temples bulging, clearly a cultivator at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. This young man was none other than Zhao Qian, the scion of the Zhao family and a notorious figure in Jingguan City. In high spirits, he paraded with his bodyguard leader Zhao Mang and a cadre of unscrupulous attendants, contemplating which newly opened tavern might provide him with amusement. As his gaze casually swept across the street, it abruptly halted. He fixated on the figure clad in pure white, exuding a chill. With just one glance, Zhao Qian felt his breath catch, the fan in his hand coming to an abrupt stillness. Despite priding himself on having encountered countless women, he had never beheld one of such unparalleled beauty. Her visage, her grace, particularly those eyes, as indifferent as autumn waters, ignited an instinctive possessiveness within him. As for the plain-dressed man beside Zhang Li, He relegated him to the role of a servant or guide, dismissing him entirely. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. A wicked gleam flickered in Zhao Qian's eyes. He licked his parched lips, leaning towards Zhao Meng with a sly grin. I did not anticipate that Jingguan City could conceal such a treasure. Today, fortune smiles upon me. Zhao Meng's brow furrowed slightly. As a cultivator, his spiritual perception was sharper than Zhao Qian's, and he sensed an unusual aura emanating from the girl. She appeared calm, yet an undercurrent of unease lingered. However, constrained by his position, he whispered, "Young master, her demeanor does not resemble that of an ordinary person." "Fear what?" Zhao Qian interrupted impatiently. "In Jingguan City, is there anyone my Zhao family cannot provoke? At most, he was merely a passing monk, offering her some spirit stones or flaunting the name of the Zhao family. Did he truly believe she would not submit? Ensnared by beauty, he had long been blinded by desire." As he spoke, Zhao Qian had already positioned himself ostentatiously in their path. He snapped his folding fan shut with a flourish and pretended to bow gracefully. This celestial maiden looked strangely familiar. She must not be a local. "I am Zhao Qian of the Zhao family. Might I have the honor to invite you to the tavern ahead for a discussion?" "Allow me to extend the hospitality of the Zhao family," he said, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Jang Li's face and figure. In response to his blatant flirtation, Jang Li chose to ignore him. She merely paused her steps, subtly inching closer to Lu Shi. Zhao Qian, feeling humiliated, flushed crimson as he sensed the mocking gazes of those around him. At that moment, the young man in the azure robe, whom he had overlooked, spoke up. His tone was unperturbed. "We are in a hurry and cannot afford to delay. Please step aside." Only then did Zhao Qian take a proper look at Lu Shi. Noticing the latter's plain attire and faint aura, he swiftly redirected his ire. What beggar of a cultivator dares to accompany a celestial maiden? "Step aside. Do not obstruct my conversation with her." In a fit of rage, he reached out to grasp Jang Li's wrist. However, before his hand could touch the delicate white sleeve, the young man in azure casually sidestepped, positioning himself between Zhao Qian and Jang Li. Zhao Qian felt an irresistible force surge towards him. His attempt to seize Jang Li failed, and he stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. "Young master," Zhao Meng, the head of the guards, changed countenance and hurried to support Zhao Qian. He then stepped forward, shielding Zhao Qian behind him, releasing the spiritual pressure of a mid-foundation cultivator. The nearby mortals felt a wave of suffocation and retreated, their faces paling. Zhao Meng barked sternly. "Who are you to be so disrespectful to my young master in Jingguan City?" The young man in azure remained calm. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, recoiled further, whispering among themselves. Zhao Meng had struck. He was a foundation cultivator. This master and disciple were in for a tough time. What a pity for that young lady. Only then did Lu Shi lift his gaze, looking at Zhao Meng with a gentle warmth. "Cultivation is arduous. Why must you act as an enforcer for your master? Take your young master and leave." The last three words were softly spoken, yet carried an undeniable weight. Zhao Meng trembled, a chill rising from his core. He instinctively felt compelled to comply. He realized he had encountered an immovable obstacle today. "Leave? After striking my young master? You think you can simply depart?" Zhao Qian steadied himself with the help of his attendants, his face a tumultuous blend of embarrassment and rage. After suffering such a significant loss in front of so many witnesses, how could he retreat? "Zhao Meng, subdue him for me. I want him to know the consequences of offending the Zhao family in Jingguan City," he shouted hoarsely. Zhao Meng inwardly lamented his predicament. Yet he could not disobey his master's command. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the full force of his mid-foundation cultivation, radiating a yellowish glow as he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Lu Shi's chest. However, a clear, melodious sound of a sword echoed, like a cold spring breaking beneath the moonlight. It was Jang Li who had made her move. She delicately raised her slender hand, gesturing towards Zhao Meng and the nefarious servants behind him, tracing an arc in the air. A faint, chilling crescent of moonlit white emanated quietly from her fingertips, gliding through the atmosphere like the serene glow of a new moon, imperceptibly slicing through time. Zhao Meng's resolute punch remained suspended in midair, as an overwhelming chill descended upon him. With a muffled groan, the earthy yellow aura surrounding him swiftly dissipated. The color drained from his face, and the spark in his eyes dimmed abruptly. He collapsed to the ground, as if his very spine had been severed. His cultivation was rendered utterly ineffective. The arc of light did not linger, cascading like spilled mercury, unrelentingly sweeping over the malevolent servants behind Zhao Meng. "My arms, my cultivation, it's gone. This is sorcery." Cries of despair erupted in succession. The thugs, who had previously reveled in their tyranny under the Zhao family's influence, now fell like harvested straw. Some clutched their arms in anguish, yet found them unscathed, merely their meridians severed. Others gazed inward in terror, realizing their years of arduous cultivation had vanished. That crescent of moonlight had stripped them of their capacity for evil. At the rear, Zhao Qian, the farthest removed, suffered the most grievous blow. The arc struck at his dantian, the reservoir of his energy. A cry of agony escaped him. "No, my cultivation!" His body convulsed violently, curling upon the ground. Chapter 65. How strikingly similar is this description. The bustling long street now lay in eerie silence. Passers-by, who had been chattering moments before, stood with mouths agape and expressions vacant. All gazes converged on the young woman in plain attire, who remained poised, her skirt gently billowing, her demeanor as frigid as ever. Jang Li slightly tilted her head, glancing at her master in the azure robe before her. She maintained an unwavering composure throughout the ordeal. Only after Jang Li made her move and the dust settled, did he retract his gaze to address the disciple beside him. "Let us depart." With that, Shi turned, his azure robe fluttering, and continued along the long street towards the city gates. Jang Li nodded gently. "Yes, master." She then fell and stepped beside Shi, swiftly melding into the shadows at the far end of the street, disappearing into the archway of the city gate. It was not until their figures had completely vanished that the silence of the long street was shattered. A subdued gulp echoed, the source uncertain. "Did you see that?" The girl merely made a gesture. Zhao Meng, the mid-stage foundation establishment instructor, was incapacitated in a single encounter. And all those wicked servants are finished. What kind of sword technique was that? It's terrifying. The man in the azure robe had not even raised an eyebrow throughout. Who was this celestial being? Meanwhile, more observing cultivators wore solemn expressions, exchanging looks of astonishment. They, more than ordinary mortals, could grasp the sheer terror embodied in that crescent of moonlight. The long street resumed a modicum of movement, yet the shock lingering in the air remained palpable for an extended time. No one felt sympathy for the Zhao family. Rather, there was a sense of satisfaction that the wicked had met their reckoning. Such an afternoon had never graced Jingwensheng. The bustling marketplace continued to resonate with lively chatter. Yet, if one listens closely, the essence of all the hushed whispers invariably revolves around the events that transpired on the magnificent long street. News, akin to wings, soared over the high walls of the market, infiltrating every opulent residence. Have you heard? The notorious scion of the Zhao family, along with the mid-foundation master Zhao, has been rendered powerless. Who could have done such a thing? Such formidable prowess? A pair of unfamiliar faces, resembling master and disciple. The young lady, breathtakingly beautiful as a celestial being. With a mere flick of her hand, the moonlight glimmered, and Zhao Meng fell prostrate, while Zhao Qian's dantian was shattered. A flick of her hand? Good heavens, what of her master? The peculiarity lies there. That master in the azure robe never intervened. He did not even pause his steps, as if nothing had transpired. Would you not deem it eerie? Amidst the understated narration, a sense of curiosity, even a hint of satisfaction, quietly spread. In the Zhao family estate, within a concealed chamber. "Father, you must stand up for me." Zhao Qian lay languidly on the soft couch, his complexion pale as parchment. The excruciating void in his dantian drenched him in cold sweat. With tears streaming down his face, he hoarsely lamented, "Those despicable wretches, especially that little vixen. She ambushed me. She employed sorcery. Father, my cultivation is utterly destroyed." Naturally, he would not confess to being seduced and provoking them. Instead, he portrayed Shi and her master as tyrannical ruffians who launched an unprovoked assault. Zhao Xiong, the head of the Zhao family, possessing mid-foundation cultivation, wore an expression as grim as water. He slammed his palm onto the nearby black ironwood table, leaving an imprint. "Investigate. Dig 3 feet into the ground. And I demand the apprehension of those 2 brutes. I shall extract their souls and refine their spirits to vent my wrath." The devastation of his beloved son equated to severing the future prospects of the Zhao family. This enmity was unforgivable. "Calm yourself, head of the family." The loyal steward, bowing deeply, quickly interjected. He recounted a version closer to the truth gleaned from multiple eyewitnesses at the scene. It seemed that the young master had approached first. The man in the azure robe had stepped aside, and the young master attempted to seize the woman, prompting her to retaliate. Yet, she merely waved her hand. There was no radiance of any magical artifact. Zhao's master and all the guards were thus rendered powerless. The steward's words fell like a bucket of icy water over Zhao Xiong's head. A mere flick of her hand to incapacitate a foundation cultivator? Zhao Xiong's pupils contracted sharply, and his seething anger was replaced by a chilling realization. He was no thoughtless brute. Having governed the Zhao family for years, he possessed great shrewdness. "Did you ascertain clearly? That man in the azure robe never made a move?" "Absolutely. Everyone witnessed it. He walked as though nothing had occurred," replied the steward. Zhao Xiong fell silent, his gaze fluctuating. To incapacitate a mid-foundation practitioner with a mere gesture What level of power was that? At the very least, it was peak foundation cultivation. And how young could that woman possibly be? The man in the azure robe had not intervened. Was it indifference or sheer disdain for engaging? Such youth, such terrifying cultivation, who might they be? A dreadful thought emerged. Perhaps they were heirs of a formidable sect. Head of the family, the steward ventured cautiously. Zhao Xiong took a deep breath, a flicker of ruthlessness gleaming in his eyes. Go to the forbidden grounds in the back mountains and summon the 2 elders in seclusion. Additionally, retrieve the family's treasured dragon binding array. He had to prepare for the worst. If the opponent possesses a formidable background, capturing them and inquiring about their origins may lead to an opportunity for reconciliation. However, if they are merely posturing, the trap laid for them will become their grave. Inform the 2 elders that they must seize them alive. I wish to personally interrogate them regarding their true identities. Meanwhile, at the esteemed Listening Wind Pavilion on the top floor of the most luxurious tea house in Jingwenqing, an elderly man clad in a simple gray robe, exuding vitality, savors his spiritual tea. He is the elder of the Xiantian sect, known by the Taoist name Uni. His visit to Jingwenqing is for the purpose of procuring a batch of specialty spiritual materials for his sect. The commotion from the streets below and the swiftly spreading rumors certainly do not evade his keen ears. Upon hearing keywords such as the young man in a blue robe, devoid of aura, and the exquisite female disciple who severed her foundation, he pauses momentarily, his hand hovering over his teacup. The young man in blue, youthful, with an aura as subdued as an ordinary person. The female disciple, exceptional in her swordsmanship, imbued with the ethereal elegance of moonlight. Yuni's brows furrow slightly. How does this description resemble that of Elder Lu Shi from the Falling Sunset sect, who recently gained notoriety in the northern borders for slaying the 100-faced demon lord with a single sword strike? Lu Shi of the Falling Sunset sect. This name resonates like thunder among the elite of the northern borders. To strike down a manifestation with a single sword, what immense power that entails. Reports suggest he possesses striking looks, a gentle demeanor, and favors blue robes, conducting himself discreetly. It seems he has indeed taken on a disciple of unparalleled beauty. Yuni's heart skips a beat, yet he quickly dismisses the thought with a self-deprecating chuckle. Impossible, I must be overthinking it. Such a figure has become a legend in the northern borders, a formidable being of the manifestation realm. Surely, he would travel with a grand entourage or traverse vast distances in an instant. How could he appear on foot in Jingwenqing? And for trivial matters, engage in conflict with a mere foundational cultivator? It is utterly absurd. He suppresses this ludicrous notion, speculating, perhaps this is a disciple of some reclusive sword cultivator, whose unconventional sword techniques give rise to such peculiar swordplay. Nevertheless, his curiosity is piqued. The Zhao family has likely stirred trouble with someone they ought not to have crossed. Yuni sets down his teacup. His figure flickers and vanishes quietly within the elegant chamber. Very well, I shall observe discreetly and ascertain the true nature of this ironclad situation. If it truly is that, it will be quite intriguing. Chapter 66. The Moth Drawn to the Flame in Jingwenqing, at the Lord's residence. A cultured gentleman who serves as the city lord listens to reports from his subordinates, stroking his beard in contemplation. The Zhao family has long been overbearing, and this time they have encountered a calamity. He instructs that his men are to merely observe from a distance, documenting the details, and must not intervene in any way. In the Li family's secret chamber, the head of the family suppresses his excitement and says to his confidant, "Excellent. Let that old curmudgeon Zhao Xiong have his head bloodied. This is a perfect opportunity to probe into the backgrounds of that master and disciple. If they are indeed a formidable force, perhaps we could secretly cultivate a beneficial relationship." In the bustling streets, the storyteller can hardly contain his eagerness to weave a tale. It is said that the Moon Palace fairy, witnessing injustice, waved her delicate hand, and moonlight descended to punish the bullies. The ancient path winds through a sparse maple forest. The autumn air is thick, with crimson leaves resembling flames casting mottled shadows. In contrast to the city's clamor, this place is imbued with the sounds of the wind and falling leaves, accentuating its tranquility. Lu Shi walks with composure, his blue robe gently swaying in the autumn breeze. Jang Li silently follows by his side. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. Just as they were about to exit the maple forest and the road ahead opened up, a sudden chill of foreboding pervaded the air. Before them, a mass of shadowy figures loomed, blocking their path. At the forefront stood Zhao Xiong, the head of the Zhao family, flanked by 2 gaunt old men clad in black robes. These were the 2 elders of the Zhao clan. Behind them, dozens of formidable Zhao disciples, filled with vigor, stood poised in a specific formation, ready for battle. Their weapons glinted ominously in the light, and beneath their feet, faint ethereal patterns began to emerge. forming a peculiar array that encompassed the surrounding area of several dozen feet. This was the Zhao family's ultimate formation, the Dragon Confinement Array. The formation was set, and the atmosphere was charged with lethal intent. In stark contrast to the formidable stance of the Zhao clan, the approaching figures of Lu Shi and his disciples appeared leisurely, as if they were merely out for a stroll amidst the autumn foliage. Halt! Zhao Xiong stepped forward, his face ashen, his gaze fixated on Jang Li with a look of deep-seated resentment. He then shifted his attention to Lu Shi, suppressing an overwhelming fury. Sir, concerning the events within the city, your disciple has acted with excessive cruelty. He has crippled my only son's cultivation and harmed many of my Zhao family members. This matter demands an explanation from you. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Shi continued his stride, his tone as gentle as ever. He turned to Jang Li beside him and posed a question. Lear, do you know why moths are drawn to flames? Upon hearing this, not only were the Zhao clan members taken aback, but even the hidden observer, Yun Yi Junren, was momentarily stunned. Jang Li, upon reflecting on his words, cast a discerning gaze over the Zhao clan and seemed to grasp a profound understanding. She nodded slightly and replied, Master, my humble insight is that it may be due to their short-sightedness, seeing only the flickering candlelight and being misled by its allure, failing to recognize the brilliance of the full moon above, thus leading to their own demise. Lu Shi nodded slightly, his gaze remaining calm as he surveyed the Zhao clan's imposing formation. Arrogance! Seize them! Alive! Zhao Xiong roared, gesturing with a wave of his hand. The two Zhao elders, who had been in a meditative state, simultaneously opened their eyes. A piercing light shot forth from their murky pupils as they unleashed their mid-stage Dao Foundation realm's spiritual pressure, descending upon Lu Shi and Jiang Li like two great mountains. Simultaneously, the aura of the Dragon Confinement Array intensified. The elite Zhao disciples shouted in unison, activating the formation. Chains of spiritual light surged from the ground, aiming to ensnare the two figures in the arena, seeking to restrict their movements. Master, Jiang Li stepped forward, her voice cool yet resolute. Such insignificant foes do not require your intervention. I shall take on the challenge. Lu Shi glanced at her, noticing the burning fighting spirit in her eyes. He nodded approvingly. Very well. Unleash your full potential. I shall be here to support you. Yes. Zhang Li, emboldened by his words, hesitated no longer. In the face of the spiritual pressure from the two mid-stage elders and the constraints of the Dragon Confinement Array, she elegantly raised her hand. With a resounding cry, the clear sound of a sword echoed through the maple forest. A fierce sword intent, severing the illusions, surged forth, creating a rift that tore through the combined spiritual pressure of the two elders. This was the Taichu sword technique, severing fates. Jiang Li's figure was ethereal, leaving behind a faint afterimage as her true self slipped into the formation. The blade of her sword shimmered with arcs of light. As these arcs passed, the ethereal chains of spiritual energy shattered and dissipated, significantly diminishing the binding power of the dragon binding formation upon her. What? The pupils of the two Zhao family elders constricted, their faces displaying astonishment for the first time. This sword intent could actually weaken the formation's effects? What kind of sword technique was this woman practicing? Let us attack together. This woman's swordplay is uncanny. We must not be careless. One of the elders in black robes bellowed. He formed seals with his hands, and a blazing fire python roared forth, lunging at Jiang Li. The other elder, shifting his form, unleashed a palm technique, the gust of his palm striking directly at Jiang Li's vital points. The Zhao family disciples had initially believed that with the two elders joining forces, coupled with the dragon binding formation, capturing this woman would be effortless. Yet, they were astonished to see her easily break free from the formation's restraints and boldly confront the two mid-stage Dao Foundation elders. A wave of commotion surged through their ranks. Concealed within the clouds, the hidden master Uni observed with growing alarm in his heart. Could this sword intent be a celestial-level secret art? A hair-raising conjecture surfaced. From a distance, spies from other factions in Jingguan City were taken aback. They had anticipated witnessing the azure-clad man in action, only to find that the stunning woman was single-handedly contending against the Zhao family's formidable duo, and remarkably, not at a disadvantage. Zhao Xiong's expression darkened progressively. He realized he had underestimated this woman. Observing Jiang Li's enigmatic swordplay, then glancing at Lu Shi, who stood aloof, as if an outsider. An intense sense of unease washed over him. At the center of the battlefield, Jiang Li executed the primordial slash-sword technique to its utmost potential. Her movements deftly evaded the two elders' attacks at the brink of danger. The sword light would sometimes resemble a cool crescent moon, concealing its lethal intent. And at other times, it shone brightly like the rising sun, resplendent and glaring. With her remarkable swordsmanship and agile footwork, She truly began to parry with the two mid-stage Tao Foundation elders, maintaining her ground for a brief period. However, the disparity in realms ultimately proved to be a significant weakness. The Tao Foundation realm, in terms of true essence total, recovery speed, and manipulation of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, was far beyond what the Foundation Establishment realm could compare to. Although Jang Li's primordial slash-sword technique was powerful, it exacted a tremendous toll on her mental state. The two Zhao family elders, seasoned in combat, quickly discerned her signs of fatigue. They intensified their assault, coordinating their fiery strikes and palm winds to leave her no room to breathe. Little girl, your swordplay is commendable, but your cultivation is a glaring flaw. Surrender. The elder commanding the fire python sneered, maneuvering the serpent's tail to seal off Jang Li's escape route. Just as the fire python was about to coil around her ankle, Lu Shi's calm voice reached Jang Li's ears. Lear, keep your heart tranquil. Observe that maple leaf. Is it the wind that stirs, the leaf that moves, or the heart that is agitated? Upon utterance of these words, Master Uni, concealed in the clouds, felt his composure falter. What a profoundly abstract piece of guidance. At the brink of life and death, they were discussing Zen principles? Unbeknownst to anyone, the moment Lu Shi's words fell, a subtle shift occurred. A profound and mysterious force enveloped the entire battlefield. In Chapter 67, Words of Abandon, at this moment, Lu Shi's words struck Jang Li's ears like the resonant bells of dawn and dusk. She suddenly realized that she had become overly fixated on deciphering every move and calculating each step. Her mind had been entirely led by her opponent's rhythm, trapping her in the inferior realm of countering every attack. Consequently, her sword intent became stagnant, and her true essence was depleting rapidly. Her master was reminding her that the essence of sword intent lies in the purity and transcendence of one's thoughts. A glimmer of clarity flashed in Jang Li's eyes. Her form swayed like a willow in the wind, gracefully gliding along the currents stirred by the fire python. That decisive strike was narrowly deflected by her. The fiery tongue brushed past the hem of her garment, inadvertently causing the elder on the other side to falter momentarily. The fire python elder expressed his astonishment. What was happening? It was not that he felt Jang Li had suddenly grown stronger. Rather, he sensed that his spiritual energy was running with great difficulty, to the point of feeling nauseous. Yet, Jang Li was relentless, and with a tranquil mind, her initial sword intent flowed with increasing fluidity. She no longer engaged in a head-on confrontation with the two elders, but concentrated her sword intent into a single point, transforming her figure into an ephemeral shadow. She expertly targeted the subtle gaps in their coordination. The sword is a tool of slaughter, yet also a mirror reflecting the heart. Your killing intent disturbs the heart of the sword. Lu Shi's voice echoed once more. Jang Li comprehended deeply. Each strike she unleashed evoked an inexplicable chill in the two elders. To the onlookers, this scene was nothing short of astonishing. The Zhao family members clearly saw that this young woman was at a disadvantage, her cultivation far inferior to that of the two elders. Yet, she moved like a slippery fish, gliding effortlessly through their attacks. Occasionally, her counterattacks forced the elders to defend, leaving them in a state of disarray. How could this be possible? Zhao Xiong's face turned pale, his palms drenched in cold sweat. The two family pillars he had high hopes for could not subdue a mere foundation-building girl. What then of her master, who had remained motionless from the very beginning? And what formidable presence did he embody? Panic began to quietly creep into the hearts of every Zhao family member. High above, Master Yun Yi had long since abandoned his disdain, his expression now one of extreme gravity. Words manifest as laws, insights gleaned from the minutiae. This was a battle that served as a guide, directly pointing to the essence of the sword path. On the battlefield, the two Zhao family elders grew increasingly alarmed and frustrated. Though they possessed cultivation far superior to their opponent, they found themselves ensnared in an invisible web, unable to unleash their full potential. They could not afford to delay any longer. They resolved to use their ultimate techniques. A flicker of ruthlessness passed through the fire python elder's eyes as he exchanged a glance with his companion. They both shouted simultaneously, their spiritual energy surging wildly. They intended to pay any price, employing a combined technique that would deplete their very essence. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the arena erupted, the pressure multiplying several-fold. Even the barrier of the dragon binding array trembled violently. Jang Li felt an overwhelming pressure, her breath catching in her throat. At that moment, Lu Shi gently shook his head, his gaze fixed upon the two elders. There was no spiritual pressure, no killing intent, not even a ripple of disturbance. Yet, that seemingly ordinary glance struck the two mid-foundation elders as though they had been struck by lightning. Their half-formed lethal strike suddenly crumbled, and a rush of blood surged backward. They collectively groaned, staggering back several paces. The gaze they cast upon Lu Shi was now suffused with boundless terror, as if they were not facing a mere individual, but rather an unfathomable expanse of starry skies. It was at this moment that Lu Shi slowly spoke. The lesson has concluded. You may depart. As his words fell, he gently brushed his sleeve, and an overwhelming force, akin to celestial majesty, silently swept across the venue. The dragon trapping array, formed by dozens of elite members of the Zhao family, instantly dimmed, its spiritual patterns fracturing inch by inch. The two elders, struck as if by a mighty hammer, once again spewed forth blood, their vitality waning to the utmost degree. All members of the Zhao family felt an irresistible force pushing them aside, clearing the path ahead. Zhao Xiong stood frozen in place, his face ashen. His body trembled uncontrollably, devoid of even a flicker of rebellious thought. The maple forest fell into silence, save for the faint sound of falling red leaves. Zhao Xiong, the two bloodied elders, and the elite members of the Zhao family all remained motionless, as if ensnared by invisible ice, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed upon the figure clad in green. Was it a mere obliteration of their foundation? No. It was even less than that, for the figure in green had not lifted a finger. He merely cast a glance, uttered a phrase, and waved his sleeve. The two mid-stage foundational elders found their lethal strikes dissipating, suffering grievous injuries. The dragon trapping array, regarded as the family's pillar, was effortlessly dismantled with a mere sweep. What sort of divine ability was this? What realm of power? Foundation establishment? Enlightenment? It was likely that even the enlightened state would not possess such a nonchalant, law-following might. Hidden among the clouds, the elder Yun Yi of the Xiantian Temple felt his doubts surging to an unprecedented height, reaching nearly 80 or 90%. He witnessed the event most vividly. The wave of trepidation emanating from the figure in green, even unsettling to him, an enlightened practitioner, was indeed him, without a shred of doubt. It was Lu Shi, the elder of the Falling Sunset sect, the legendary figure who had once slain the 100 Aspects demon lord with a single sword. Reflecting on his prior thoughts that it was absurd for the other party to walk into the city, cold sweat instantly drenched Yun Yi's back. Fortunately, he had merely observed and had not committed any act of disrespect. With a swift motion, a gray shadow plummeted from the clouds, landing several paces before Lu Shi and his disciples, revealing the form of Yun Yi. This elder, once viewed as unattainable by the major powers in Jingwencheng, now performed an astonishing act before Lu Shi. He adjusted his robes and, with utmost reverence, bowed deeply to Lu Shi. His voice, tinged with irrepressible awe, resonated through the silent maple grove. I am Yun Yi of the Xiantian Temple, paying my respects to Elder Lu. I was unaware of Elder Lu's presence. My younger self failed to extend a proper welcome. The Zhao family, in their ignorance, has offended your esteemed self, a crime deserving of death. I implore Elder Lu to be magnanimous and not allow these insignificant insects to disturb your tranquil contemplation. The name Elder Lu echoed in every ear. Zhao Xiong's eyes bulged, blood vessels instantly suffusing his sclera. His complexion drained of color, turning as pale as paper. The body trembled uncontrollably before collapsing onto the ground with a thud. The two severely injured elders of the Zhao family were struck as if by a thunderous blow. Many of the elite disciples of the Zhao family fainted from sheer terror, while the rest shivered in fear, not daring to raise their heads. The name of the Falling Sunset sect. Elder Lu, the legendary figure in the northern cultivation realm, rumored to possess unparalleled strength. The one who had slain the fearsome 100-faced demon lord with a single stroke. The individual deemed untouchable by numerous major sects. How could the Zhao family, in their folly, dare to provoke him? They even sought to capture him, and even covet the beauty of his disciple? This was not merely a misstep, it was akin to hurling an egg against an immovable mountain. A path to self-destruction, a calamity for their clan. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Master Yun Yi maintained a bowing posture, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He dared not move, his heart filled with trepidation, fearing Elder Lu would retaliate against Zhao's offense, or perhaps blame him for the foolishness occurring within the jurisdiction of the Xiantian Temple. Chapter 68. No worries for prosperity. Elder Lu's gaze did not linger on the Zhao family for a moment. Instead, he turned to the side to regard Jang Li. She stood with her sword in hand, her aura slightly rippling from the recent battle. A delicate flush graced her exquisite features, yet her eyes remained clear and unharmed. Sensing her master's gaze, she lowered her head slightly and said, Master, your disciple is unharmed. Elder Lu nodded slightly, glanced at the sky, and calmly stated, Let us proceed. Do not allow these trifles to hinder our journey. With that, he took the lead, stepping onto the cleared ancient path to continue onward. Jang Li sheathed her sword and silently followed. As the figures of master and disciple began to fade at the path's end, Elder Lu's calm voice wafted back on the wind, reaching Master Yun's ears, who still bowed low in fear. You shall handle this matter. Master Yun trembled, as if granted a reprieve, and lowered himself even further, his voice filled with utmost respect. The younger generation obeys. I shall not disappoint Elder Lu's trust. I bid you farewell, Elder. Only after the two auras had faded from perception did Master Yun dare to slowly rise. He turned to the Zhao family, now collapsed and ashen-faced, and his gaze instantaneously turned icy. The Zhao family, humph. A disdainful snort escaped him. Though Elder Lu had not explicitly stated how to deal with the matter, the words "you shall handle" contained a plethora of implications. The Zhao family's offense against a powerful being would lead to their own demise. More importantly, this incident unfolded within the influence of the Xiantian temple. He was compelled to provide Elder Lu with a satisfactory account. This also presented a splendid opportunity to curry favor with the falling sunset sect and the newly minted legend of the Northern Realm. Days later, a seismic shift occurred in Jingwensheng. Led by the city lord's mansion, several prominent families, including the Li and Wang clans, banded together to launch a concerted attack. Countless pieces of evidence revealing the Zhao family's long-standing tyranny, extortion, and disregard for human life were swiftly made public. The evidence was irrefutable. Forces that had long harbored discontent against the Zhao family seized this opportunity to unite. Stripped of their top combatants by Elder Lu's decree, the Zhao family was left utterly defenseless. In an instant, they crumbled to dust. The family estate was seized and divided, with the principal members either imprisoned or in flight. The once illustrious Zhao family has now vanished into obscurity. It is clear to the discerning that the influential presence of the esteemed Uni Zhenren from the Xiantian temple must have played a role in this upheaval, serving as a pledge of allegiance to the formidable power that passed by. On the ancient road, the autumn breeze brought a refreshing chill. Lu Shi and Jang Li proceeded at a measured pace. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air from behind. A streak of light descended, revealing the figures of the city lord of Jingwensheng and the head of the Li family. Both appeared visibly distressed, clutching a finely crafted storage ring in their hands. Esteemed Elder Lu, please wait, the city lord exclaimed, hastening forward and bowing deeply. His tone was laced with reverence. It is my failure to govern that has allowed the foolish Zhao family to offend your esteemed presence. I am utterly at a loss for words. Please accept this humble gift as a token of my apology, and I implore your magnanimity. The head of the Li family promptly offered the ring as well. This is a modest gesture from both our families. It contains some rare tea seeds and medicinal herbs of decent quality. We hope the elder will accept it, alleviating some of our fears. Lu Shi halted, casting his gaze over the storage ring. With a slight stir of his consciousness, he discerned the contents within. He indeed sensed the presence of rare tea seeds imbued with unique vitality, as well as several medicinal herbs that were gentle in nature and suitable for daily nourishment. Not one to be unkind, he recognized that the fault lay with the Zhao family, not with these two individuals. Observing their respectful demeanor and the utility of the offered items for his cultivation, he nodded slightly, waved his sleeve, and accepted the storage ring. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, he remarked softly, choosing not to elaborate further, and continued on his way. The city lord and the head of the Li family, witnessing the exchange, felt a monumental weight lift from their hearts. Overwhelmed with relief, they nearly prostrated themselves again, exclaiming in unison, "We bid farewell to Elder Lu. May your journey be smooth." Only after the master and disciple had departed did they straighten up, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual relief. The acceptance of the gift indicated that Elder Lu had not taken his anger out on Jingwensheng, a tremendous stroke of fortune indeed. The turmoil in Jingwensheng rapidly spread through the realms of cultivation in Yunxia Prefecture. Initially, the tales of Elder Lu from the Luoxia sect were confined to the legend of a single sword strike that severed the Dharma manifestation. However, the recent events in Jingwensheng, witnessed by countless observers, were rich in detail and clarity. Have you heard? That Elder Lu from the Luoxia sect. What about him? Oh, you have no idea. Elder Lu, along with his ethereal disciple, walked unassumingly on foot, appearing just like a mortal. In Jingwensheng, that blind Zhao family scion attempted to provoke him. And guess what happened? What happened? Tell me. Elder Lu never lifted a finger the entire time. It was solely his disciple who acted, effortlessly incapacitating the mid-foundation defense captain with a single move. But that is not even the most astonishing part. The storyteller, animated and fervent, struck the table with fervor. The most extraordinary incident occurred in the maple forest outside the city. The entire Zhao family came out, even deploying their ultimate formation, the constrained dragon array. Can you imagine how Elder Lu responded? He fought back? The audience held their breath. Fought back? Huh. The storyteller erupted in laughter. Elder Lu did not even lift a finger. He merely posed a question to his female disciple. Why do moths always fly into the flame? Then, during the battle, he casually offered a few pointers. And what happened next? The lethal strikes from the two elder cultivators of the Zhao family inexplicably faltered. The confined dragon formation was dispersed with a mere flick of his sleeve. Master Yun Yi from Xiantian Temple was so intimidated that he immediately bowed in respect, addressing Elder Lu with reverence. The head of the Zhao family was left paralyzed with fear. My heavens, such effortless command over the laws of nature? What a remarkable realm. Indeed, what do we call this? It is the manifestation of a true master who does not stoop to engage with insignificant beings, using the Zhao family merely as a sharpening stone for his disciple. It turns out that the decimation of the 100 manifestations demon lord was no mere coincidence. This Elder Lu possesses unfathomable cultivation. Similar dialogues unfolded continuously across various locales in Yunxiao Prefecture. The image of Lu Shi, clad in a blue robe, walking unassumingly, spread rapidly. Naturally, the news swiftly returned to the Falling Sunset sect. Within the Grand Hall of Cuifeng Peak, Sect Master Luo Tianming, upon hearing the report, shifted from astonishment to delight. He gestured for the steward to withdraw, standing alone by the window, gazing towards Sui Peak, murmuring to himself, Junior Brother Lu, your recent ventures have certainly stirred quite a commotion, with your words manifesting as law and the dissolution of the foundational techniques akin to a flick of a duster. Even Master Yun Yi from Xiantian Temple was compelled to bow in deference. Excellent, splendid. With Junior Brother Lu safeguarding our sect, what do we have to fear regarding prosperity? Luo Tianming clapped his hands in mirth. Chapter 69. If the elder does not forsake me, I would gladly guide the way. Even the major powers in the surrounding prefectures had learned of this event. It appears that the northern region is about to unveil an extraordinary figure. A decree was issued. Henceforth, disciples of our sect must exercise utmost caution while operating in Yunxiao Prefecture, particularly avoiding any conflict with Falling Sunset sect. Especially with that Elder Lu. Prepare a substantial gift in our sect's name to be sent to Falling Sunset sect. At this moment, Lu Shi strolled along the ancient pathway with his disciple, seemingly oblivious to the ripples stirred behind him. 2 days later, in Lingyuan City. As one of the largest cities in the northern region, Lingyuan City far surpasses Jingguang City in grandeur. The towering walls, reaching a height of 100 feet, were constructed from solid azure stone. Before the immense city gates, a bustling flow of vehicles and people intertwined. A myriad of cultivators either wielded magical tools, rode spirit beasts, or walked like ordinary folk, forming several long lines. They patiently underwent scrutiny by the gate guards. Some disciples from prestigious sects, adorned in extravagant attire and exuding an extraordinary aura, displayed evident impatience as they waited. Among the throng was Lu Shi and Jang Li, resembling ordinary travelers. Approaching at a leisurely pace, clad in a pristine blue robe, Lu Shi was untainted by dust. His calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the surrounding chaos of those eager to enter the city. Jang Li, dressed in snow-white garments, possessed a stunning beauty. Even with a deliberate attempt to remain low-key, her ethereal grace could not be entirely concealed. This attracted numerous gazes from the queue, some overt, some covert. On the city tower, a young cultivator named Zhang Xiaosan, donned in the standard leather armor of Lingyuan City, languidly passed the time. His cultivation level hovering around the late stage of qi condensation. Leaning against the wall, he lazily surveyed the throng of heads below. The monotonous duty of guarding the city had become a tedious routine. His greatest amusement lay in observing the diverse passers-by, mentally critiquing them. Yet another young scion from a minor sect, fidgeting even while in line. That female cultivator possesses a commendable figure, though she is regrettably veiled. His gaze drifted aimlessly until it fixed upon two figures approaching through the crowd. Initially, it was the woman's stunning beauty that caught his eye, but soon, his attention was captivated by the young man in the green robe who walked half a step ahead of her. The young man exuded a refined and extraordinary demeanor, accompanied by an enchanting female disciple. These few keywords erupted in his mind. Recently, a legend concerning Elder Lu of the Luoxia sect had spread like wildfire. Numerous versions circulated, yet the core elements remained astonishingly consistent. Especially following the incident in Jingwensheng, the young man in the green robe had almost become synonymous with that legendary elder. Zhang Xiaosan's eyes widened in astonishment. His mouth fell open unconsciously, and the registration jade slip in his hand dropped with a clatter onto the cobblestones. His companion beside him, startled by the noise, frowned and inquired, "Xiaosan, what on earth are you doing?" Yet, Zhang Xiaosan's face turned as pale as a ghost, only to be swiftly replaced by an overwhelming excitement that flushed him crimson. "It is him. Truly, it is him," Zhang Xiaosan stammered, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. In the next moment, he felt as if he had been ignited. With a sudden, frantic shout, he disregarded the fallen jade slip and roughly shoved aside his bewildered companion, scrambling down the steep stairs of the city wall with all his might. "Make way! Clear the way!" he hoarsely yelled, forcefully pushing through the queue. "Hey, why are you crowding? Are you blind?" The crowd erupted into chaos, discontented shouts rising. Those once arrogant disciples of various sects glared furiously, preparing to reprimand this ignorant guard. Yet, Zhang Shaosan paid them no heed. His eyes were solely fixed on the approaching figure in the green robe. Under the gaze of numerous astonished, angry, and bewildered eyes, Zhang Shaosan stumbled forth from the crowd. Thud! He collapsed in front of Lu Shi, barely a few paces away. Summoning all his strength, he let out a hoarse cry. "I am Zhang Shaosan, a guard of Lingyuan City, unaware of Elder Lu's esteemed arrival. I deserve the gravest punishment. I deserve the gravest punishment." This thunderous knell and exclamation plunged the previously bustling city gate into an eerie silence. The sounds of reprimands, discussions, and the clatter of carts vanished. Countless gazes shifted from anger and confusion to a state of bewilderment, all converging on the trembling young cultivator on the ground. Cautiously, they then turned to the composed young man in the green robe, their faces awash with incredulous shock. "Elder Lu? Which Elder Lu?" Lu Shi observed the prostrate Zhang Shaosan, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. The speed at which this rumor spread exceeded his expectations. He slightly raised his hand, a gentle force lifting Zhang Shaosan to his feet. "Rise, there is no need for such formality. I am merely passing through this place. I do not wish to disturb others, nor to cause any commotion in your esteemed city." The calm tone of his words felt like a great pardon to Zhang Shaosan. He excitedly exclaimed, "Yes, yes, I understand, esteemed elder. Thank you for your generosity." Meanwhile, Jang Li cast a cold glance at Zhang Shaosan. This Lingyuan city certainly possesses more discernment than those fools from Jingwenqing. At least they understand the importance of respecting the strong, avoiding the fate of moths drawn to a flame. At that moment, the silence at the city gate was shattered. Whispers began to circulate. "Elder Lu? Which Elder Lu? Who else could it be? The one from Luoxiao sect, who single-handedly defeated the demon lord of Baixiang. My heavens, it truly is him. His appearance matches the rumors perfectly. Did I not just complain about his arrival? Shoo! Silence. Do you wish to court disaster? I never imagined I would witness Elder Lu in person. No wonder his aura is so transcendent. I am truly blind. That must be his disciple, right? Truly as extraordinary as the tales suggest." Those disciples who had previously shoved Zhang Shaosan and were prepared to confront him now wore ashen faces. They were filled with dread, wishing they could shrink into the earth. Their arrogance completely evaporated. Zhang Shaosan steadied himself, his heart racing. Yet, he forced himself to remain composed, recalling his responsibilities. He also wished to seize this rare opportunity to serve such a distinguished figure. Taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply and said, "Esteemed elder, forgive my rudeness. It was unbecoming of me. However, Lingyuan City is quite vast, with its intricate streets. As it is your first visit, I am concerned you may not be familiar with the paths, wasting your time. If the elder would permit, may I guide you? As a humble gesture of hospitality? This would also allow me to atone for my previous transgressions." Upon finishing, he felt the sweat pooling in his palms, bowing his head even lower. He dared not meet Lu Shi's gaze, fearing that this abrupt request might incite displeasure. Chapter 70. The Three Sects and Two Lives. Lu Shi regarded the anxious young guard before him, his gaze lingering for a moment on the boy's flushed face. Though the youth appeared flustered, his eyes were clear, radiating a pure sense of awe and longing that was not off-putting. However, Lu Shi simply uttered a word. Zhang Shaosan felt as if he had heard a celestial sound, almost kneeling again in his excitement. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself and quickly performed a deep bow. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly." He hurriedly stepped aside, cautiously leading the way ahead while discreetly signaling to his stunned colleagues at the city gate to maintain order and refrain from causing any further disturbances. Then, with utmost respect, he guided Lu Shi and Jang Li through a side entrance specifically opened for esteemed guests, allowing them to enter Lingyuan City unimpeded. Upon entering the city, the cacophony and heat enveloped them. As a crucial hub leading to Kunlun, the prosperity of Lingyuan City far surpassed that of Jingwenqing. The wide street, paved with bluestone, is ample enough to accommodate 10 horse-drawn carriages side by side. On either side, towering buildings and shops stand in an orderly array, offering a diverse array of magical artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual materials. Even domesticated spirit beasts are showcased in the open. Zhang Shaosan, leading the way, introduced, "Elder Lu, Fairy Jiang, please follow this path." The most prominent inn in Lingyuan City is the Ancien Pavilion, known for its serene environment and attentive service. Many esteemed elders from various sects attending the Kun Conference prefer to stay there. Of course, if the elder desires a quieter setting. There are several charming villas available for rent in the southern part of the city. She nodded slightly, her gaze casually sweeping over the street scene. Jang Li occasionally cast her eyes over certain shops. Noticing that she appeared to lack any impatience, Zhang Xiaosan's confidence grew a tad bolder. He recalled that his greatest value might lie in his understanding of the Kunlun territory. Weighing his words carefully, he continued, Elder, I presume you and the fairy have come to Kunlun for the Grand Conference. Although my cultivation is modest, and I have no connection to the immortal path. I have grown up in Lingyuan City, with generations of my family rooted here. I have heard many tales and rumors regarding the various factions and sects in the vicinity. If the elder does not find my chatter bothersome, I might offer you a brief introduction. His words were delivered with a hint of trepidation, as he wished to showcase his usefulness without appearing boastful or offending the distinguished figures. Upon hearing this, Shi glanced at Zhang Xiaosan and remarked, Go ahead. Though Shi certainly possessed more knowledge than this young cultivator, she deemed it worthwhile for Li to listen. With permission granted, Zhang Xiaosan felt invigorated and quickly organized his thoughts. Thank you, Elder. Speaking of the northern territories, the power structures are intricately woven. However, when it comes to the pinnacle, the consensus points to the 3 sects and 2 families. He took a deep breath and began to recount with familiarity. The Qingyun sword sect is the mightiest, led by the sect master, the Grandmaster Yunlan, who is a formidable sword cultivator at the Dharma manifestation stage. His swordsmanship is profound. Additionally, there is a supreme elder within the sect, also said to possess Dharma manifestation cultivation, yet he remains in seclusion and rarely makes appearances. The disciples of the sword sect are all exceptionally skilled, and their combat prowess is formidable, making them strong contenders for the championship in this conference. Pausing for a moment, he continued, the Xiantian temple, while slightly inferior, is still immensely powerful. The temple master is at the pinnacle of the enlightenment stage. They also have a supreme elder, a master of the Dharma manifestation stage, who excels in the art of formations. The formations of Xiantian temple are among the best in the northern territories. Furthermore, there is the Ziyang sect. The sect master is also a practitioner of the Dharma manifestation stage. He elaborated on the 2 prominent families, the Ouyang and Shangwan clans, which boast a long-standing lineage in cultivation. Lowering his voice slightly, he added, these 2 families have deep-rooted foundations, and it is said that each possesses an ancestor at the Dharma manifestation stage, though they are of advanced age and seldom seen by outsiders. The younger generation within these families is also brimming with talent and should not be underestimated. Zhang Xiaosan conveyed all that he knew about the top-tier powers as clearly as possible to Shi. Upon finishing, he respectfully stood with his hands at his sides, fully aware that this information might well be familiar to the inscrutable elder Lu. Yet he has exerted every effort in the hope of being of some use. Upon hearing this, Shi maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no signs of emotion. The information aligned largely with his existing knowledge. Zhang Xiaosan's ability to articulate so clearly indicated that he had indeed put in considerable effort, not merely relying on hearsay. Quite thoughtful, Shi remarked softly, signifying his acknowledgement. Instantly, Zhang Xiaosan's heart blossomed with joy, feeling that this moment was the pinnacle of his life. Jang Li listened quietly from the side, her cold, serene eyes betraying no emotion. Qingyun sword sect, Xiantian temple, Ziyang sect, Ouyang family, Shangwan family's Dharma realm. She mused indifferently. In my previous life, such cultivators under my command were merely at the threshold. Shi and the others did not linger in Lingyuan City, but instead passed directly through it. Exiting through the city gate on the opposite side, they truly embarked on their journey to Kun Mountain. About half an hour after leaving the city, the scenery around them began to subtly shift. The official road beneath their feet gradually gave way to a broader, more ancient stone staircase. This was the renowned path to ascension. The spiritual energy in the air visibly thickened, even forming a faint mist that swirled among the mountain steps. The temperature seemed to drop slightly, carrying a refreshing chill. This place served as a natural watershed. At the starting point of the stone steps stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with the characters Path to Ascension in seal script, the strokes vigorous and powerful. Beside the tablet lay several weary mortals, their eyes dim, gazing longingly at the distant mountain peak shrouded in clouds and mist. Their eyes brimmed with desire. For them, this was the limit. Beyond this point, their physical bodies could not endure. Occasionally, cultivators riding on magical tools would sweep past them, stepping onto the stone steps and vanishing into the mist, eliciting a chorus of envious sighs. Zhang Xiaosan inhaled the rich spiritual energy deeply, feeling invigorated. He respectfully addressed Shi and Jiang Li, saying, "Elder Lu, Fairy Jiang, From here onward begins the true path to ascension. It is said that this path consists of 9,999 steps, leading directly to the gates of Kun Mountain. The higher one ascends, the heavier the spiritual pressure becomes, serving as an initial selection for those seeking the Tao. Above them, magnificent flying vessels and exquisite palanquins occasionally glided by, adorned with pearls and precious stones, drawn by spiritual beasts. The young men and women aboard were elegantly dressed, laughing and conversing, casting indifferent glances down at the pedestrians below. They were the offspring of immortal families, who, due to their familial heritage, were spared the hardships of this ascent. Beside the stone steps, an elderly man clad in tattered monk robes bowed with each step he took. His forehead was caked with dried blood, yet his gaze remained remarkably resolute. Chanting softly to himself, on the other side, a voice called out, "Friend, please hold. I see you possess exceptional bone structure. I have a copy of the 5-year Enlightenment 3-year simulation manual that has leaked from the Tao Academy. It is only 10 low-grade spirit stones." A gaunt-faced cultivator was peddling to passers-by, but most responded with scornful laughter. Zhang Shaosan guided the way while quietly pointing out these sights to Lu Shi and Jang Li. Lu Shi walked with an air of tranquility, his azure robe gently brushing against him, creating a stark contrast to the bustling crowd of various cultivators around him. This serene demeanor caught the attention of some discerning observers. Jang Li followed closely at Lu Shi's side, her frosty gaze sweeping over everything in their path. Upon witnessing the magnificent flying vessels gliding through the air, she coldly scoffed. What an ostentatious display, yet ultimately devoid of substance. In my past life, the imperial carriage of Liyue was drawn by 9 ancient heavenly dragons, traversing the realms with a harmonious symphony of myriad sounds. How could these mere trinkets compare? The grandeur of Kunlun's inquiry is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to the grand assembly of celestial beings that I once hosted. As they ascended, the mist thickened, and the stone steps seemed to reach toward the heavens. Upon finally crossing the last step and passing through a dense veil of spiritual mist, the scene before them unfolded spectacularly. What lay ahead was no ordinary mountain range, but a multitude of colossal peaks suspended above an endless sea of clouds. The mountains stood like swords, piercing the azure sky, while atop them, ethereal palaces and pavilions shimmered in and out of view. Among the swirling mists, the silhouettes of colossal beasts with wings and armored scales could be seen gracefully gliding. These were the guardian spirit beasts of the academy. Amidst the mist, an enormous mountain gate loomed, inscribed with the grand characters of the Inquiry Academy, flowing with the essence of the Tao. Before the gate lay an expansive cloud platform, now teeming with a throng of cultivators gathered from the northern realms and beyond. Zhang Shaosan gaped in awe, utterly mesmerized. Lu Shi halted before the mountain gate, lifting his gaze to the floating peaks and the inverted Milky Way, his expression still warm and composed. Just as they were about to enter, a resounding laughter echoed from the heavens, its resonance dispersing the surrounding mist in ripples. A radiant beam of light, akin to the blazing sun, pierced through the clouds, descending directly toward the mountain gate. This unexpected commotion captured the attention of nearly all cultivators present on the cloud platform. As the light dissipated, a middle-aged Taoist clad in a purple-gold robe emerged, his complexion flushed and exuding an aura of authority that deterred those of lesser cultivation from meeting his gaze. Notably, a crimson jade token hung at his waist, inscribed with the character Ziyang, signifying his identity as the master of Ziyang's sect, one of the foremost sects in the northern territories. His gaze, sharp as lightning, instantly locked onto Lu Shi, completely disregarding everyone else as he strode forward with swift, confident steps, a broad smile of unmasked delight adorning his face. From a distance, he clasped his hands in greeting and exclaimed, "Is that not Elder Lu Shi of the Falling Sunset sect? Ah, indeed, it is you." I sensed a profound and ethereal aura earlier in the clouds and thought to myself, who could this esteemed friend be? It turns out to be Elder Lu. The Ziyang sect master's voice boomed as he approached Lu Shi with several strides. His demeanor contrasted sharply with the reputed image of the stern and commanding Zhang sect master, demonstrating his high regard for Lu Shi. Lu Shi paused, slightly nodding in acknowledgement, his tone gentle as he replied, "It is an honor to meet the master of Ziyang's sect." Meanwhile, Zhang Shaosan stood by, utterly dumbfounded, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. The master of Ziyang's sect. This is indeed a figure of great stature, on par with the esteemed leaders of the Qingyun sword sect and the Zhuantianguan. How astonishing that he should so eagerly approach Elder Lu for a greeting. His heart raced with excitement. Jang Li stood quietly beside Lu Shi, her cool gaze sweeping over the master of the Ziyang sect. The Ziyang sect master? A being of the Dharma manifestation realm, exuding a fiery and vigorous aura, practicing the pure yang path. This individual surpasses many of the ostentatious masters of flying vessels. However, before my revered master, he remains inadequate. The radiant sun real person laughed heartily, clearly reveling in the moment. Elder Lu, you are far too modest. It is I who am fortunate to be in your presence. Elder Lu, maintaining his composure, uttered phrases that rendered the foundation of Tao obsolete, sweeping away the constrained dragon. Truly, it has opened our eyes. His words were not uttered in a hushed tone, causing the already buzzing Yuntai square to erupt in fervor. Render the foundation of Tao obsolete. Sweep away the constrained dragon? Elder Lu of the Luoxia sect? Is he not the one rumored to have slain the 100 aspects demon lord with a single sword strike not long ago? The Ziyang sect master's endorsement surely confirms it. Good heavens, is this truly Elder Lu? He appears so youthful and tranquil. The individual beside him must be his disciple. Truly a person of extraordinary grace. No wonder the Ziyang sect master holds him in such high regard. Countless gazes, filled with shock, curiosity, and reverence, converged upon Lu Shi. Those who had previously overlooked this master and disciple pair now stood astounded. The name of Lu Shi from the Luoxia sect had long ceased to be a secret following the events in Jingwencheng, especially during this grand assembly of northern elite at Kunlun. The radiant sun real person seemed indifferent to the commotion he had incited, or perhaps he simply did not care. He continued to smile at Lu Shi. Elder Lu, your presence at Kunlun must surely be to allow your esteemed disciple to gain some experience? In the guise of a disciple, she would undoubtedly shine brilliantly at this gathering. As he spoke, he cast an appreciative glance at Jang Li. Internally astonished by her uniquely exceptional demeanor, Lu Shi remained composed. It is merely to introduce my young disciple to the world, not to speak of any rigorous training. You are too humble, Elder Lu. The radiant sun real person waved his hand, then turned his gaze to the nervous Zhang Shaosan. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, followed by a friendly smile. Elder Lu, who might this young friend be? Lu Shi replied in a calm tone. This is Zhang Shaosan, a guard from Linyuan City. I owe much to his guidance. He is quite knowledgeable about this place and a diligent and astute junior. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shaosan was jolted, suddenly raising his head to look at Lu Shi. He never imagined that such an insignificant person as himself could receive such praise from Elder Lu. The master of the Ziyang sect, a figure of great renown, immediately burst into hearty laughter. Oh? To receive such commendation from Elder Lu, young friend. Your future prospects are boundless. Haha. In Yuntai Square, countless gazes instantly fixated on Zhang Shaosan, filled with astonishment. How remarkable that an ordinary guard from Linyuan City should earn the recognition of Elder Lu from the Luoxia sect. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Chapter 72. The measure of cultivation. Zhang Shaosan was so overwhelmed with excitement that his lips trembled, rendering him speechless. He could only bow deeply. Master Yang Yan paid no further attention to Zhang Shaosan. To him, this was already a significant gesture of respect towards Lu Shi. He seized the opportunity to extend an invitation to Lu Shi. Elder Lu, as you are new here, the academy's layout can be quite intricate, with various factions intermingling. Allow me to host and introduce you to a few old friends. This will spare you from unnecessary formalities. What do you say? Lu Shi pondered for a moment. His initial intention was to remain low-key, but now that he had been recognized, to refuse would seem pretentious. Moreover, having someone familiar with the situation to guide him would indeed facilitate the process, saving him from needless social engagements. He nodded slightly. I appreciate your kindness, Master Yang Yan. Haha, Elder Lu, you are too courteous. Please, follow me. Master Yang Yan exclaimed with delight, personally leading the way. As he turned, he cast a glance at the still exuberant Zhang Shaosan. My young friend, having gained Elder Lu's favor and being familiar with this place, it would be a pity for you to remain in Linyuan City. The academy also has peripheral enterprises here that require management. If you are interested, you may take my name card and seek out the steward of the external academy for future prospects. These words fell upon Zhang Shaosan like a refreshing rain, leaving him dizzy with joy. What did this signify? It meant that a mere minor cultivator without any background had unexpectedly received an olive branch from one of the most powerful factions in the northern region. Even if it was merely a peripheral enterprise, it far surpassed the positions of guards in Linyuan City. This was all due to Elder Lu's favor. With a thud, Zhang Shaosan knelt to the ground, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Elder Lu. I, as a humble junior, will surely repay this great kindness. Lu Shi did not turn back, simply following Master Yang Yan deeper into the academy. Jang Li quietly trailed behind, her cold gaze sweeping over the ecstatic Zhang Shaosan, her heart remaining indifferent. He truly knows how to seize opportunities. A word from my master alters his destiny. This is his fortune. At that moment, Master Yang Yan laughed heartily. He waved his sleeve to part the swirling clouds before him and gestured for Lu Shi to proceed. Elder Lu, please follow me. With that, he stepped onto a rainbow bridge formed naturally from the condensed mist. At the other end of the bridge stood an exquisite pavilion suspended above countless peaks. The pavilion, crafted from an unknown white jade, had no railings, with only the sea of clouds surging beneath, as if one stood at the very edge of the heavens. Lu Shi maintained his composure, walking leisurely in step with Jang Li, who followed silently behind. As they approached the cloud-watching pavilion, the surrounding spiritual pressure grew increasingly profound. Yet for them, it posed no hindrance. Before they even stepped into the pavilion, a clear and ethereal melody of a guqin reached their ears. The music flowed like a mountain stream, cleansing the spirit. However, as Master Yang Yin set foot on the jade floor of the pavilion, the melody abruptly ceased. The scene within the pavilion came into view. On one side, a woman clad in a plain white robe sat gracefully upon a stone bench. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and before her was a stone table adorned with a guqin. Her beauty was unparalleled. Yet there was an undeniable aura of unassailable sword intent in her demeanor. This woman was none other than Yunlan Jinren, the leader of the Qingyun sword sect. At this moment, her delicate fingers had just lifted from the guqin. Her gaze, sharp as a drawn sword, instantly pierced towards Lu Shi, who stood behind the radiant Yang Yan. To the side, an elderly man clad in simple linen attire was engrossed in a game of chess. His white hair and beard giving him an air of wisdom as he pondered over a black piece, seemingly lost in thought. This man was none other than the reclusive ancestor of the Shangwan clan. The arrival of Yang Yin seemed to disrupt his contemplation. He slowly set down the piece, raised his eyes, and smiled warmly as he regarded them, his gaze subtly shifting towards Lu Shi. Friend Yang Yin, it appears you have interrupted the esteemed interest of the master of Yunlan sect, thus obstructing my path in this chess match, the Shangwan ancestor initiated. A hint of playful teasing in his tone. Yang Yin chuckled heartily, seemingly unfazed. When has music and chess not been a source of enjoyment? Today, I have brought a distinguished guest, and I must disturb your tranquility. He stepped aside to present Lu Shi. This is Elder Lu Shi of the Falling Sunset sect, who has recently garnered fame in the Northern Territories. Elder Lu, allow me to introduce the master of Yunlan sect from the Qingyun sword sect and the venerable ancestor of the Shangwan clan. He paused, adding, Old Ghost Ouyang and the one from the Xiantian temple are currently in seclusion. Today, it is merely us old fellows enjoying a brief respite. However, the atmosphere within the pavilion did not immediately warm. The gaze of the master of Yunlan remained fixed upon Lu Shi. In her perception, the young man in blue exuded a calm aura, as gentle as jade. At first glance, he resembled a hermit from the mountains. There was no indication of surging spiritual energy, nor the distinctive sharpness of a sword cultivator. A slight furrow formed on her brow, a flicker of faint doubt passing through her eyes as she recalled Qing Xian's high regard for Lu Shi. Ultimately, she chose silence, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the Shangwan ancestor maintained his amiable demeanor, stroking his long white beard as he casually remarked, Ah, so it is you, friend Lu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. With such cultivation, you seem as tranquil as an ancient well, devoid of ripples, and as elusive as a deep pool without shadows. Having lived this long, I pride myself on my discernment, yet today, I find myself unable to perceive your depths. Truly, my vision is lacking. May I inquire about the level of your current realm? Upon hearing these words, even Yang Yan's smile faded. Although he had enthusiastically introduced Lu Shi, deep down, he too sought to probe into his true capabilities. The master of Yunlan lightly touched the strings of the guqin, producing an almost inaudible sound. While her gaze was not fixed on Lu Shi, her mind had already sharpened its focus. In the face of the subtle probing from these two eminent figures of the Northern Territories, Lu Shi remained unfazed. Meeting the gaze of the Shangwan ancestor, a gentle smile graced his lips. You flatter me, friend Shangwan. I am but a simple rustic, with a rather dull disposition. By mere chance, I have acquired some insights into the methods of self-cultivation, unworthy of the Grand Hall. As for my realm, he paused slightly, casting his eyes over the swirling sea of clouds beneath and the multitude of beings resembling ants below. He spoke softly. In the mountains, there are no decades. When winter ends, who knows the year? Is the level of cultivation truly of importance? At the utterance of these words, an immediate silence enveloped the pavilion, lingering for 3 to 5 breaths. The smile on the face of the Sunflame real person slightly retracted, and his gaze flickered uncertainly. His enthusiastic introduction, while stemming from a desire for friendship, also bore the ulterior motive of leveraging the power of Yunlan and the ancestor of Shangwan to jointly probe the reality of Lu Shiyu. However, Lu Shi's response was remarkably diplomatic, deftly resolving the question without leaving a trace, leaving him at a loss for words. To press further would reveal his narrow-mindedness and insincerity. Yet refraining from inquiry only intensified the nagging doubt within him, akin to a cat scratching at his heart. The ancestor of Shangwan continued to smile amiably while stroking his beard, but the glimmer in his murky eyes shone even brighter than before. Having lived for centuries and encountered a myriad of characters, he prided himself on his keen judgment of people. Yet, in the face of Lu Shi, his self-assured discernment seemed to falter. Beneath that calm and gentle facade, was there a genuine return to simplicity, or merely a facade hiding ulterior motives? He could not see through it. "Ah, my friend Lu is quite magnanimous. It appears I have misjudged," the ancestor of Shangwan chuckled, lightly steering the conversation away. The Yunlan real person, with her cool and straightforward demeanor, detested such veiled exchanges. To her, Lu Shi's evasiveness suggested either a true reliance or mere ostentation. Remembering Qing Xian's almost reverent remarks regarding Lu Shi's swordsmanship, she scrutinized the unremarkable man before her, her inner conflict deepening. Her cherry lips parted slightly, as if she wished to speak, yet ultimately withheld her words. Just as the subtle atmosphere was on the verge of solidifying, Lu Shi spoke once more. However, his gaze shifted to the previously silent Yunlan real person. With a slight smile, he said, "I possess a sword and have heard that the Qingyun sword sect is the foremost in the northern sword arts. The sect master of Yunlan is especially proficient in swordsmanship. I humbly wish to seek your guidance on this sword, and I would also appreciate the insights of both esteemed friends." Before the three could respond, Lu Shi had already raised his hand. He grasped the hilt of an utterly ordinary long sword at his waist. With a resonant sound, the sword sang. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the three powerful beings, Lu Shi drew his sword. The action was simple and unadorned, merely a straightforward upward slash. He wielded the Taichu/Dao sword technique, having reached a level of mastery far beyond the mere entry level of Jang Li. However, after this slash, the sky remained a brilliant blue, and the sea of clouds continued to churn, as if nothing had occurred. The sunflame real person furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. The ancestor of Shangwan narrowed his eyes further, his doubts deepening. Even the Yunlan real person's cool countenance betrayed a hint of disappointment. Was this truly all there was? Yet, at the very instant this thought arose, a faint, almost imperceptible sound of cracking echoed through the air. This sound emanated from the void. Following this, a minute black fissure appeared in the lofty sky where Lu Shi's sword pointed, as if summoned without warning. Initially, the crack was no thicker than a hair, but in the next moment, it began to expand. 10 zhong, 100 zhong, 1,000 zhong. It was not a spatial rift, for the surrounding clouds and light were not being drawn in. It resembles a scar etched upon the vast canvas of the sky, a wound that remains forever unhealed. Within the fissure, countless intricate and interwoven laws are fracturing and lamenting. These are the foundational principles that constitute this realm, cleaved asunder by a single strike. An indescribable aura of dread and cataclysm swiftly envelopes the entire cloud-viewing pavilion and even extends to the expansive cloud platform below. A low hum resonates as the protective array of the Tao Academy autonomously activates, myriad runes illuminating and emitting a resonant sound. Within the pavilion, the ancient zither upon the stone table trembles slightly. The smile on the face of Master Yang Yin freezes entirely, replaced by sheer astonishment. The venerable ancestor Shangwan can no longer maintain his previously cheerful demeanor. The chess piece in his hand clatters to the board, disrupting a game of remnants. His hair and beard stand on end as he stares, transfixed, at the terrifying rift in the sky, which continues to expand slowly. Yunlan Jinren appears as if struck by lightning, her form frozen in place. As a swordsman, she perceives the essence of that strike with greater clarity than Yang Yin or Shangwan. She senses the swordsmanship that transcends her understanding. The sword heart she prides herself on quivers slightly in the wake of that strike's resonance. Her gaze settles upon Lu Shi, her eyes reflecting a profound complexity, a reverence in the face of the supreme realm of swordsmanship. Atop Kun Mountain, countless cultivators are stirred by this overwhelming aura. Raising their eyes to the heavens, their faces etched with horror and confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. At this moment, standing behind Lu Shi, Jang Li also trembles delicately. To sever the laws, leaving indelible marks, is a tempestuous wave surging within her heart. In my previous life, during the zenith of my power, I commanded numerous formidable cultivators of the law realm. If they exerted their full strength, they could potentially annihilate vast stretches of land. Yet to achieve such a feat with such nonchalance, severing only partial laws without harming any external entities, leaving behind a lingering scar of the Tao, is no simple task. Master's control over power and understanding of the essence of swordsmanship has reached an unfathomable level. This strike is capable of severing true cultivators of the law realm. She gazes at Lu Shi's silhouette, her earlier conjectures regarding her master's strength resurfacing. Master's realm is at least above the divine sovereign level. At this moment, Lu Shi slowly sheaths his sword. With a soft clang, the blade returns to its scabbard. Just as the sword fully enters its sheath, the terrifying rift in the sky, which had extended for thousands of feet and emanated an aura of great destruction, instantaneously mends itself as if it had never existed. The azure sky re-emerges. The sea of clouds remains undisturbed, as if the lamentation of the heavenly laws had never transpired. Only the profound silence within the cloud-viewing pavilion serves as testament to the reality of the previous events. The frozen astonishment on the faces of Yang Yin, Shangwan, and Yunlan stands as undeniable evidence. Meanwhile, Lu Shi, too, widens his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment, before reverting to his usual gentle demeanor. Heaven knows, he never intended to create such a commotion. Lu Shi internally chuckles. I merely sought to simulate the striking force akin to that of the law manifestation realm. While testing the prowess of my mastery in the Taichu sword technique, I unexpectedly found that a mere modicum of seriousness yielded a significant fissure. In the fleeting moments of contemplation, a conjecture emerged. It appears that the system's classification of supreme techniques diverges markedly from the general consensus of the populace. Perhaps, within this system, what is merely deemed an introductory level technique might equate to what others perceive as a consummate realm in the external world. And this mastery level, its potency likely transcends the conventional understanding of perfection. Has it reached a certain superlative limit of supreme techniques? Reflecting on this, I felt a twinge of helplessness. Gazing up at the now tranquil sky, I offered a sincere apology to the three astonished onlookers. I apologize for my lack of control. I did not mean to disturb you. It seems that my humble skills do not warrant such grand admiration, and I hope I have not caused you undue amusement. His words, accompanied by a gentle and apologetic demeanor, struck the three formidable beings as nothing short of a tempest. Lack of control? Humble tricks? Not worthy of grand admiration? The corner of Yang Yan's mouth twitched. He attempted to muster a nonchalant smile, only to find his facial muscles rigid with disbelief. That single stroke effortlessly cleaved the heavens and then, with equal ease, mended the rift. If that was but a humble trick, what then could be said of their own arduous cultivation over centuries? Chapter 74. Joining the academy, the smile on the face of ancestor Shangwan had long since vanished. Having lived for centuries, he prided himself on having witnessed countless tempests. Yet, to experience such a display of absolute power in a manner so humiliating was unprecedented. The most disconcerting aspect was the innocence exuded by the other party. Yunlan's reaction was the most intense. As a sword practitioner, she grasped the terror embodied in that single stroke more profoundly than the other two. It was not solely the might of the strike, but rather an ultimate comprehension of the essence of the sword. It was a true manifestation of the path of severance. The zenith of swordsmanship she had tirelessly pursued seemed to have found expression in that very strike. Her heart trembled, not from fear, but from the sight of the path ahead. A complex mix of yearnings surged within her. She regarded Lu Shi with a gaze imbued with reverence toward the path. Yang Yin and ancestor Shangwan exchanged swift glances, quickly reaching a consensus. Late stage of the Dharma aspect. Perhaps even the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect. This assessment was the limit of their imagination. The realm of the domain. Such legendary existence had not been heard of in the northern territories for millennia. They lacked a concrete concept to gauge it. They only knew that the power Lu Shi had exhibited far exceeded their comprehension. It was unfathomable. In an instant, the trio's attitude towards Lu Shi experienced a seismic transformation. The subtle air of condescension that had lingered moments before had now dissipated entirely. Now, it is truly the case that Lu Shi is regarded as an equal presence. The enigmatic Yunlan Jinren took the initiative. A faint blush of tension appeared on her typically serene face. She rose and retrieved the teapot, warmed upon the white jade table, and with utmost solemnity, poured a cup of fragrant tea infused with spiritual energy for Lu Shi. Taoist Lu, please enjoy this tea. Her voice, melodious yet tinged with a hint of formality, conveyed a sense of reverence akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. The smile returned to the face of ancestor Shangwan, though it was no longer the previous one. Instead, it brimmed with sincerity, even carrying a hint of apology. He clasped his hands toward Lu Shi and said with a wry smile, Taoist Lu, your supernatural abilities are truly remarkable. It was my oversight. I apologize for any abruptness in my earlier words. I hope you will not take offense. Seeing this, Jinren Yanyan quickly composed himself. With a hearty laugh, he sought to dissipate the earlier tension. Taoist Lu is indeed extraordinary. Today, witnessing your unparalleled swordsmanship, we realize how limited our own perspectives have been. He deftly redirected the conversation. Ziyang then addressed Lu Shi, saying, as you may have observed, This Academy of Inquiry is a modest endeavor established by several families in the Northern Realm. Its purpose is to pave a path for the younger generation, fostering mutual encouragement to prevent complacency. He gestured toward the floating peaks beneath their feet and the bustling cloud platform in the distance. The rules are simple. Every decade, we take turns managing the Academy's mundane affairs, ensuring no single family dominates and disrupts harmony. Coincidentally, it is the turn of our Xiang sect to serve as the steward this time. Should you require anything while you are here, please do not hesitate to ask. Yang Yan will certainly do his utmost to assist. Ancestor Shangguan added with a smile. Indeed, although the Academy is humble, it has gathered considerable resources and texts from the Northern Realm. If Taoist Lu has leisure time, I encourage you to linger for a few days and offer guidance to the younger generation. It would be a blessing for them. At that moment, Yunlan Jinren's gaze fell upon Jang Li, who had been quietly standing behind Lu Shi. Though Jang Li was stirred by her master's sword, she maintained her usual composure. Yunlan's expression softened considerably, taking on a tone of elder-like warmth. She nodded slightly to Jang Li and gently remarked, "This must be Taoist Lu's esteemed disciple, right?" "Indeed. She possesses remarkable talent and an exceptional demeanor. There is no need for formalities. Please come and sit with us." Her invitation to Jang Li, a junior, to take a seat was an exceedingly rare courtesy in gatherings of this caliber, clearly influenced by her regard for Lu Shi. The atmosphere in the pavilion, under the intentional softening and flattery from the three, gradually shifted from the previous silence and tension to a harmonious ambience, subtly revolving around Lu Shi. Meanwhile, Lu Shi maintained a demeanor of calm detachment, raising the cup of tea poured by Yunlan Jinren and taking a gentle sip. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Yang Yan and Ancestor Shangguan's introductions. At this juncture, seeing the atmosphere ease, Yang Yan wore a warm smile. Rubbing his hands together, he continued, "I have a humble request. Might the Luoxia sect be interested in joining the Academy and partaking in this grand endeavor? If your esteemed sect were to join, it would indeed be a fortune for the Academy and a blessing for the practitioners of the Northern Realm." Upon hearing the words, Lu Shi paused slightly, his hand holding the teacup faltering. A pensive expression spread across his face. He gently set the teacup down, saying, "The hospitality of the Yang Yan sect master is duly noted by me. However, this matter pertains to the sect's decision-making, and I alone cannot make a judgment. I must return to the mountain and confer with the sect leader before arriving at a conclusion." With this statement, the smile on the face of the Yang Yan Jinren froze instantly, his lips twitching involuntarily, revealing a genuine, bitter smile. Nearby, the venerable Shangguan paused in stroking his beard, his gaze filled with resignation. Although Yunlan Jinren remained silent, his eyes flickered. "Friend Lu," the Yang Yan Jinren spoke, almost pleadingly. He sighed and decided to be forthright, lowering his stance considerably. "To be candid, the invitation to the Luoxia sect is essentially an invitation for you, Elder Lu, who in the Northern Territories does not know that with your presence, the Luoxia sect is akin to a dragon concealed in the depths. If the Academy could have you associated with it, even if only to occasionally provide guidance, the significance would far surpass that of an ordinary sect's participation. We genuinely hope for your acquiescence." At this moment, the Yang Yan Jinren's heart was a tumult of emotions. Not long ago, during private discussions, they had deemed the Luoxia sect's reputation, bolstered by Lu Shi, to be still nascent. They feared that a hasty invitation to join the Academy's core might not garner respect. Thus, they had meticulously devised 5 trials, intending to present them during the formal invitation. This was meant to serve as a formality and a means to gauge Elder Lu's qualifications, ensuring that the Academy's standards were not perceived as too low. These 5 trials were progressively more arduous, encompassing cultivation, comprehension, formations, alchemy, and even moral scrutiny. They believed that having Lu Shi undergo these challenges before granting him membership would elevate the Academy's prestige. But now, the Yang Yan Jinren lamented inwardly. What need is there for trials? The man effortlessly pierced the heavens with a mere sword strike. Although the rift was swiftly mended, such prowess could not be measured by any of their devised trials. In retrospect, their previous concerns seemed utterly ridiculous, akin to a child boasting before a giant. The current situation had entirely reversed. They were no longer assessing whether Lu Shi was worthy of joining, but were instead beseeching him to nod in agreement, fearing their humble establishment could not accommodate such a divine presence. The challenges they had prepared now made him blush with embarrassment. Chapter 75. The Path of Inquiry. Lu Shi regarded the Yang Yan Jinren's unabashed bitter smile and understood the underlying nuances. Maintaining his serene demeanor, he gently shook his head, his tone laced with a hint of perplexity. "Sect Master Yang Yan, you flatter me excessively. I am accustomed to a leisurely life, often spending my days atop the peak, gathering firewood and drawing water, savoring the pleasures of the wilderness, and thus have little involvement in sect affairs. If I were to merely lend my name to the academy, yet remain idle, how could I bear the responsibility of guiding the younger generation and participating in decision-making? Would I not be failing to meet the expectations of my esteemed friends? Friend Lu, you are being overly modest. The venerable Shangwan interjected quickly. He had discerned that this elder Lu was genuinely averse to trouble rather than merely adopting a lofty demeanor. The affairs of the academy shall be managed by the rotating sects, and I would not dare to impose upon you, my friend. You need only to hold a nominal title at the academy, and if, in your leisure, you could occasionally demonstrate a technique or two, guiding those naive youths as you did today, it would be an immense favor. As for mundane matters, I would never presume to disturb your tranquil cultivation. Master Yunlan spoke gently, his tone significantly softened. At the pinnacle of the sword path, the adept takes precedence. The realm of Taoist Lu is beyond the mundane measure. Your very presence serves as a silent inspiration to the Academy's juniors. Rules are rigid, but individuals are dynamic. The Academy wishes to treat you with the utmost respect, offering you the esteemed position of an honorary elder. With a higher rank comes the autonomy to make decisions, free from any coercive constraints. Master Yang Yin seized the moment, almost swearing an oath. Indeed, what Master Yunlan and Taoist Shangwan have stated is absolutely correct. Taoist Lu, you need only to nod, and the Academy's resource repository shall be open to you and your esteemed disciple, with all privileges granted at the highest standard. Come as you wish, depart as you please, with no bindings whatsoever. We only seek an opportunity to attach ourselves to your esteemed self. As he spoke, his face flushed slightly. Yet, in his pursuit to secure the favor of this extraordinary being, he thought little of his modesty. Lu Shi gazed at the three eminent figures before him, who could cause tremors in the northern realms with but a stomp. Presently, they looked at him with childlike eagerness. He found it somewhat amusing, yet also a touch exasperating. His initial intention was to decline, yet it only served to heighten their urgency. After a moment of contemplation, he cast his gaze over the vibrant young faces amidst the sea of clouds below. He thought of the future of the Luoxia sect and his senior brother's ambitions. Ultimately, meeting the intense gazes of the three, he gently nodded. Since you three are so earnest, it would be ungracious of me to refuse. Very well. Let the Luoxia sect join this academy of inquiry. As for myself, I shall adopt the title of an honorary elder as you suggested. Having said this, Lu Shi seemed to recall something and inquired. I heard many cultivators discussing the Qingyun ranking earlier at the foot of the mountain. Master Yang Yan, might I inquire about the regulations governing this ranking? Upon hearing Lu Shi's question, the expressions of the three dignitaries in the pavilion shifted subtly. Master Yang Yan hastily set down his teacup and explained, since Taoist Lu has inquired, I shall elaborate. The Qingyun ranking was established by the Academy to encourage cultivators in the northern realms and to allocate resources. It comprises the sect ranking and the Qingxiao ranking. I would be most eager to learn more. Lu Shi nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Let us begin with the sect ranking, Master Yang Yan replied, his tone carrying an air of authority. The rankings are determined through the collective deliberation of the Permanent Council of our Inquiry Academy. The primary considerations are the comprehensive strength, heritage, and contributions of each sect to the cultivation community of the Northern Realms. Master Shangwan chortled softly, adding, as for our esteemed sects, I believe Taoist Lu can appreciate our position. If we were to participate in the ranking ourselves, it would seem rather self-serving, competing with the younger generations and losing sight of the bigger picture. Therefore, our permanent council sects do not appear on the sect ranking. This list serves as a benchmark for other forces in the northern realms. At this moment, the serene Yunlan Jinren spoke. Since Taoist Lu of the Luoxia sect has entered the ranks of the permanent council, it is only natural that you remain above the fray. This is the established custom. The radiant Yang Yin Jinren took over the conversation, continuing, as for the Qingxiao ranking, it is specifically designed for the young prodigies under the age of 25. The rankings are determined solely by one's own strength, devoid of any human judgment. When you arrived, you must have seen the path to ascend. At its end lies the stairway of inquiry, comprising a total of 9,999 steps. As one ascends, the spiritual pressure intensifies, and the essence of the Tao becomes increasingly profound. The Qingxiao ranking is established based on the highest level reached by young disciples on this stairway. The higher the step one can reach, the more prestigious their ranking. This method has been passed down through the ages and is regarded as the fairest, leaving no room for deceit. It truly reflects a cultivator's potential and resolve. At this juncture, Yang Yin Jinren seemed to recall something suddenly, his gaze naturally shifting towards Jang Li, his face revealing unreserved admiration. However, in my humble opinion, given Zhang Shizi's innate disposition and talent, he is bound to excel in this Qingxiao ranking. When the time comes, the names of Taoist Lu and his disciple will surely be revered by all. The venerable ancestor Shangwan chuckled as he stroked his beard, saying, "What Yangyan Taoist has stated is indeed true. To ascend and gaze afar, one must first possess a noble heart. With Taoist lose subtle influence. Zhang Xiaoyou's clarity and determination of heart will undoubtedly surpass his peers. Securing the top position in the Qingxiao ranking will be entirely reasonable." Meanwhile, Jang Li, who had remained silent, felt a subtle shift in her icy gaze. Qingxiao ranking? Determined by the stairway? When it comes to the resilience of spirit and clarity of heart, who among the beings of this realm can compare with me? Lu Shi observed the words of the others and Zhang Li's faint reactions with keen interest. He merely smiled faintly, refraining from making any comments regarding the top position of the Qingxiao ranking. Instead, he inquired, "I see. But might I ask when the Kunlun inquiry formally commences?" Upon hearing Lu Shi inquire about the matter at hand, Yang Yanjinren's expression became earnest. He promptly replied, "In response to your inquiry, the grand event of the Kunlun inquiry is scheduled to commence 10 days from now at the main peak's inquiry platform. At that time, heroes from the northern territories will gather, creating a magnificent spectacle." 10 days, you say? That works well. Allowing Lear some time to acclimate, Lu Shi nodded slightly, expressing no objections to the timeline. Indeed, Yang Yanjinren seized the opportunity to continue. "Taoist friend and esteemed disciple have traveled a long way. How could you possibly lack a place to rest? The Academy has long prepared a tranquil retreat for the Permanent Council, offering a serene environment rich in spiritual energy, ideal for rest and enlightenment. If you do not mind, might I guide you both there?" This time, he did not even seek the opinions of Ancestor Shangwan and Yunlan Jinren, taking the initiative with a sense of half-host. Ancestor Shangwan and Yunlan Jinren showed no signs of displeasure. Rather, they felt it was entirely appropriate. Chapter 76. Jiang Li's Mid-Foundation Establishment. "Thank you for your kindness." Lu Shi maintained his calm demeanor. "Please, follow me." Yang Yanjinren's spirit was invigorated as he personally led the way. With a flourish of his sleeves, clouds gathered beneath his feet, forming a stable cloud bridge that extended into the depths of the floating mountains. Lu Shi stepped forward, followed silently by Jiang Li. The venerable ancestor Shangwan and the illustrious Yunlan Jinren also rose to bid farewell. As Yunlan Jinren gazed at Lu Shi's retreating figure, a flicker of emotion passed through her cool eyes. It seemed she had something to articulate, yet ultimately chose silence. She resumed her seat, her fingertips gliding over the strings of the zither, producing a hauntingly ethereal sound. Once they departed from the Guanyin Pavilion, the radiant Yanyan Jinren guided the two on their cloud-bound journey. The surrounding landscape morphed before them, as countless floating peaks whisked by. Atop these summits stood exquisite palaces, with cascading waterfalls and streams, occasionally graced by the fluttering of celestial cranes and ethereal birds. The rich spiritual essence enveloped them, almost tangible in its misty form. Along their path, they occasionally encountered the hurried figures of Academy stewards or disciples maneuvering their magical artifacts. Upon recognizing the guide as the Yanyan Jinren, their faces paled in astonishment. They hastily stepped aside, bowing in reverence. Only after the trio had passed did they dare to lift their heads, their expressions rife with shock and curiosity. Whispers floated through the clouds. "It is the leader of Yanyan's sect. He is personally leading someone. Who is that man in the azure robe to receive such honor from the sect master? And that woman behind him possesses an astonishing beauty and grace. Could she be a reclusive powerhouse? Look where they are headed, the Qianghua Isle. That is the most esteemed guest residence." These murmurs, naturally, did not escape Lu Shi's notice. Yet he remained unperturbed. Jiang Li, maintaining her composure, occasionally scanned the array of ruins. Yang Yanjinren, eager to strike up a conversation, yet wary of being intrusive, opted to describe the scenic vistas along the way, his tone imbued with pride. Lu Shi mostly nodded slightly, occasionally responding with a nonchalant indeed. This response seemed to please Yang Yanjinren immensely. Before long, the trio arrived above a vast expanse of floating land, where the spiritual energy was particularly abundant. At its center lay a crystal-clear spring. Elegantly crafted pavilions and towers were thoughtfully arranged around the spring, constructed of white jade and spiritual wood, blending harmoniously with the environment. "Dao friend Lu, disciple Jiang, this is Qianghua Isle," Yang Yanjinren announced as they descended to the spring's edge. "This place is typically reserved for the Academy's headmaster or the most esteemed guests. It is utterly tranquil, ensuring no disturbances. Within, there are meditation rooms, alchemy chambers, and training grounds. All facilities are available. Should you require anything, simply activate this communication jade talisman within the pavilion." He gestured towards a talisman in a small pavilion. Lu Shi's spiritual sense swept over the area, confirming it to be an exceptional locale. He nodded appreciatively. "Your thoughtfulness is commendable. This place is indeed splendid." With his approval, Yang Yanjinren's smile broadened. However, He was also perceptive enough to recognize that lingering too long might be tiresome, so he clasped his hands in farewell. In that case, Dao friends, please take your time to rest. I must attend to some matters before the grand competition. I shall take my leave for now. 10 days hence, I will return to welcome you to the Wen Tai. Please, Sect Master Yang Yan. Lu Shi returned the gesture. Yang Yan Jinren nodded kindly to Jang Li before transforming into a streak of light and departing. Once Yang Yan Jinren had left, Lu Shi turned to Jang Li. You may choose a quiet room to settle down. Over the next 10 days, feel free to explore the academy at your leisure, without any constraints. Yes, master. Jang Li replied softly. Her gaze swept across the ethereal paradise of Qianghua Isle, her heart remaining undisturbed. 10 days is ample time for me to attain my peak state. To claim the top position on the Qingxiao ranking, Lu Shi strolled leisurely to the edge of the spiritual spring, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He gazed at the clouds reflected in the spring's clear waters, his eyes distant, lost in thought. The spring gurgled softly, accompanied by the gentle rustle of jade leaves in the breeze. Jang Li wandered through this floating celestial isle, eventually pausing at an open area on the island's edge. Here, with a natural jade wall at her back, she faced the boundless sea of clouds. Elevated above the rest, when night fell, the cool moonlight cascaded down like a silver waterfall, enveloping this place unobstructedly. The air was suffused with a pure, yin energy. This was the spot. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Jiang Li's cool gaze. The abundant moonlight was perfectly suited for her cultivation of the second chapter of the Liu sacred classic. With a wave of her hand, she effortlessly cleared a space. Sitting cross-legged, she did not rush into her practice but first immersed herself in the essence of the surroundings, adjusting her body and mind to a state of clarity. Meanwhile, Lu Shi had found a smooth piece of blue stone by the spring to sit upon. From some hidden place, he produced a bamboo fishing rod, baited it, and casually cast it into the spring. The water was crystalline, revealing a few agile silver fish gliding gracefully, yet they showed no interest in the bait. Lu Shi remained indifferent, his gaze leisurely fixed upon the clouds mirrored on the water's surface. After a moment, seemingly unconsciously, he plucked a tender green willow branch from an ancient willow dipping into the spring. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the branch was inserted into the side of the spiritual spring, standing firm at a certain angle, submerged 3 inches. As Zhang Li adjusted her breath, she keenly sensed a slight disturbance in the spiritual energy enveloping Qianghua Isle. Immediately, she felt the energy gathering around her, particularly the power of the moonlight, intensifying and purifying significantly compared to before. Her heart stirred, and her gaze flicked toward the leisurely figure in a blue robe fishing by the spring. This willow branch must be some kind of sophisticated spiritual gathering catalyst devised by my master. A warm current flowed through her heart. Zhang Li cast aside her thoughts, focused her mind, and plunged entirely into her cultivation. The second chapter of the Liu sacred classic began to operate slowly. Her pores opened, greedily absorbing the refined and concentrated spiritual energy and moonlight. Gradually, a small vortex of spiritual energy formed around her. Though the meditation chamber was still, her hair and the fabric of her garments began to flutter gently. Outside the window, the mist enveloping Qianghua all seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly converging toward her meditation chamber, making that area's cloud energy particularly dense, resembling a small cloud vortex. Days passed by. On the 7th night of her retreat, when the moonlight was at its most resplendent, a sudden tremor resonated within Jiang Li's dantian, emitting a faint humming sound. More spiritual energy was wildly absorbed. Finally, she successfully broke through an invisible barrier. Mid-foundation accomplished. Just as she shattered her limits, the dense cloud energy above her meditation chamber was stirred by her burgeoning aura, naturally coalescing into a vague yet extraordinary phantom of a phoenix. This phoenix was entirely composed of pure moonlight and spiritual mist, with a graceful spread of wings. A resonant sound echoed, ethereal and imbued with a peculiar rhythm that penetrated the very soul, reverberating through a significant portion of the core area of the academy. Was that the cry of a phoenix? It emanated from the direction of Qianghua Isle. Chapter 77, Spirit Bone. The Tao Inquiry Platform. Qianghua Isle? Was that not the residence personally arranged by the Lord of the Sunfire sect for Elder Lu of the Falling Sunset sect? Was it Elder Lu himself who was cultivating? Or perhaps one of his disciples? Such an extraordinary phenomenon must be a result of a breakthrough in the foundation establishment stage. The talent of this young woman is truly formidable. It seems that the Qingxiao rankings will soon witness the emergence of another astonishing dark horse. Within the academy, elders and true disciples who had yet to rest or were in meditation were all roused. Their consciousnesses swept towards the direction of Qianghua Isle, buzzing with speculation. However, the phoenix's ethereal form existed for less than 3 breaths, and as its melodious call lingered in the clouds, it was gently erased by some unseen force, dissipating into the void, while the gathered clouds quietly settled. By the spring, Lu Shi remained in his fishing posture, as if he had never moved. Having just set down his teacup, his sleeves gracefully brushed against his knees, stirring a delicate breeze. That commotion was a tad excessive, yet it is manageable. Li's technique appears to possess some merit, Lu Shi mused calmly. Within the quiet chamber, Jang Li slowly opened her eyes. Feeling the surge of nearly doubled pure spiritual power within her, alongside a more solidified soul. Yet, her exquisite countenance bore no trace of excessive joy, only a serene composure. She paid little heed to the external phenomenon and the attention it might provoke. With her master present, she had no need for distractions. She did not rush to continue her breakthroughs, but instead adhered to the most prudent method of cultivation, dedicating an entire day to solidifying her foundation establishment mid-stage realm. After a day of rest, Jang Li closed her eyes once more. This time, she began to cultivate the method of refining bones from the second chapter of the Liu sacred canon. Threads of moonlight and spiritual energy, purified through her technique, acted like chisels, carefully tempering her body, which had once been merely mortal bone. This was a slow and agonizing process, yet not once did she furrow her brow. She had endured trials 1,000 times more perilous in her past life. In the final 2 days of her seclusion, her physique underwent yet another transformation. Over her mortal bones, a subtle sheen of jade-like luminescence began to emerge. Her mortal bones had initially begun to transform into spiritual bones, and her root was revealed to be of superior quality. This was a stark contrast to her qualifications upon entering the Falling Sunset sect. 10 days of seclusion had passed in the blink of an eye. When Jang Li finally emerged from her quiet chamber, her aura had become even more restrained. Yet her clear, cold eyes shone with greater depth and brilliance than before. She approached the spring and, bowing respectfully to the still fishing Lu Shi, addressed him, Master. Lu Shi set down his fishing rod and turned to glance at her, his gaze sweeping over her form before nodding slightly, a hint of approval flickering in his eyes. Indeed, your foundation is solid, and your progress is commendable. Prepare yourself. The Dao Inquiry platform is about to open. Yes, Master. On the morning of the Dao Inquiry platform's opening, Jang Li stepped out from her quiet chamber on Shenhua Isle. Lu Shi was no longer by the spring. It seemed he had departed ahead of her. Jang Li was not surprised. Her master detested noise and had likely retreated to the elevated observation platform. She adjusted her plain attire and departed from Shenhua Isle, transforming into a cold streak of light as she melded into the throng surging towards the main peak. As she approached the summit, the din and spiritual pressure in the air intensified. Before her loomed a colossal circular platform, suspended amid the peaks. This was the Wendatai. Surrounding the platform were tiered seating areas, constructed to follow the contours of the mountains, stretching endlessly and already teeming with a vast sea of people. In the sky, various flying artifacts and spiritual beasts darted about, a dazzling array that obscured the sun. Lavish carriages drawn by dragon-like creatures, ancient swords-bearing spirited youths, and languid elders reclining atop enormous gourds were all present. Ethereal ships glided by, resonating with celestial melodies. The atmosphere was thick with a blend of tension, excitement, and anticipation. Whispers, calls for companions, and the cries of spiritual beasts converged into a cacophony that was deafening. Jang Li alighted in a clear area at the edge of the Wendatai. Her arrival was akin to a drop of cool ink in a bustling painting, swiftly spreading through the chaos. Her unparalleled beauty and otherworldly demeanor instantly captivated the attention of many nearby. Who is this enchanting woman? Such remarkable grace. You do not know? She is Jang Li, the direct disciple of Elder Lu from the Luoxia sect. Is it truly her? It is said that a phoenix cry was heard at Shenhua Isle a few days ago, possibly linked to her. Whispers of admiration and curiosity circulated, with some young male cultivators, confident in their status or strength, casting fervent glances her way. Soon, a youth adorned in opulent garments, wielding a folding fan, approached her. His cultivation was at the late stage of foundation establishment, and he was surrounded by a retinue of attendants. With a smile laced with confidence, he bowed slightly. May I have the honor of guiding this celestial maiden? I am Chunqua from the Chun family of Luyan City. I see you are alone for your first visit to the Wendatai. This place is crowded and full of distractions. Allow me to escort you, ensuring your safety. Jang Li merely gazed at the towering observation platform in the distance and coolly uttered a single word, leave. The smile on Chunqua's face froze instantly. His attendants glared at her with fury, their energy surging. However, when Chunqua met Jang Li's indifferent gaze, an inexplicable tremor coursed through him, and the harsh words he had prepared were swallowed back. His expression flickered between pale and green before he ultimately snorted coldly and retreated, disgruntled. How dare such insignificant beings disturb my tranquility? Jang Li mused inwardly. However, her gaze shifted once more towards the highest point shrouded in mist. I wonder what my master is witnessing over there. Just as curiosity welled up within her, a sudden commotion erupted below in the seating area. Countless eyes turned in unison towards the highest floating observation platform in the northern direction. It was the tallest and most majestic, enveloped in ethereal light. Look, atop the platform. That is the leader of the Ziyang sect, Master Yang Yan. And beside him is, could it be Elder Lu from the Luoxia sect, so youthful in appearance? To his astonishment, he walked side by side with the master of the Yang Yan sect. But that is not all. Look, the venerable ancestor Shangguan and the master of the Yunlan sect have also risen to greet him. Under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, Lu Shi ascended the high platform with measured steps, accompanied personally by the esteemed Yang Yan Jinren. This observation platform was paved with millennia-old warm jade, surrounded by railings intricately carved with auspicious dragons and phoenixes. Ethereal mist swirled around, offering a splendid view that encompassed the entire Dao Inquiry platform and the surrounding sea of clouds. The seating was sparse yet grand, each chair exuding a faint aura of spiritual light. Yang Yan Jinren warmly guided Lu Shi to a position beside him, where the seat was adorned with the pristine furs of spiritual beasts. On the small table lay exquisite spiritual fruits and fragrant tea. Meanwhile, Lu Shi remained clad in his simple azure robe, his demeanor relaxed. He settled into his seat, casually picked up the clear tea from the table, and took a gentle sip, his gaze drifting indifferently over the vast sea of humanity below, seemingly in search of something. Chapter 78. On the Path of the Heavenly Ladder. Clarity will arise. Lu Dao Yu. Please observe. Below are the distinguished talents from the northern region participating in this Kunlun Dao inquiry. A true gathering of heroes. Yang Yan Jinren introduced with a smile, his demeanor warm and even tinged with respect. Ancestor Shangguan stroked his beard in amusement, nodding slightly in acknowledgement towards Lu Shi. Most striking, however, was the master of the Qingyun sword sect, Yunlan Jinren. This woman, renowned for her cool sword heart in the northern region, gazed at Lu Shi with unexpected eagerness. It seemed she wished to engage him in a discussion on swordplay but hesitated, her expression betraying a mix of desire and restraint that left several seasoned individuals, familiar with her nature, quite astonished. Lu Shi maintained his calm demeanor, simply responding to Yang Yan Jinren's introduction. His gaze swept across the crowd below, ultimately resting on an unassuming corner, fixating on a figure of ethereal grace. A subtle smile graced his lips. At that very moment, a grand and resounding chime echoed through the heavens and the earth. The sound, melodious and cleansing, instantly drowned out all surrounding clamor. Yang Yan Jinren rose slowly from the principal seat of the observation platform. Silence. Instantly, the area surrounding the Dao Inquiry platform fell into a profound hush. Yang Yan Jinren's gaze swept over the youthful faces below, and he declared in a resounding voice, "The Kunlun Dao Inquiry commences today. The first trial is this Dao Inquiry stairway." With a flourish of his sleeve, he pointed towards the white jade staircase that connected to the floating main peak. The staircase soared into the clouds, seemingly reaching towards the heavens, comprising a total of 9,999 steps. Wisps of spiritual mist enveloped the staircase, with the essence of the Tao faintly visible. A weighty spiritual pressure, akin to a mountain, could be sensed even from afar. The rules remain as before. I trust all distinguished talents are already familiar with them. Ascending this stairway relies not on external forces, but solely on one's foundational strength, perseverance, and Tao heart. The staircase consists of 9,999 steps. With each step ascended, the spiritual pressure doubles, and the baptism of the Tao intensifies. The final ranking will be determined by the highest step each of you can reach. This serves as the basis for the Qingxiao ranking, and it is the most equitable. He paused for a moment, his voice suddenly rising with encouragement. I hope all of you can surpass yourselves and ascend to the pinnacle. Leave your name upon this azure cloud. The Tao Inquiry stairway, commence. As his voice faded, the hazy light at the entrance of the staircase quietly dissipated. A more profound and overwhelming spiritual pressure surged forth. The young cultivators, already prepared, transformed into streaks of light, rushing eagerly towards the starting point of the staircase. After announcing the rules, Master Yang Yan turned and sat down, a warm smile gracing his face as he naturally shifted the topic to his companion, Lu Shi. Taoist Lu, with such a gathering of talents below, do you have any particular favorites in this contest for the Qingxiao ranking? His casual inquiry instantly captured the attention of Ancestor Shangguan and Master Yunlan, along with the discreet glances from several nearby attendants, all eager to hear the profound insights of the enigmatic Elder Lu. Upon hearing the question, Lu Shi maintained his calm demeanor. his gaze not lingering on the outstanding individuals below for long. With a tone of quiet confidence, he simply replied, "My disciple, Jang Li, is quite capable." These few simple words, devoid of boastfulness or comparison, radiated a sense of assurance. However, in that moment of tense anticipation, the crowd's thoughts diverged, each contemplating Lu Shi's unreserved expectation. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed from the crowd below. A young man clad in a brocade robe emerged, Ouyang Ming, a direct descendant of the Ouyang family. Clearly having overheard the exchange from the high platform, his face was etched with indignation as he audaciously raised his voice. "Master Yangyan, esteemed seniors, please forgive my impudence, but I must express my thoughts." He cast his gaze upward. "As for the Lu elder, I would not dare to comment on your abilities. However, regarding your sect's disciples, if my knowledge serves me right, your sect barely ranks within the top 10 of lesser sections. I must candidly say, the prospects appear rather dim." With such boldness, he questioned the possibility of their accomplishments on the Qingshao ranking. At his words, the atmosphere on the viewing platform plummeted to an icy silence. Master Yangyan furrowed his brow, while Ancestor Shangguan halted his hand that caressed his beard. How dare a mere junior openly challenge and confront a powerful figure, particularly in regard to his sect's disciples? Ouyang Ming seemed to realize his impulsiveness, but, having spoken his mind, continued, "I do not doubt the might of Elder Lu. Your prowess is unparalleled, capable of supporting the heavens alone. Yet, the legacy of a sect ultimately relies on its successors. If the disciples are all mediocre, even a great master at the helm will only lead to a fleeting moment of brilliance, lacking longevity. I, Ouyang Ming, speak candidly. Yet it seems unwise for you to so highly regard a disciple of dubious talent, lest it become a source of ridicule." Impudent. Before Lu Shi could respond, Master Yunlan, whose demeanor had turned frosty, interjected sharply. "Ouyang Ming, this is the highest viewing platform, a place for the elders to deliberate. When did it become your place to interrupt, as a mere junior?" Seeing this, Master Yangyan felt a surge of anger as well. The audacity of this Ouyang boy was truly beyond measure. He quickly rose and first bowed in apology to Lu Shi. "Taoist Lu, please forgive the folly and arrogance of this young one. He speaks without restraint. I beg you do not take offense." Subsequently, he turned to Lu Shi, simultaneously explaining to the others present, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "This young man is the direct descendant of that eccentric Ouyang elder. He has been indulged by his family, unaware of the vastness of the world. The Ouyang family has always maintained a rather indifferent relationship with several of our clans, and their manner of conduct is indeed rather displeasing. Ouyang Ming, you must not be disrespectful," a voice, slightly aged yet authoritative, interjected. The crowd turned to see an elder clad in the distinctive cloud-patterned robe of the Ouyang family approaching with measured steps. It was Ouyang Xian, the elder of the Ouyang clan. Though he spoke reproachfully, there was no trace of severity on his face. His gaze even carried a hint of indulgence as he glanced at Ouyang Ming. Upon seeing his elder's arrival, Ouyang Ming did not rein in his demeanor. Rather, he appeared to have received tacit approval. A smirk graced his lips as he casually cupped his hands in apology towards Lu Shi, saying, "My apologies, Senior Lu, for my momentary candor." He then pivoted his words. "However, upon hearing your high regard for your disciples, I cannot bear to witness them become complacent. In my humble opinion, there are no prodigious talents among your sect's disciples. I fear they may struggle to even rank within the top 50 on the heavenly ladder. If you remain entrenched in flattery, it may prove detrimental to your sect's future." This veiled criticism ignited the fury of Master Yunlan. "Arrogant," she exclaimed, her sword intent surging forth. Her hand gripped the hilt of her sword with a slight force, and an icy chill immediately enveloped the air. She rose abruptly, her gaze piercing like a blade directed at Ouyang Ming. This mere junior, repeatedly provoking, truly believes no one can rein him in? Even the usually mediating Master Yangyan and the perpetually smiling Ancestor Shangguan wore somber expressions. This Ouyang scion was utterly oblivious to propriety. Yet, just as the atmosphere grew tense, a slender hand was gently raised, pressing down as if to quell the impending confrontation. It was Lu Shi. He remained seated like an unyielding mountain, with no trace of anger upon his visage. He intervened in Master Yunlan's imminent outburst, his calm eyes sweeping over the arrogant Ouyang Ming and the flickering gaze of Ouyang Xian behind him. "Master Yunlan, there is no need for further words. The truth shall reveal itself on the path of the heavenly ladder." These succinct words soothed the ire within Master Yunlan's heart and prompted nods of agreement from Master Yangyan and Ancestor Shangguan. Indeed, engaging in a verbal dispute with such a junior would be a loss of dignity. Ultimately, everything must be substantiated by strength. Observing Lu Shi's response, Ouyang Ming assumed he was merely showing respect to his elder and felt emboldened, his pride swelling. He surveyed the disciples from various sects who had begun their ascent up the ladder below, sneering, "I fear they may not even catch a glimpse of my back." "Oh, is that so?" Just as the atmosphere on the viewing platform grew subtly charged, a clear, icy voice interrupted. This voice emanated from not far behind the crowd, instantly capturing everyone's attention. As they turned to look, they beheld a breathtaking figure gracefully approaching, clad in a simple garment, unadorned by makeup. She nonetheless could not conceal her stunning beauty. Her brows resembled distant mountains adorned with a touch of indigo, and her eyes mirrored the still waters of autumn. Her skin surpassed the purity of snow, and her demeanor exuded an ethereal coolness, transcending the mundane. She appeared as if a celestial being from the moonlit palace had descended to the mortal realm. Who else could she be but Jang Li? Her mere presence instantly captivated the attention of all in attendance, and from the distant audience, one could faintly hear the waves of suppressed admiration. Jang Li, seemingly oblivious to the myriad gazes converging upon her, first directed her cool, discerning eyes towards her master, Lu Shi, offering a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Subsequently, those autumn-like eyes shifted to Ouyang Ming, who had earlier spoken with unbridled arrogance. She regarded him in silence, her gaze tranquil yet unsettling, causing an inexplicable flutter of trepidation within him. Ouyang Ming, initially struck dumb by Jang Li's breathtaking beauty and her frigid aura, swiftly suppressed that moment of unease. Recalling the instructions of his ancestor, and noticing her cultivation was merely at the foundation establishment stage, he could not help but scoff. "I thought who it was. Turns out it's the face-dependent Jiang fairy. What is this? Not hiding below, but daring to come up and embarrass yourself?" Jang Li, unfazed by his words, did not even spare him a glance. Instead, her serene gaze swept dismissively towards the towering path to enlightenment, where countless figures struggled to ascend. Parting her crimson lips, she uttered without a hint of earthly triviality, "Noisy. If your confidence relies solely on your tongue, you may as well concede now to avoid wasting energy." This condescending demeanor was far more lethal than any rebuttal. Ouyang Ming had never experienced such disdain, particularly in front of esteemed elders. Being so openly derided by someone he deemed a mere ornament. Instantly, his face flushed with anger, veins twitching at his temples. Enraged yet mocking, he retorted, "You, such a sharp-tongued girl. Let us see who prevails on the stairway. I shall witness whether you can remain so defiant when crushed by spiritual pressure." With a heavy huff, Ouyang Ming ceased his words, turning swiftly into a streak of light as he dashed towards the base of the path to enlightenment. He aimed to surpass this audacious woman in both speed and elevation, seeking to humiliate her and her master. Jang Li, on this path to enlightenment, the higher you ascend, the heavier the spiritual pressure, and the more severe the suppression of cultivation. No matter your means, a weak foundation is an original sin. With mere foundation establishment, reaching 3,000 steps would be sheer luck. Do you think you can compete with me? What a joke. Jang Li silently scoffed within. Resolved to teach Ouyang Ming a lesson, she too began her ascent. Her steps were measured and unhurried, unlike the other cultivators who rushed impatiently upward. Instead, she ascended with the grace of a leisurely stroll, step by steady step. Her pace, though not swift, was deliberate, appearing almost languid. After all, her visible cultivation was merely mid-foundation establishment, rendering her inconspicuous among the many prodigies. However, Jang Li's greatest reliance was never on her current physical cultivation, but on the essence of her soul from her past life as the Empress of Liyue, fortified by her profound understanding of the rise and fall of the universe. For other young cultivators, the mental trials of the path to enlightenment posed formidable challenges. Yet for her, they were almost negligible. Her true test lies in her ability to precisely control her pace. She must neither lag behind to bring shame upon her master nor dazzle to the point of raising suspicion. Within a reasonable range, she needs to deliver a resounding slap to the boisterous Ouyang Ming. The path of enlightenment consists of a staggering 9,999 steps, resembling a celestial ascent. As one ascends, the spiritual pressure increases exponentially, vast as the ocean, designed to crush the physical form and spiritual energy of the cultivators. Simultaneously, the profound essence of the path thickens, invoking the climber's own heart of Tao, manifesting various illusions and birthing inner demons to test the resilience of their will. This contest is not merely a battle of spiritual energy, but an ultimate trial of the soul, perseverance, and the heart of Tao. The disciples observing from below mostly fixate on the figures leading the charge, such as Ouyang Ming, whose swift movements and radiant aura have already propelled him past 2,000 steps, leaving the majority trailing behind in awe. Look at senior brother Ouyang. He has already reached 2,300 steps. His momentum is incredible. Truly a genius from the Ouyang family. At this rate, He might even break into the top 5 or higher. What about Jang Li from the Falling Sunset sect? Wasn't she quite proud just now? Look at her. She has barely reached 800 steps. TSK, such speed. See, a pseudo-spiritual route proves inadequate. With such a shallow foundation, she will surely struggle in the areas of intense spiritual pressure. They had expected Elder Lu's disciple to be formidable, but it seems she is merely eloquent. Clearly, Senior Brother Ouyang's words ring true. The disciples of the Falling Sunset sect, apart from Elder Lu himself, indeed do not inspire confidence. Amidst the discussions filled with disdain for Jang Li and admiration for Ouyang Ming, these sentiments naturally reached the highest observation platform. Elder Ouyang Xian of the Ouyang clan stroked his beard and smiled, his pride unmistakable. He glanced at the calm Lu Shi beside him, and then at the slowly ascending Jang Li below, inwardly scoffing. A pseudo-spiritual route remains a fatal flaw, regardless of any guidance from masters. Tomorrow, this will certainly bring honor to the family. Meanwhile, real person Yunlan, real person Yang Yin, and ancestor Shangwan, though confident in Lu Shi, could not help but feel a twinge of concern upon witnessing Jang Li's current performance. Real person Yunlan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on Jang Li's figure. They trusted Lu Shi's judgment, yet the disparity before them was glaringly apparent. Could it be that this young friend, Jang Li, truly lacks the stamina to continue? Upon the high platform, only Lu Shi remained at ease, savoring his tea. His eyes occasionally drifted to the cool figure on the stairs, a faint smile perpetually gracing his lips. The initial several thousand steps of the staircase feature relatively mild spiritual pressure, serving as a preliminary filter. Most cultivators can ascend with relative ease amidst the dense crowd, the air filled with shouts, gasps, and the flickering of spiritual light. Ouyang Ming has now surged ahead, charging upward with the speed of a sprinter, swiftly leaving the majority behind, eliciting waves of astonishment from the audience below. Senior Brother Ouyang is incredibly fast. At this pace, it seems likely that she might break historical rankings. In contrast, Jang Li remains steady, maintaining an even rhythm, neither rushing ahead nor lagging behind. She stands out conspicuously among the throngs of eager competitors, her unhurried demeanor appearing almost out of place. As the staircase ascends beyond 500 steps, the spiritual pressure begins to intensify significantly. Many cultivators who had previously sprinted forward noticeably slowed down, their faces displaying signs of strain, their breaths becoming labored. The once dense crowd gradually stretches, revealing a clear stratification among the climbers. Yet, amidst this decelerating tide, Jang Li's figure remains an anomaly. Her pace has not wavered a fraction since she first set foot on the steps. Her stride remains unchanged, her frequency constant. Jang Li even finds the leisure to cast a cool glance at those ahead who are now bent over, gasping for breath, their speed diminished, including several of the most vociferous geniuses. From the highest observation platform, Lu Shi, who had been quietly savoring tea, suddenly spoke as if to himself. Those who ascend swiftly at first may not endure. The escalating spiritual pressure, increasing step by step, further tests the depth of one's foundation, the purity of spiritual energy, and the steadiness of one's resolve. With her speed unchanged, Lu Shi's gaze swept over the cool figure rising steadily below, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it is crucial to remember that those who begin with speed may not necessarily finish well. Upon hearing these words, the real person Yang Yin, ancestor Shangwan, and even real person Yunlan were momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize Jang Li's disciple is conserving her strength. Indeed, to maintain a constant speed amidst the ever-increasing spiritual pressure signifies an unfathomable depth of foundation. Ouyang Xian's smile faltered slightly, as if to validate Lu Shi's statement. An unexpected turn of events occurred on the staircase. Several young geniuses, who had previously forced their pace to catch up with Ouyang Ming and overexerted their spiritual energy, could no longer hold on. One, nearing the 3,000th step, suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned pale as he was violently struck down by the overwhelming spiritual pressure, tumbling down several steps in a pitiful state. Another was beset by the sudden intensification of the Tao rhythm, awakening inner demons and conjuring illusions. Clutching his head and emitting a chilling scream, he spun in place, unable to take another step forward. Yet another stumbled, nearly falling without the assistance of a fellow disciple. These once prominent figures faced successive setbacks. While others struggled to muster their energy against the spiritual pressure, Jang Li remained at ease within. The so-called spiritual pressure, in the perception of this emperor, is as feeble as a gentle breeze caressing the face. A flowing breeze tousled the few strands of hair at her forehead. With elegance, she raised her hand to gently tuck the unruly lock behind her ear. Even more astonishingly, as the Tao rhythm of the staircase intensified, Beginning to assail the minds of other cultivators, Jang Li not only refrained from resisting, but secretly channeled the Li Yu holy canon. She absorbed the pure essence of the Tao like a sponge soaking up water, refining her spiritual bones and roots. As she ascended past 1,500 steps, a delicate layer of faint radiance suddenly enveloped Jang Li. Look, Jang Li is nearing her limit. Her protective spiritual light has emerged, exclaimed an astute observer among the onlookers. Indeed, it seemed that her pseudo-spiritual root lacked sufficient depth, as 1,500 steps appeared to be her threshold. How unfortunate. There were hopes that Elder Lu's disciple might achieve a miracle. However, they were utterly mistaken. That shimmering light was neither a protective aura nor a sign of exhaustion. It was the energy radiating naturally from Jang Li as she harnessed the increasingly dense pure spiritual energy and Tao essence from the steps below. Solidifying her Dantian and Qi Si, Jang Li was utilizing this external pressure to cultivate. At the pinnacle, Lu Shi surveyed everything below with keen eyes, his expression growing more approving as he nodded slightly. Addressing the nearby Master Yang Yin and others, he remarked with a calm demeanor. To understand how to leverage momentum for body tempering and transform pressure into nourishment is commendable. The word commendable from Lu Shi's lips struck like thunder in the ears of Master Yang Yin and the others. At that moment, Ouyang Xian's expression darkened significantly. Meanwhile, Jang Li had steadily surpassed the 2,000-step milestone, leaving an increasing number of previously leading cultivators far behind. Ahead of her, the figures dwindled, with the most prominent being Ouyang Ming, who had climbed above 3,500 steps. Yet, he too began to slow, his spiritual light fluctuating intensely. Sensing something, Ouyang Ming turned to look back, just in time to see Jang Li's steady figure ascending the steps at a measured pace. Her rhythm remained unchanged since her first step. Her expression was calm and her breathing even, as if the intensifying spiritual pressure surrounding her was non-existent. This was in stark contrast to Ouyang Ming's expectations, where he envisioned Jang Li struggling and drenched in sweat. Anger surged within him. Feigning calmness, Ouyang Ming scoffed, deliberately infusing his voice with spiritual power so that it resonated clearly downward. Jang Li, do you think you can muddle through by moving slowly? The contest on these steps is not about who can pretend better. The spiritual pressure ahead is merely a gentle breeze to me. Continue comforting yourself at your turtle-esque pace. Ouyang Ming hastened his speed once more, creating distance between them as he swiftly vanished into the denser spiritual mist above 3,000 steps. Concurrently, other prodigies from the first tier exhibited their own prowess. A disciple from the Ziyang sect, adorned in a crimson Taoist robe, radiated a presence as solid as a mountain. He did not pursue speed. Each step he took was steady and powerful, with subtle flames swirling around him, dissipating the oppressive spiritual pressure. He maintained a position neither too close nor too far behind Ouyang Ming, his gaze unwavering and evidently focused on the long term. Paying no heed to Ouyang Ming's earlier remarks, he remained concentrated on his own ascent. Meanwhile, the direct descendant from the Shangguan family, Shangguan Yu, a young girl clad in a pale yellow dress, moved with the grace of a startled swan, as if she were treading upon the gentle breeze. She found herself amidst the upper echelon. Her speed, while not as explosive as Ouyang Ming's, flowed with an effortless grace akin to drifting clouds and flowing water, devoid of any sense of stagnation. With a curious glance cast downward at Jang Li, she merely frowned slightly at Ouyang Ming's remarks, remaining undistracted. As the true disciple of the Qin Yun Sword sect, Cold Moon, a direct student of Master Yunlan, embodied her name with an ethereal coolness. Clad in white robes and bearing a long sword upon her back, armed solely with a clear sword heart, she ascended with unwavering determination. The spiritual pressure that enveloped her was sliced through by an invisible sword intent, seemingly affecting her the least. Silent and reserved, her gaze remained fixed upon the steps ahead, her mind singularly focused, firmly maintaining her position within the upper tier. Following them were other prodigies hailing from various sects and noble families, forming the second and third tiers. Though less dazzling than their upper-tier counterparts, these individuals were still exceptional talents, striving with all their might under the increasingly potent spiritual pressure. Meanwhile, Jang Li consistently held a prominent position within the second tier, a placement that was neither too conspicuous nor too obscure, allowing her to observe the movements of the upper tier clearly. Her pace remained steady, her expression untroubled, appearing even more at ease than some of the cultivators in the upper tier. Chapter 81. The Obstruction from the Highest Viewing Platform. Ouyang Xian observed the scene with a renewed smile gracing his face, his hand stroking his beard with a newfound lightness. Turning to Master Yang Yin and the others, his tone brimmed with an unmistakable delight. Esteemed guests, behold, Ming has surged ahead, leaving all in his wake. It appears that the disparity in strength during this first half of the ascent is indeed without question. In response, the others turned their gazes toward the mid-section of the staircase. Apart from the far ahead Ouyang Ming, the performances of several other prodigies were equally commendable. The fire cloud from the Ziyang sect had steadily traversed over 3,200 steps, enveloped in a vibrant red spiritual aura, each step taken with remarkable steadiness. Shangguan Yu from the Shangguan family moved with grace, like a butterfly flitting among flowers, having approached 3,100 steps. Cold Moon from the Qingyun sword sect had ascended to 3,300 steps. Though her speed was not the fastest, it emanated a resolute determination that commanded respect. Although these individuals trailed Ouyang Ming by a considerable distance, it was evident that they were reserving strength, marking them as formidable contenders for the top ranks of the Qingxiao list. The audience nodded in agreement, speculating who might ultimately reach the highest pinnacle. At that moment, an elder from a mid-sized sect, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired of Lu Shi with a respectful gesture, "Elder Lu, it seems your disciple Jang Li remains calm and composed, maintaining her position in the mid-tier. Might there be a deeper significance to her approach?" His question, though phrased delicately, echoed the sentiments of many present, as Jiang Li's current performance appeared to fall short of Lu Shi's prior commendation, starkly contrasting Ouyang Ming's audacious demeanor. Hearing this, Lu Shi offered a tranquil smile, his voice steady. Ascending a mountain is not a race. It is about gaining insight. The pressures of spiritual essence and the nuances of the path serve as trials. In the pursuit of haste, one may easily lose sight of their true essence. The elder who posed the question nodded thoughtfully, not entirely comprehending, but reassured by Lu Shi's composed demeanor, thus refraining from further inquiry. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xian merely assumed that Lu Shi was making excuses for his apprentice's shortcomings. As the number of steps climbed surpassed 3,000, the trial of the Tao steps reached a pivotal juncture. Here, the spiritual pressure surged exponentially. Many cultivators, who had previously managed to endure, suddenly found themselves gasping for breath. Their bones creaked, and each step became a formidable challenge. More alarmingly, the ethereal resonance permeating the steps began to impose tangible disturbances. Subtle auditory hallucinations and illusory visions emerged, with whispers of demonic tones echoing in their ears and bizarre fragments flashing before their eyes, testing the mental fortitude of the climbers. The division among the ranks became starkly apparent at this stage. Even the foremost group of cultivators noticeably slowed their pace. Ouyang Ming, the most vigorous among them, now felt immense pressure. His entire being flickered with spiritual light, compelling him to decelerate and recalibrate his breath. The ease he once exhibited vanished, replaced by a solemnity. The same could be said for Hui Yun, Shangguan Yu, and Lung Yu, each employing their unique abilities to withstand the spiritual pressure and mental disturbances. Every step demanded greater exertion. Meanwhile, those in the second tier of cultivators experienced widespread stagnation. Many appeared pallid, drenched in perspiration. Some, lacking resolve, succumbed to the illusions, emitting terrified cries, either frozen in place or retreating in disarray, thus forfeiting their chance to ascend further. Yet, amidst the general deceleration and the myriad expressions of struggle, Jiang Li's figure once again stood as an unwavering anomaly. She maintained her steady pace. The auditory disturbances that could unsettle others dissipated upon touching her Tao heart. Failing to stir even the slightest ripple, Jiang Li ascended calmly, surpassing one cultivator after another who had previously kept pace with her. Their faces were etched with disbelief as they watched her effortlessly glide past. Before long, Jiang Li steadily crossed into the realm of 4,000 steps. At that moment, a commotion arose ahead, accompanied by the clashing sounds of weapons. There, at approximately 5,100 steps, stood a young man clad in dark attire. Blocking the center of the staircase, he bore an ancient, sheathed long sword on his back and wore a stern expression. Surrounding him were 4 or 5 formidable cultivators, all brimming with fierce energy, clearly capable of vying for higher ranks, yet they found themselves thwarted by this lone figure. "Mo family, Mo Yuan stands here," he proclaimed coldly. "Those who wish to pass must first contend with my sword." The Mo family? The once revered lineage of sword cultivators that had fallen from grace. Mo Yuan? It was said he represented the last hope of the Mo family, possessing remarkable swordsmanship but known for his arrogance and radical nature. What was his purpose in blocking their path? The obstructed cultivators were both astonished and enraged. Some attempted to reason with him, while others resorted to force in their bid to break through. However, Mo Yuan's sword was indeed fearsome. Without unsheathing it, he effortlessly parried numerous fierce attacks using only the sheath to thrust, deflect, and block. His intent was not to harm, but rather to stubbornly guard his position. Mo Yuan, what madness is this? Why do you block the way? A formidable figure, blocked from passage, bellowed with rage. He hailed from a sect renowned for its physical prowess, boasting a formidable physique. Intent on forcing his way through, he was met with the sharp edge of Mo Yuan's sword sheath, pointed directly at his heart. With a muffled groan, the man staggered back, his vitality surging tumultuously within him. Mo Yuan coldly declared, though the Mo family may have fallen into decline, the path of the sword remains unbroken. You mediocre fools are unworthy to tread beyond the 5,000th step, defiling the sacred heights. His words carried a haughty pride reminiscent of a once noble lineage. It was known that the ancestors of the Mo family had once achieved glorious feats upon these very steps, having ascended to great heights. Mo Yuan regarded this legacy as a symbol of his family's honor. In the face of their current diminishment, he stubbornly believed that only those like himself, bearing the authentic bloodline of the Mo family's swordsmanship, were entitled to follow in their ancestors' footsteps. Others, whom he deemed unworthy, did not deserve to stand alongside him at higher realms. Previously, Ouyang Ming, Huiyun, and Lung Yu, members of the first tier, had advanced with remarkable speed. They stood ahead of Mo Yuan, who felt he could not easily impede their progress. Weighing his options, he chose not to engage in a futile struggle. His primary objective was to intercept those whom he considered to be lesser talents trailing behind. At that moment, Jang Li ascended steadily, arriving at the temporarily blocked area. Her presence immediately captured the attention of Mo Yuan and the other obstructed cultivators. Mo Yuan's icy gaze fell upon Jang Li, particularly upon sensing her mid-foundation cultivation. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Yet another mediocre individual who had lucked their way here. The obstructed cultivators, upon seeing Jang Li, were first struck by her beauty and poise, only to soon recognize her as Jang Li of the Falling Sunset sect. Was it possible she had reached this point as well? And so effortlessly? What pretense? Mo Yuan thought to himself, watching intently as she approached. Just as he prepared to employ the same tactic to block Jang Li, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously repelled muscular man, feeling humiliated, let out a furious roar. His muscles tensed, and a metallic sheen glimmered upon his bronzed skin. He charged once more at Mo Yuan, exclaiming, "You Mo brat! Do not underestimate me. Taste my mountain-shattering fist." Simultaneously, another cultivator skilled in talismans seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of glowing runes. The talismans transformed into fiery birds, launching from the flanks toward Mo Yuan. Having been obstructed for so long, their pent-up frustration surged forth. Mo Yuan frowned. Although he was strong, he could not afford to be careless when facing several enraged talents of equal rank. Particularly with the fierce momentum of the muscular man's fist and the cunning attacks of the talisman user, he was compelled to focus. Seeking death, Mo Yuan retorted coldly. His sword, sheathed in his hand, conjured a myriad of sword shadows, forming an impenetrable defense. He successfully deflected the man's fist and the talisman assault. Yet he found himself temporarily entangled, unable to divert his attention to obstruct Jang Li. As Jang Li stepped onto the platform of 5,100 steps, she glanced over calmly. Her cool gaze swept across the battlefield. Unmoved by Mo Yuan's obsessive rationale for blocking her, she felt no stir of emotion, even dismissing it from her thoughts. Noticing that Mo Yuan had become preoccupied, Jang Li had no intention of pausing her ascent. She walked directly through the gap on the side of the battlefield, making her way towards the 5,200 steps. This scene left Mo Yuan and the other cultivators momentarily stunned amidst their fierce battle. Mo Yuan, witnessing this, felt a mix of shock and anger. He attempted to break free to intervene, yet was ensnared by the relentless onslaught of the body-refining brute and the distractions from the talisman cultivators. Unable to extricate himself, he could only watch helplessly as the figure clad in pure white passed by. Jang Li advanced with an almost leisurely demeanor, stepping over the obstacles he had set, continuing her ascent. Mo Yuan's fury caused his sword intent to falter slightly. He had never anticipated that this seemingly weakest woman could so effortlessly traverse right beneath his nose. The sensation of being disregarded was far more discomforting than being forcefully breached. The cultivators who had aimed to restrain Mo Yuan were left dumbfounded. They had intended to create chaos to find an opportunity to break through, yet instead had inadvertently paved the way for Jang Li. Was her fortune truly so great? Jang Li paid no heed to the shouts and astonishment behind her. The spiritual pressure and Tao rhythm of 5,000 levels felt to her like a gentle breeze. She gazed upwards, where clouds and mist swirled, and the higher steps were shrouded in obscurity. The auras of Ouyang Ming and the others, not far ahead, seemed to diminish in speed due to the heightened spiritual pressure. The number of ascending steps exceeded 6,000. The spiritual pressure here remained immense. However, a far more terrifying change unfolded within the hearts of the climbers. The Tao rhythm permeating the steps no longer conjured fleeting illusions. Instead, it delved deep into the cultivator's consciousness, unearthing their most dreaded fears, their deepest obsessions, and the faintest cracks in their hearts of Tao. Huiyun, surrounded by crimson spiritual light, found his steps increasingly burdensome. It was not the spiritual pressure weighing him down, but the incessant manifestation of his master's disappointed gaze before him and the whispers of doubt from his peers echoing in his ears. Could the future of the Ziyang sect be entrusted to a disciple who could not even conquer their inner demons? He gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Shang Guanyu leaned on her jade sword, her delicate frame trembling, drenched in fragrant sweat. What she perceived was not a scene of terror, but the sighs of the family elders. What she heard were the jeers suggesting that a woman could hardly achieve greatness. The once bright color of her face had drained away. Even the most resolute of hearts, Lung Yu, appeared pale at this moment. Her clear sword intent could shatter tangible illusions, yet it struggled to dispel the distractions born from within. The confusion regarding the pinnacle of swordsmanship and the anxiety of not being able to surpass her master, Yunlan, entwined with her sword heart, inevitably slowed her pace. The entire first tier became engulfed in a bitter struggle with their inner demons, each step a Herculean effort. Yet, that figure clad in pure white remained the sole exception. Jang Li. Her rhythm and stride were indistinguishable from those she had maintained at 1,000 or 2,000 steps. This consistency was enough to instill self-doubt in Huiyun, to sway Shangguan Yu's heart, and to momentarily disrupt Lung Yu's sword intent. Upon touching her consciousness, not a ripple stirred. Inner demons? Obsessions? Fears? In a previous life, this emperor gazed upon the rise and fall of myriad realms, embodying the very essence of the Tao. How could such a trifling illusionary technique dare to disturb an imperial soul? Jang Li maintained a steady pace, embarking on her transcendence. The first instance of surpassing occurred beside Shangguan Yu, who was struggling against the haunting melody of a woman in her mind, her spirit utterly fatigued. Suddenly, a figure glided smoothly past her side. Shangguan Yu looked up in astonishment, catching sight of Jang Li's breathtaking profile. She could only watch in disbelief as that ethereal figure elegantly drifted away. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with incredulity and an unrecognized yearning. A murmur of astonishment arose from the observation platform. She has surpassed. Jang Li of the Falling Sunset sect has surpassed Shangguan Yu. Clearly, Shangguan Yu was ensnared by her inner demons. How could Jang Li appear so unaffected? Huiyun was grappling with the disillusionment of his master. Jang Li, at her unchanging speed, smoothly surpassed him from a short distance away. Huiyun instinctively turned, witnessing Jang Li's tranquil progression. That silhouette cleared the tumult of thoughts within him. Could her heart of Tao be forged from crystal? Why did it bear no blemish? The clamor from the observation platform intensified. Huiyun had also been overtaken. The heart of Tao of Huiyun from the Ziyang sect could not rival hers? To what extent had this woman's resolve hardened? The muscles on Yang Yan's face twitched as he involuntarily glanced at his companion, Lu Shi, who was leisurely sipping tea. The third transcendence brought Jang Li before Lung Yu, who was slicing through layers of illusions with her sword intent, yet new distractions continued to sprout. When she beheld Jang Li pass by, the illusions that required her sword heart to be ever vigilant naturally subsided in the presence of Jang Li. Her very existence served as a mirror reflecting one's true heart, revealing the ripples upon Lung Yu's sword heart. Could all thoughts not approach her? An expression of profound astonishment graced Lung Yu's icy visage. At this moment, the observation platform was in an uproar. Lung Yu, the genius of the Qingyun sword sect, has also been surpassed. 3 formidable barriers of genius have been breached. Now, all eyes were fixated upon that initially arrogant figure, who appeared pale and whose gaze flickered between dazed and frenzied. He was Ouyang Ming. The most tormented of all was Ouyang Xian, the elder of the Ouyang clan, whose face was ashen and forehead beaded with fine sweat. He fixated on Jang Li's figure, anxiously glancing towards the clearly troubled Ouyang Ming above on the steps. A tempest surged within his heart. Impossible. She is merely a pseudo-spiritual root. How could this be? Chapter 83. Daring not to rage Yang Yan, Shangguan Laozu, and others, though astonished by Jang Li's performance, felt a sense of relief, as if it were to be expected. Lu Shi's disciple could not be of the mundane kind. At that moment, on approximately the 300th step of the staircase, Ouyang Ming was enduring the most arduous moment of his cultivation journey. The tumultuous phantoms of inner demons surged within the sea of consciousness. He recalled the scornful rebukes from family elders, deeming him utterly ineffectual, and the derisive taunts from rivals who relied on their lineage. Deep within, a gnawing fear loomed, his inability to fulfill the ancestral tasks set by the venerable Ouyang patriarch. The elder had commanded him to suppress Lu Shi's favored disciple, Jang Li. Yet in the visions, it was Jang Li who surpassed him, ascending to the pinnacle of the staircase. These distractions devoured his will, reducing his speed to that of a tortoise. His spiritual energy fluctuated violently, his complexion pale. His gaze alternated between a dazed state and frantic struggle. No, I cannot falter here. I am the genius of the Ouyang family, he murmured to himself. At that moment, an extraordinarily steady presence began to approach from behind, unhurriedly closing in. Ouyang Ming abruptly turned around. Before him stood the figure he most dreaded, Jang Li. She maintained her unaltered rhythm, ascending steadily, her expression serene and breath even. No, this cannot be. Ouyang Ming's heart erupted with a roar of indignation, a surge of malevolence coursing through him. She must have employed some unknown trick. Yes, that must be it. The small sect of Luoxiazong is renowned for such underhanded tactics. Jealousy, resentment, and an unwillingness to concede defeat twisted Ouyang Ming's mindset. He could not bear the thought that he, the pride of the Ouyang clan, would be surpassed by a woman he deemed a mere pretender with a false spiritual root, who had climbed to prominence based on her looks. Especially at this moment, with his clan uncle, Ouyang Xian, and all the notable figures of the Northern Realm watching. If Jang Li truly surpassed him, both he and the Ouyang family would be utterly humiliated. Anxiety and panic surged within him. Jang Li was drawing ever closer, now merely 10 steps behind him. A flicker of madness crossed Ouyang Ming's eyes. Halt! At around the 7500th step, he suddenly pivoted. Ignoring the immense burden brought on by the spiritual pressure, he forcefully sidestepped, positioning himself squarely in the center of the staircase, effectively blocking Jang Li's ascent. His face contorted in a grimace, he glared at her. Jang Li, what sorcery have you employed? This trial of the staircase tests true cultivation and Tao heart. You must have resorted to some clandestine treasure or dark arts. Jang Li halted, finally lifting her gaze. Her cold, tranquil eyes rested on Ouyang Ming's distorted face, as though observing a mere jester. Her blatant disregard only served to infuriate him further. Now that I've exposed you, you have no retort, do you? Ouyang Ming spoke sharply, as he stealthily produced a deep purple orb, the size of a longan, adorned with bizarre spirals. The Chaos Pearl, one of the Ouyang family's secret treasures, capable of amplifying the disturbances affecting a cultivator's mind, particularly effective in an environment dominated by immense spiritual pressure. Ouyang Ming intended to harness the overwhelming spiritual pressure of this place to activate the Chaos Pearl, aiming to destabilize Jang Li's mind, cause her to disgrace herself in public, or even suffer a grievous blow from the pressure, tumbling down the staircase. He could not fathom how this woman could remain so composed under the magnified onslaught of her inner demons. Reveal your true form. Ouyang Ming let out a sinister laugh, secretly channeling his spiritual power to direct the chaotic divine pearl's effect towards Jang Li. However, just as his power was about to be unleashed, Jang Li regarded his meager trick with a hint of disdain, a delicate curve of scorn gracing her exquisitely beautiful lips, with a slight parting of her ruby-red lips. Her voice emerged, cold yet imbued with a sense of aloof superiority, clearly articulating 2 words, foolish. A glint of icy light flashed in Jang Li's eyes as the long sword named Qiu Shui at her waist emitted a clear, resonant dragon's roar, suddenly unsheathing itself. The sword's radiance, akin to autumn waters soaring through the sky, carried an unparalleled intent to sever causality and obliterate all laws. This was none other than the Taichu, Sword of Path Severance. This strike did not aim at Ouyang Ming's corporeal form, for Jang Li would not allow herself to be tarnished by such triviality. Instead, it targeted the protective spiritual light surrounding Ouyang Ming. What? Ouyang Ming's pupils constricted. He could scarcely believe that Jang Li had the audacity to strike on the path of inquiry, let alone that this sword would arrive so swiftly and terrifyingly. Several protective treasures adorning his body instinctively activated, forming layers of luminous shields capable of withstanding the full force of an early-stage enlightenment practitioner. Yet, in the face of the Taichu sword's intent, these treasures proved exceedingly fragile. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering echoed repeatedly. All of Ouyang Ming's protective treasures, including his jade pendant and bracelet, were utterly destroyed. The residual force of the sword then crashed violently against his protective spiritual light. Puff! The spiritual power surrounding Ouyang Ming instantly dissipated, his complexion turning as pale as paper, his breath rapidly faltering. Almost in the very moment his protective energy vanished, an overwhelming spiritual pressure descended upon him. No, Ouyang Ming barely had time to emit a desperate and unwilling howl before he was forcefully propelled upwards by that irresistible force. Hurtling down the stairs, he plummeted through the air, crashing heavily onto a platform thousands of steps below, bones likely shattered beyond count, plunging him into unconsciousness. The rules of the staircase deemed him unqualified. Silence. A dead silence enveloped the surroundings of the inquiry platform. Whether it was the practitioners on the steps or the spectators in the viewing area, all were left dumbfounded, witnessing the breathtaking scene unfold in the blink of an eye. From Jang Li's strike to Ouyang Ming's treasures shattering, enduring a grievous injury, and being flung away, all transpired in the span of a breath. Moments later, a cacophony of astonishment erupted. Heavens! She made her move. One sword. Just one sword. Ouyang Ming's protective treasures are utterly shattered. Under the pressure of over 7,000 levels, she managed to unleash such a terrifying attack. What sword technique is that? I felt my soul tremble even from this distance. Ouyang Ming was flung away by the rules. Severely injured. Disqualified. Jang Li is simply too formidable. Is she truly only at the Foundation establishment stage? At the highest viewing platform, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Minger. Ouyang Xian abruptly stood, his eyes wide with rage and disbelief, his face a canvas of fury, heartache, and incredulity. His family's prodigy, Ouyang's very own talent, had been grievously wounded in front of everyone, cast down the stairs like refuse. This was an utter humiliation. His magical power surged uncontrollably, ready to erupt. However, the moment his gaze fell upon the figure clad in azure beside him, it was as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. Lu Shi, that unfathomable elder Lu, was seated calmly nearby. Jang Li was his cherished disciple. Ouyang Xian forcefully suppressed the roar that had risen to his lips and the imminent eruption of his spiritual power. His complexion turned an ashen hue, his chest heaving violently, yet he dared not show a hint of anger. Chapter 84. The Question of Inheritance. Simultaneously, Master Yang Yan, Ancestor Shuguan, and Master Yunlan were also astonished as they rose to their feet. The sword intent. Master Yang Yan's face was etched with disbelief. Was it the same sword technique as Elder Lu's from that day? Under the pressure of 7,000 levels of spiritual force, the control over the sword's momentum was astonishing. Ancestor Shuguan's hand, which had been stroking his beard, froze in midair. To shatter magical artifacts, injure spiritual light without destroying the physical form. This level of mastery ignited a spark in his eyes. Master Yunlan trembled slightly. As a swordsman, she could sense the horror of that strike more keenly than others. That sword, which had cleaved the heavens as Lu Shi had done before, bore an uncanny resemblance. Although the power was vastly different, the essence of annihilating all laws emanated from the same source. She suddenly turned to Lu Shi, her beautiful eyes filled with longing. All gazes ultimately converged upon the other protagonist at the eye of the storm, Lu Shi. In the face of this earth-shattering spectacle, amidst the tremendous waves stirred by his beloved disciple and the astonished stares from all directions, Lu Shi remained as serene as ever. He gently set down the teacup in his hand, his gaze drifting over the cold figure standing with a sword on the staircase below. A faint, elusive smile graced Lu Shi's lips as he softly uttered two words, "Like me." These simple words resonated clearly in the ears of the esteemed individuals beside him. The tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet imbued with an undeniable approval. It was as if he were saying, decisive in action, unencumbered by hesitation. Just as I have taught my disciple. Ouyang Xian nearly sputtered blood upon hearing this, his complexion shifting from green to red, then to white. His heart was ablaze with fury, yet he could only endure it in silence. Not a trace of discontent dared to escape his lips. The suppressed expression made him appear as if he had aged decades in an instant. Hearing this, Master Yang Yan and the others felt an even greater sense of gravity. Elder Lu's words were, in fact, a subtle warning and support. The Ouyang family had likely encountered an insurmountable obstacle this time, and indeed, the toughest one in history. On the staircase, Jang Li sheathed her autumn water sword. She did not even glance at the direction where Ouyang Ming had fallen. Once more, with her unchanging pace, she continued to ascend the staircase, walking with composure. Her cool silhouette, under the watchful gaze of countless awestruck, reverent, and complex expressions, appeared even more unattainable. No one remained before Jang Li. At 6,600 levels, and then 7,700, her speed remained constant. Her ethereal figure flickered in the swirling spiritual mist, drawing closer to the formidable threshold of 8,000 levels. At the highest viewing platform, Master Yang Yan suddenly slapped his thigh, as if recalling something of utmost importance. He turned to Lu Shi, his voice laced with uncontainable excitement. "Lu, my friend, I just remembered. Since the inception of the path to enlightenment, no cultivator has ever ascended beyond the 8,000th level in the contest of the celestial rankings. Today, perhaps, young Master Jang Li shall create a miracle unseen for millennia." At this moment, Master Yunlan spoke. "Friend Lu, there is another matter. The path to enlightenment is profoundly mysterious. imposing unique limitations on one's cultivation. Once we cultivators break through to the Dharma manifestation realm, we inevitably clash with the staircase. Should one force their entry, it would provoke the staircase's rules to retaliate, gradually dismantling it. Thus, the clans of the northern region have long reached an understanding. Those at the Dharma manifestation realm and above shall not enter for trials. This explains why these esteemed figures can only observe from the outside. Hearing this, Lu Shi simply nodded slightly, his gaze calmly following Jang Li's silhouette. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. As Jang Li firmly set foot on the 8,000th step, a resounding hum echoed through the air. The majestic path to enlightenment reverberated with a grand resonance, penetrating the very depths of every cultivator's mind. The surface of the staircase, once formless and insubstantial, began to fervently coalesce into a tangible golden lotus, manifesting out of thin air. The lotus encircled Jang Li's feet, while countless rays of radiant light cascaded from the void, resembling celestial silk and satin, elevating her sanctity. In the realm between heaven and earth, the sounds of the great Tao subtly began to resonate. Akin to celestial chants and philosophical verses, ethereal yet solemn, the golden lotus surged forth. Celestial radiance enveloped her. The great Tao harmonized. Ancestor Shangwan gasped in astonishment. Unable to maintain her composure, the entire observation platform fell into a profound silence. All held their breath, eyes wide open. The earlier discussions, exclamations, and speculations vanished entirely. Master Yang Yan, Ancestor Shangwan, and Master Yunlan, the foremost figures of the northern region, were now drenched in sweat from nervousness. They fixated intently on the figure advancing amidst myriad extraordinary phenomena, scarcely daring to breathe. At this moment, Jang Li moved gracefully, stepping upon the continuously emerging golden Tao lotus. Surrounded by cascading celestial light, she heard the harmonious sound of the great Tao. This grand celestial phenomenon did not sway her in the slightest. Rather, a flicker of understanding passed through her cool, clear eyes. The golden lotus surges forth, celestial light descends, the sound of the Tao harmonizes. Jang Li's thoughts stirred. Indeed, this staircase serves as a conduit for inheritance. In my past life, there existed a great sect under my command that used this method to select core disciples. Yet, the inheritance in this realm appears to be more obscure. Only those of unparalleled talent, attuned to the Tao's resonance, can evoke it. She lifted her gaze towards the staircase's end, shrouded in clouds, where less than 2,000 steps remained. Her mind was as clear as a mirror. This was the path to unlocking the inheritance. Ordinary cultivators, and even the mighty of this realm, only recognize its trials, but remain oblivious to its true legacy. Amidst the crowd's focused attention and thunderous uproar, Jang Li's pace remained steady. 8,100 steps, 8,300 steps, 8,500 steps, higher she ascended. And yet the spiritual pressure began to gradually weaken. However, the illusions and mental demons formed by the Tao's resonance grew increasingly layered, probing the subtlest fears of the cultivation journey. Yet, to Jang Li, all of this remained as insubstantial as air. Her imperial spirit is invulnerable to all methods. Her heart of the Tao, having endured countless tribulations, is now flawless and complete. Upon the observation platform, the silence is so profound that even a falling pin could be heard. All gazes are fixed upward, following that ethereal figure with unwavering intensity. The likes of the Sunflower Master and Ancestor Shangwan have forgotten to breathe. 8,700 steps, 8,900 steps, 9,100 steps. Jang Li's silhouette becomes increasingly enigmatic amidst the resplendent light, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Each step captivates the hearts and minds of the onlookers. Below, on the steps, none can match her pace. The likes of Fire Cloud and Cold Moon have already halted at over 7,000 steps, staring in awe at the unattainable figure. 9,300 steps, 9,500 steps, 9,700 steps. The summit draws ever closer. Throughout the peak of Kun Mountain, apart from the humming of the path of inquiry and the resonating sound of the Tao, there is naught else to be heard. Countless cultivators hold their breath, awaiting a momentous occasion. 9,990 steps, 9,995 steps, 9,999 steps. The instant Jang Li's foot firmly lands on the final step, she officially sets foot upon the mountain's summit. Chapter 85. The Awakening of Spiritual Energy Boom. The heavens and earth undergo a dramatic transformation. The imposing and towering path of inquiry, which pierces the sky, seems to awaken like a colossal dragon that has slumbered for eons. It erupts with an indescribable brilliance, overshadowing even the sun in its radiance. On the steps, myriad patterns ignite with an unprecedented brightness, spiraling upwards like a living golden dragon. a sound of the Tao, grander and more magnificent than ever before, reverberates not just at the mountaintop, but instantly spreads throughout the entire northern realm. Countless sects, noble families, and mortal cities hear this sound. All beings are astonished, turning their gaze towards the direction of Kun Mountain. In the sky, the vast clouds are swept away, revealing a splendid glow that blankets the heavens like a tapestry of vibrant colors. Auspicious lights, resembling a celestial river, cascade down. Within that radiant display, the illusory forms of true dragons and divine phoenixes materialize. Though not corporeal, they exude an unparalleled majesty, circling and dancing around the peak of Kun Mountain, producing melodious dragon roars and phoenix cries. Even more astonishing, the celestial canopy begins to illuminate with the symbols of the Tao, centered upon Kun Mountain. A wave of law and order radiates outward. The laws of heaven and earth across the northern realm, and even further afield, become exceptionally clear and vibrant in that moment. Countless cultivators, long trapped at their bottlenecks and yearning for breakthroughs, regardless of their levels of cultivation, find enlightenment in that instant. Previously obscure insights become instantly accessible. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, around Kun Mountain and throughout the northern realm, the atmosphere of breakthrough surges skyward. Some disciples sit cross-legged on the spot, their spiritual light surging as they break into new realms. Elders weep with joy as barriers that have hindered them for a century shatter. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. The laws of heaven and earth, stirred by Jang Li's ascension, benefit all responsive cultivators. The transformation does not cease. An indescribable grand will envelopes the entire universe in an instant. This will manifest as a profound realization. It is instantaneously imprinted deep within the hearts and souls of all beings. The fortunes are surging. A grand era has arrived. Behold, above the vast firmament, the rosy clouds have transformed, no longer mere silks, but rather a surging torrent of vibrant colors. Countless distinct runes of the great path rise and fall within this flow, colliding and evolving, life and death intertwined. The ethereal figures of the true dragon and divine phoenix no longer spiral aimlessly. Instead, they bow in reverence towards Jang Li atop the mountain peak. The spiritual veins across the Kun Mountains and the northern realms, once dormant, seem to have been infused with newfound vitality. They begin to circulate with haste. Arid wells seep forth pure springs, and desolate mountains subtly emanate spiritual light. Some long-enveloped abysses in mist appear to have their fog thinned, faintly revealing an aura unlike any past. From deep underground, ancient cultivation chambers seem to emit a soft glow of treasures to the surface. The spiritual energy of the entire universe is palpably intensifying and becoming more vibrant. This silent, yet monumental transformation of the world renders the northern realm's titans upon the grand observation platform unable to remain seated. The revival of spiritual energy? The laws of heaven and earth seem to have become active. Master Yen is the first to awaken, rising abruptly. He incredulously senses the subtle loosening of his bottleneck and the surging influx of spiritual energy from the cosmos. His gaze sweeps across Ancestor Shangguan and Master Yunlan. Such extraordinary phenomena, so vast in scope and immense in effect, are unparalleled in history. Although ancient texts bear similar records, they all herald the dawn of monumental upheaval. Could it be that an unprecedented grand era is upon us? The ever-smiling visage of Ancestor Shangguan is now devoid of mirth. The abacus in his hand crackles as it succumbs to the overwhelming force, developing several cracks. His expression shifts unpredictably, initially struck with profound astonishment at the sudden transformation of the world. Subsequently, his gaze, tinged with suspicion, shifts towards the mountain peak. He looks upon the figure that has summoned the towering rays of light, Jang Li. Immediately, he glances sharply at the composed Lu Shi beside him. Could this upheaval of the world and the surge of spiritual energy somehow be linked to Jiang Shiji's actions today? Clang. Master Yunlan's sword heart trembles, and the sword behind her emits a mournful resonance. She gazes at Lu Shi, her eyes betraying an insatiable longing. Lu Shi remains seated, yet a hint of seriousness lurks in the depths of his gaze. It seems that Li'er has accomplished something extraordinary. Meanwhile, across the northern realms, in those secret domains long shrouded in the dust of time, powerful wills that had slumbered for countless years are forcibly stirred. They awaken from their deep-seated tranquility, roused by the grand Tao sound and the surging cosmic energies. Beneath the extreme northern ice fields, within the core of towering ice, a pair of eyes, akin to frozen oceans, slowly open. The ice crystals within their gaze shatter, revealing a flicker of long-lost confusion. This is swiftly replaced by disbelief. The revival of spiritual energy? Such purity and dominance. Could it be that in this waning age of spiritual energy, someone has managed to invoke it? Within the ancient forests of the southern lands. Inside a colossal tree entwined with withered vines, the bark resembles dragon scales. The ancient tree spirit emits a hoarse groan, its branches and leaves stirring without wind, producing a rustling sound. A grand era has indeed arrived? Why such suddenness, before the time of prophecy? Beneath the vast desert of the western regions. Within a palace forged of gold, a figure draped in splendid robes, yet nearly emaciated stirred slightly upon the throne. Golden sands, scattered around, spun without wind, coalescing into a vague visage. In the deepest abyss of darkness, where even light could be devoured, a faint sigh reverberated, as if transcending the ages. Whispers of suspicion and barely perceptible fear quietly circulated. At this moment, several entities from the Tianyuan realm, having feigned death to escape the ravages of time, communicated through an invisible web of thought. Old Bad, you who cling to life by draining the earth's essence, have you truly not perished? A scoff followed. Humph. As long as that ancient ice lump sealed by profound frost remains intact, how can I rest in peace? Enough with the prattle, what are your thoughts? This commotion cannot be feigned. The source remains obscured. The heavenly mechanisms are shrouded in chaos, seemingly obscured by immense causality. Yet, the spiritual energy has indeed begun to revive. Is the Tianyuan realm on the brink of another flourishing era? At this time, at the pinnacle of the path to enlightenment, the vast celestial phenomena transformed into a compelling force. A gentle torrent enveloped Jang Li's consciousness in an instant. A legacy? Jang Li understood within, offering no resistance. She released her consciousness, allowing this force to guide her. In the next moment, a profound and intricate scripture of cultivation appeared deep within her sea of consciousness. 9 turns of the mystical spirit classic. Jang Li's spirit briefly scanned it. The vision of a former empress granted her immediate insight into the tier of this technique. 9 turns of the mystical spirit classic? Quite a resounding name. She internally scoffed, a hint of pride accompanying her thoughts. Yet, observing its methods of circulating energy and the flow of Tao, it is merely a technique of the esteemed tier. Though it may be among the top in this realm, it pales in comparison to my Liyue Holy Classic, which is far more refined. It bears semblance, yet lacks essence, ultimately falling to a lower tier. Chapter 86. Moonlit Path in simple garb. Though this 9 turns of the mystical spirit classic could indeed invoke the spiritual energy in 9 revolutions, each turn significantly enhancing the quality and quantity of spiritual power, reaching for the very essence of the laws, it was a supreme treasure in the Tianyuan realm. However, Jang Li perceived that many of its operational routes were overly convoluted. The efficiency in utilizing the earthly spiritual energy was far inferior to the exquisite profundity of the Liyue Holy Classic. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that the sections regarding spiritual refinement within this classic had their unique merits, perhaps worthy of incorporation into her own cultivation framework. The process of inheritance seemed protracted, yet in the external world, it transpired in but a moment. As the skies filled with radiant hues, the sounds of dragons and phoenixes resonated, and the symbols of the great Tao gradually began to converge, ultimately transforming into a concentrated beam of light, which slowly infused into Jang Li's being. The celestial phenomena began to settle. Atop Kun Mountain, an extreme silence prevailed, soon erupting into a deafening and fervent cheer. She had reached the summit. The first person in 10,000 ages. Jang Li. She had truly accomplished it, summoning the celestial phenomena, bestowing blessings upon the northern realm. What immense merit and talent this was. All cultivators, regardless of their rank or sect, gazed at that unparalleled figure on the mountain peak with eyes filled with fervor, reverence, and even adoration. At the eye of the storm stood Jang Li herself. After receiving the inheritance, the resplendent radiance surrounding her dissipated into her being. Her expression remained one of serene coldness as she quietly stood atop the mountain. Then, under the scrutiny of countless fervent gazes, Jang Li gracefully moved. With a single step, she lightly descended from the towering peak, soaring directly towards the highest observation platform. Master. Jang Li came to a halt before Lu Shi, slightly bending her knee in a gesture of respect. She lifted her exquisite visage, her cool gaze meeting Lu Shi's, and softly spoke. Disciple has fulfilled her duty and reached the pinnacle. Lu Shi regarded his disciple with a gentle gaze, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Without inquiring about the details, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, a solid foundation and a clear heart lead to enduring success. This trial is beneficial for your cultivation. With her master's affirmation, a barely perceptible thread of anticipation blossomed within Jang Li. Her frigid countenance softened momentarily. She bowed once more, uttering, "Thank you for your guidance. Master." The seemingly mundane exchange between the master and disciple resonated profoundly in the ears of the nearby esteemed figures like the Sunflame Real Person and the Elder Shangwan, stirring a complex array of emotions within them. The miraculous achievements and the revival of spiritual energy seemed to be reduced to mere good and beneficial in the eyes of this duo. Yet, considering Lu Shi's unfathomable prowess and Jang Li's extraordinary performance, they found this assessment, coming from them, to be infuriatingly reasonable. Taking a deep breath, the Sunflame Real Person swiftly appeared in the air before the observation platform. Channeling his spiritual power, his voice resonated like a mighty bell, instantly quelling the clamor of the crowd. Silence. The summit of Kunlun fell into a hush. The Sunflame Real Person's gaze swept across the myriad of cultivators below. His expression solemn as he declared, "Today, we bear witness to history. Jang Li, disciple of the Falling Sunset sect, has ascended the path of inquiry, invoking celestial phenomena and blessing the Northern Realm. This is an unprecedented event in 10,000 years. Having garnered the unanimous recognition of the 5 permanent council sects of the Inquiry Academy, he paused deliberately, raising the anticipation of all to its zenith before unleashing his voice. Reverberating through the heavens, Jang Li. Boom. Following a brief silence, a tsunami of cheers and gasps erupted. Jang Li, the top of the list. The first of 10,000 ages. Truly deserving. Falling Sunset sect. Jang Li. The waves of sound surged higher and higher. From this day forth, the name Jang Li would echo throughout the Northern Realm. In this moment of historic glory, even with Jang Li's inherently cool disposition, the corners of her stunning lips involuntarily curled into the faintest smile. Humph, is it merely climbing to the top? She mused inwardly. A flicker of pride characteristic of the Empress of Liu's surfacing. To reach this peak is but a trivial matter for me. Subconsciously, she tilted her head slightly, stealing a glance at her master, Lu Shi, and catching the subtle expression of approval gracing his face. Her heart fluttered with even greater joy. Lu Shi nodded in acknowledgement to the master of Yanyan. His tone was calm as he spoke. Master of Yanyan, your efforts are commendable, and the friends of the academy have been fair. The master of Yanyan promptly returned the gesture with a bow, saying, You flatter me, Lu Daoyu. This is merely the duty of the academy. The remarkable achievement of disciple Jiang is a great fortune for the Northern Realm. At that moment, Ancestor Shangwan approached with a smile, his face, lined with wrinkles, easing into a look of genuine admiration. Congratulations, Lu Daoyu, and cheers to you, young friend Jiang. From this day forth, the names of Luoxiazong and young friend Jiang shall be inscribed in the annals of the Northern Realm. I am truly awed. Even the usually aloof Master Yunlan stepped forward. She gazed at Jang Li, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Your heart is clear, and your sword intent transcendent. Disciple Zhang's future is boundless. Congratulations, Lu Daoyu, on acquiring such an exceptional apprentice. It is indeed enviable. In the face of the giant's congratulations, Lu Shi merely nodded slightly. Saying little, Jang Li, adhering to the customs, responded with a modest bow, her demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere and expressions of congratulation, Ouyang Xian's complexion turned ashen. He watched Lu Shi and his disciple, surrounded by admirers, basking in glory. The image of his own injured and unconscious Ouyang Ming filled him with an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He forced a smile, more grotesque than tears, and addressed the master of Yanyan and Lu Shi, his voice rough. Master of Yanyan, Lu Daoyu, and esteemed friends, congratulations. My family has encountered an urgent matter. I must take my leave. With that, without waiting for a response, he flicked his sleeve, enveloping the unconscious Ouyang Ming in a flash of light, departing without looking back. The master of Yanyan and the others exchanged knowing glances as they watched Ouyang Xian leave, yet none spoke to retain him. After today, the reputation of the Ouyang family in the Northern Realm would likely plummet. The moonlight flowed like silk upon the bluestone path, the clamor of the day dissipating, leaving only the gentle whispers of the mountain breeze caressing the ancient pines. Lu Shi's residence was particularly serene. Inside the chamber, he was about to extinguish the candle, intending to emulate mortal habits and relish this rare tranquility. However, his brow furrowed slightly as he raised his gaze toward the courtyard entrance. A figure, imbued with a chilling grace, had appeared there unbeknownst to him. Bathed in the cool moonlight stood the master of Qin Yun's sword sect, Yunlan. Yet, at this moment, she seemed a different being from her daytime self. Clad in simple white robes, her face unadorned, her hair loosely gathered with a wooden hairpin. A few strands fell delicately over her forehead, adding an air of rare vulnerability. In her usually tranquil eyes, there now surged a fervent intensity, almost painful in its yearning. She fixed her gaze on Lu Shi's chamber, as if she had been standing there for quite some time. Long enough for the night, dew to subtly dampen the hem of her dress. Chapter 87. Sending off with a boat. Lu Shi, slightly taken aback, opened the door with a calm demeanor. Master Yunlan, what brings you here at this late hour? Is there something of importance? He mused internally, wondering if she had come to discuss specific matters of the academy. Such a visit could indeed disrupt the peace. Upon hearing his voice, Master Yunlan suddenly lifted her head, a fleeting look of determination flashing in her eyes. She unexpectedly took a step back, bowing deeply before Lu Shi. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Lu Daoyu. No, Lu Senior. Yunlan has come not for the affairs of the sect, but for her own path. Lu Shi was taken aback, genuinely surprised. He inquired, what does the sect leader mean by this? Lu Shi pondered, her own path? Surely, she is not here to discuss swordsmanship? Earlier that evening, he had witnessed her senior strike down a path injury with a single sword. He had also seen her disciple, Jang Li, reach the pinnacle of enlightenment. At that moment, Yunlan's voice suddenly grew fervent. She lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze with intensity directed at Lu Shi, a stark contrast to her usual serene demeanor. After a century of sword cultivation, she prided herself on having touched the essence of the sword path. However, it now seemed that she was but a frog at the bottom of a well, trapped in despair. My sword heart is as fragile as glass before your strike, Senior. My sword path pales in comparison to the pure strides of Master Jiang. Her words were imbued with a hint of desperation, yet they radiated a more potent desire. A century of arduous training had led her to a crossroads. Senior, I no longer know how to continue refining my sword. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi fell silent. He had not anticipated that a casual test would yield such profound repercussions. It appeared that the impact of the system's rating of mastery was indeed overwhelming for cultivators in this realm. Noticing his silence, Yunlan assumed he was unwilling to engage. Resolutely, she knelt, intending to bow in reverence. She was acutely aware of the absurdity of such a request, disregarding the responsibilities of her sect and her own status. Her voice, though choked, was unwavering. Yet, if I cannot glimpse the true essence of the sword path, what distinguishes my life from that of a mere automaton? I am willing to relinquish my position as the leader of the Qingyun sword sect, to forsake all superficial titles and benefits. I only seek to be accepted as your disciple, even if it means serving tea and listening to your teachings, without regret. Her plea resonated like thunder, and even Lu Shi, with his usually calm demeanor, revealed a look of astonishment. Instinctively, he waved his sleeve, a gentle force supporting Yunlan before she could kneel. Sect leader Yun, you must not. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Why is she coming to me? And as a sect leader, this is quite a burden. Teaching Jang Li alone is already enough to scatter my focus. Before him stood a revered leader. Yet she now appeared somewhat disheveled in her confusion over her path. Lu Shi rubbed his temples, apprehensive of the complexities that might arise from taking on a disciple. Yet he found it difficult to harden his heart against her earnest plea. After a lengthy contemplation, as he met Yunlan's near-despondent gaze, he sighed softly, Sect leader Yun, please rise. Your position is vital to the legacy of your sect, and should not be taken lightly. Speak not of taking a master. Yunlan's eyes dimmed instantly, her delicate form trembling. However, Lu Shi swiftly changed his tone, softening his words. Yet, we may occasionally engage in sword discussions. He proposed a compromise, gazing at her as he articulated a path forward. Should you encounter any perplexities in the art of swordsmanship in the future, feel free to seek me at the summit of Sui Peak. As for the titles of master and disciple, let us refrain from further discussion. Yunlan's delicate figure trembled violently, her eyes suddenly igniting with an incredulous brilliance, brighter than the stars adorning the night sky. She bowed deeply once more. Imbued with utmost seriousness, Yunlan expresses her profound gratitude to the esteemed senior. The guidance you have bestowed upon me shall be eternally etched in my memory. Though we may not bear the formal titles of master and disciple, the assurance of being able to engage in discussions about swordsmanship is akin to discovering a guiding light amidst a labyrinth. As she vanished into the moonlit night, Lu Shi could only smile helplessly and murmur to himself, Ah, I had wished for a tranquil existence, yet why does it prove so arduous? The following day, before the dawn had fully broken and the morning mist still enveloped the mountains, the door of Lu Shi's residence creaked open. He quietly stepped out with Jang Li, much earlier than he had anticipated for their departure from the mountain. Master, the flying vessel prepared by the academy will not set off until the hour of Chun. Jang Li softly reminded him, believing that he had misremembered the time. Yes, I am aware, Lu Shi replied in a calm tone, merely finding it excessively noisy. Just as they were about to slip away unnoticed, three figures emerged silently from the thin fog at the mountain gate. Master Yang Yin took the lead, his face adorned with an exuberantly warm smile. He hastened forward, exclaiming, Lu Daoyu, why the haste? Is it possible that our academy has not accorded you proper hospitality? I have already instructed my subordinates to prepare a grand feast. Several notable figures from the northern realms are eager to make your acquaintance. You must stay a few more days so we can extend our host's courtesy. Lu Shi did not halt his steps, merely nodding slightly. I appreciate the hospitality of Master Yang Yan, but I have pressing matters within the sect that require my attention, making it inconvenient for me to linger. Alas, my friend, you are mistaken. Sect matters are of no consequence, Master Yang Yan insisted, yet it was the ever-calm Yunlan who suddenly interjected. Her voice clear and imbued with an enigmatic undertone. The path lies in the journey, not at the banquet. If one's heart is not present, there is no benefit in forcing one to stay. This statement stunned not only Master Yang Yan, but also his aloof disciple, Lung Yu, who couldn't help but glance at her masteress profile. The teacher, known for his adherence to propriety and decorum, had spoken words bordering on impropriety today. What astonished everyone further was yet to come. Yunlan turned to Lu Shi, her usually icy visage softened by an unexpected warmth. She even slightly moderated her tone. Lu Daoyu, your eagerness to return is understandable. Coincidentally, our Qingyun sword sect has recently acquired a flowing cloud vessel. Its speed is commendable, and it flies with remarkable stability, making it ideal for long journeys. If you do not mind, I would be honored to offer this vessel to you as a modest expression of my goodwill. Master Yang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, almost convinced he had misheard. The flowing cloud shuttle, one of the treasures of the Qingyun sword sect, was never to be moved except on significant occasions. Yet, Yunlan referred to it as a newly acquired mode of transport, merely adequate in speed. Furthermore, she would personally see him off? Lung Yu lowered her head, her heart tumultuous. Just the night before, she had witnessed her master urgently communicating with the sect, employing his authority to summon this flowing cloud vessel. At this moment, the tone of the master hardly resembles that of a sovereign. It is more akin to chapter 88, which friend of the Tao has arrived. Lu Shi felt a hint of surprise. He cast a glance at Yunlan and then at the horizon. Ultimately, he nodded, acknowledging, in that case, I must trouble you, sect master Yunlan. A fleeting glimmer of relief passed through Yunlan's eyes. Her fingers, which had been subtly clenched in her sleeve, relaxed. Please, esteemed friend. The flowing cloud boat truly lived up to its reputation as a treasured possession of the Qingyun sword sect. Its exterior exuded an antiquated charm, while the interior was spacious and elegantly arranged, filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. However, the atmosphere within the boat was so delicate that one could almost hear a pin drop. Yunlan and Lu Shi sat across from each other. She maintained an upright posture, seemingly savoring her tea in tranquility. Yet, her gaze would inadvertently drift towards Lu Shi, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Whenever Lu Shi's eyelashes fluttered as if he were about to open his eyes, she would instantly raise her teacup, feigning a sip to conceal her brief moment of discomposure. Jang Li sat at Lu Shi's lower position, observing everything with keen interest. In her heart, she scoffed. Last night she indeed took advantage of my cultivation time to disturb the master. And today, she acts in such a manner. Her intentions are not trivial. Meanwhile, the cold moon sitting beside Yunlan felt as though she were on pins and needles. She had never witnessed her master in such a near indecorous state. Attempting to alleviate the suffocating silence, she turned her gaze towards the ethereal Jang Li across from her. Cold Moon endeavored to sound casual. Junior sister Jiang, your ascent to the top of the questioning Tao steps yesterday was truly remarkable, leaving us senior sisters in awe. I wonder how you fare in the way of the sword. Jang Li did not even lift her eyelids, curtly cutting off the conversation with a mere 2 words. Her gaze shifted towards the swirling sea of clouds outside the window, clearly indicating her reluctance to elaborate. Cold Moon found herself rebuffed, momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the boat, which had just begun to lighten, fell into an even deeper silence than before. After about the span of an incense stick, Lu Shi, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly uttered a soft hum, and opened his eyes to gaze out at a particular spot outside the window. Almost simultaneously, Yunlan promptly set down her teacup. Her aura is subtly condensed. Lu Dao friend, have you perceived any anomalies? Her formidable spiritual sense spread out like mercury, enveloping a radius of 100 miles, as if facing a grave threat. Jang Li and Cold Moon instantly became alert, their sword intentions coalescing. Yet, Lu Shi appeared unfazed by their tension, merely pointing to a thicket of trees below, shimmering faintly with silver under the sunlight. He nodded in satisfaction. The silverline wood grows in this mountain. Its wood is dense, burns slowly with little smoke, making it excellent firewood. Upon returning to the sect, we can send a steward here to procure some. A peculiar silence enveloped the boat. Yunlan remained stunned for a moment before gradually retracting her outwardly projected spiritual sense, her expression revealing a complex mixture of realization and astonishment. She softly remarked, esteemed friend, You truly embody the principle of the Tao, discerning profound truths in the ordinary. To think that even while traveling, you are contemplating the cycle of life and death in this world. Such insight into the workings of the Tao from commonplace trees. Jang Li's lips curled slightly, then quickly returned to their usual icy demeanor. I suppose you have a modicum of discernment. The realm of my master is not something you can even begin to fathom. The cold moon silently gasped, casting a gaze of heightened reverence towards Lu Shi. This elder Lu, indeed, is unfathomable. The flowing cloud boat sailed on in silence. As the silhouette of the falling sunset sect's mountain gate began to emerge faintly on the horizon, the previously quiet Yunlan, seemingly casually, spoke up, "Friend Lu. There appear to be unusual movements at the northern border recently. Signs indicate the opening of an ancient secret realm. As per tradition, the young disciples from various sects will inevitably form teams to venture forth for training. It is both an opportunity and a trial." Her gaze swept over the cold moon before settling on Jang Li, her tone imbued with the warmth of an elder. It would be beneficial for the younger generation to interact more. When venturing out, they can look out for one another. Upon hearing this, Jang Li's heart raced with alarm. Here it comes. They indeed wish to use the name of the secret realm to divert me. Their intentions are suspect. Meanwhile, the cold moon clearly heard her master's voice resonating in her mind. Cold moon, strive to befriend Jang Li. This young woman possesses clarity of purpose and extraordinary sword intent. Engaging in discourse and sparring with her will yield immeasurable benefits for your swordsmanship. Cold moon felt a shiver run through her, respectfully replying in thought, "Disciple understands." Lu Shi, however, took this as mere sect pleasantries, responding casually, "Indeed. The youth should venture out more to broaden their horizons." At that moment, the flowing cloud boat gently descended before the falling sunset sect's mountain gate, refraining from intruding directly as a sign of respect for the host. At this moment, the falling sunset sect appeared unchanged from its usual self. On Morning Glow Peak, disciples were diligently engaged in their early lessons, the sound of sword chi slicing through the air incessantly. In front of the deacon hall, disciples lined up to receive their assignments, all orderly and composed. The sect leader, Luo Tianming, was inside managing affairs. He had just finished reviewing a document regarding the procurement of low-grade spiritual herbs, rubbing his temples and thinking that today, junior brother Lu Shi should be returning as well. Just then, an overwhelming aura surged forth, sweeping through the entire mountain gate. Luo Tianming abruptly rose from his seat, his expression turning serious. His consciousness reached out instantly. Who approaches? Such a powerful presence. Could it be that a certain elder from the academy has arrived? This sensation makes my heart race. His thoughts raced as he dared not show any signs of negligence, swiftly appearing outside the hall. He prepared to greet the guest, his mind racing through the names of several academy elders. However, just as he managed to muster a standard welcoming smile, his expression froze upon seeing the resplendent flying boat before the mountain gate. Standing before it were none other than junior brother Lu Shi and Jiang Li. Junior brother Lu? Niece Jiang? What brings you here? The courteous words he had prepared were caught in his throat. His mind was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't it said that they would return on the Academy's unified flying boat? Where did this extraordinary vessel come from? Just as he was taken aback, his gaze drifted past Lu Shi. He noticed a woman gracefully descending from the cabin of the boat, dressed in a flowing white gown. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her countenance was strikingly ethereal. Her aura was transcendent, seemingly untouched by worldly affairs, though she exuded no aggressive energy. The innate sword charm and dignity she possessed caused Luo Tianming's pupils to constrict sharply, drawing in a breath of cold air. This visage he had seen before in the revered portrait of the Northern Territory Titan preserved by the sect, the esteemed Master Yunlan. Luo Tianming stumbled, nearly losing his footing. His voice altered in pitch. The leader of the Qingyun sword sect, the foremost authority of the Northern Territory's swordsmanship, a true giant of the Dharma aspect. Such a person would personally grace the Wanxia sect today. He hastily adjusted his robes and approached with swift steps. He performed a deep bow, his tone imbued with reverence and a hint of trepidation. I was unaware of the esteemed Master Yunlan's presence. Luo Tianming of the Wanxia sect. I beg your pardon for my inadequate welcome. I implore your forgiveness, esteemed Master. Master Yunlan slightly nodded, his tone surprisingly gentle, even more so than the rumors suggested. There is no need for excessive courtesy, sect leader Luo. It is I who have intruded. At that moment, Lu Shi seemed to recall the need to explain. Brother sect leader, we have returned. Master Yunlan accompanied us partway. Chapter 89. The Bamboo Cottage welcomes guests accompanied. The Qingyun sword sect lies to the east, while the Wanxia sect is situated to the west. What sort of accompaniment is this? Luo Tianming's mind was in a frenzy of internal critique. Yet, he managed to muster a surprised smile. It becomes clear. The Master's kindness in visiting our humble sect truly illuminates our abode. We are profoundly grateful. Oh, by the way, Lucy seemed to remember something and casually added. The competition has concluded. Lear had decent fortune, securing the top position. Top position? Luo Tianming momentarily failed to grasp the significance. What? The first place on the Qingxiao rankings. He abruptly turned to the ethereal and jade-like Jang Li, his eyes nearly bulging. Jang Li, the first on the Qingxiao rankings? Before he could recover from this astonishing news, Lucy dropped yet another bombshell. Furthermore, the Academy has invited our Luanxia sect to join as a permanent council member. Now, I am considered a colleague of Master Yunlan and the others. Permanent council member. Luo Tianming felt as though his mind might short-circuit. His voice trembled. To stand on equal footing with the 5 great titans? This revelation was even more shocking than Jiang Li's victory. It signified that the Luanxia sect had ascended to the ranks of the top powers. The muscles in Luo Tianming's face twitched violently, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. Ecstasy, astonishment, and bewilderment intermingled. He took several deep breaths, stepping aside to clear the path. Master Lu, please enter and enjoy some tea. His disjointed manner completely stripped away the usual dignity of a sect leader. The disciples who had gathered at a distance, though unable to discern the specifics of the conversation, were already ablaze with speculation at their leader's uncharacteristic demeanor and the magnificent flying vessel. Master Yunlan slightly nodded as she entered the mountain gate. Her gaze casually swept across the peaks of the Luanxia sect, and she remarked softly, "The mountains are clear, waters are beautiful, and the people are extraordinary. Sect leader Luo governs well." This polite remark, falling upon Luo Tianming's ears, resonated like a celestial melody. He was taken aback, repeatedly saying, "You flatter me, esteemed master. Please. This way." The group entered the sect leader's grand hall and took their respective seats. A disciple served them spiritual tea, yet the atmosphere within the hall was subtly tense. Luo Tianming contemplated speaking several times, his gaze flitting between Lu Shi and Yunlan. His mind was brimming with questions. How had the top of the Qingxiao list been achieved? How was the permanent council of the academy determined? Why had the esteemed leader of the Qingyun sword sect chosen to visit in person? Yet, he found Lu Shi appearing nonchalant, leisurely savoring his tea. Meanwhile, although Yunlan maintained a serene demeanor, her attention was evidently more focused on Lu Shi, seemingly indifferent to the surroundings. Luo Tianming opened his mouth, ultimately managing to squeeze out a few dry pleasantries. The visit of the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect is indeed a rare honor for the Luanxia sect after a century. If our hospitality falls short, we hope for your understanding. Lu Shi set down his teacup and proceeded directly to the point. Senior brother, once this matter is concluded, I shall escort the Yunlan sect leader back to Sui Peak for a visit. Back to Sui Peak? Luo Tianming was taken aback, responding instinctively. I have instructed someone to tidy the finest guest house at Chaoxia Peak. Everything is prepared, no need to trouble yourselves, he continued, but Lu Shi interrupted. Sui Peak has accommodations. Yunlan immediately added, guests should follow the host's arrangements. Let us heed Taoist Lu's instructions. Observing the harmonious exchange between the two, Luo Tianming swallowed the words he had prepared to say. He could only stammer, then, that sounds good, indeed. Internally, he mused. How could those few old bamboo cottages at Sui Peak possibly accommodate such esteemed guests? Lu Shi rose, gesturing politely to Yunlan. Sect leader Yunlan, please. Yunlan nodded. Stepping alongside Lu Shi as Jang Li and Lung Yu naturally followed suit. This left Luo Tianming alone in the hall, watching as they ascended into the sky. The radiant light shot directly towards Sui Peak at the edge of the sect. After a moment, he murmured to himself, those old bamboo cottages at Sui Peak. The radiant light descended upon the summit of Sui Peak. The instant Yunlan's feet touched the ground, her cool gaze narrowed slightly. It was starkly different from the soaring sword energy and ethereal Taoist essence she had envisioned. Before her stood merely a few simple bamboo cottages. The small fenced courtyard was tidy, yet brimming with the essence of daily life. Chopped firewood lay stacked in the corner, and a clothesline bore a few ordinary garments. Even under the eaves, some dried corn hung. A plump spirit sparrow was stealing the sun-dried grains, only taking flight upon noticing the visitors. This place was exceedingly mundane, so ordinary that it momentarily left the leader of a sect accustomed to celestial grandeur feeling somewhat disoriented. Instinctively, she glanced at Lu Shi, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Just then, the door of a nearby bamboo cottage creaked open. Lynn Shui emerged, cradling a basin of freshly washed clothes. Upon seeing Lu Shi and Jang Li, her face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. Master, senior sister, you've returned. However, her smile froze when she caught sight of Yunlan and Lung Yu. The natural aura of authority exuded by Yunlan rendered Lin Shui flustered. In a flurry, she attempted to set down the basin to pay her respects, nearly toppling it over. Lin Shui's face turned crimson as she stammered, I'm Lin Shui, disciple. Pleased to meet both esteemed seniors. Yunlan's gaze fell upon Lin Shui. The girl possessed average talent, her aura merely marking the threshold of cultivation. In stark contrast to Jang Li's extraordinary grace, her heart stirred slightly. It seemed that not all of Lu Dao's disciples were extraordinary talents. Lu Shi smiled gently at Lin Shui and said, Shuer, please boil a pot of water. He then naturally rolled up his sleeves and turned to Jang Li, saying, I will go to the back mountain to chop some firewood. We are running low for the midday meal. He picked up the woodcutter's axe from the corner and, as if just remembering Yunlan's presence, casually remarked, Feel free, sect master, treat it as your own home. With that, he strolled leisurely towards the back mountain. Axe in hand, Yunlan stood still, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. Should she stay or follow? As the sect master, must she truly observe someone chopping wood? Yet, the thought of Lu Shi's sword that could cut through the heavens and Zhang Li's brilliant path to enlightenment made her grit her teeth. She turned to Lung Yu and whispered, Wait here, before quietly trailing behind, maintaining a respectful distance to observe in silence. At first, she witnessed only the mundane toil. Lu Shi's movements were unadorned, swinging the axe, bringing it down, splitting the wood. However, as she watched, her sword heart began to quiver ever so slightly. Each rise and fall seemed casual, yet resonated with an ineffable rhythm, perfectly harmonizing with the surrounding mountain winds, flowing waters, and even the breath of every blade of grass and tree. He appeared to merge with this expanse, becoming part of nature itself. What astonished her further was her keen perception that with Lu Shi's labor, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to grow more docile and vibrant, subtly nourishing the land. Moreover, she felt a faint stirring in her own stagnant state of enlightenment, which had been immovable for a century. Chapter 90. Why not follow? Yunlan suddenly glanced towards the bamboo cottage, where Jang Li was practicing swordplay in the courtyard, her sword intent flowing seamlessly. Meanwhile, Lin Shui, busy in the kitchen tending to the fire, emanated an aura far more profound than that of an average disciple in the condensation stage. Was this truly a paradise of the celestial realm? Not merely the veins of the earth or the springs of spirit, but rather shaped by the people themselves? In their ordinary labor, an implicit path to the Tao was nourished? A preposterous yet inescapable thought took root in her mind. As the sun dipped low, Lu Shi returned, carrying 2 bundles of firewood, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. He noticed Yunlan standing in the courtyard, her expression complex, and offered a faint smile. Wiping his brow with a cloth, he inquired, Sect Master Yunlan, after observing all day, have you gleaned anything? Yunlan snapped back to reality from her tangled thoughts, gazing at the man before her, whose aura was as tranquil as that of a humble hermit. A rare hint of confusion crossed her usually composed features. His seemingly ordinary actions concealed profound truths. She sensed, albeit vaguely, that her century-long pursuit of the sword might have strayed from the true path. Lu Shi neatly stacked the firewood in the corner of the courtyard, his tone calm. The path of the sword, and indeed all methods, originate from life and return to the ordinary. If you doubt this or find it illusory, perhaps you should stay at Sui Peak for a time. There is no need for deliberate cultivation. Simply live as Lear and Shuer do, working at dawn and resting at dusk. Yunlan trembled slightly at this notion. To remain meant relinquishing the dignity of her position as sect master and living like an ordinary person. She gazed at the pile of firewood, then turned her attention to Lu Shi, whose warm yet seemingly all-seeing eyes held a depth of understanding. Vivid images flickered in her mind. The sword that cleaved through the heavens, the loosening of her own bottleneck, and the remarkably solid foundations of Jang Li and Lin Shui. Ultimately, her yearning for the pinnacle of the sword path eclipsed all else. Taking a deep breath, she bowed solemnly to Lu Shi. I shall intrude upon you, esteemed senior. However, what shall we do tomorrow? Lu Shi casually gestured towards the woodpile and the axe. Tomorrow at the hour of the hare, simply join me in chopping wood. Yunlan stared at the glimmering blade of the axe, momentarily speechless, and could only bow once more. Yes, moonlight cascaded upon Sui Peak, casting dancing shadows of bamboo. Standing before the simple window of her modest chamber, Yunlan gazed into the tranquil night beyond. Unconsciously, she caressed the ordinary firewood knife that Lu Shi had assigned to her. The expression on the face of the northern sword path leader was a blend of absurdity and anxiety, yet her heart brimmed with unprecedented anticipation. Meanwhile, within the main hall, Lu Shi was contentedly tallying the day's mundane tasks. Guiding others in ordinary labor aligns with the unwritten principles of passing down knowledge. Earned an additional 5 years of cultivation rewards, A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Ah, quite good. It seems the efficiency of labor on Sui Peak can double. The moonlight was shrouded by a thick, inescapable crimson haze. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Ouyang family, in the blood pool hall, the viscous spiritual energy stagnated like sludge. The air was saturated with a nauseating metallic scent. Ouyang Ming knelt upon the obsidian stone, his body wrapped in bandages soaked through with cold sweat and oozing blood. Yet, he dared not move, nor lift his gaze. He could only fixate on the roiling blood pool before him, where the dark red waters occasionally revealed one or two floating skeletons, the final resting place of those who had failed the family's ancestral trials. A faint sound of footsteps approached, causing Ouyang Ming's heart to constrict abruptly. He buried his head lower, his forehead nearly touching the ground. Tomorrow, a frail, raspy voice emerged. How are your injuries healing? Ouyang Ming trembled, responding, returning to the ancestor, the grandson is unscathed. As long as you are unharmed. The voice belonged to Ouyang ancestor, whose figure was veiled in the blood mist, revealing only a pair of eyes glowing with a dim red light, fixed upon Ouyang Ming. Now speak. How did a seemingly noble endeavor lead you to such a predicament? I instructed you to probe the depths of that girl, hoping to incapacitate her and undermine the fledgling momentum of the falling sunset sect. Yet, you became her stepping stone to ascend the countless tiers and gain renown in the northern realm? The tone remained calm, but Ouyang Ming felt as though he were suffocating. He dared not offer any excuses, fully aware that in the presence of his ancestor, any justification would be a death sentence. The grandson is incompetent. I underestimated Jang Li's ruthlessness. She dared to strike fiercely on the path of inquiry. Her sword intent was overwhelmingly fearsome, and I was caught off guard. A soft snort reverberated through the grand hall, causing the blood mist to surge. Caught off guard. I provided you with the Xian Gui Spirit Pearl and the Qi Yang Heart Protecting Ring. They should have been sufficient to withstand 3 full-force strikes from someone at the initial stage of enlightenment. Yet she could not even withstand a single strike. It appears that the fault lies not with the artifact, but rather with the one who wields it, who is utterly inept. The venerable Ouyang ancestor slowly paced to the edge of the blood pool. His withered fingers delicately skimmed the water's surface, creating ripples that danced across it. A drifting skeleton was drawn closer by an invisible force, only to sink back down gradually. Do you know of your remarkably talented third uncle? It was due to a minor misjudgment in the past that he jeopardized a significant family matter. Now, at the bottom of this pool, he finds a semblance of tranquility. Ouyang Ming's face turned as pale as parchment, his teeth chattering in fear. He desperately prostrated himself, pleading, Ancestor, forgive me. Ancestor, forgive me. I acknowledge my error. I beseech you, grant me another chance. The Ouyang ancestor turned, and the crimson light in his blood-red eyes flickered momentarily. A chance? Naturally, it shall be bestowed. But tomorrow, you must understand, your failure has not merely tarnished your own reputation. It has placed the Ouyang family in a precarious position. His voice suddenly grew harsh. A chilling and furious aura instantly enveloping the hall. The falling sunset sect has ascended to the ranks of the 6 permanent council members. Do you think it is as simple as acquiring a few plaques? The northern realm is but a finite pie, with one more at the table. Those already seated must carve from their own portions. Resources, mines, opportunities in secret realms, influence. Each is a prize fought over with real swords and real blood. Earned over centuries. Why should he, Lu Shi, and the falling sunset sect be entitled to take the largest share upon their arrival? Ouyang Ming was nearly crushed under the weight of this oppressive force. The Ouyang ancestor fixed his gaze upon him, his tone oddly calming yet tinged with mockery. Do you think I allowed you to provoke at the Dao Conference merely out of a desire for competition? He leaned slightly closer, his blood-red eyes piercing into Ouyang Ming's. My initial aggression was intended to draw out the others. Observe the attitudes of Yang Yin, Shangguan, Yin Lan, and that old Taoist from the Shantian Temple. Our Ouyang family charges ahead. The other 4 merely need to lend their support. Together, we could form a pincer movement to suppress the audacious falling sunset sect, to thoroughly subdue the enigmatic Lu Shi. Even if he becomes a permanent council member, he would find it impossible to advance. As he spoke, the Ouyang ancestor's voice betrayed an uncontrollable fury, laced with disbelief. But what of them? That old fox Yang Yin merely muddles the waters. Shangguan, ever calculating, feigns ignorance at this moment. Yun Lan, a mere woman, not only refrains from assisting, but even seems to defend Lu Shi. And that old Taoist from Shantian Temple, could it be that he truly cares not for worldly affairs? Why do they not join? The Ouyang ancestor abruptly straightened, his blood mist swirling violently around him. He was utterly perplexed. He had already taken the lead and initiated the charge. Yet, not a single person followed.